show has something to say. What are you going to say, John? That's the wrong microphone, John. Okie dokie. Great stuff, Steve. Get a little bit stronger every week at this show. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah. No, so she was pregnant. It was my little brother when she had me, and
the band loves it when Dee's fucked up. They're just having their own side tables right now. Fucking love that shit. The band leader, John Dees. Okay.
Yeah, so my mom was pregnant with my little brother when they adopted me.
What would possibly make a woman try to get an extra child?
Yeah, so well, I asked her, right? I was like, why did you decide to adopt me? And the only reason was because she wanted a girl. That was it.
So she found out she wasn't having a girl. She found out the thing inside of her belly had a penis.
Boy, yeah.
Does she even like the boy that's the same age as you?
Yeah. Hates me, loves the boy.
Why does she hate you?
I was a piece of shit growing up.
Really?
Yeah, I would lie. I would steal. I know I'm nice now, but I was a fucking terror.
Wow, so even if you're raised by a different race, you still steal and lie.
Yes.
We're learning. It's nature, not nurture. We're figuring it out here tonight. Deez is not smiling at this at all.
And this is before mothers can make their boys girls if they want to.
Yeah, you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
This was pre-trans.
Yes, pre-trans. My adoption, I've been a little bit more into like the technical terms of my adoption, and it's called a transracial adoption when you're the only fucking different race. Yeah.
Who's calling it that?
What's that?
Who's calling it that?
Who's what?
Who's calling it a transracial adoption? I thought it was just an adoption.
Yeah.
Adoption,
Where did you learn that term?
The internet.
Okay. Yeah. They'll just call anything trans nowadays. What did you steal when you were a kid? You said
food, surprisingly.
What kind of food?
Anything really. I was very, what do they call it, like food insecure as a child. So my birth mother was a drug addict and an alcoholic, so I was just like
How did
on
you
my
find
own.
that out?
My mom, my current mom, and my foster parents. So
they told you. They're like, you're lucky.
Yeah. Well, so when I got put into foster care when I was 3. So when I got to foster care, they found an STD. Not trying to brag.
Wait, you had an STD?
When I was 3 years old.
3?
Yeah.
You dirty slut. Jesus Christ. Wow, that is incredible. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Tommy's going in for that hepatitis BET. Oh, yeah. Look at this. You got that KFC HPV. Okay, shut up. We're having fun here. How often do you get to make black STD as a baby joke? Come on.
She needs love.
I love. Oh, thanks.
She needs a good fucking hug from a wop.
Oh.
Greasy Dago fucking hug. How's that feel?
You may have given her a wasp.
That's that
Yeah, my neck is a little wet. But so basically my birth mother had passed out on the couch and I just like left, and then the cops picked me up, and then from then on.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Now you're
Look at me now.
comedian. You love it.
Yes.
You love this game all the time. I notice you sign up all the time when I see you before the show. You get to perform in the Little Boy. There's a lot that goes on here. Some people you see more than others around.
Yeah.
Adam, you get the booker likes you. It's been a long time since you actually got pulled out of the bucket.
Yeah.
We're happy to have you. You already have a big joke book.
It's filled.
Yep. I love it. You want another one?
Please.
You got it. Jamisha Alba. Boom. What a great catch. Hell yeah. She can catch a joke book. She can catch an STD. She can catch everything, ladies and gentlemen. It's unbelievable. The stylings of Jamisha Alba. Raised by Mexicans, still catches leather like a black person. Amazing. That's a football joke. It's a football joke for those of you trying to clip things to make me look like a racist. Hello there. This podcast is sponsored by Talkspace. You know, therapy can be costly, but Talkspace is affordable and in-network with most insurance providers. Most members have a $0 copay. Red-Band.
That's right, Tony. It's Men's Health Awareness Month, and Talkspace wants to know how you feel. Guys, this November, prioritize your health prioritize your health by prioritizing your mental health with Talkspace. I love Talkspace, and I think they're providing some great mental health services.
Talkspace therapy and psychiatry are covered by many insurance plans and many employers. Most insured members have a $0 copay. You can easily sign up online and get paired with a licensed provider who will fit your needs well within typically 48 hours. You can always switch providers at no extra cost. Talkspace makes getting help convenient because you can make your appointments from the comfort and privacy of your own home. You can even talk it out between sessions by sending text, video, or audio messages to your therapist. There's more to Men's Health Awareness Month than just mustaches. Talkspace is here to provide you with therapy on your terms. So, listener of this podcast, you'll get $80 off your first month with Talkspace when you go to Talkspace.com/Tony and enter promo code SPACE80 to match with a licensed therapist today. Go to Talkspace.com/Tony and enter promo code SPACE80 to get $80 off your first month and show your support for the show. That's Talkspace.com/Tony, promo code SPACE80. Hello there, this podcast is indeed sponsored by Game Time. You know, I love live events, comedy, music, sports, theater. I can't get enough. When I go to live events, I use the best ticketing site in the industry, Game Time. Game Time has a new feature called Game Time Picks. It makes getting tickets to your favorite live events even easier. Game Time Picks filters out the fluff to show you only incredible deals on great seats so you don't have to waste time searching through thousands of tickets. Red-Band.
Tony, I love Game Time. They make buying tickets so easy. I just found a super deal with Game Time Picks for Billy Strings at the Moody Center. It's so easy to pick your seats and add them to your cart and check out. I personally love the seat views before you buy, plus the lowest price guarantee.
With Game Time Picks, curation makes it easier to save more on sports, concerts, comedy, and theater. Plus, they're all-in pricing that shows the total upfront with no surprise fees at checkout. Game Time also has the best ticket coverage. Your purchase is covered with the most flexible customer service policy in the ticketing industry. So take the guesswork out of buying concert tickets with Game Time. Download the Game Time app, create an account, and use code KILLTONY for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply. Again, create an account and redeem code KILLTONY. $20 off, that's why. Download Game Time today. What time is it? Game Time. Your next bucket pull goes by the name of Cole Castle, everybody. Cole Castle.
I like to have the TV on during sex, but you gotta be careful when the show is on while you're doing it. Because the only thing worse than finishing quick with a girl is finishing quick and hearing a laugh track immediately after. That would just feel like the whole audience is berating me. My go-to genre to have on during sex? True crime. Because at least if I give her a bad performance, she can look at the TV and see some girl getting raped and murdered, and I can go, hey, could be a lot worse for you, honest. Like, yeah, I didn't make you come, but you do get to go outside again, so count your blessings, alright? I was drinking with some family a couple weeks ago. My cousin with Down syndrome came up to me. He goes, hey, Cole, just stop drinking. It's not good for you. And in my head, I was like, I'm not going to stop drinking tonight until I'm on your level, little cuzzo. I also want to be drooling on myself at some point. That's what I realized. Getting drunk is just microdosing Down syndrome. There's a lot of similarities. You know, you're harder to understand, you eat more, you fall more, and no one's going to trust you behind the wheel. So a lot of similarities, I think. I don't know, people start drinking and say, let's get fucked up. I say, let's get some Downs. Thank y'all.
Cole Castle. Very good. It's how's it going, Cole?
Good.
You've been on this show before?
Yeah, I was on a few months ago.
Yeah. Did this go better than the last time?
I think it went about the same.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, things could change.
Well, no, it already happened. We did see.
Yeah, okay. Well, there's the interviews, but yeah.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Good point. You're in it right now.
Yeah.
Have you had a broken nose before?
No.
No? Just looks like that?
Yeah.
Damn.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, you're right. The interview is a long...
I'll try to face these so you wouldn't, notice, but...
Oh, yeah.
I've seen someone so fun. You ever been hit by a car? What's this about? You got an excuse for that fucking face? That's crazy.
Cole, how long have you been on stand-up?
Just at 1 year.
1 year. What do you do for work?
Sales.
What are you selling?
I sell insurance to financial advisors.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's terrible.
It's not a.
Reba.
It's. I mean, I
Wow.
work from home.
Yo, I'm here.
My coworkers are cool. That's really
Hey,
awesome.
what's
Who's
up, man?
into all these fucking
I'll be there in
work
just
from
1
home? The
second. How's your
pandemic's
day going,
made
Mo
life
man?
for
Basically.
everybody stay at
Yeah, I mean,
home.
after the pandemic,
I'm
it's like
I'm
taking just my.
okay.
The office is in Florida, so it doesn't.
Are you a rabbi?
Like I couldn't.
Yes,
Another
I
sad
am.
fucking story. Are your
I'd
parents
like to convert.
Mexican too?
All right. Well, the best advice I can give to you for that
Yeah. How old were
is
you when you got your
to
first
consult
tattoo?
your local Orthodox rabbi.
I was.
What's his number?
I went to Texas
That's
Tech,
something
so
you're
what
gonna
are
have
your
to look up on
rules
your
for
own,
real?
my friend. I don't know
Oh
where you're
yeah, you got that
located,
little.
but
Got that
just
little Red
look up
Raider in
That's
your
okay.
pants, huh?
Yeah.
look up
I thought it was a joke. Like,
synagogues
dude, watch out
near
for Raider
me.
Ranch. And I was like,
Find the nearest Orthodox one,
Raider
and
Ranch is
Yeah.
basically
they
like.
will give
Okay,
you
yeah,
the
at Texas Tech. Yeah.
plan of
So you got
attack.
chlamydia.
Yeah, they just said Raider Ranch. It was
Yeah.
STD, but then like, dude, everyone gets chlamydia
Yeah.
there.
Wow.
Dude, yeah, I was like, I was
How'd you
putting
find out
caution
about
I'll
me,
look it
Mo
up
man?
on.
kind of hard, but dude, I couldn't even
Huh?
pass the test.
How'd you find out about me?
You make me want to shave my mustache, dude.
I was looking up rabbis. I want to convert.
Okay, well,
That's amazing.
then
That
do what I
is
told you to do,
amazing.
and they will put you on
Well,
the. the
I'll look it up on
Get
Google.
tested, you don't have one.
Okay,
So
go for it.
it's been a while.
Yeah.
Probably since college. I think.
Where are you?
Yeah, I got tested like a year
I'm
ago. I'm good to go.
adjusting one of my computers right now.
All right.
That's good. A year.
You talk a lot about sex during your act. Do you have a lot of it? Do you have a steady girlfriend or?
No, dude. I feel like I just like can always come up with bits for during sex.
During sex.
Yeah, or like after. I'm like if I like can't write, if I have writer's block, I'm like let me just bang someone and then I can probably get a joke out there.
Have you thought about doing other things and writing jokes about it?
No, just sex right now. Just sex.
Amazing.
Yeah, riding that wave.
Amazing. Do you have any special maneuvers in the bedroom that you use on the ladies? The old pole castle, the old sand castle, the old fucking little pole trickle.
No, I'm really good at like the pillow talk after. Like
Yeah.
sex, all right, but like I'll hold a mean conversation after and like make you
Really?
laugh. Yeah.
Is that true?
Yeah, like I think like the sex is alright, but the pillow talk is like, alright, I'll hang out with that guy again.
You know what? Let's get Heidi up here. I want to see what this guy's pillow talk is like. Let's do a little. The lovely Heidi, always an intimidating force when looking directly in a man's eyes. So you just fucked Heidi, which I'm guessing is literally.
I have to be tested.
Yeah. So you and Heidi just fucked. You guys are laying down. Let's get a little example of your amazing pillow talk.
Heidi, thank you for having sex with me tonight.
You're very welcome. You've made the wishes come true. He won. He won.
Keep it going.
So like you like play Fortnite or what are you doing?
I really love Grand Theft Auto.
Grand Theft Auto?
You probably always take the hookers as much as possible.
Yeah, I usually just kill them actually. Alright, you're pretty cool. Alright.
I understand. I
Yeah.
understand how you get the ladies.
Yeah, okay, cool. What are you doing after? Well, we just had sex, so give me like 30 minutes and like a Powerade, and like what are you doing later?
Okay, I can make you a Powerade.
Oh, you can make Powerade?
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I'll try some of your Powerade. Yeah. Okay. What color?
Probably blue.
Blue. Okay. Yeah, I could do some blue Heidi Powerade. Yeah.
Wow, what a master of pillow talk. How about a hand for the lovely Heidi? Cole, what kind of joke book did you get last time you were on?
Big one.
You got a big one?
Yeah.
There you go. There he goes. Cole Castle, everybody. On to the next one. You don't need to shake hands, Cole. There you go. All right, back to the bucket we go. Ladies and gentlemen, this looks like a new name. Make some noise for the Kiltony, I do believe, debut of Simon Perkovich. Simon Perkovich. Here we go.
What's up, everybody? Let me gauge the room. What do we think of trans athletes? Boo? Why? I love trans athletes. Trans athletes are the best thing to ever happen to women's sports. Yeah. Case in point, right now,
we're talking about women's sports. Look at the ratings. Did you guys know there's a WNBA? We haven't cared this much about women's sports since the 20s. And back then it was like, dude, should we let women play sports? Now it's the 20s again and we're like, bro, should we play women's sports? And I feel the ladies pulling away. I get it. You're mad because you're jealous. We make better women than you. We've got stronger legs. We're faster. We got bigger dicks. That's me. Simon Perkovich going in on trans athletes. Welcome to the show. This is your first time on, right? First time. I would remember a Perkovich if I'd heard one before. How long have you been doing stand-up? Like 3 years. Where at? Telluride, Colorado. Wow, what's it like up in Telluride? It sucks. Yeah? Yeah, Telluride sucks. Don't ski there. It's a terrible resort. Why? It used to be really cool. It was like a hippie ski town. Now it's like Oprah lives there, and like they've turned every cool thing into a condo. What was kind of like Austin? Yeah, no, Austin's amazing. You're right, it is. Yeah, you don't know what you're talking about. The city's great, and Oprah is nowhere to be found. That's true. So does Oprah actually live there? It seems like that would be a slippery slope for her, for her very unhealthy body to. Yeah, I don't think she can breathe up there. Right. We've never seen her, but she's got the biggest property in our area. That makes sense. Just in case the ship hits the fan, it'd be nice for her to escape to. Luckily, that won't happen. Because anyway, I'll just keep going on. Yeah. To get political here. Me avoiding politics for a change. So Simon, tell us more about you. What do you do for work? I was a bartender. Now I'm trying to figure it out. I want to work for farms and stuff around here. I went to the farmer's market, dropped off my resume with a bunch of people. Haven't heard anything back. What kind of farming do you want to do? Yeah. Do you know what? I used to. What year are you in? 25. I don't know. 1925. Very good. Farming is an option. What are you talking about? Have you ever farmed before? Yeah. I used to be a mushroom farmer. I grow like medicinal mushrooms. I worked on a pig farm. I worked on an apple farm. Organic stuff. Okay. Yeah. Alright. You're a little hippy dippy, huh? I'm a little hippy dippy. I think that if you don't make food in some ways, you're kind of useless. Huh? Right. Yeah. That's how I feel about other people. Yeah. Other people should make my food. Yeah. That's where you come in. That's what I do. And that's not what I do. Yeah. I eat the food. I drink your milkshake. Yeah. Tell us more. How long have you been in Austin, Texas? I've been here since Halloween, so it's been like 2 weeks. Hell yeah. Halloween. Did you dress up for Halloween? Yeah, I have this like robe that I do drugs and walk the desert in, and it kind of looks like the dude. So I was the dude for Halloween. With arms wide open. Jesus. We just got in a whole episode demonetized for me singing one line of that song, that exact line. No big deal. Just a quick $100,000 down the drain. Thank you, Tommy. Wasn't even a dude joke. Just switched it to Creed, and it's okay. We'll bleep it. We've learned to bleep it. We have to bleep shit all the time now, which fucking sucks. Oh shit! Look at that picture of Red Band happening over there in the corner. I love this. Very rarely do I get sidetracked by the artwork, but I've never seen anyone draw Red Band so spot on before. Look at that. Absolutely nailing it over there. That's what you look like, dude. That's what you fucking. I thought that was a mirror for a second, somehow reflecting your perfect face. That's a Red Band. Add a little more weight on the cheeks. Fucking unbelievable, Chris. Nailing it over there. Salute to you. I love it. The paint adds. Oh my goodness. show while you were up here.
Fuck.
Tell us more about you. What's the most interesting thing about your entire life?
Most interesting thing about my life.
There's a theme to tonight's show because the first comedian got her first STD at 3 years old. Have you ever had an STD before?
No, not yet. You know what? I do have something weird on my dick, though.
Oh.
Anyone heard of lichen sclerosis?
No. Tell us more.
Okay. I tell people it's birthmark. It sucks. It's Latin for it looks like there's lichen on your cock. And it's just like pale. It's just a little whiter, just on my dick, and it kind of grows a little bit.
Oh, fucking disgusting.
It is.
Yeah. Have you had a doctor look at it before, or you were just out there on the farms just digging in dirt, fucking living your life?
Yeah, I had my dad diagnose it.
What, is your dad a doctor?
No.
Oh, okay, perfect. All right. Well, Simon, very, very interesting. We're looking at it like is a condition that causes patchy, discolored, thin skin. It usually affects the genital and anal areas. How about your anal area?
No, I can't see all the way.
I might have to give it a look after the show.
Perfect.
Wow, what a disgusting looking disease
Not
that is.
contagious. You can't
Yeah.
get it.
It's not contagious, but we don't even know if that's it. It could very easily be anything. You just think it's lichen syndrome.
Yeah. So if you're a doctor,
All right. Cole, you're leaving here with a medium-sized joke book. The audience laughed at your set, but trans athletes is kind of an easy subject. I want to hear you talk about maybe more about your life next time or something.
Yeah.
Perspective. There you go, Simon. Perfect.
For sure. Thank you so much.
Thank you. On to the next one we go. You guys having fun out there? Do you get it? You're in it. Anything can happen. Last week we coined a brand new golden ticket winner. I mean, anything can happen. Your next comedian goes by the name of Seth Shepard, everybody. Seth Shepard is your fourth bucket full, fifth comedian.
Howdy, everybody. My name is Seth Shepard. I'm from Eastern Kentucky. Being from such a place means I come with an accent. An accent, mind you, that is mildly inconvenient depending on the circumstance. For instance, I know a fair amount of Spanish. I just try not to speak it because it just sounds like a hate crime coming out of this mouth. Buenos dias, senor. Means good day, mister. Coming from me, though, it sounds about as friendly as the soft crackle of a burning cross. Thank y'all so much. This is almost the dated joke, I guess, because Lakin is always your brother. Did y'all hear about the mechanic shop the Harrison launch campaign was trying to come out with? They mostly do electrical work and radiator work, but their real specialty is rebuilding trannies.
There you go. Very tranny-heavy episode tonight. Seth Shepard. Welcome, Seth. How long have you been doing stand-up?
This is less than my 10th time.
Less than my 10th time. Look at you. You sound like a guy that's like 50 years older than you. How old are you?
I'm 27.
Oh, God damn it. God damn it, Tony. I'm only 11 years old. I've been sounding like this my whole goddamn life. My first words were objection.
My dad gave me my first cigarette when I was 4.
Is that true?
Yes, sir.
Wow. Look at this episode. STDs at 3, cigarettes at 4. What the fuck? This bucket is contaminated tonight.
He said if you keep puffing, it won't go out where Marlboro gun is.
Wow. Absolutely incredible. That is the most Kentucky shit I've ever heard of in my life. Do you still live in Eastern Kentucky?
No, sir. I moved here the end of September.
Oh, by God, the end of September. Unbelievable. We went from the dude to the guy that narrates The Big Lebowski. And that was the story of the dude.
I have always wanted to do voiceover work, yes, sir.
You have a great narrator voice. It is incredible, powerful stuff. So, what was I going to say? How long ago did you move here again?
The end of September, I was working a dog show job and just didn't get time to get up on stage. I quit it last Saturday. Paid rent up to the end of January. So.
Boom.
Yes, sir.
There you go. So here you go. What's your living situation? What are you living in?
Studio apartment by myself.
You have a job here yet?
I quit it last Saturday.
You quit the job here in Austin?
Yes, sir.
What was that job?
It was a general manager spot for a chain pizza restaurant.
What was the chain?
Papa John's. It was awesome.
Yep.
Yep.
Papa John's.
It's falling down.
You would know. Our senior pizza correspondent, Brian Redband.
Since Papa left, it's not the same.
Yep. Yep. Papa's got a brand new bag. Absolutely incredible. How have they fallen off exactly, senior pizza correspondent Brian Redband?
It's just not the same anymore. It's bad when Domino's is doing it.
Wow. What's the edge? It's just less garlic sauce?
Yeah, I think it is. They don't have the peppers are all like, horrible now. They're not saying the N-word anymore.
Yeah.
No more N-word.
The peppers are bad. If we only knew a farmer that could help them with that. So Seth, what are you looking to do now? You're done being a GM at Papa John's. What's next for you? What kind of job are you looking for?
My rent was paid up to the end of January, so I'm hoping for a job at maybe Home Depot, or if there's a farm locally that needs 3 skills. I've got
a lot of fucking farmers here tonight.
Yes, sir.
Wow. Incredible. You have experience farming?
Yes, sir. We grow, back at Dad's house, we grow whatever you can think of, mushrooms, watermelon, anything.
Why'd you say watermelon second?
I've been trying to work on a joke about how I get asked a lot of the same questions as inner city black kids. I'm from Kentucky, and everybody's like, "How often do you eat fried chicken?" Like that.
I love the voice that you have for normal people. That was incredible. You really think very low of us, non-accent people. Well, where can I get some fried chicken? Make us sound like real dumbasses. Steve Madness has to take a watermelon break now. Great. Oh, he said watermelon. Oh my god. Oh my god. At a political rally. Oh no.
He heard it twice and was like, "I gotta get out of here."
I love it. So, what do you really think? I mean, you're not going to get a job farming. What can we really do for you?
Anything needs to be done. I'm trying to get a job over Mr. Redband's club.
Mr. Redband. I've never heard me called that before. They're working with this motherfucker.
He used to call me that at Papa John's every time I was
Where's your noise? Give me your noise. That's a fucking good one. Where's it at? There it is. Mr. Redband. Oh my god, make sure those peppers are extra peppy. Mr. Redband put in an order. Why don't you fucking help this guy get a job?
Did you put an application in? Yes, sir. Alright, I'll remember. See, I don't know if we're hiring, but I'll look.
Why don't we just say it? Next person to get fired or that needs to get hired, let's move him to the top of the list.
We might be hiring, so I don't know.
There you go. I'm going to make sure somebody gets fired there in the next couple weeks. I can't remember. How was your fucking set? Kentucky, and then I wrote the letters. Essay. Big? Welcome to Austin, Seth. Big joke book, fill it up. I don't know what's going on anymore. Such a compelling interview. Seth Shepard, his name's getting written down by Redband. The motherfucker's gonna end up at the Sunset Strip Comedy Club, and you're gonna see him one day, and you're gonna go, I remember that's the guy with the thick old accent. Hello there. You know, they say first impressions are important. What about lasting impressions? That's where Blue Chew comes in. Blue Chew helps give men longer lasting and stronger erections so you can perform at your very best. Blue Chew is an online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra, but at a fraction of the cost and in a chewable form. The process is simple. Sign up at BlueChew.com, consult with one of their licensed medical providers, and once you're approved, you'll receive your prescription within days. Blue Chew tablets are made in the USA and prepared and shipped directly to your door. The best part? It's all done online. That means no visits to the doctor's office, no awkward conversations, and no waiting in line at the pharmacy. You can take them anytime, day or night. So when you plan ahead, you can be ready anytime an opportunity arises. Redband?
Tony, I love Blue Chew. They're providing some great ED treatment for men everywhere. They say there's nothing sexier than confidence, and Blue Chew can give you the confidence where it counts.
I see it's working really well for you this evening. Blue Chew wants you to have confidence to perform at your best. So discover your options at BlueChew.com. And we've got a special deal for our listeners. Try Blue Chew free when you use our promo code Tony at checkout. Just pay $5 shipping. That's BlueChew.com, promo code Tony, to receive your first month free. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. And we want to thank Blue Chew for sponsoring the podcast. We want to make you hard. Blue Chew. Hello there. This podcast is sponsored by Prize Picks. Prize Picks is the best place to get real money, sports, action. Join over 10 million users and sign up today. Sign up today, get $50 instantly when you play $5. You don't even need to win to receive the $50 bonus. It's guaranteed. Think James Cook will get more than 60 yards next week? Joe Burrow pass more than 1.5 touchdowns? Cook up hot takes with your friends and win real money this football season when you and your crew run your game on Prize Picks. Red Band.
Tony, I love Prize Picks. There are so many opportunities to get it in on. This week on Prize Picks, I'm looking at the football board and selecting Jared Goff for more than 230 passing yards and Saquon Barkley for more than 1 touchdown, Travis Kelce for more than 70 receiving yards, and Lamar Jackson for more than 250 passing yards.
Wow, I can't believe you know all that about football. That's amazing. I love it. But anybody can get in on Prize Picks, and indeed, that does sound like a great lineup, right, man? Download the app today and use code Tony to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. Again, download the app today and use code Tony to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. Run your game. All right, is our guy ready over there? Yeah, great. You guys are in for it. This is it. One of the greatest regulars in the history of the show. Not easy at all to move the crowd once a week for 60 seconds. Basically gives you an hour special every year. He's a fucking prodigy at his age and his experience to be this goddamn good, this cool, and such a great friend. Make some noise for the great and powerful Cam Patterson.
That last guy had like a slave owner voice, man. Very terrible. You know, man. I went to a Colorado Buffalo game recently, and I had on the uniform. I had like a jacket on, and a bunch of white people just thought I was a recruit, and that was the funniest shit ever. They're like, he can't be here to read. He's not a reader. This is a running back. Nigga, this is crazy. And it was cool. I was in line the whole time. Like one lady was like, "Oh, you gonna go in? You gonna come here with hot mic? I'm thinking about it a little bit." I got 3 schools lined up right now. It's Florida, Georgia, and here. You feel me? And then she was like, "But you can't beat these views." And I wanted to be funny, so I'm like, "You can't beat the white bitches." And then I walked off, but she was very confused. She was thoroughly confused. I also watched the Mike Tyson fight, and that was terrible. But listen, my favorite part about the whole fight was before when they asked him how the fight was gonna go, and he said vicious victory, and he turned around and his ass was out, right? And you know what's crazy to me? Anybody else in this room as a grown man, in the room with other grown men, you have your ass out, that's gay, right? But for Mike Tyson, that might be the straightest shit I've ever seen in my life, dog. It was crazy. I'll tell you one thing, the cameraman, right? When he turned around, it was like a full view of the room, right? And then he zoomed on his ass. Now that guy gay as fuck, dog. I've been camping out that guy was so quick.
That is how you do it.
What's up?
Fuck yeah.
That was fun, man. This is good. I'm happy.
Done it again. Talking about your weekend in Colorado.
Yeah.
And topical stuff. You take what you do and what you see and you immediately recycle it into great material. A fucking machine. You were in Colorado on Saturday?
Yeah. I was there since Wednesday. I did 7 shows. Thank y'all. You know what I'm saying?
Wow.
Yeah.
7 shows.
That shit was a real blessing, man. Real shit.
Amazing.
Yeah,
You got to meet Dion?
Yeah. I froze like a motherfucker, boy.
You what?
I froze like his manager, a big fan, like he like the show and shit. So like he said, come out, you know what I'm saying?
Who's his man?
His manager, one of his managers. Oh wow. And so I seen everything, dog. So and I met him and I was like, what's up? What's the Dion? I was just like I got cut from the team and I was like really nervous. I was happy, dog. I was just happy to be there. You know what I'm saying? Shit was dope.
I only know you met Dion because I got a text from your dad, who always updates me on the highlights of your career when you're on the road. I was on the road at the same exact time doing a
shit. My dad, you know, my dad, like my dad, you know, nigga. So my dad was like, so he on the plane, like thinking like a plan what to say, and he got there, he was like, hey Dion, hey Brown Tom, I'm ready. And then Dion was like, for what? And my dad was like, I ain't think that far ahead into the conversation. I want you all ready. I want you all ready as fuck. That's all it was.
Did your dad and Dion compare their fucked up feet?
No, they should have. That'd have been fucking funny. That'd have been funny as shit. But you know what's funny? My dad got his toes done. We talk about it so much.
He got pedicured?
And for people to see him, they don't look bad no more. He don't got like slave feet no more. You know what I'm saying?
I can't believe a pedicure solved that. He needs a fucking chiropractor on those feet. Crack those toes back to where they belong. They were pointed every direction. There's no real way for you guys to understand. It's really just for me and Cam. This whole ongoing.
I can get a picture of
We should. Do we have an old picture of it? Oh, hell yeah. Let's zoom in on that pic like Mike Tyson's ass. I want the people to see exactly. I mean, the toes are just, they look like they're like palm trees, like growing out in other directions.
They terrible, dog.
It is.
My mom always said, we got the same feet. My mom would always say, if he didn't claim you as your son, then you show your toes. That's how you get it done. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
You got the same feet.
The good news is I've never seen your feet. Even if you're wearing sandals or flip-flops,
you
always keep socks on them. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. No, there's no way I'm having them pull those
nobody
things
ever
out.
seen my feet. Everybody in this room would die right now, I swear to God. Nigga.
Yeah. I don't want to do it. I don't want to find out. I don't want to find out that Cam is 5% Falcon.
This is good.
I can tell these kind of fucked up feet just by the way he's laughing at all this. It is a black person thing. It's not like racist to say a stereotype. It's true. I'm looking at a lot of Texans that drove an hour and a half to be here from the country. Just like, wait, what? That's a thing? But it's a thing, right?
They all in Vegas too. I would not agree or disagree. I'll tell you that, man.
It is a thing.
I don't know all black people feet. My mama got good feet.
So
weird shit. Oh,
the women.
That weird. That sounds pretty weird when I said it. My mama probably got good feet. I don't know. Fuck it. I don't fucking know. Who knows?
Do you have a picture of those?
Huh? No. Hell no. Fuck no. Are you fucking crazy? No. My mama ain't got. She ain't got feet, nigga. She just float and shit. She just be floating. That's all she do. She float. She don't got feet, titties, or ass. She's a fucking ray of sunshine. That's what my mama is. She a fucking spectacle of a person. Not even real. She's a voice. That's all she is. She a voice. She's not a real person.
I love it. You guys have seen Cam Patterson before? Tommy, Sean?
Well, I mean, look. Do you remember when I pretended to be you?
Huh?
Do you remember when I pretended to be you on that blindfolded show?
Yes, that's what we did a dating show.
I don't think they were buying it, to be honest with you.
Let's see it. What was it like? Wait, explain the premise. There was a blindfold show?
Blind dating show.
Okay.
All pretend we're blind, do it.
Okay.
So, I mean, there's not much to it. I just walked out and said, hey, everybody, I'm Cam Patterson. I'm wearing flip-flops right now. I swear to God, I'm black as hell on that one. And they weren't buying it. I don't know why, but they weren't
Somehow it
buying
didn't work for some reason. They didn't like it.
We accidentally
They
said
don't like it right now either.
They don't. They go this way right now. Fuck wrong with you niggas? That lie? Okay. They seem very scared now.
Thank you, Cam.
I got your back, dude.
You're fantastic. Every week the hat gravitates farther to the back of your head.
You know, my
Is there
hair burns.
something holding that on?
No,
There's not a pin. It's magic. It's black magic.
Yeah.
How is that staying on? Can you show the side angle to the humans out there? It doesn't really make any sense.
Yeah. It's magic. I got good hair. You know what I'm saying?
I swear to God, we are 3 weeks away from that thing just being on the back of your neck sideways. Does it come with the wig?
Huh?
Does it come with the wig?
What the fuck you talking about, Red Man? Fuck me, you be a
Look at the picture of Red Band in the corner over there if you want to feel it.
He look dead. Hey,
The late great Red Band over there, that's him after being found in a river. Somehow his hat stayed on the whole time as well.
that's rigor mortis, man. What it is, rigor mortis? Rigor mortis, rigor mortis.
Rigor mortis.
Rigor mortis. That been kicking in. Yeah.
Let's see your feet. Let's see your
Fuck
feet.
you, Red
love quite as much as you. The great, powerful Cam Patterson, everybody. All right, on we go. Where we stop? Who the fuck knows? Oh, this is very exciting. This young lady has been on this show before. We are in for a special treat with a great interview and 60 seconds uninterrupted. This is the return of Juanita, everybody. Juanita is back.
How many of you Kill Tony people are unvaccinated? Don't get it. Don't get the vaccine. I'm transgender now. Didn't happen until after a second booster in a Bud Light. Drink, Chandler. Sometimes I like to go to gender reveal parties and drown the room in negative energy. You don't fucking know!
Fuck yeah. Juanita, I gotta tell you, I was excited to see your name. You've been on this show a couple times before. I was excited to see your name because I was looking immediately forward to the interview and the jokes that were going to happen. But I got to tell you, that's the best minute you've ever had by far on the show. I love to see you doing, acknowledging being trans, owning it, and fucking talking about it. That's fun. It's always interesting to me, and I think the last time you were on, if I remember correctly, you didn't quite cover it right, and I was kind of like in the interview trying to hint and talking about it. This time, it's guns a-blazing. You're definitely trans. There's no doubt about it.
I just thought it was really fucking obvious, and then actually like gave me.
It is. That's what I'm saying. Is that it is, and it's best that you acknowledge it instead of me going. So anything else about you, Juanita?
I thought you were gonna be like, so what does your dick look like?
Well, what does it look
well,
like?
Tony.
I'd say you're more of a Juan than Anita. Hey,
That's my dead name. You nailed it.
You were a Juan.
Yeah.
And now you're Juan God.
Yeah, Juan is,
So what's it like? When did you realize that you prefer being a woman, or you are a woman, or whatever you are, or whatever it is?
I'm a lady.
Hell yeah.
Sort of. My entire life.
He's a lady. He's a lady.
Yeah, my entire life. Since I was like a little kid.
Really?
Yeah, it was like a huge secret, and then I didn't actually transition until I was like 30.
Okay. How old are you now?
36.
36. And you've been in Texas for how long?
Since I was 6.
Right. Where were you before then?
I was born in Mexico.
Okay. Born in Mexico. Yeah. And you're here, so you are a transplant.
She went to prison because of it.
Wait, hold on. What, sir?
She went to prison. She should have got it for free.
That's true.
Oh,
It's
shit.
cheaper in Mexico, though. I'm sorry, I don't want to get.
Dude, I should have stolen more stuff.
Yeah.
So, Juanita, what do you do for work?
Right now I'm unemployed. Anybody got a job?
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, but I'm collecting unemployment. I work for like a tech company doing translations, and then they have the
translations? Are you serious? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Wow. So you were translating Spanish to English? Okay. Incredible. What, are you looking for a job now?
Yeah, like bartending or doing whatever.
You know how to bartend?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's like one of your favorite drinks to make?
Just like a classic actual martini, so stirred, not shaken, gin, dry, lemon.
Are there any special trans drinks that you make, like a Unshirley Temple or a
pours into a Miller Lite bottle.
But I get my boyfriend to come and
So nice.
You make a mean used to be a man happen.
next bar job, yeah, I'm gonna fucking do that.
Yes.
Express yourself, Martini. Guys,
Oh, I love it.
I love it.
Juanita, what else? What are some hobbies? What else are you into when you're not doing stand-up comedy?
I like doing impressions and I like to paint.
Okay.
Huh?
I said you don't say.
God damn it, Cookie.
You know I love you.
Yeah, I love you too.
What are we
amazing.
doing after this?
Hell yeah. Hell
I'm
yeah.
kind of into gingers.
You're into gingers?
I was just kidding.
I hope not.
Juanita.
Oh, that's amazing. I love it.
Make your back, dude.
So I gotta know these impressions. I gotta see some impressions from the lovely Juanita.
I
So
like
excited
doing,
to see.
what's her name? Nicole Tran.
Oh, you Nicole Tran from Kill Tony
Damn
fame?
it, I keep doing it.
Wow, I've never heard anybody do a Nicole Tran impression. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Juanita doing Nicole Tran, which, by the way, has the word Tran in her name. It's a fun fact for those of you hearing the translator transplant. That's a Tran doing Nicole Tran. Can't make it up, ladies and gentlemen. Here's Juanita doing Nicole Tran.
When I was a kid, we did not play ding dong ditch. We just ditch our friends ding dong.
That's very good. Very good. That is what Nicole Tran sounds like.
I'm a good Ty Rivera too.
Wow, okay. Who else? What else?
Maybe like trying to think. Like Jennifer Coolidge.
Okay, let's hear Jennifer Coolidge.
I'm doing jokes right now. That one's not as good.
Okay. Anybody else you can think of that do that? Nope, nope. John D's throwing out a request. Samuel L. Jackson. There she is. It's kind of hard to just get thrown an impression, but we're throwing you. We're throwing it right at you, Juanita.
Motherfucker, do you know what a royale with cheese is?
Wow. Do it again, but this time untuck your cock from between your legs. No, don't do it, Juanita. Don't do it. Juanita, you are so cool. There's like this, there's like a stereotype, I guess, out there that trans people are all woke and annoying and this and that, and you fucking.
I get in trouble for being racist.
Tell me about it, baby. Juanita, Juanita. What's your love life like? Tell us more. You're into gingers. I want to know what you're fucking.
Alright.
I want to know.
The last experience I had was kind of embarrassing. I was parking for a show on 6th, and this really like kind of like handsome, like younger guy, he like walked by and gave me eyes, and I was like, you should go into our show. And so we let him in the show, and I performed. I got off stage. He like hugged me, and then like made out with him. And he goes, I don't think Mithra's gonna like this.
You don't think what?
He said, I don't think Mithra is gonna like this. What the fuck?
Mithra.
That's what I said. I was like, who the fuck is Mithra?
Oh, he's Indian.
And he goes, oh, she's the goddess. Her and Yeshua, they guide me. I was like, are you homeless? And he was like, yeah. I said,
Wow. Wow. Somehow he was no homo and no homo at the same time. That is incredible. Yes, homo and no homo.
Would you say he was transient?
Yes. Absolutely. marking off trans bingo card tonight. Everybody's won, no doubt about it. It is bingo across the board. So you made out with a homeless guy, and then what happened?
No, I set him up.
Oh.
I have a more interesting one.
Just outside, back outside.
You kicked him to the curb. You didn't spin him over. I dropped him in his shopping cart and fucking pushed him down the hill.
It does seem like you have some, you seem like an offensive line woman. So like, do you throw boys around? Like, what's your stuff?
I like the big ones.
You like big,
man,
big guys that throw you around.
Tall, yeah.
Right.
Like, I have a more interesting one.
Okay.
Rick Diaz showed me what vanish mode was on Instagram. It showed me his wiener.
Wow.
Well, I don't know if it was big or if it just looked big in his hands, labyrinth hand choking it.
Wow.
But it seemed big.
My goodness. It seems absolutely disgusting.
I'm fucking hungry as hell. I'm starving.
Poor Rick. Wow. Well, I mean, I'll tell you why he would do it. He's obviously a little horny European boy.
Yeah.
Juanita.
And I was golden too.
Juanita. No. Juanita. What is a typical day like for you? How does it start? You wake up feeling like a woman?
Yeah.
Kind of like, are you kind of like, oh, fuck, another fucking Monday shit. Goddamn, and you're like, time to do the thing again.
I was gonna say I do have Shania Twain as an alarm clock just to remember.
Right.
Don't forget your lady.
Yeah. Does it ever play in slow motion? It's like, feel like a lady. All right, Juanita, you have a joke book?
I have a little one.
Well, guess what?
Fuck yeah!
Boom! Juanita, ladies and gentlemen. Good old Texas trans. You know what I'm saying? When he's looking big and bulky, help you move. Type of lady that'll help you move a couch. There we go. For those of you whose dicks have gone into your stomach, there's the lovely Heidi to bring it back out a little bit. The old piece of ginger after this trans sushi we just had up here. All right. Big salute to your next comedian. 60 seconds uninterrupted for Dusty Keith, everybody. Dusty Keith is next on Kilsonian.
Tony doesn't seem to recognize my name. I couldn't forget those hot pink rubber clown lips if I tried. Damn, they haunt me. Man, I get the shaky memory though. Her senses were rattled by many a headboard and man's pelvis back in the day during her horror time. And she's transitioned since. I'm sorry, dead baby. But yeah, like me and the frat gentleman were admiring her two-dick mouth yet three-dick throat. We measured things before we had hung pound down in the south. And in a fever, she slammed down her sea breeze, dislocated her jaw, and enveloped the three thickest frat gentlemen in the room. It was one of those incredible moments where time seems to slow down as things come together. I witnessed it then. It was a singularity. If need be, Tanya here could dislocate her jaw and envelop an entire frozen turkey. Let's all go down to H-E-B so you can show them your merchandise, girl. Still got a few seconds on. She earned a good name back in the day. Manaconda for those moments.
Okay, Dusty Keith. Was that about me?
Yeah.
Okay. That was confusing because there was just a trans person on stage. I thought maybe you were trying to riff about her. It was all completely
She was running on this big tall guy the first day I was here 5 months ago.
Nothing you say makes any fucking sense, Dusty.
The girl.
Again, just take your time, breathe a little bit, Dusty.
Yeah.
Dusty. So, what was that supposed to be?
It was just a story about back in the day, but I thought it'd be funny.
Back in the day, but a made-up story.
A made-up story. If I Tried. I thought it was banned, but oh well.
We heard you the first time.
I know.
Me, I have hot pink rubber clown lips, is what you're saying. Okay. These look hot pink.
You look like Peter Pan kissed a rat trap. No, I'm all
I don't know. I have beautiful lips, Dusty. My lips are a very, very tough thing to make fun of.
They're powder.
They're unbelievably beautiful, very plump. Heidi's giving me a thumbs up, which means we're good, Dusty. We're good. But you took a shot at it. What have you tried to write about? Came up here.
Bunch of stuff, roast. I got I'm the Mr. Clean Wolverine for a sparkling clean murder scene.
Look, yeah, you could have talked about There's some light chuckles happening, yeah.
I actually done pretty
very,
good.
very light chuckles happening. What else? Give us another one of your jokes that you spent a year and 5 months writing.
I look like a Shrek Sabertooth teleporter accident,
All right.
I'm stressed, I'm shedding, I got low T. I look like Chewbacca on chemo.
Okay, there you go. So you moved the crowd.
I know.
I'm trying to help you here, Dusty. You came out here thinking you were going to crush the old fucking king on his throne. And here I am showing mercy on you, Dusty. Here I am.
I see you trying to cook up some things for this hairy, balding...
I'm not cooking up anything. There's no real point in making fun of somebody that,
You're right. Give it up for Palm Marine.
Did he write that?
No, I'm sorry. I fucked up.
Did he slide you a note? Dusty, what do you do for work?
I'm a crossing guard over here, but I haven't...
You're a crossing guard?
Yeah.
Holy shit, dude. This is amazing. Oh my god. Did you graduate from high school?
Yeah, I got a Bachelor of Science in Applied Physics.
You graduated from college.
Worked for the Big Three, General Dynamics, Raytheon, Lockheed Martin.
What happened?
I don't like war.
Really?
Yeah.
That's incredible, since you look like the guy from Platoon. No, not Platoon. Fucking goddamn it.
Did he write that?
Oh, you son of a bitch. The fucking wrong movie. What's the fucking movie I'm trying to think of? Full Metal Jacket. Full Metal Jacket. Not fucking Platoon. Son of a bitch.
Did he say he likes porn? That's why he got out of it?
I have no idea. Red Band.
And it becomes a crossing guard?
Wasn't like war, Red Band.
Yes, there you go. Thank you, Red Band. So Dusty, I'm gonna get you out of here super soon. You gave up on all that. You don't like war, but you do like being a crossing guard?
Well, I'm just doing minimal stuff to get on here,
To get on here?
Kill, bro.
Oh, boy. Alright, Dusty, well... When you say minimal stuff, that means you're doing something other than being a crossing guard?
Yeah, I'm doing minimal, superintendent stuff around this, PK place I'm renting.
Do you have any jokes that aren't about the way you look or me? Year and 5 months. I want to hear one joke. I'm going to give you a shot. Do one quick joke.
Kind of long, but,
forget it.
There's a new Titanic coming out. It's not too...
Forget it.
I'll keep it there. The Titanic's coming out soon,
The what?
Yeah, the Titanic's being rebuilt, and it's ready to, set off for launch. And everybody's too focused on, the worst day, the big tragedy. No one focuses on the greatest day of shark life ever, bro.
Okay, here's a little joke book, Dusty. Wow, amazing. Even unfunny, all the way to the absolute last breath. There you go. Put the mic in the mic stand, Dusty. There you go, Dusty Keith. I mean, how hard can you bomb? That is incredible. No bueno. Juanita's about to eat him alive. Alright, let's get a little palate cleanser in here. Ladies and gentlemen, this guy, not a regular, not a golden ticket winner. Just a fucking character that I like to throw in the mix every once in a while. Some people love him. Some people hate him. One of the most polarizing figures in the history of this show. But we're As of last time he was on this show, we're watching him get better and better. According to that, we'll see how it goes tonight. Make some fucking noise for the one and only, the return of Uncle Laser.
We did it! Tony Hinchcliffe did it! He got Trump elected. Boy went all the way down to Madison Square Garden. Okay? Talked about, at the Republican Party, talked about the Puerto Rican. Came back with what they call a tiny joke book. That was crazy. Went all the way up there and get a tiny joke book. Listen, I didn't know there was 500,000 Puerto Ricans in Pennsylvania. I didn't know there was 500,000 Puerto Ricos in Puerto Rico. Okay. Island of trash. And I didn't watch the election. I was worried. It got a little hairy there for a minute. Tony did. I mean, my God. Only way I knew it was over, I saw Hinchcliffe crawl out of Rogan's garage. He saw the shadow. That meant 4 more years of Trump. You know what I'm talking about? Now listen here. One man's trash is another man's treasure. And I dated me a Puerto Rican there. And let me tell y'all something. UTI in Spanish is the same in English, okay? She told me she had 2 pussies. Well, that second one smelled like shit.
All right, Uncle Laser being able to do what Dusty King could not.
I feel like if you're gonna do it clever. It's no matter minute. I dated Puerto
Clever.
Rican.
You said nothing I haven't seen in my Twitter mentions over the past 2 weeks. Adorable. I should tell you.
We won. We're safe.
Yeah, we are.
How are you, Uncle Laser?
How's it going, bud?
Oh, it's all hitting him at once, right? It's all hitting him at once. He should have done the other minute.
I mean, look, we had to go out to Puerto Rico. No one talked about it. I was like, we gotta come out. Somebody got to do the deal here. Can I get some more beer, dude?
No, don't. Laser.
Actually, I'm sober, dude.
You're what?
Sober.
Okay. No one believes you. Tell us about you. There's 2 comedians in a row talking about me.
Oh, I love you.
How are you, Uncle Laser?
I'm good. Listen, I did this. My hair. Well, I went to the Halloween party, right?
Where?
It was in LA, Beverly Hills.
Okay.
I went to this little OnlyFans Halloween. It's $10,000 first place for Halloween costume. You know, we got the best costume. It turns out, put a little outline on, Lisa hair, not that far from Joe Exotic. Okay, so I went after it, right? And I'm gonna be in first place. Sure, but when I got there, it was like an OnlyFans party, and this couple was dressed up like Avatar people. They was in the blue, and you know, like they connect with their tails, you know, in the movie. This motherfucker took us to Cialis because he was inside of her the entire party, walking around, and they put us on stage. I got like second place, and then the guy that threw the party, the Willy Wonka guy, he come out and he's dressed like Gene Wilder from Willy Wonka, and got a couple midgets with him. They're dressed like Oompa Loompas. I said, this is cool, you know, and they sing out, you know, they come out singing a song.
Make the story a little longer.
Anyways, a platform came up out of nowhere. 14 butt-ass naked women come out of this platform. They start fucking and blowing these midgets. And I can show you the video. I'm not even lying. And I'm like, have I taken too many drugs or not enough? You know, because it wasn't just a song. It was an hour and 45 minutes. And I got third place. And now I look like this. So
Sober. Too many drugs are not enough, but yet he's completely sober. You don't even realize you confess your sins. What's that on your arm? What do you got there on your elbow?
I got the tennis elbow.
Really?
And which is retarded because I don't even like tennis. You know what I'm saying? Nah, I watched the goddamn Jake Paul and Mike Tyson fight. And I bet my life savings on Mike Tyson, you know, and punched the fucking TV because he didn't even show up. And listen, I'm going to advocate for something, Tony, real quick, if you don't mind. No, hold on. Listen, I know he likes fighting him over with. I'm an old one. myself a good, hard-blooded American young man.
To do what? To fight Jake Paul?
Fuck Jake Paul. And to say, no, to fight Jake Paul. So I brought a friend of mine out, if you don't mind. He's going to call him out on a national TV right here.
Okay.
So
you have a friend.
I got a friend. Now, he just retired, but he got a full head of hair now. And Jake Paul said he wanted to get MMA. Well, why fight Conor McGregor at 34? Why not fight Cowboy Donald Cerrone at 42 years of age?
Oh, shit. UFC legend, future UFC Hall of Famer, Cowboy Cerrone, ladies and gentlemen. Fuck yeah. One of the all-time greats. 48 fights under his belt. UFC fucking legend, Cowboy Cerrone. Welcome, Cowboy.
Thank you, Austin. I appreciate it.
Fuck yeah. Is this true, what I'm hearing? Are you calling out Jake Paul right now?
I mean, the guy wants some MMA. I'll rather get the fucking ass. But I got...
Wow.
I am coming out of retirement. I have 2 more fights under contract, so I want 50 UFC fights. That's the number. So I have 2 before July to get done, and I'm going to go out and give it hell. And if Snake wants to jump in line for the ass whooping train, he can jump on and give me all the money.
Fuck yeah, you heard it here. Goddamn Cowboy Cerrone here in the capital of Texas. The baddest cowboy of them all. We're happy to have you here, Mr. Cerrone. An absolute pleasure. And I'm looking forward to Jake Paul's response here. I know he's definitely not going to want to go UFC against you. Would you be willing to go boxing with him?
No, I'm fucking terrible at boxing. I have no head movement.
No, I know.
I need to take him down and
I saw the McGregor fight.
Yeah,
I know. You don't have to come. God damn it. God damn it. Well, Cowboy, it is such an honor. We've had some of the greatest UFC fighters ever do cameos and pop in on the show, and it's an honor to add you to the list. Fuck you, Jake Paul.
Fuck you, Jake Paul.
Make some noise for Cowboy Cerrone and Uncle Laser, everybody. Come on, Cowboy Cerrone. Fucking legend. You gotta pee? Go pee, it's okay. Sean Gardini about to pee his little pansies. I try to tell these guys, go pee before the show. You have to pee? You're doing good. All right, your next comedian, 60 seconds uninterrupted, right out of the bucket. We're going to meet him together. Make some noise for Edgar R. Edgar R.
So, I've been sober for about a year. Thank you. I really have much going on with my life, so getting off drugs is probably the best thing I've ever done so far. But I don't know if you can tell, but I used to smoke meth. And don't knock it before you try it. Because once you try it, you can't knock it. Yeah, I smoked way too much meth. But yeah, I was just really hanging out with the wrong crowd. Just I was always at the trap house, and just you can imagine it. It's a dark, smoky room, not unlike this one. And as you pan from left to right, you see drug dealers, gangsters, homeless people, and then there's me in the corner, acoustic guitar, with a smile on my face, asking if anyone has any song requests. Did not fit in, but yeah. Thanks to that, I met my girlfriend online through it. It was one of those apps. It wasn't Bumble. It wasn't Tinder. It was oh yeah, it was it was NA Zoom meetings for internet. That's better than.
All right, Edgar R. Hello, Edgar.
Hi.
Hi.
Hello. How's it going? Pretty good.
So you did meth?
Yes, I did. A lot of it.
Okay. How long did you do it for? How old are you?
33.
You're 33. How long were you on meth for?
Like 7 years.
Wow, 7 years. Breaking ground. What ethnicity are you?
I'm a Salvadorian.
A Salvadorian.
Claro.
Wow, absolutely incredible. Is They love Mac.
Oh yeah.
You said it.
Yes, sir. I'm the poster child.
Wasn't me. I don't fuck with these islands anymore. Is it an island?
No.
Perfect. I got myself on that one. So 7 years. How does it start? How does a sweet little Edgar like you end up starting crystal meth?
It's kind of you just hang around the right dive bar in San Fernando Valley. Um, just they'll offer it to you over the bar.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you were just at the wrong bar.
The wrong bar.
I'm sorry, I'm talking about his outfit too.
Oh yeah.
Let's
talk about it.
Looks like you just woke up in a lost and found box.
It is incredible. You're dressed for the cold,
Every season, dude.
and cold.
Every season.
It really is. This is absolutely incredible. Do you wear hats like that a lot, Edgar?
Mostly for work and for fun.
Okay, mostly for fun. I can see that. You look like a sweet little labradoodle right now. The old El Salvadorian labradoodle.
Yes, sir.
What do you do for work?
I'm a material handler for Tesla.
You work at Tesla?
Yeah.
Look at that. Wow. Do you think you still work for Tesla?
Probably not after this.
It's okay.
Well, next week. I got one more week.
You'll be fine. Elon Musk doesn't like laying anybody off. The good news is it's a short rocket trip back to El Salvador.
Oh, yeah.
So, Edgar, you said you wear the hat for fun. What do you like to do for fun?
It used to be drugs. Now it's I play music and I try to do stand up as much as I can.
How long have you been playing music for?
Longer than the Met.
Wow. What do you do musically?
I play guitar, bass, drums, and piano. I should have said that. Yeah.
Which one do you do the best?
What was that?
What do you think you do the best?
Guitar and drums.
Okay, let's do guitar. Let's get that guitar up here. We have a special guitar. We're gonna see if Edgar can play. Wow, this was fast this time. Great job. How about a hand for our amazing production team here? Yoni, Christy, Colt, Monica, everybody. Jesus, Josh, Aya, Heidi. Okay, you ready? Let's try to let him go on his own a little bit, and then you guys join in whenever, but like give him a little bit. I want to see if this guy sinks or swims over here. My guess is he swims.
Yeah.
There's a thing where they flag everything, and they literally all the money from this episode is going to go to Sublime. If you continue to do what you're doing, do you have anything kind of original? Do you do something? Do you do anything that isn't covers?
Yeah, I got some originals. I don't know if they're.
Well, here we go. 1, 2, 1, 2. La 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 ba ba. All right, I'm kidding. Go.
I'll wait for the sign, but are you not giving up? 'Cause I give up. 'Cause I'm getting mixed signals. 'Cause I'm an answering voice. I'm not for sure. No, I don't listen. Anyway, you make the river. So leave it out.
All right. I'm gonna stop you there. That was good. John, that's enough. You're killing it, John.
I like his song better than the Sublime song.
Yeah, no, I know. That's true. Matt Mueling, who only speaks once every 4 episodes, just made a really good point that your original was better than the Sublime cover.
Thank you.
the lovely Heidi to take your guitar away.
Thank you, Heidi. Thank you, Ben.
Don't look at Heidi's ass like that, Edgar. Jesus Christ, you could have watched it on YouTube. You had to look like that live? Like that? Boy, you really are into instant gratification. What are you, a former meth head?
No, it's still current. Like, it never goes away.
I love it. Do you still get the urge to do meth sometimes, Edgar?
No, I get more of an urge to sign up for Philtonic.
How often do you sign up for Philtonic?
Every week.
How long have you been doing that?
Since I moved to Texas in February, I miss Sundays because I work Monday.
Well, we don't do it on Sundays, so that's perfect.
Yeah.
You miss Sundays.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
No, I just meant like I work a really intense schedule, so being here, I'm losing sleep. So
right.
And
well, that's amazing. So, did you have fun? Was it worth it?
Oh, this is finally paid off. But I mean, it's not just for this one. Thank you.
Yeah.
But
who do you think that is? The person's drawing over there in the corner. Do you want to take a guess?
Is this that gay guy who's always showing up?
That is the correct answer. It's the gay guy that's always showing up.
Stop. Was it him?
Look at that. He took a little bit off your cheek because you complained.
He look like me now.
He did. He added some green. He tried to take some of that cheek away. Now you look like you have Bell's palsy. It's just like a droopy. That's Red Band if he would have just kept getting vaccinated. He was you were a couple vaxes away from that, Red Band. Look at that. Oh, God. I'd love it if your cheek drooped like that. I love it. Edgar, before we let you go, craziest thing we would be shocked to know about you other than your meth thing. Ever have anything crazy happen? You ever almost die?
Oh, yeah.
Life? Anything crazy?
Yeah. A lot of stuff. But yeah, I got my car. I had a car rental when I was on, and I got jacked by some gangsters, and some other gangsters got my back, and we went at gunpoint to go get my car back.
Wow. God damn. God damn, Edgar. You have a wild life, my friend. Well, we are going to start you off with a little joke book. Keep signing up. Write a new minute, and let's see what happens. Make some noise for Edgar, ladies and gentlemen. All right. We're getting there. We're almost to the finish line. This looks like a fun name. I don't believe this person's been on before. 60 seconds uninterrupted to what I do believe will be your final bucket full of the show. Make some noise for De La Stoner, everybody. De La Stoner.
Yo, what's going on, everybody? Name's De La Stoner. I recently stopped smoking blunts. I decided to start smoking joints now. And it's weird though. Whenever I hang out with some friends, they'll pass me a blunt, and I'll grab it and I'll look at it. But like in my head, I don't want to smoke it, so I just pass it back to them. And so in my head, I'm thinking, do they think I'm racist? And it really doesn't help that my black friend is the one that's passing me the blunt. And I was like, damn, I think they think I'm racist. The first time I told my mom that I smoked weed, I thought she was going to be really happy about it. And it wasn't. She started crying, and she told me, I wish you would have told me you were gay instead. I was like, wow. And then I had my aunt next to me, and she said, fuck yeah, Miko, I'm proud of you. Thank you guys, my time.
De La Stoner. You must have been high as shit when you wrote that material.
Yeah, I was high on some cheesecake when I wrote that one.
That's the type of marijuana, or you were literally eating cheesecake. It could be either one. What is that on your hat? The world wants to know. Is that a weed grinder?
No, this is a empty dab bucket for anybody that smokes dabs.
Wow, you are a true stoner. And that is a joint behind your ear?
This is a joint, yep. It's a real hemp on the tip as well.
Amazing. And what is that inside of your necklace?
This is fake dabs, so this is decorations.
So this is your entire identity. Your name is De La Stoner. Your minute was all about smoking weed. You're covered in paraphernalia. I mean, this is incredible.
He's like a joint that fell on a bar How'd you do the halos?
Yeah. I got the real one in the bag.
Oh, cool.
Don't. And then you can't smoke his house. Dare I ask what you do for work?
I recently just quit my job this summer.
What was the job that you quit?
I work for Kohl's call center, get customer service.
Kohl's, the store?
Yeah.
K-O-H-L-S?
Yeah, if you're calling for customer service, you were getting this guy high.
Holy shit. Holy shit. Just a bunch of moms like, I bought the wrong pant size for my husband's pants. Do you have different pants?
You have no idea.
And you're like, fucking, listen, bitch. I don't know what the fuck you want me to do.
Yeah. I used to put people on hold just to hit the bong real quick and then go back and take them.
Would you do that? You did it from home? Or
yes.
did you worked a Kohl's call center?
Yeah, after COVID we went home.
Right.
I was smoking really heavy back
then. With that job, did you save up some money?
No, because I did content, or I do content.
What kind of content?
Stoner content, comedy content.
On what?
TikTok, Instagram, Facebook.
Do you make money from that?
I make money from doing promos for like dispensaries and stuff.
Okay, so you survive off that. You still live with your family?
Oh, hell no.
No, you live by yourself?
I live with my girlfriend.
Okay, what does she do?
She works in collections in a call center.
Okay, she also works in a call center.
Yeah.
Is she a big stoner as well?
Yes.
Right.
She's gonna hate that I said that.
Why? I mean, it would be crazy if she was sober.
Yeah, right.
And fucking you, covered in paraphernalia.
I would save so much weed.
Yeah, it seems like it. Is it true that you don't smoke blunts anymore, or was that just all to get to that racist joke?
No, I actually really did stop smoking blunts back in February.
By racist joke, I mean joke about being racist, not that it was a racist joke. There's no such thing as a racist joke. Just, there's racial jokes, but by rule, if it's a joke, it can't possibly be racist. Just a little something. Just a little something to remember. Unless it ends in the N-word.
I mean...
Anyway, they love stoner. So, I mean, jeez, what would we be surprised to know about you? Is there any time you don't smoke weed? Is there times where, like, you forgot to smoke weed?
I don't really smoke in the morning because I'll eat like a 500 milligrams the night before, so I wake up still high.
Is that true? Are you exaggerating?
No, yeah.
500 milligram edible you'll eat before bed.
Yeah, and I'll just like have
you just piss and shit all over yourself? Like, what happened?
No,
I can't even fucking imagine.
It's a lot of fun. It's one of my favorite things to do when I'm not doing like content or comedy, just to get really high like that.
Hunting?
Comedy or content.
Oh, comedy or content.
Yeah.
Okay, so 500 milligram edible, see that, if you do that, you don't have to smoke in the morning, because you're still high from the night before. So when do you typically have your first smoke of the day?
Right before I gotta go get my girlfriend lunch.
You get your girlfriend lunch every day?
Because I don't working, I just sleep in, wake up high, and I'm like, cool, I'll take a shower, still stoned, and then whenever it's
at least you shower. That's incredible. That's actually shocking.
I'm a clean stoner sometimes.
That is amazing. That is amazing. So, again, is there ever been a time where you didn't smoke?
Yeah, before I was like 21.
What happens, do you think? What would happen? Let's just say you didn't do an edible tonight. What would happen if you went tomorrow and just didn't smoke anything? What do you think you would think about? How do you think your day would be different?
Oh, I would definitely think about weed for sure if I wasn't gonna smoke. I wouldn't go nowhere because all my friends smoke weed, and so well, you know what? My girlfriend smokes too, so I would probably just chill in the car all day.
Just go to your car and sit in it?
Just chill, yeah, because I'll be tempted to smoke.
That would make you. Anybody would want to smoke weed if they're just sitting in a car. That's probably the worst thing you could do.
Yeah, that's true. I probably just smoke.
Yeah, that's true. There's nothing you can do to not smoke weed, right, Dan?
How much a day do you spend on weed?
Well, since I do content, not as much anymore because they kind of just like give it to me.
Have you ever taken just like 2 or 3 days off to reset so you can spend like $5 a day?
No.
Okay.
What?
Like, I know so many people that smoke smoke every day like him, like go crazy all day. You just take a couple days off, you reset your tolerance, and then you can smoke one joint and be high as fuck. Like I always wonder why people don't.
Have you ever thought about doing that with booze?
God damn.
Let's check in with the picture of Brian Redband over there. Oh, your eye got bigger. Your right eye is now bigger.
True.
It's changing. This is going to be the most famous piece of art in Kill Tony history, by the way. We're going to do let's do a live auction after this.
Take his dick off.
Oof, no sound effect for you after that one. Dayla Stoner, I implore you, you gotta fucking, I want to hear jokes about things other than just weed. Like, it's cool and all, but you gotta have some versatility. You know what I mean? Like, you gotta have some range and stuff. So, do not use this as rolling papers. There's a little joke book. Makes Mr. Dayla Stoner, ladies and gentlemen. Alright. This is it. This is the part of the show that this is it. This has been a full episode. We've done it. We've ran it. This is the part where I see the audience looking around, tapping their loved ones, making eye contact, because this is the only way to possibly end an episode like this. It is with the record holder for all-time appearances, all-time interviews on this show. The man has done it all. Every single week, writing and performing a new minute for long over half a decade. You know his parents, you know his brothers. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the Virginia Ham, the Delaware Donkey, the Memphis Strangler, the Vanilla Gorilla. This is the Big Red Machine, William Montgomery, ladies and gentlemen. I watched the Jake Paul Mike Tyson fight this past weekend, and say what you will about Jake Paul, but the guy works hard. I mean, seriously, he already has another Netflix event scheduled for May, but this time it's a one-on-one basketball, first to 20, wins $10 million, and his opponent is none other than Kobe Bryant. This is my impression of an alien out in themselves. Fuck, let me do that one more time. Let me start that one more time. This is my impression of an alien outing themselves as an alien. Doctor, I have a hairache. Okay, I heard, you know, like a person would say headache maybe, but an alien wouldn't know exactly what to say. I heard Santa might come early this year. The bad news, Boeing built his sleigh. Okay, that's my time. Thank you. Fantastic. So silly. So William Montgomery. Right down the barrel. Boeing might build his sleigh. St. So Nicholas. Quick. Just, you know, you have grown into quite the specialist. Topical, evergreen jokes. Some of them will work forever. What was that, a little chimpanzee and like a Tony? Maybe. Shit. Fuck, let me do that one more time. Let me start that one more time. This is my...
Friends, if you're watching this, you're gonna have many fucking regrets watching this.
The man has done it all. Every single week, writing
Friends,
and
if you're
performing
watching
a
this
new
now,
minute
you
for
know
long
I may
over
fucking
half
end
a
up
decade. You know his parents, you know his brothers. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the Virginia Ham, the Delaware Donkey, the Memphis Strangler, the Vanilla Gorilla. This is the Big Red Machine, William Montgomery, ladies and gentlemen. I watched the Jake Paul Mike Tyson fight this past weekend, and say what you will about Jake Paul, but the guy works hard. I mean, seriously, he already has another Netflix event scheduled for May, but this time it's a one-on-one basketball, 10 million, and his opponent is none other than Kobe Bryant. This is my impression of an alien out in themselves. Fuck, let me do that one more time. Let me start that one more time. This is my impression of an alien outing themselves as an alien. Doctor, I have a hairache. Okay, I heard, you know, like a person would say headache maybe, but an alien wouldn't know exactly what to say. I heard Santa might come early this year. The bad news, Boeing built his sleigh. Okay, that's my time. Thank you. Fantastic. So silly. So William Montgomery. Right down the barrel. Boeing might build his sleigh. St. So Nicholas. Quick. Just, you know, you have grown into quite the specialist. Topical, evergreen. Jokes, some of them will work forever. What was that, a little chimpanzee? And like, that did sound like that lady was against you. It sounded like there's a lady over there that doesn't like you. Lady, show yourself.
Oh, no.
Who was that? Who laughed like that? Raise your hand. We have a little coward out there. Yeah, we got a little fucking bitch out there. Yeah, bitch. I mean, seriously. What do you think? It's fucking easy. Yeah, Tony. It's my 6-year anniversary is in a couple of weeks. It's in December. Of being on the show. So yeah, bitch. That's every fucking week almost for 6 fucking years. Yeah. You probably never done anything in your life for 6 years, bitch. That is the basic equivalent, basically, of 6 one-hour specials. I mean, if you count the interview, which usually runs probably about 6 to 8 minutes, I mean, one could almost say that that's fucking like. What's your take on that, Red Band? Do you agree? 1-hour specials. What do you think, Red Band?
I think he read more comedy than any comedian in the world.
I think. Well, I'm trying. Sometimes it's a disaster. I don't know if you noticed. Disaster up here. I don't know if you noticed. He said he thinks you read comedy more than anybody in the world, meaning that you look up a note card.
No, I didn't say that.
You didn't say read?
No.
Good. Monitors and audio issues up here. Because yeah, we actually ate dinner together last night, so I'd be very offended if you try to come in my fucking ass right now. I bought dessert for you guys. Did you know that? Did they tell you that? Yes. Oh my gosh, it was a wonderful bananas Foster. They lit it on fire in front of us. Yeah, it was great. People over there let me know that you guys were there, and I said, let me buy them dessert. So literally the least I could do. Well, Red Band told me there was a moment there where I'm like, maybe I should pick up the whole tab for these guys. But they said that there was another couple there, and I don't know if they're fucking haters or not. And then I found out, yeah, it's 2 of my other best friends, and I wish that I would have. But I didn't want to I don't know if you guys are hanging out with fucking libtards over there. So I know you guys are a little bit. Tony, you gotta come with us next time, would you? Are you inviting with us next time? Are you inviting me to dinner? Yes, I'd love to. Let's do it. You really want to? It's been a little while. We need to. How many of you think I should have dinner with these guys? Seriously. I freaking invite his ass to church every fucking Sunday. He doesn't come to church with me on Sunday. What do you do at church exactly? Hallelujah. A bunch of that. Such a hallelujah. Yeah, I grew up in a Pentecostal church. I grew up with speaking in tongues. And can you give us an example of the tongues that you speak in? Keep going. Alapoo. No, I don't feel it right now. Okay, you don't feel it. I feel in a good mood, but I don't feel it right now. Because I've been in a kind of a crummy mood recently. Tell us more about this crummy mood you've been in. Well, I think it does start. What is funny, sir? Like, it's not fun feeling down. Do you ever feel down? Every day. Seriously? Yes. Is it because you're gay? No, I'm kidding! Wow. I like drag shows and you look like somebody before they dress into the woman. Like you look like, because I can tell you'd be a good-looking woman if you did dress up in drag. I can tell you'd probably be a hot woman. You're right. So that was actually a compliment. It really was. Okay, I got a compliment for you. Huh? I got a compliment for you. Okay.
6'4". Yeah. I wish I was 6 feet. And every inch of me looked different. Like the hue of a pig's asshole.
Wow.
Hold on! Hold on!
Just another arrow.
I thought we were done. I thought we were done. I was smiling at you. That's fucking a random shot. I don't know why you took a shot at me.
It's fine.
You just said
If I took a shot at you, it's Tony. If I happen to feel that well, you would be proud of me if you understood Call of Duty, and I know you don't. That's smart thing to do. But Tony, I'm almost a diamond camouflage of 15 of my weapons right now.
Wow, that's amazing, Willie.
Diamond camouflage, 15 weapons. It's kind of a big deal. I've been playing so much.
How close are you to diamond camouflage?
Huh?
You almost have it? Is that what you said?
I have it on 15 of my weapons right now. So instead of
I don't understand.
Yeah, it's a big deal.
Have you beaten the game yet?
No, it's like there's no beating a game.
There's no end to the game?
Yeah, you just play online and you play forever.
Wow, so the war just goes on forever. What is this,
Yeah.
the Biden administration? Oh, I'm sorry. I can hear your complaints already. Oh, he's political now. Trump said he doesn't even know him. Yeah, he had to say that, didn't he? Didn't he have to say that? Oh, we won. Anyway, no big deal. Are we good with that thing, Christy? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, William, I want you to stay up here because I want you to do something we've never done before in the show's history. Because, sometimes, I'm going to be honest with you, sometimes we do the show every week. Sometimes I forget to shout out Chris. Sometimes I don't even notice. He's amazing. There's so much going on. But tonight has been a special night, hasn't it, Red Band? It's been a real special night. And William, for the first time ever, this show is wild. It's very improvised. I want you to be an auctioneer for the first time ever. Chris, come out here. Chris Rogers, local artist. Wow, look at this wildebeest. Wildebeest of a painting.
Oh, Brian, you look beautiful.
It literally does look just like Red Band. I'm making jokes. There's no right way to paint a Red Band. It is a tough face. It changes a lot. It's very round. Is that what you think that looks like? Okay. Can we turn up house lights just a little bit? Can you give it that red tinge for my stand up? There it is. All right. So here's what we're gonna do. You actually have to have the money that you bid. You have to be honest about it. No lies. And William, why don't you start it?
The bidding, do I hear $50? Here's
There's
50.
a lot of 50s.
Do I hear 75? Do I hear 75? Do I hear 100? Do I hear 100? Do I hear 150?
Again, you actually have to have the money.
250. Do I hear 250?
Keep going, William. If they say
300.
yes, you keep playing
Do I
higher.
have 300?
I think someone's bidding up on the balcony. Is that correct?
300. 350.
Okay, keep going higher, William.
400.
Wow.
400.
Keep going fucking William.
450.
Welcome to the world's worst
450.
auction. Yeah.
Wait,
You have to keep going higher, William.
450.
500, he just said.
500.
I'm gonna help you out.
500.
There's
Okay, we
somebody
got
at the top.
500. 550.
Wait, is that Cowboy Cerrone? Bid 600. Holy shit.
600.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Is there anyone gonna top? Who's going up against Cowboy Cerrone in here?
600. We got a 650.
All the men just crawled into the fetal position. They just got alphaed by a man in the tower over here. Whoa, 650. Holy shit. We have a true fan. This guy wants something to be able to hang on his bedroom wall so that when he's about to come too fast, he can glance at it. This picture of Red Band, nothing will stop you from coming like thinking about this beautiful face of the man that I've worked with for almost 18 years. Okay.
So what? It was 650.
Does anyone want to top 650? No way. Oh my god, Cowboy cowboys
With the
out.
roadie.
That's what's not worth 1,000. Wait, there's somebody who's got it.
1,000.
You 1,100? 1,100 right now. 1,500. Jesus, Josh said. This is amazing. By the way, just to let you know, Chris, we're giving 20% of tonight's donations to the landfills in Puerto Rico. Just a heads up. They have a serious landfill problem for over a decade, and one of the only people in the world that knew about it up until 3 weeks ago. Thank you very much. 1,500. Anybody want to top 1,500? You'll be a legend. You'll get a chef. What? Oh my God, 2,000.
We got 2,000.
Holy shit, out of nowhere.
2,000 out of nowhere.
Oh my God, what's your name, sir? Eli has bet 2,000 out. Oh my God, Jesus Josh is out.
Okay.
Jesus Josh is the guy that takes care of D Madness. I guess he's clearly been stealing money from D's wallet. The red band's gonna sign. Are you sure you have 2,000? Eli, you're a hero. Is there anything you want to give a shout out to or anything? Okay, a man of mystery. Anybody gonna beat 2,000? Going once, going twice. This is, I do believe, $400 going to Puerto Rican landfills. $2,000 total. Sold to the great Eli for $2,000. Wow. How about a hand for Chris Rogers? Red Band being a great sport. The legend killer, William Montgomery, ladies and gentlemen. And we did it. How about a hand for Tommy Pope? Check out Stub Island with his co-host Chris O'Connor. One more time for the great Sean Gardini. He's on tour, Cleveland, Buffalo, Baltimore, Tampa, SeanGardini.com. These are the dogs. The drawing from Ryan J.E. Belt is in. This is what it looks like. Thank you to Zippix and ExpressVPN. Here's some amazing Zippix nicotine toothpicks. We want to thank you, Zippix. This episode is indeed sponsored by Zippix. Who wants some? These are great on airplanes and whatnot. They are an amazing sponsor. We absolutely love them. Shout out one more time for the great Cowboy Cerrone challenging Jake Paul tonight. Martin Phillips, Cam Patterson, William Montgomery. We did it again, everybody. How about one more time for the best damn band in the land? Our guests, the Comedy Mothership. Business is booming. Big announcements coming. Make sure you buckle up and get ready for the HEB Center. 2 sold-out arenas. 2 sold-out arenas at the end of the year. That stream is going up for sale if it's not already very soon. You can buy the weekend package. Little Christmas gift for those of you that love your husbands or boyfriends. Get them the 2-night New Year's Eve package. Red Band?
Check out Jet's Pizza. It's way better than Papa John's. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you, everybody. We love you. Good night. God bless Texas, and God bless the United States of America. Thank you. here's a little bit more from the amazing sponsors that made it all possible.
The Sunset Strip Comedy Club in Austin, Texas is now open. Check out Red Van's secret show every Thursday. Go to sunsetstripatx.com for tickets.
You guys ready to start tonight's episode or what? Come on, are you guys with us? Are you guys ready for the best damn show? Brought to you by Game Time. This is Kill Tony. Tonight's guests, two of my favorite human beings. One of the greatest guests in the history of the show. The other guy, it is his first time on panel. This is a perfect chemistry match as I bring to you a couple of my favorite comedians, a couple of my favorite dogs. Make some fucking noise for the great Matt McCusker and Lemaire. Oh, yeah, baby. Fuck yeah. Matt McCusker. The debut of Lemaire. He's already sweating fucking bullets. Look at this guy. Holy shit. Oh, my God. There it goes. Whoa. Oh, my goodness. Hoodie off. The forehead is soaked. Lemaire, welcome to the Kill Tony universe.
Well, thank you for having me, Tony. I came here to black out and hear jokes.
I love it. I love it. Let's do it all together, Matt McCusker.
That was such a nice nerd fest coming back.
Matt McCusker's on tour, mattmccusker.com. Of course, he is one half of Matt and Shane's Secret Pod, what very may well be the greatest podcast, notch on top of our audience. Lemaire has the Panties in the Mouth Pod. I've only heard of this tonight while asking him if he has a podcast. It is the Panties in the Mouth Pod. Am I saying that right?
Yes, sir. We're perverts.
Well, LemaireLee.fun is his website. For those of you looking for the cheapest URL in the history of websites, Lemaire, Lemaire, Lee, and when it couldn't get any cheaper, .fun. LemaireLee.com, blatantly available for only what I would guess is $29 more. But he went with .fun and got some extra chicken nuggets that day is my guess. Well, any kind of nuggets. I don't know why I had to make them chicken. Anyway, Matt McCusker and Lemaire, 248 human beings signed up to be on this show. They are wrangled in a bar across the street.
What's up?
Right
How are you?
now. Absolutely. Oh,
I'm fine.
went up nicely. Look at
Good
that.
to see you.
Guy with the American flag guy. You want to pick the first name? Very exciting. Anything can happen. The first name has been picked, and we're going to go wrangle that person. While that happens, just so you guys don't know, if someone brought their brain-dead girlfriend that doesn't know anything about comedy here tonight or something. They get 60 seconds on stage. We know their time is up.
Jo, det skal det være ikke så bare det.
It's okay.
Hollywood Bear, which interrupts them
One moment.
abruptly. I interview them. We all meet them all together. Maybe give them some advice. Maybe just find out more about their lives, what makes them interesting. Goes from a podcast or a stand-up set to a podcast in 60 seconds. The whole thing's improvised. Anything can happen. You guys ready to start this fucking show or what? Your first comedian tonight, a golden ticket winner on this show. We don't get to see him that often. He's a growing young boy. He is a wild, growing young boy. Suffered brain damage while in the military. We love him. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a brand new minute from Drew Nickens.
One of my brother's nicknames was Mr. Brittany Griner Jr. His name was Jesse. He was a Ball State athlete, but he was wild. He was a combination of Antonio Brown and Kanye West with a sprinkle of Seth Curry. Yeah, he didn't identify as male or female for a week. He thought he was Crash Bandicoot, the video game character. My man escaped 3 mental hospitals on pure athletic ability. I thought he was Mexican track for 2 hours. My parents were so worried. They were like, where you been? He's like, don't worry about where I've been. I'm safe now. Do we have pizza rolls? All right, thank y'all so much.
That's terrible.
All right, Drew Nickens. Brain damage is bumping here tonight. A lot of keywords, a lot of references there. Brittany Griner Jr., Jesse, Steph Curry, Crash Bandicoot, Mexican, Garfield. You hit a lot of... There's a lot going on in 60 seconds. Not a ton of, like, boom. Like, not a lot of punch. Not a lot of hooks. A lot of jabs.
Yes, sir.
Tiny little feel it out, like touch the opponent's hands kind of jabs. This was your brother?
Yes. My brother Jesse. Yes, he was a wild one.
What happened to Jesse in real life? What's he up to?
So he's dead.
Oh, okay. See, that would have been. Wow, you were quick with that. Did you know he was dead already?
No,
that was amazing. He just had his hand over the button, like, got it. Fucking nailed it, Red Band. Absolutely incredible. We're like Deadban over here. You were just waiting for it. Absolutely incredible with the bell toll. So how long has your brother been dead for?
He passed away 7 years ago.
Okay, 7 years ago. What exactly happened to your brother?
Okay, so he was like extremely bipolar, like a little bit above Kanye, and he would run away for a long time. But one time he took too many dabs, and then he was walking down like a farm to market road, and he got hit by 2 cars.
2 cars?
2 cars!
Red Band, where's your noise at? Where's your noise? You are absolutely hijacking the episode. This is what happens when Red Band kills. Red Band! Wow! 3 minutes into the episode, Red Band on a destructive path. I noticed you were sucking on those vodka Red Bulls a little fast earlier. All of a sudden, I'm a fan of it. Okay, so 2 cars at once. Talk about Crash Bandicoot.
Yeah, tell me about it.
Oh my God.
Sounds like Frogger.
Frogger is black.
Oh, and your brother is black. Now, something that we forget a lot here is that Drew Nickens is black.
Yeah.
It's like a good old white chocolate, meat milk chocolate.
I like to call Drew half Niggins. That's what I call him.
Hell yeah.
My goodness.
What was the angle of the crash, if you don't mind me asking?
So he got hit by one, and then he spun out like a cartoon character, and then he got hit by another, and it made him collapse and like hit his head really hard, and he rolled into a ditch.
Oh, so he hit.
Holy shit, ladies and gentlemen. Red Band making up for 11 and a half years. 11 and a half years, he was the weakest link, and now he's thriving, ladies and gentlemen. This is his moment. I had the Tom Brady roast. He had the first 5 minutes of this episode. This is a breakout mainstream moment for Brian Redband. We are waiting for it to slow down. It is unbelievable. We've never seen anything like it. No, he's drinking his power juice. This is absolutely amazing. This is a moment nobody will ever forget, especially Drew's brother. Drew, how's comedy going for you? Enough about your brother and your...
There is one thing about my brother. So he died, and then 2 years later, there was a program called Jesse's Place that was made in his name. It's a shelter for young adults 18 to 24, and they get all the help they need. They get medical help, they get job help, and it's in Yakima, Washington. 500 people have come through the doors of Jesse's Place and have been helped through it. So I just wanted to talk about the Jesse so I can talk about Jesse's Place.
Amazing.
The help of milk.
Absolutely amazing. Did they come through the door voluntarily, or do you have to get hit by a car? And
The reason why Jesse's Place was made is he would come to the thing, and the guy Mike K would be afraid that he would beat him up, so he would give him cheeseburgers and hang out with them, and he got to know him. So it's all for like people that have like troubled past, 17 to 24. So it's a really amazing place. I wanted to highlight.
Yes, absolutely amazing. How do people find, like, where do you go? What's a website or something?
You can go to the Camp Hope website, and you'll see Jesse's Place, and you can donate to Camp Hope. It'll go towards Jesse's Place. I'll also have something in my Instagram that'll also have a way for you to donate. They have an Amazon list for bed linens and hygiene products and everything of that nature. So anything of that you guys want to donate, that would be awesome.
I have a question, Drew. Yeah. Is there fresh needles on the Amazon list? I don't want to support any place like that.
No, there's no needles or anything. Drug use is prohibited. They have a drug deal that comes every week over there.
Okay. Absolutely amazing.
Oh, yeah.
We have really, we covered it. Drew, thank you so much for starting the show. A new minute. We're going to continue to watch him grow, ladies and gentlemen. Drew. All right, our first bucket full of the night. You guys know how this goes. Anything can happen. Could be somebody having the life-changing moment of their career like Red Band is tonight. Or it could be somebody that fails miserably. Maybe they live down the street. Maybe they traveled from around the world. Anything can happen. Your first bucket full, getting an uninterrupted 60 seconds tonight, goes by the name of Fred Go. Fred Go.
I hate one-liners because every time I do one, it takes like 9.5 minutes before I want to do another one. I had a hoot and a holler watching Lived Out Women cry online about the election results because now they think they have to get their clits cut off and go to concentration camps because the orange means a gamble. Just go to Boulder and take a ski trip and get your Uber there. You know, it's not that hard. I'm just glad that I don't have to go die to a really neat RC toy in a ditch somewhere now in fucking Ukraine. That sounds way worse than a ski trip, you know. I'd much rather stay home and tune to the Talk to Our Whores when they ain't crying, and cry a little bit myself when I come too soon on accident. Shit, I'd volunteer at some camps to send these hussies left or right. Am I right, kameraden? Fellas. Yeah, that's what you get, Nia, for, nexting me on Bumble, bitch.
Okay, Fred Go. Am I saying that right? Go? G-O?
It's supposed to be a G and then a dot.
Fred G.
Yeah, Fred G.
But you did the dot. You made a little circle.
Yeah. I was trying to be cute.
Okay, well. I mean, that's where being cute gets you. Turns you into Fred Go.
Yes, sir. Let's go!
Okay. All right, Fred. So, how long you been doing stand-up, Fred?
This is my third time on stage.
Good. I'm glad. Anything else would have been crazy.
Sorry.
Where are you from?
I'm from Germany.
Okay, you're originally from Germany?
Yes, sir. Grew up there.
How old were you when you moved to America?
It was like 2 years ago, so 25.
You have no accent whatsoever.
Nope. I can put one on for you if you'd like.
That is incredible. That is amazing. How do you have no accent whatsoever? What do you attribute that to? Did you only hang out with English-speaking people there?
Yeah, my dad's American, and Germans are fucking retarded. And where I'm from, there's like a bunch of army bases, so there's a bunch of GIs around, so that's who I hung out with.
Your dad was in the army?
Yes, sir.
And were you?
No, I was in the German army, which is a fucking joke.
You were a Nazi?
No one ever said that. No one ever claimed that.
So you were really in the German army?
Yes.
For how long?
6 months.
What did you do in the German army?
I was a mountaineer.
Okay, what exactly does a mountaineer do?
Climb on hills. Basically infantry, but you like climb on hills and do Nazi shit.
you just get to like a high point to look for Jews, or like what do you do?
No, they got rid of all of them. There's like they keep them in the valleys, you know. So
just bust out the yamoculars and look for the fucking. That is incredible. So you're just up there in mountains. It sounds pretty miserable.
It's not. It's German army's a fucking joke.
When you say that, what do you mean it's a joke?
They don't shoot a lot. They shoot like once a year, and if you're a soldier, you're supposed to like probably shoot more than once a year.
What do you shoot once a year?
Plastic guns that they started massive scandals over, and they're dog shit, and everybody's in denial because the German government is a fucking joke.
Well, do you think it's because they had a girl president?
Danke Merkel!
Alright, you seem weird as fuck, Fred. Tell us more about you. Tell us more weird things about you, Fred.
I saw Fred at the food trucks. He was with a gentleman caller. Fred's freaky as fuck, dude.
I gave him a knife.
Freaky ass fool, dude.
This is true what you're saying? You really saw him at a food truck?
Yeah. Chatted about guns. He's freaky as fuck. That's Lemaire's military detail. You were scouting the food truck.
The infantry.
He gave me a good gun, though.
Yeah?
Yes, sir.
What kind of gun?
I think I recommended him like a Glock 43X.
Okay, why did you recommend that to him exactly?
Because he needs to carry it around with him.
Right?
This is what Kamala's afraid of, dude.
This is amazing. I feel like this is what people thought the podcast was 3 weeks ago when they heard about it for the first time. Like, oh, this fucking guy probably talks to Nazis. It's like, well, I guess now coincidentally we are for the first time ever. Our first Nazi ever on the show happens just organically. So Fred, is there anything you miss about Germany? Love about America? What's going on in your head?
I miss the food and the beer.
Yeah.
That was awesome. But
what kind of German food do you miss?
You know what met is? It's basically just raw pork on a roll.
Raw pork on a roll. That's definitely not a Jew food.
No!
Raw pork on a roll. Can you imagine? Unbelievable.
Delicious.
That sounds like you could get like a disease from eating raw pork.
They have very sick delicious.
Alright, Michael, the courtesy laugh at your German accent.
You know how grandmas make food with love? Grandmas make that with hate. It's exclusively hate.
You can taste the hate.
Okay. Fred, have you ever committed a crime?
Public intoxication.
Alright. Is there ever a crime that you almost committed and then you talked yourself out of it at the last second?
Crystal knot?
You seem like a guy that has some wild ideas. I feel like you've come close to some weird shit before.
I suppress my ideas with alcohol.
Alright. You live here in Austin now?
Yes, sir.
And what made you move to Austin, Texas exactly?
Guns and comedy.
Alright. You're a wild boy, Fred.
Thank you, Tony.
I'm just glad that we're on your good side.
Always.
Absolutely. Alright, well, Fred, Matt, anything else for Fred?
No, I don't. I think we got to the bottom of it.
Fred, I'm going to give you this little joke book. Who knows, maybe you'll come back one day and grow up to be
I love
a
you
big
guys.
joke book. He loves you guys. We love Fred. There he goes. Fred, go, ladies and gentlemen. Fred, go. How about a hand for the lovely Heidi, huh? I mean, unbelievable. Hey, y'all. This podcast is sponsored by by ExpressVPN. The holidays are here, as if there weren't enough things to worry about. Did you know there's a heightened risk of data theft and fraud? Hackers know you're shopping in a hurry during the holidays, so it's easier than ever to hijack your connection and steal personal information, like credit card numbers and bank passwords, especially on unsecured public Wi-Fi. But here's how you cross online security off your list. Use ExpressVPN. Right, man?
Johnny, I love ExpressVPN. I love knowing my data is safe when I use it. ExpressVPN is easy-to-use app that encrypts and reroutes all your online traffic through secure servers, making it virtually impossible to hack your connection. So whether you're at a coffee shop searching for the perfect gift or at the airport finalizing travel details, you can be sure that your personal information is fully protected.
ExpressVPN also keeps your online activity private from third parties like your internet provider and scummy data brokers want nothing more than to bombard you with even more targeted ads during the holiday rush. But with ExpressVPN, not even Santa will know what you've been browsing. ExpressVPN is easy to use. It just takes one click. And you can use it on up to 8 devices simultaneously. So you can protect you and your whole family on your laptops, phones, tablets, and even TVs. It's no wonder ExpressVPN is consistently rated the #1 VPN on the market by top tech reviewers like CNET and The Verge. Plus, there's never been a better time to stay safe this holiday season because right now, you can use our special link to get 3 extra months of ExpressVPN for free. Just go to expressvpn.com/KillTony to take advantage of this special deal. That's expressvpn.com/KillTony for 3 months absolutely free. All right, your next bucket pool coming out with a new minute. It goes by the name of Nick James, everybody. It's Nick James. Here he is.
Yes, my name is Nick James, but that's actually just a stage name. My real name is French. It's hard to pronounce, but I'll help you guys out here real quick. So my last name is spelled P-H-A-G-G-O-T. It's pronounced Pago. Yep. But I guess to everyone else, I'm just a kid. But you guys think that's bad? My first name isn't even Nick. It's actually Cocksucker. Hey, tell you something. You can't get very far in this business if you're just some run-of-the-mill cocksucker, you know? And the funny thing is, people were calling me that before I even told them my name, actually. Ridiculous. So I don't have much time left, but I'll tell you a quick story. Oh, never mind. All right. Thank you.
There you go. Nick James coming out. Just a lot of bleeps there.
Dude, you're dripped up. You got the fucking black camo stripes, bro?
Yeah.
Sheesh.
I was pulled out.
The Walmart where you come here, dude? Fucking sheesh.
Sheesh.
Yeah, between him and the last guest, we got the whole fall collection, dude.
Fall spelled P-H-A-L-L.
Okay.
Hell yes. When you saw that jacket for sale, what exactly went through your mind?
I thought, wow, 1999, that's a steal. Huh.
Yeah, that's the year that came out.
No, he saw it. He's like, no one will think I'm a fagon if I wear this.
It is amazing. It really is. It's like part camo, part just jet black. It's absolutely wild. It's like you could hide in bushes and just like do like puppet shows or something.
Now that's for dads to show they're a little bit racist. That's just a little.
Hey, who said I was a little bit?
What's your least favorite race?
Oh, God. Mind that one. Well,
it's okay, Nick. We're gonna let you off the hook. You've been on this show before. I remember your face.
Yeah, 4th time now.
4th time?
Oh, yeah.
Wow. How's it been going for you? People recognizing you out there?
Yeah, not for the right reasons, though.
Right.
Yeah, let's just say I didn't do very well the last 2.5 times I was on here.
Right. So how's life been going? What do you do for work?
dig it later. Fuck off. Like,
wow. Dude, I'm so glad your last name is Fat.
Yeah, they call me that when I write them up too. It's weird. How do you know?
Nick, how long have you been doing that for?
For about almost a year now.
Right. What are some of the situations that you've got yourself in? I can't even imagine what it's like.
See, I totaled my car 1 month into the job, so you know. So
how did you total your car 1 month into the job?
Let's see.
It was one of those little patrol cars, one of the little.
No, it was my own personal car. So like, you know, I'm still getting used to the job and whatnot. You know, not used to the confrontation and people finding out I wrote them a ticket. Jerry, I understand what you're saying exactly. I mean, who is used to any confrontation like that, right? Anyway, right, I got a ticket. God damn it.
Wait, you didn't total your car on some innocent guy walking down a street, did you? Still got it. Still in the zone.
I would have gotten a better deal on my insurance then, but no. Basically, I was in a parking garage. I forgot to straighten out the wheel, car, pillar, fucking. You know, I was in a hurry to get away from a guy whose day I just ruined. So you know, it was my fault. I deserve it. But, you know.
All right. So you totaled your car. When you were at work, what are some of the confrontations that you get into?
Let's see. Usually it's just the homeless guys asking me for $1, but like, you know, like.
Now, Nick, I'm talking specifically. You're beating around the bush here. You're talking about homeless people, your own personal car accidents. You write tickets for a living. We all see it every day. Someone goes, "Hey, motherfucker, that's my car, like, that's what I'm talking about, Nick. I can't believe I have to spell it out for you. The shitty shit part of the shitty job that you have is what people are interested in knowing about. What's some of the worst stuff that's happened to you while executing a ticket on the street doing your job?
That's getting yelled at by uppity white women. You know, that's you know.
Is there not a moment or a part of a story or a line that you remember from any of them?
I mean, they all kind of blur together. Just so many of them, that don't like it.
Anyone ever offer you a sexual favor to get out of the parking ticket?
One person asked me, like,
was a woman ever like, "Well, I will suck your tiny tongue if you don't give me the ticket."
Yeah, I could write my own ticket then, but no.
You almost answered it. What was one that maybe one offered you something?
Like one guy did offer me a bribe, but it was.
Even I wasn't expecting you to be that big of a fat. You know what I mean? Damn, you didn't say it was capital PHAGGOT. Okay, now what did the guy offer you?
$20.
Whoa. Isn't a ticket like $40 out here though?
Not the ones I write. They're like $92, dude.
Whoa, boo this man. The $92 ticket man. With the amount of money of one of his tickets, he could buy almost 5 of those jackets he's wearing. Why are your tickets $92?
Because it's like a private lot. It's not like for the city.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
It's a good job.
It's a good job. How much did they pay you?
Actually, dude, thank you for your service, for real though. Like, give it up to him, for real. Thank you for your service. But also, boo, dude, that shit fucking sucks.
When you say thank you for your service, Lemaire, what are you talking about?
Dude, I mean, he's doing a service, dude. He's doing his job.
No, he's not. His tickets go to one guy. They don't even go to the city. They go to a...
Lemaire totally forgot everything about this interview, looked up, saw the camo, was like, thank you for your service, man. That weed is hitting hard over there, Lemaire. This guy's been up here for 7 minutes. Lemaire's like, you're in the Army? Thank you, dude. But seriously, bro. Sorry about your brother. He's just mashing everybody that's been up here together right now. All right, Nick. Well, you already have a little joke book?
I do.
All right.
I have several.
You have several? How do you have several little joke books?
You just kept throwing them at me.
I did?
You did do well. You did do well.
Thank you.
Bring him with joke books. I threw multiple. What made me throw multiple joke books at you.
Let's see. First time I did, not good enough, I guess.
Yeah.
Second time I was weird, and then third time I just bought.
Well, I have good news for you. Zippix Nicotine Toothpicks has given us some amazing new nicotine toothpicks. Zip more, smoke less. This is Spice Island Clove flavor, if you want to pass that on down.
Oh, hell yeah, dude.
All right, there he goes. Nick James, everybody. There he goes. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to keep it moving along. Make some noise for your next bucket pull. He goes by the name of C. Wayne. C. Wayne. Here we go.
What's up, Austin? How we doing? Okay, I didn't expect this many white people. My apologies. Let me go ahead and adjust the elephant in the room real quick. No, I am not a rapper. You did not see me on YouTube with a Draco. It's crazy, man. Despite being a comedian, my biggest fear is getting very, very famous. It's a fear of mine because cancel culture, you can be canceled at any time. I got some jokes that'll get me canceled that I never tell. But I'm telling you tonight on Kill Tony. Real quick, what do you call white people that buy small amounts of weed? Graham crackers. Look, I'll be canceled before Tuesday. I'll be canceled before I even hit the scene. To be fair, what do you call black people that buy small amounts of weed? Broke ass nigga. Cause look, if we got some money, we gonna buy us a little sack or two. You know what I'm talking about? Shit's crazy as hell. Shout out to everybody, all my weed heads out there.
Yo, Tony, can we buy weed on YouTube? He's not done.
Alright, cool. Alright, look, between me and you, we need a free farm after the show. By the bathroom, by the little homeless dude with the 2 dogs, not the 1 dog.
Yeah. Hell yeah. That part of the show is going to be on BET next week. How about a hand for C. Wayne, everybody? Lemaire cut you off. Little black on black violence there.
Black on black.
Cut off by your own little sister, Lemaire.
Happy to be here.
They were trying to hold him down. That's fucked up, dude.
Yeah, bro.
No, I got excited he was selling weed. I'm sorry. Allegedly. Amazing stuff. C. Wayne, where are you from?
I'm originally from Galveston County. Shout out to the 409.
Shout out to the what?
409.
409. I'm going to write that down. Never heard that one
I live
before.
in San Antonio right now.
Okay. San Antonio. All right. Okay. How long you been doing stand-up?
Since 2017. So it's my year 7. Right?
Okay.
Yes, sir.
7 years. All right. And you mostly talk about, you have like one-liners mostly type of thing? What do you call white people like that?
Oh, no, not at all. I have some, what do you call Indian peoples and then some...
Okay, let's hear, how many you want to hear, what do you call Indian people? Who give the people what they want? Let's go. What do you call them Indians?
What do you call your Indian friend that you call on the phone? Tech support. Nah.
What?
I'm sorry, that might have been the wrong group. What do you call your Hispanic friend after 9 o'clock? The food truck. Look, now, I'm sorry.
Okay. All right, be careful. You're going to end up getting canceled after this.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I led this situation.
C. Wayne, what exactly do you do for a living? How do you make money?
I actually produce comedy shows in San Antonio.
Okay.
Shout out to Holly Toxic Entertainment. We do comedy shows every Friday.
Shout out.
Shout out.
I love it. Absolutely. And how long you been doing that for?
We've been running that since the summer.
It's a weekly show?
Yes, it is a weekly show.
What were you doing before this summer in order to make money?
Well, before this summer, I was running spring shows, so we was doing a lot of spring work. You know what I'm saying?
I'm starting to figure out why you have all about people buying a small amount of weed. What do you do for fun, C. Wayne?
For fun, I like to play a little basketball, joke right, you know what I'm saying, troll people.
What did you say after basketball? I said I like to play basketball.
And troll people in real life.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, not on the internet though. That's just bullying.
Right. How do you troll people in real life?
Hey man, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good, man. Who'd you vote for? I already know. No, I'm just kidding.
Can I ask an innocent question? Is this the latest in black eye gene technology? No, I'm dead serious. I was curious.
That is incredible.
I know you guys had straps for a while. Now, the gully suit. It's nice.
Rips are like piercings, you know. At first, 2 was cool, right? Now you end up with 36, and we're just out here making trends.
That is incredible.
Yes, sir.
It's like
most definitely.
So like a Goku head kind of rips, dude.
The what?
It's a Goku head. This is Goku, right?
We're talking about what's on the back side of his baseball cap right now?
What the fuck is in the back of his head, dude?
Lemaire is specifically doing jokes for the Mexican part of the band right now. Hey, what up with that Goku hat, though? Roasted. For those of you with eyes in the back of your head, he just got roasted. No, but seriously, though, your pants look like liberal women's arms after the past 3 weeks. The cutters have been cutting. One little slit at a time. For your new king, dictator, first of his name. All right. C. Wayne, what kind of big booty bitches you be fucking? I know it's the only option. So the question is like, what shade of big booty bitch? Like what color or?
The ones with tattoos over their bullet wounds.
Oh, hell yeah! You are indeed living in San Antonio. 409 represent Galveston, Texas.
Yeah, most definitely.
Holy shit! You like the Latinas?
Yeah, Latinas are cool.
What's your favorite?
My favorite Latina?
Black. Sure, if you have an answer to that, what is your favorite Latina?
I mean, it's like different ones. It's like the hot chip Latinas, and then it's like the tall boot in the summertime Latinas, and then it's like the Spanglish Latinas. It depends on what we're talking about. Like, you know what I'm saying?
You can be whatever you want.
You can be exactly whatever you want.
Absolutely, C. Wayne. What scares you, C. Wayne? Do you have any weird fears? Red Band is on fire, ladies and gentlemen. The soundboard is booming.
Thank you.
Absolutely incredible. I just heard C. Wayne mutter the words, "I can't breathe," as soon as he heard the siren. Oh my goodness gracious. This show is out of control. I can't believe you said that the second that the siren came on.
Hey, that's messed up because I already had asthma till I was 12. That's just fucked up.
And then what? Then it just went away?
It just went away.
Wow.
Well, our food stamps got cut off, so I got skinny.
That makes sense.
Y'all not supposed to laugh at that.
Were both of your parents in to help raise you? Or what?
I was raised by my grandmother. Yeah.
Perfect.
So neither.
Yeah.
0 for 2.
That's correct.
0 for 2. Yeah.
Do you have a cool name for your grandma? What do you call her when you're hanging out with your homie?
Funny name. I call her Granny, but her name is Billie Jean.
Wow.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Yeah, facts.
Wow.
True story.
Wow. Okay. And she was there. She would like make you breakfast or whatever.
Oh yeah, yeah. But when you being raised by your grandmother, breakfast isn't at regular breakfast time. You had to eat eggs and toast and bacon at 4:30 in the morning in my house. So
Yeah.
you got up pretty early, like before God.
Before I let you go, C. Wayne, what's your nightlife like? You seem like the kind of guy that spins vinyls every once in a while. I'm curious what you do for fun at
I'm usually honestly somewhere at a comedy show, man, trying to make sure everything is being produced correctly. Trying to make sure all the black people get in, and just trying to.
Wow, that's the opposite of what I do at my show. Someone's got to do it. I'm glad you're running it down in San Antonio.
I appreciate that.
Give these Austin blacks somewhere to go to see a comedy show. You know what I'm saying? Bad news is we're sold out. Good news, San Antonio is just 50 minutes that way.
We're way down the street.
C. Wayne, welcome to the Kiltony world. Here's a big joke book coming at you. C. Wayne, ladies and gentlemen, with a one-handed catch, specially reserved for specific types of people that are good at catching things made of leather. Wow. The lovely Heidi. All right, another bucket pull. We're flying through them here tonight. Yes. Hold on one second.
Guy, he keeps fucking like going ay 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 at the lake. It's crazy.
Wow.
Blew her kisses the first time, then he went ay 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 ay.
You okay, guy in the white hat? What's going on? What? You can't help yourself. Wow.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you.
What's going on with you? When's the last time you think you busted a nut? Got a lot of pent-up energies over there. You jerk off today or recently? 4 months ago. Oh, Jesus. Yikes. This guy's about to wet his pants. Live. First ever live nut busting from an audience member. Red Band is a sound effect away from making this guy come in his pants. What do you got over there? You think you can make him? Uh-oh. Whoa. His eyes just rolled in the back of his head. All right, back. Good observation, though. I'm going to keep an eye on that for the next Heidi appearances. This guy's out of control over here. All right, your next bucket pool goes by the name of Matt Walker, everybody. We're having fun in here tonight. 60 seconds from Matt Walker.
Kiltony Universe, what's up? What's the problem? Alright, man. So, growing up, I'm sure everyone has that strange uncle. So growing up, I'm sure everyone has that one weird uncle. My weird uncle used to tell us these crazy ass ghost stories. And when we get too scared, he would tell us, if you're so scared when you fall asleep, you don't just fall asleep facing the wall. So if a ghost comes in the middle of the night, you won't see him. And one night, I fell asleep over there, and I must have forgot the rule. And sure enough, I felt this like ghost-like presence hovering above me. And I woke up, and this strange ghost-like figure making these weird noises. So I fucking freaked out, and I faced the wall. I said, "Go to sleep, bro, go to sleep." And I woke up the next morning, and it must have been real because I had all this like ghost slime on the back of my head. And so I fucking freaked out, and I ran downstairs to my cousin. I said, "Bro, you'll never guess, there was a ghost in my room." And he touched the slime, and he goes, "Oh, dude, what a coincidence. When Dad drinks a lot, I know a ghost slime in my butt." That's it, guys. Thank you.
Wow. I got to tell you, unbelievable timing, Matt Walker. Exactly 1 minute for a guy that came out guns a-blazing, speaking 4 feet behind the microphone. Your timing is incredible.
I think he talked into the mic with his hairline at first. That was just.
Hey, man, gotta keep it glued down, bro. I used to, when I was a kid, I would pray to keep the hairline, bro.
What is going on up there, dude? What the fuck do you think you're doing with that, dude?
I don't know, man. I'm trying to work with what I got left, I guess.
Dude, it ain't working, bro. Holy shit, bro.
Wait, dude, you gotta. The hairline is a distraction. Look at his chin.
I don't know.
When Lemaire is pointing out multiple things that's physically wrong with you, you're in deep shit, dude.
Yeah, you look like a billy goop. Your goop needs receding too, so
I figured it
Okay, Matt, let's talk about it. This is your first time trying stand-up, correct?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Awesome. Congratulations. There it is again. So, Matt, let's just jump right into it. How old are you?
I'm 38 years
years old, sir.
38 years old. You started today. What made you want to start today, 38?
I've been doing just working construction, appliance repairs, stuff like that. Just spinning the wheels, man. Looking for something bigger, better, faster. You know.
Right.
Looking for an opportunity.
Absolutely.
I figure the first time you almost got canceled, we got Hans Cam out of the deal. So this next time we get canceled, I figured my haircut, my facial hair.
Why? Because your hair is garbage?
Puerto Rican.
You say that because we should cut your hair out of a constituency of people. All right. Okay. Let's keep working with this.
Why not?
Let's do it.
Go bald, dude.
I can comb in different ways. Sometimes I party, comb it back. You know.
Have you ever slick it back before?
Yeah.
Matt, I gotta tell you, Matt, and I'd imagine since it's still there in any form whatsoever, I'd imagine that your hair is something that you really love and are really holding on to.
Yeah, bro, I really am.
I gotta tell you, Matt, we've been doing this show a long time. There's never been anyone that came out and just got a hard laugh from the audience and the panel.
I didn't know what the joke was, bro.
Dude, bro, you must be chilling by yourself a lot. You must not have one real friend in the world.
I kill it, bro.
Do you hang out with people? You have like a social life? You hang out around with the same people?
Yeah, bro. You must closer to my family and stuff, bro.
You're close with your family. You have like buddies? You have like buddies that you watch sports with or anything? Like kind of like Family Man or like...
Yeah.
What do they bust your balls about? They ever make jokes about you?
They bust my balls about my hair since I've been in junior high, bro. Coming it forward like...
So why do you stick with that? You seem like you'd have...
Bro, I feel good about myself. I don't have a problem with it. You know what I mean? Hey, I truly do, bro. Like, it doesn't...
There's a lot of people clapping here, but let me tell you something. You should have a problem with it, Matt.
I get, standing out there in line, bro. I mean, I get constantly getting eye contact from girls. I'm the best.
It's not...
I don't know, bro.
Yeah.
I don't know.
That Edgar? No. Okay,
I can't jump on the boat of... I just can't, I feel good about myself, bro. There's no way.
Okay, stop saying that. You're ruining all the jokes by saying that.
Sorry.
Let me ask you something. Where does it start back there?
Like, this is real.
No, it's not.
The widow peak to here, but the rest, like, here is all filled in and swooped over, bro. Like, can you forward and then swooped over like that.
Can I make a case for you cutting your hair?
I will never cut. Bro, my brother shaved his shit.
Can I make a pretty good point? Now, I have a couple. You have a pretty good head shape, so it won't look bad bald. And also, you have such beautiful eyes, dude. Like,
I think that's what carries me, bro, is the eyes, honestly.
People will notice the eyes and then the chin.
Yeah, the chin's not that bad. The chin's not that terrible. But let me tell you something, dude. You do have good eyes. I agree with Lemaire. And people are staring at that thing on there. You're like, hey, my eyes are down here.
Have you ever thought of becoming a Franciscan monk?
Yeah, I can do that.
What is your love life like, Matt Walker? Are you getting a lot of...
I've been with the girl I'm with, I've known her since second grade. I've been with her for 15 years.
Wow.
Got 4 kids.
Wow.
I got three little girls and a little boy. She had 2 girls from a previous relationship that I've raised since they were like 8 months old, 3 years old.
Couple real assholes laughing at that.
Something that's also a little, I guess, out of the ordinary. I've always lived with my parents. I've never moved out.
You still live with your parents?
Yes, sir.
Wow, you're holding on to that too, huh?
Yeah.
Do you go in forward sometimes? All right. Wow.
I mean,
so you live with your parents, with your wife, and 4 kids?
Yeah.
Okay. And
my dad's cool as shit, bro. I mean, for him to allow that to happen is just, I owe my whole life to my dad, bro.
Absolutely. I agree. What's that like, living with your parents.
It's stressful as shit, dude. My mom is like a Fox News mom. Like she's fucking like the joke that Shay Gill about smoking in the house. Like we could not. This lady would not have stopped smoking in the house if it wasn't for the grandbaby.
And she watches Fox News.
Straight that Newsmax shit. Like the worst one, bro.
Fucking awesome.
Honestly, dude. Like I don't know what to get too political and shit, but my wife, dude, when all that shit was happening, like that's what kind of made me kind of come back from that whole left shit, dude. Is the
We have a black
scene? She's Mexican,
Okay.
Hispanic.
Hold on. I think you were about to make a good point though.
Yeah. So like, bro, because I really was like, I was on that fence and shit. Like, I'm not, and I really mean this. I truly mean this. Not trying to just blow smoke up your ass, dude.
Oh yeah.
I saw like the whole feed. I saw the whole blowback from like, and my wife, dude, she
blowback. Are we talking about what happens when you with the windows rolled down? Just fucking hello.
Sorry.
You should relate to Trump more than anybody with the fucking
yeah, bro.
whack job
Yeah,
like
that
that.
too, dude. My sister, she died last year on 9/11.
Wait, what? Your sister died on 9/11? What do we got for that?
Yeah,
we have a sound effect for that, right, Ben?
Like on like the 20th anniversary?
You don't have an airplane? Come on, we've already heard that. Give me a good sister died on 9/11. Come on.
A plane into the building.
Okay, Red Band. That's out of control. How did your sister die on 9/11?
She couldn't stop drinking, bro. She died at 41 years old. And so I stopped drinking last year on Mother's Day. 4 months later, she passed, so I've been drinking a year and a half. I kind of lost my train of thought, bro. But yeah, man. Oh, that's what it was. Yeah. So I think about that shit. Trump losing his brother at that age, and it's kind of changed my whole life, bro. My motivation, everything's changed.
There you go.
Kind of motivated me to do this shit, you know. So
perfect. Absolutely incredible. Matt Walker.
Yes, sir.
I gotta tell you.
Oh shit.
What did you think was gonna happen? What exactly did you think was gonna happen here tonight, Matt? You barely talked into the microphone. You know what though? Since you got such a big laugh before saying a single word, I'm gonna give you not only some Zippix toothpicks, but since it was your first time and you said nice things and we're rooting for you.
Shave your head and come back.
Only if you shave your head are you allowed to.
My fucking head, bro.
Will you shave it tonight?
I want it this much. Well, I'll fucking shave it tonight. Let's do it. I'll do it, bro.
How many of you think we should shave this guy's head and have him come back out a little bit? Ladies and gentlemen, history is being. Somebody shave this guy's fucking head. We're gonna bring him out a little bit later. The unthinkable is happening. Dreams are coming true. Matt Walker has debuted on Kill Tony. Literally, the worst hair in the history of the show. We're gonna get to see it shaved tonight. Somebody figure out a fucking shaving system. Oh, we're having fun here. Alright, we have a special treat for y'all while we go wrangle another comedian. This is one of the most prolific regulars, ladies and gentlemen, in the history of the show. His citizenship is inevitable. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the Estonian assassin. This is the brand new minute from Ari Matthews.
I'm single. A little less hoes than I expected. You know what I miss most about being in a relationship? Is it the sex? I don't give a fuck about the sex. I miss the arguing. God! I just miss having someone else to blame.
When you're single, it's all my fault. Every time I fuck up, I just have to be in front of the mirror like, you piece of shit. That's the best when you have a girl. You get to unload. You have a shit day at work when you're driving back home, you know, when you're like, you know, when you're like pre-arguing. You know, when you're like building a case. You're like playing that mental chess. Oh, you're gonna bring up my sister, huh? What about the cut of a mother you have? You get home, she has that stupid face. Honey, how was your day? And you go, oh, how the fuck was your day? She calls you a loser, you call her a bitch. She gets the knife from the kitchen, you hold the cat over the balcony. It's the best! God, I wish I had a wife. Because when I'm alone, dude, when I'm alone at home, dude, when you have a wife and you hit your toe, you get to be like, hold up, fuck. What this? Dude, if I hit my toe, I just gotta go. Thank you very much. Thank you so much.
God damn it. Unbelievable. Real fucking material. Real fucking thunder and lightning throughout. The momentum continues with the re-arrival of D-Madness, the only guy to make 6 entrances per show.
I'm sorry I let it went a little over. I'm sorry about that. Sorry, Brian.
No, it's fantastic. First of all, Brian has nothing to do with the production of the show whatsoever. Why you would apologize to him, nobody has any idea whatsoever. It's me, it's all me, and I love it. Does Brian ever complain to you about going too long?
No, I just don't want to ruin the format, you know. I want to respect the format.
You can ruin it all you want. Killing is killing, and you, my friend, are an absolute anomaly. Nobody does it quite like you. You're a goddamn sensation. Future American citizen.
Thank you.
There's no question about it now. I'm in deep with this new administration.
Yeah?
Oh, I am fully connected. I get a box delivered to me from West Palm Beach, Florida every fucking week now. Got a new pen yesterday. Got some new fucking...
You got a pen?
Got it. Yep, I got a lot. There's a lot. Gold ashtray.
Wow.
Oh, yeah, Lemaire.
You gotta get our citizenship, dude.
Oh, there's no doubt about it.
You gotta do it.
It's on the top of my agenda, we call it.
Jesus, you're high.
We call
Holy shit. I didn't know when he looked at it. I thought you got stung by a bee or something. You gotta get citizenship, dude. Just fucking...
Much like his website.
Lemaire, I love it.
Much like his website, Lemaire is having some dot fun tonight.
Never seen what a bong looks like in human form.
He's wrapping himself up in a hoodie right now. He is looking for some type of comfort. He's forgetting that he's sweating and overheated. Actually, you've dried up a bit, Lemaire. It's incredible. Someone's about to vomit. Someone's having an interior panic attack right now. How did the sweating happen before the show and not during the show? Something is happening. He's getting chills right now.
I just need a hug, Tony.
Incredible. Are we working on shaving that guy's head? It's happening? How do we even have that technology? That's all I can think about, by the way. It's absolutely incredible. What does that mean? Scissors? You're not doing scissors, are you? Clippers?
Oh, we're going to my place?
Oh, you have a shaver. Oh, very good. Absolutely incredible. We have the production here is just incredible. Did you
What
see
do you have happened? Did somebody's getting shaved?
You didn't see the guy's hair earlier?
Was bad?
It looked like it was Sharpied on. It looked like I drew it on like that. It looked like one of those shaky guy things with like the black dots that accumulate over something.
So he had real life Charlie Brown hair. Is what he had.
Ari, you are a special treat. I don't want to give too much away. I had the chance to shoot a special show in Las Vegas that is produced by the UFC last week, and I decided to take, of all people, Ari Mackey with me for this first pilot episode. And him and I had so many laughs, such a great time, from the plane ride there all the way to the plane ride back.
I've never met a luckier guy in a casino than you, by the way.
I do have
It's insane.
It really is.
Yeah.
I have a system. I have a thing.
Before we boarded the flight back home, we had like 15 minutes, and he just went to a random slot machine, put in like $100, got 700, and he was like, I use it as an ATM. You know?
Yeah.
It's literally insane. I've never bing, 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 just the whole thing going off.
People looking, just the wheel of fortune just fucking spinning, just again and again. You put 100 in, that shit was gone.
Oh, fast. It did not like immigrants, that machine.
Yeah. I don't know what side.
Feel this is a needy pool.
I don't know what side Estonia was on in World War II, but you got bad luck, bro. You got bad karma somewhere in your generation. But we had an absolute fucking blast. The casino literally had to rob me so that I didn't win.
It was insane, dude. You having a meltdown in a casino, one of my favorite things I've seen in life.
I wouldn't consider it a meltdown exactly. I would consider it fair justice.
I'm out for 10 minutes.
But what happened?
Yeah, it was okay. I don't know.
What would you have done? Just been like, thank you, good night? A lady pulled the ball out of the slot red 9.
So he put, I don't know roulette, but he put 500 on like one, what is it, number 9 did you put? Yeah, he put on 1,509, which is times 36, which is $72 billion or something.
Yeah, it's an insane thing to do, and I decided one time to take that risk. I go, I'm going to go fucking ballistic here. I'm going to put 500 on red 9. And then what happened?
All of my net worth.
You are a witness to this.
Yeah, you put.
If I tell the story, I feel like no one's going to believe me.
Yeah, ball go crazy. And it's a round 9. The ball is flirting with the 9.
It's literally coming to 9.
Yeah.
Starts to trickle, starts bouncing, starts slow bouncing, and
just
then
before it gets in, a lady appears, grabs the ball
over red 9 with the ball in the hole as it lands in red 9. She goes, re-spin, we're going to re-roll it. And I'm literally like, what the fuck is happening? And Ari's like, I go, Ari, fucking.
I was so excited. I literally said, fuck Tony.
He was so excited at the thought of me just randomly, like you said, the universe kind of likes me. It was the dealer. It wasn't a random woman.
Then we walked around the casino, and I'm behind you, and you. Yeah.
Exactly. What is the reason? They tried to cheat me out of $26,000.
But then he's talking to the managers and shit, and I'm behind
the pit boss, and I asked the pit boss for his fucking pit boss. They reviewed the tape. They come down. I go, well, if you fucking reviewed the tape, then you know what happened. He's like, I'm going to go review the tape again. It was the equivalent to the Texas Longhorns game when they threw water bottles, and then they came back and overturned the call.
And then the whole time he's arguing with people, I'm just standing behind
arguing with people
and a fucked up accent, like, where my friend money? It literally looked like Tony betted my money.
Did they say a reason? What was their reason for doing it? Their reason for doing it, they said that in the game of roulette that there is a specific rule that happens once every year. Literally, they tried to steal my money. But their explanation was that if the ball gets stuck on the wheel, which is what the dealer originally said happened, if it gets stuck and is just rolling with the wheel, which, by the way, fucking absolutely never happens. But if that happens and it goes around 3 times, it's a re-roll. That's not what happened, and that's not what went down. It was actually the craziest shit I've ever seen in a casino. was so much fun. It did cost us an hour and a half of sleep. The reason why I put 500 on 9 on that roll is because I'm like, let's get the fuck out of here. It's 2 a.m. We got to shoot a thing in the morning. Let's put a ribbon on it. Little did I know that I would be fighting for justice for the next hour and a half.
Dude, but it's so funny watching you because, you're at that perfect level of celebrity where people know you, they love you, but if they don't know who you are, you seem absolutely bananas.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I absolutely did. As soon as she did that, I go, time out. What the fuck just happened? And the guy at the table that didn't know me is like, it's okay, we'll just re-roll. I go, you shut the fuck up. Hold on. Hold every thought that you have in the world. Well, I'll get back to you, sir.
You really started pausing other tables. You just stood up and went, everybody stop playing.
I did not pause other tables. People will believe you if you make jokes like that. I did not pause other tables.
And then he walks around the casino, my name is Tony.
I did not. I would never do that. I don't know why you're saying that. I would never do that. That would be completely insane for me to do that. That would be a viral video. I wouldn't do that.
So
if the internet didn't exist, I might do it.
Just with a massive belt buckle that says kill and then your own name.
Literally doesn't say that. Ari's still just making jokes over there. One of our favorite parts of the week was Dana White did something. We hung out with Dana for a second, and we were amazed at how healthy he looked.
Dana White next to Tony on the monitor, he looks so much younger. Dude, bloated, 4 hours of sleep, Shake Shack.
Yeah. 6 cups of coffee to fucking...
Amazing.
He comes in just filled with vitamins.
Bloated.
And then him and I ate Shake Shack at the Vegas airport. We looked for the best restaurant in the Las Vegas airport for a very long time. We settled with Shake Shack.
Ain't nothing wrong with little Shake Shack, brothers.
Yeah, for you. It's a joke. It's a joke.
It's okay, dude. It's alright.
Ari, you are the fucking man. Absolutely incredible. I dare say, truly, one of the top young rising comedians in the world. One more time for Ari Maddie, everybody. We're having fun out here. Your next bucket pool. We're going back to normalcy, ladies and gentlemen. Lower your expectations. We have our second Matt of the night with a Matt on the panel. We've had Matt Walker, who barely had hair. We have Matt McCusker, the man himself. And now, the Kill Tony debut of Matt Brown, everybody. Here we go.
Hi guys, so I have 2 older brothers. One is autistic and one's a Jehovah's Witness, so I have 2 autistic older brothers. That's fun, right? We can laugh at Jehovah's Witnesses. They're not here. There's alcohol and fun. They can't be near this place. This is a safe space. My autistic brother, he's cool. He's high functioning. That means he does normal stuff, like he drives. He's not great at it, but he does it. He T-boned a UPS truck a few years ago, which is like pretty hard to do, right? And then a few months after that, he got a job at the airport driving jet fuel trucks, which, that's terrorism, if you ask me. It's like, did you check his stats? They're not great, but who else would you want fueling a jet plane besides an autistic person? Like, he really gives a fuck about that plane, you know? Thank you. He also smokes weed, which is pretty fun. I give him weed, I should say. Like, it's cool because we smoke weed together and he becomes not autistic, which is the opposite of what happens to me. Like, we smoke a joint, go to Chipotle, and I'm just like, dude, you gotta order, I'm nonverbal. They all think I'm gay. Alright, thanks guys.
A fucking amazing set. Matt Brown. Welcome. Is this your first time on the show?
Yeah.
There it is.
Welcome. How long have you been
Look at this fucking thing.
in stand-up?
Almost 11 years.
I love it, man. It
Look
fucking
at this
shows.
fucking
I love
thing.
it when people that have been doing that long sign up for this show and come on and show their fucking experience and
Got something on a shirt. shirts.
What is it? What do you got over there, buddy? He's freaking out, dude. He's about to fucking vomit right now. Oh, Lemaire. Oh, my God. Little Shake Shack. So 11 years. Where at? Baltimore?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You still live there?
No, I moved here a month ago.
Awesome. Fuck yeah. You're exactly where you should be.
Yo, man just got fired.
Yeah, I got fired on my day off.
You did?
Yeah.
What'd you get fired for?
We just wanted to bring back the guy that was suspended for sexual harassment.
Wow. One day of you, and they're like, get the freak back in here.
Yeah.
What was this job?
Security at the Moody Center.
Are you and Lemaire friends? How did you know that?
Oh yeah, me and Matt, we've been doing comedy together like the whole time.
Yeah.
The whole time where? He just moved here a month ago.
Yeah, I know, but I'm from Philly and stuff.
Oh, okay.
Actually, like Lancaster, shout out Lancaster, PA.
Like.
717 till I die.
Okay. All right, Lemaire. That's not going to be too long from now. 717 for 6 to 12 more months. I get it. There's a little Brody. All right. So, wow. So, Matt, you've lived here for a month. How many times have you signed up for the show?
Every time that it's 4 weeks 5 or so.
Okay. Awesome.
Yeah.
Here it is. It's happening. What's it like over there at that place?
It's terrible.
It is, right?
It's worse than purgatory. It's a bunch of retards thinking they're funny.
Then there's you.
Sorry.
No, you're not wrong. I'd imagine that's kind of what I had in my head. I never get to see it because I'm over here. I never really ask anybody about it, but an 11-year veteran, I'd imagine that'd be kind of annoying over there.
Yeah, especially because my girlfriend's alone with them right now.
Oh, shit. Is she a comedian as well?
No,
she's just hanging out with you.
Yeah.
It's a shame that they don't, I guess that makes sense for security reasons or whatever. They don't let, like, people come with the people. They get pulled. But she'll see this on the internet. If she's still alive.
Yeah.
So what's your plan now? You just got fired from your job.
This, I guess.
Yeah. Have you been able to kind of make a living doing it lately?
Not here, no.
Right.
On the East Coast, I was fine, but I'm new here.
Okay. I love it. An 11-year veteran. Tell us more about you. What else you been doing?
Crying a lot. I saw a homeless guy with his mom, and that made me sad because my mom's dead. I was like, I would give anything to be homeless with my mom.
Wow, there you go. Red Band, very excited about the Rasta horn on a punchline. There you go. So that made you jealous of a homeless guy. That happens every once in a while. Being jealous of a homeless guy, it can be done. You know?
Yeah, a lot of times.
It's crazy to have generational homelessness. It's crazy to be homeless with your mom. Like that's 2 failures. Like that's crazy.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, you just step up on the curb and say, "Hey, honey, welcome back. How are you?"
It's the saddest version of I still live with my mom. That's for sure. There's no doubt about it. Okay, Matt, any hobbies or anything other than stand-up comedy?
Basketball.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow, master of posting up underneath the hoop, getting rebounds, I'd imagine, boxing out.
Yeah, white man ball.
Absolutely.
Bounce passes.
Yeah.
Triple threat.
Matt loves the Spurs.
I do. I'm Tim Duncan in the post.
You guys really know each other.
Yeah, we're actually boys, dude.
Yeah.
It's crazy that we're both here right now.
It is incredible. It is absolutely.
My apartment like 3 times.
Wow, you're very close. I would not let Lemaire shit in any one of my multiple bathrooms. I'm betting my whole life that you only have one bathroom, Matt Brown.
Yep.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Lemaire might be one of the last people I would let shit in my place. Out of all the comedians I know, you might be the highest ranking no shit please guy. I'd rather you go outside and literally shit anywhere outside than inside.
Yeah, Tony, the smells in the lift are a problem.
All right. Okay, Matt, what else would we be interested to know about your entire life's history?
Nothing. Not really interesting.
You got a cool dog named Otis?
Oh yeah, I got a dog.
Okay, yeah. I'm just gonna ask Lemaire. I'm gonna take over Lemaire for the rest of your interview, Matt.
Please, my dad Lemaire, handle it.
Cool dog named Otis. Now, is that after Otis Redding?
Jermaine Jackson.
Okay, that's an interesting pick. What made you name Brianna after Jermaine Jackson?
I just wanted to raise a strong black man.
Amazing. Amazing. If only Lemaire's parents wanted to do the same thing. Matt Brown, you are a true comedian, Red Band?
I'd love to come to your house for Thanksgiving.
You could do that. Please.
Are you going to invite the Funny 11-year veteran to your comedy club next week after?
You can't come next week.
There you go. I'll help you out. Jesus Christ.
Good.
That was like the lamest invite I've ever seen.
Yeah, I don't think he meant it.
How about I give you 8 minutes on my show here on Wednesday at 7 p.m. Does that sound fun? Okay, there you go. That's how you do it. You do a little showbiz. You give them something. Here's a big joke book. Fantastic Kill Tony debut. We hope to see you again. Matt Brown. Can I come over for Thanksgiving? All right. Pulled another name out of the bucket. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for the comedy stylings of Brianna Vasquez, everybody. Brianna. Here we go. Here's Brianna Vasquez.
Looks like masculinity in here. Like some real thick and balls, eh? I'm from Portland, so I'm not used to this. Let's see. I grew up super religious in the Pentecostal church, super innocent, sheltered, until I got my first massage. Let's just say that man had me speaking in tongues and touched me in ways better than my pastor ever could. So I did what any good Christian girl would do and write a good review online. And word I got fired and I haven't come since. So that's Portland for you. That's all I have. Thank you. So sorry.
Wow. Brianna Vasquez.
Hi, Mr. Tony.
Hello.
Mr. Tony?
Mr. Tony.
How are you?
Dude, I want to watch it fucking... I'm sorry.
I saw you at Shane Gillis' show in Portland.
Okay, Brianna.
I think so, right?
It was Nate Marshall. I'm sorry.
Oh,
It wasn't
shoot.
me.
Oh my God. That is hilarious. Shane's other black being confused for the other one. That is amazing what we've just witnessed here, ladies and
That's all
gentlemen.
right, Brianna. Don't worry about it.
Thank you, man.
It's okay, Brianna. You can treat me as wrong as you need to.
Brianna. So let's talk about it. How long you been attempting stand-up comedy?
Just a couple of times. This is my first time here.
It's your first time here for sure, but like you've been like doing open mics?
No, this is like maybe one time.
You say maybe one time, Lemaire, stop. You say maybe one time like you don't know if you've done it one time before. You would know.
I've done it one time.
You did. Where was that at?
Portland.
At an open mic?
Yes.
And how much time did you do that?
3 minutes.
And how did that go?
I think it went well.
And you said, I'm going to go to the biggest live comedy podcast in the world.
Yeah, I think that we need more women, and I feel like I have a lot of stories to tell.
Is that what you think?
Yeah.
Why didn't you do one of the stories that you think you should tell here tonight?
I have a lot of stories. Well, let's see.
Did you dance with snakes? You're Pentecostal. They do that.
Yeah, I dance on the floor, soak in tongues, roll on the ground.
Okay.
And that'll just be after our date.
Wow, Lemaire losing all control of what he's saying into the microphone. We are slowly losing Lemaire. He is higher than his own blood sugar right now. It is incredible what's happening. We've never seen anything quite like it. I just watched his foot fall off of his leg. This is incredible. He just checked. He checked. Everybody, for those of you wondering, just listening to the podcast, how high is Lemaire? He looked to see if his own foot was detached from his body after I made a joke about his foot falling off. He looked. You can't make it up. With genuine concern, he looked under the table. Brianna, so you think you're the answer to the not enough women in comedy problem?
No, I just think we need more awareness. Maybe that's a Portland thing.
It's amazing that somehow Chris Rogers has been drawing you this entire time from right over your shoulder. It is incredible. Brianna, what do you do for work?
I'm a disability analyst. So.
What exactly do you do? Because I'm technically a disability analyst as well.
I know.
I think I might be analyzing more disabilities than you.
Let's see. I handle disability claims, so we pay 80% of their salary when they're off, like having a pregnancy, cancer, surgery. I handle their claims.
Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty boring.
You talked a lot about not being around real men, about getting a massage and it being so pleasing.
Sure.
What's the story with your love life? You don't have anybody to satisfy you?
No, I do. I'm dating. I'm actually signed up. It's been 4 months.
Okay.
Yeah, his name's Derek.
Okay. So he's real?
Yeah, he's real.
He has a name?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Where'd you get the hat from? Is that underneath something?
Eastern Oregon.
Okay. All right. Anything crazy about you? Right?
Eastern is
Good.
nice.
Anything crazy about your life that we would find interesting? Any fun facts about you or the way you were raised?
Yeah, I think I grew up in a cult, so a lot of rules. Like I could only wear skirts, couldn't cut hair, couldn't like watch movies, couldn't drink alcohol, couldn't wear makeup.
Do you do that stuff now?
No.
Okay. Great stuff. Great set. Great interview. Take this and we'll never see you again. There you go. Brianna Vasquez, ladies and gentlemen. Ooh. Unbelievably rough. Somehow still, right now, ranked the 15th funniest female comedian in the world. It's incredible. Absolutely amazing how that works. I don't know what it is. Perhaps. Look at the angry women. They just don't like that joke. They'll laugh at the handicapped people. They'll laugh at brothers getting hit by cars. You say women aren't funny. Just a bunch of women in glasses. Like, what the fuck, man? I saw you. I saw the way you looked at me. All right. Another bucket full. This name looks familiar. Make some noise for Billy Swift, everybody. Billy Swift.
What is up? I like to smoke weed and read history because it makes me more empathetic towards history and stuff like that. And the other day I was reading and it clicked in my head of like, it's crazy. We get to learn about history immediately, you know. We can watch war on TikTok now, you know. It's crazy. Back in the day, people used to have to wait for books to come out to find out what that sound 2 countries over was, you know. You had to fucking open it up and be like, oh shit, Hiroshima. They fucking really got them guys, you know. And I started to think, like, wouldn't it be crazy if the people we learned about in history books, you know, had the same access to technology that we do, you know? Like, could you imagine if instead of a diary, Anne Frank had a YouTube channel? My guess would be ASMR, you know? Just... gotta be quiet in that household, don't want to wake the neighbors, you know?
Today we are going to listen to the boots downstairs. Oh, they're coming up the stairs. Oh, they have my family. Oh no, they're coming for me. This might be the last time that you see Annie. Make sure to smash that like button and subscribe.
Thank you, folks.
Billy Swift. You been on this show before, Billy?
Yeah, last time, actually, it's crazy. It was Matt's first solo on Kill Tony panel, so that's crazy. Yeah. Amazing. Back in, like, March or something.
Amazing. Yeah. What are the odds of that? We have Mayor's Browning floating about there. A guy that randomly was on the other episode.
Billy's my friend, too.
Really? Are you sure, or are you just higher than fucking God himself right now?
No, Billy drove me home really drunk, and I wouldn't stop falling once.
Oh, yeah, yeah, dude. I watched him take a couple drunk tumbles. Yeah, dude.
Where also, I won $100 at poker that night, so it was a good night.
Yeah.
Wow. How did you win $100? You just...
I don't know, Tony.
He was blacked out. He was blacked out just taking people's money and playing a random game of chance, and he was just winning. And they were so mad at him. They hated him.
Wow. Lemaire, you live a wild life, dude.
I like to have fun, Tony.
I love it, dude. I love it.
You're answering it like you're on, like, all right, we're going to pass it to our news anchor on the field. Like, I like to have fun, Tony. Back to you.
He is saying my name while talking to me. It is incredibly weird.
Mr. Hinchcliffe.
Billy, Billy, how long have you been doing stand-up?
Going on 4 years now.
4 years. Where at?
Florida. I came up with Cam in Orlando.
Ah, okay. How long have you lived here?
I moved here January 1st of this past year.
Okay. Absolutely. What do you do for a living?
I now work at a dispensary. I now sell THCA weed. I used to hang blinds and shades, but I don't do that anymore.
That's right. I remember. I once said hanging blinds, and I made a Don't Worry D Madness.
Billy does MMA too. I'm sorry.
Wait, really? You do MMA? Lemaire is the best interview assistant I've ever had in my life. I could really use you. You
He knows every guy here.
You know how to play an instrument, Lemaire? You can join the band. We could have you up here every episode. Perhaps the ham bone, perhaps? Tell us about this MMA career of yours.
It's actually crazy. I went to 10th Band today for like the first time. I started training for like in the past 3 years. I haven't done shit, and then I went in and I got my ass kicked and puked. It was fun.
Yeah.
But, yeah. I trained for a long time.
Lemaire has something to say about his client.
Very humble, but he used to train with American Top Team.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Lemaire. Thank you.
Yeah. American Top Team. I used to train with American Bottom Team.
Motherfuckers wouldn't know what hit them.
That's right. You don't want to know what this do. Okay, Billy, what do you do for fun when you're not doing stand-up?
I just do drugs. I fucking...
What kind of drugs
mushrooms,
exactly?
Mostly I like mushrooms a lot.
Okay, what other drugs do you use?
I just... Austin fucking gets you on coke real quick, dude. They'll get you.
Austin gets you on coke real quick?
Yes, it does.
How did that happen? Can you give me an example of how that happened?
Last time I was visiting in October, it was around my birthday, I turned 27, and I was like, I'm going to do it. I've always talked about it, been like, yeah, I'll do it once, and then I got really drunk on my birthday, took a fucking hit of God dust, and it felt great. It's
amazing.
Yeah, I always say, like, there's drugs all kind of end up, I'm not a religious guy, but it always kind of leads to God, you know? Like, if you do mushrooms, you'll see God. If you want to talk to him, hit some weed. But if you want to be God, do cocaine.
Okay. Wow.
Take these fucking guys out.
True. We found the two huge coke heads in the crowd. Coincidentally, the one that keeps clanking his teeth when Heidi comes out. A round of a teeth for Heidi. Wow. Incredible. So that makes you feel like God doing coke on 6th Street.
Yes, yeah, I get to walk around with all the homeless people. I'm like, be gone! And then they just run away. It's great.
Wow. Amazing. Amazing.
Fucking part the homeless sea out there, dude.
And comedy's going good for you, Billy?
It's picking up now, yeah, it's been pretty good. I got a decent boost from Kill Tony and shit like that when I did the first time, but now I'm getting booked a little bit more, trying to work in clubs as much as I can.
And you got a big joke book last time?
Yes, sir, I did.
Well, you're going to get booked a little more. Another good appearance. Billy Swift, ladies and gentlemen. Christ. Well, we are now. We're going to wrangle another name. Oh, that's inside? Let's do that right now, then. Ladies and gentlemen, your next bucket full is inside. There is an I next to the name. It could be you, if you've signed up. Ladies and gentlemen, he goes by the name of Dusty Carter, everybody. Dusty Carter. Oh, it's one of our own people. Make some noise for Dusty Carter, everybody.
So, any of you fellas ever had your lady tell you after 5 years and a kid you didn't want the same things anymore? Just to find out she was completely wrong? We both wanted pussy. See how that turned out for her, though? Now she's got the AIDS. Yeah. One in each ear, can't hear shit. I told her maybe that was your problem the whole time. You didn't hear yourself coming. Hi, if you can't tell, I am not from Texas. I moved here from Kentucky because I read on the Google that Kentucky had the cleanest tap water in America. I thought to myself, cleanest tap water? All these toothless cousin fuckers? I'm gone. So far, Texas is great. But if one more more socially awkward motherfucker comes up talking about AIMA and the spectrum. I don't care who you buy your internet from. Quit being weird about shit. That's my time.
All right, Dusty Carter, you did it. You work here as one of the production assistants, correct?
We all work for you, Tony.
Well, that's not true, Dusty, and a simple yes would have done. Not everybody here works for me, but again, okay. How long have you been with stand-up?
5 years.
5 years. And you are from Kentucky. How long have you been in Austin?
I'm not in Austin. I live in Fort Worth, but I drive here every week to stand up.
That's incredible. It's a 2.5-hour drive, right?
It's when you punch it in the GPS, it's exactly 200 miles from my front door to this front door.
Wow.
I've driven in the last year or 17 months. I've driven over 25,000 miles back and forth
to come here.
Yes.
Wow. And do you sign up every week?
Yes, sir.
Wow.
Since second week of July 2023.
248 people signed up today. To think that it's been that long, and this is your first time. Incredible.
I believe in it. This is what, this is my future. Comedy is what I love.
I love it. I love it. What do you got going on in Fort Worth, Dusty?
My wife is a military officer, and we got moved to Fort Worth.
So, you have kids?
Yes.
How many kids?
I have 2 biological and 4 step.
Wow. Wow, you fell in love with a woman that had 4 kids already.
She had 3. I have 1 step kid that I still consider because he was real young from my last marriage. The lady that decided she was gay.
Yeah. Lemaire has picked up his microphone, ladies and gentlemen.
Dude, he has a step-by-step kid.
Lemaire somehow... I don't know where that came from, Lemaire, but that was incredible. Step-by-step. So, Dusty, tell us more about you. What do you think's the most hillbilly thing about you? Your look is incredible. You look like you're from the top left corner of the GTA map.
Yeah.
You look like the GPS that you plug in to get here is on a 4-wheeler.
But not only did I grow up in the county and birthplace of the Confederate President Jefferson Davis.
Wow.
But I grew up in the hills in the 1990s where I had HBO but not running water.
Wow. Incredible. So what would you have to do for water? Go to the well?
We had a well for a while, but our house burnt down.
Oh, you are just as trash as it gets. I love this. I love it. And when your house starts burning down, if you don't have running water, a little fun fact, you are fucked.
Yeah.
And you just watch it go. There's really nothing you can do. Just grab the television. You grab the TV. You can grab the kids too, but the TV first.
Yeah. I was 7, so I took off barefooted in my dun-ta-duns down the street to try and get Papa to help.
Hell yeah. Well, when you don't have shoes,
you can't put them on.
Damn right. You finished it. I started it. You finished it. Me and Dusty do a comedy duo thing every once in a while.
Can I ask you a question? What is it? So you were with somebody, you had a kid, and they became gay?
Yeah, after 5 years, she decided that she was interested in women, and she wanted to do that polyamory thing, and I was kind of against it, but I was like, if it's going to make you happy.
Right on. So why doesn't she have to be with the kid anymore?
Well, she had a kid when I met her.
Oh.
And he was like 5 or 6 months old, and I raised him until he was in kindergarten. That's my dude. He's now 12, and I talk to him at least once a week. That's my dude.
Okay. He lives with you now?
No, he lives with his dad. I have custody of my daughter, the girl that her and I had. I've had her since...
Wait, were you fucking a dude? I'm trying to make...
my ex-wife had a child, and during the pandemic, she went nuts. And that father and myself both took our children from her because she was not in a good spot at that time. She's now doing much better, but at the time...
So she's not gay anymore?
Actually, no.
How did that happen exactly? What's the order of events for her to not be gay anymore?
Okay, well, she was with a chick.
First of all, let's slow it down real quick. Because when you said that she was interested in women all of a sudden, you were kind of not into it, but then you let her do what she wanted. Did you hang out with the 2 chicks at the same
chicks did a lot of things.
Yeah, let's talk more about that. Somehow there's a penguin involved or something. Oh, yes, that is a dolphin. Thank you, John Dees. John Dees, a master of water animals. Not a lot of people know that, but I knew it was a dolphin. I don't know why I said that. Let's talk about this Kentucky threesome.
No, this was in Louisville. It was Kentucky, okay.
Yep. Okay. So
you and all your cousins got together.
A good old Kentucky orgy, or should we call it a family reunion? You know what I'm saying? Hell yeah. Thanksgiving Day. We grabbed for the turkey at the same time. Let's fuck over it.
Whoever gets the bigger part of the wishbone gets the other bigger part of the bone.
Oh my God, you dirty bastard. Okay, so Dusty. Did you enjoy having multiple women at once?
Yeah, I mean, who wouldn't? I'm not gay.
Right, no, exactly. Did it make you more of a man, you think? Did you have a beard before the threesome?
No, I was clean shaven, shorter hair then, but I had spent a former life being, I'm an ex-con, I was a drug dealer, I was a meth cook. I've done all that wild stuff.
Lemaire.
I don't know. I just feel like he's making excuses for having a big dick. I don't know. That's what it sounds like to me.
I am falling deeply in love with Lemaire. I had a feeling this was going to happen here tonight. This is incredible.
But I just wasn't, I was wanting to live a different kind of life, so I did it. But after a while, when she invited our third to Disney World for my daughter's 4th birthday, I was done.
Because she didn't invite you.
No, we all went, but it was too much.
So you're like, this is too much goddamn pussy.
Yeah. Fucking Disney World and all these pussies. Shit.
I don't know who to go on Space Mountain with.
Fucking bitches.
Why was Disney World where you drew the line?
Because I realized that as much as she tried to say polyamory works, I can love 2 people equally, that I didn't feel that was happening, and I wasn't down for it. Trick no good.
Yeah, you're basically the guy carrying the fucking bags through the airport at that point.
Exactly.
He's fucking...
So, we was walking out of the Magic Kingdom, and I told her, we'd already been arguing. I told her, I said, give me a kiss. She said, why? I said, kiss me one more time in the most magical place on earth, and don't ever fucking touch me again.
My God, this is my favorite show on the Travel Channel. Just fucking Kentucky polyamory, 10 p.m. every Thursday. Holy shit, Matt Walker. I mean, I feel like I could interview you forever. I feel like this goes on. In fact, I will. What were you an ex-con for?
I did 8.5 calendars in prison for manufacturing meth.
Wow. Look at you. Orgies and meth. Breaking Bad and Breaking Bed. This is incredible. Absolutely amazing. How did you get busted making meth?
There was a fella that was supposed to take a ride with me to pick something up because he owed me some money. And then he was like having excuses, and I was like, that's fine, have my money when I get there. And so he made a phone call, and I pulled out of somewhere. They tried to pull me over. And looking around at the felonies I was committing at that time, those lights was a mere suggestion.
So you ran?
Of course.
And what kind of vehicle were you in?
GMC S10, like what is it, Sonoma or whatever.
Like a little pickup truck?
Yeah.
Okay, and you just hit the gas out there on the Kentucky roadways.
Yeah, and when the brake line blew out, I hit the ditch.
That's not the first time we've heard that tonight.
But I didn't let the wreck stop me,
Yeah. I hope you got 99 problems, but a ditch ain't one.
Nope.
Absolutely incredible. Well, Dusty, I hope you keep signing up, and I hope I pull you out again sometime. Hopefully it doesn't take another year or so for that to happen. This bucket's wild, man. show where I go, no way to end an episode other than with the next guy. But, ladies and gentlemen, we have a very, very special treat. I don't know how many of you have a lack of short-term memory in the room. But earlier, here on this show, the unthinkable happened when we were introduced to the worst haircut in Kill Tony history. And now, ladies and gentlemen, here to say hello and give a little acceptance speech with his brand new haircut. How loud can this place get for the long-awaited return of Matt Walker? Holy shit. Dude. It's a grown man in the middle of the audience just yelled, "You're gorgeous." This is
Thank you guys.
a night and day difference.
So good. Thank you.
Matt, we all see how you look. I can guarantee you there's not a human in the world that doesn't think you look better now than you did earlier.
I needed it. Thank you, Kill Tony.
How do you feel?
I feel great. I think you should branch out, do little Jenny Jones makeovers.
I love that Jenny Jones is the reference. A 22-year-old reference, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm older than I look, bro.
This is incredible. It went from being, your bad hair went from being your identity, a thing that was stopping people from paying attention to you, taking you seriously, to, I mean, this is what you should have looked like all along. Do you think you're going to go back to the Sharpie marker?
I won't, bro. No.
This is incredible. This is incrediable.
I appreciate it, bro.
Honestly, I'm kind of pissed because I realized I might be a year away from shaving my head too. It's quite sad. I feel like it's a beautiful head. Matt, what do you think your lady's gonna say?
I think she'll be happy with it.
Yeah.
I think when she sees the episode, she'll be clowning on me too. You know, give me a hard time. Maybe she's been holding back. You know.
Everybody's been holding back, bro. You walked into a chamber of truth here tonight, and I mean,
I didn't know what everybody was laughing about when I first walked out, bro. I'll be honest. I had no fucking clue.
it's beautiful. It is seriously the most undeniable physical and perhaps any type of change I've ever seen anybody go through in a single episode. You seem happier.
And he's funny now.
Yeah.
John Dees just said you're funny now.
Thanks. Well, fuck yeah, bro. There you go.
Incredible. You know what I'm going to do since you were such a fucking good sport about this, and clearly that really meant the world to you holding on till the very last second. But because you were such a good sport, we have these more Zippix here. There's these mocha Zippix. Mocha flavored. Now, this is supposed to be one of the best flavor of nicotine toothpicks. No, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to give you, in 1 month, let's see, another new minute. Automatically, you don't have to worry about signing up. Wait a month, and I can guarantee you that the people will be highly looking forward to that set in a month. Talk to Yoni, we'll give you an exact date. And there he goes, Matt Walker.
Thanks, guys.
I mean, come on. That might be, in the history of makeovers, that might be both the easiest makeover and the most effective makeover of all time. Wow. Kill Tony, changing lives for all types of different disabilities. I just shot a snot rocket out of my nose.
From the high desert and the great American Southwest. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you may be in the world. Every single inch of it covered one way or the other by this program, Midnight in the Desert. I'm Art Bell. Great to be here. I had a surprise for you tonight, but it got blown by social media. That's all right. My guest tonight in a bit is going to be Travis Walton. Abductee, not alleged abductee, as it says on Wiki, but abductee. The real deal, folks. 2 rules for my show. No bad language. No bad language. And only 1 call per show. That's the rules. The thank yous are Telos for the great sound. It is astounding what this Telos gear does. Keith Rowland, my webmaster, my producer, Heather Wade. More about them in a moment. All of you, of course, Belgab website. Check them out yet. They're mean. Well, they think they're mean. Slightly lovable, mostly mean. Can't handle it. People who love our bell. MidnightInDesert.com. All chat sites. And Stream Guys, of course, get it all to you. LB.net, who gets it from here to Stream Guys. And then Peter Everhart, our sales guy. And you know, I've been forgetting our newsman, who does an incredible job, no question about it. All right, real quick in the news, Trump says Fox was mean to him. Mean. And I thought they were too, actually. A French search plane is lifting off, looking for more debris near reunion. Nothing officially spotted as of yet. And then this item. Hi, Art. Email. First, welcome back to the airwaves, podcast, late night radio, and all that. Great to hear you again. This photo I took in the winter 2007. I took it right after it snowed here in Everett, Washington. It was around midnight, so my back deck looking northwest toward Port Gardner Bay is part of Puget Sound. There is a neighbor's house in the background, and there appears to be a ghost image, a pretty awful one, I might add, near the back edge of the deck, and it seems to be looking at me. Now, I didn't see it at the time of the photo, or the photo would not exist. I would have been heading indoors at a quick pace, locking the doors behind me. Hope you find it of interest. Boy, I sure do. Ron, thank you very much. It's on artbell.com. Well, go and take a look. This thing is creepy by any measure. One of the better either ghost photographs or creature photographs I've ever seen in my life. So artbell.com. All right, so in a moment, Travis Walton. I looked him up on Wiki. I've interviewed Travis probably 6 or 10 years ago or something. Travis, Wiki says, is an American logger who was allegedly, and I scratched that word out, who was abducted by UFO, a UFO, on November 5th, 1975, after working with a logging crew in the Apache National Forest in Arizona. Walton could not be found, but in fact reappeared after a 5-day intensive search. The case received mainstream publicity, remains one of the best-known instances of alien abduction. Again, I went right past alleged. UFO historian Jerome Clark writes that few abduction reports have generated as much controversy as the Walton case. It was made, into a movie, a very, very popular movie called Fire in the Sky. And prior to doing tonight's interview, I again watched Fire in the Sky with my wife, who was utterly freaked out, completely freaked out, and so I imagine she is sitting intently listening to this interview. So what's going to happen is, coming up in a moment, the real McCoy, that's what he is, the real McCoy, Travis Walton. Stay right where you are. These interviews are few and far between. This is Midnight in the Desert, and I'm Art Bell, as usual, raging in nighttime. so. And then, oh, a white horse.
So we get out on the field, and there's a stupid fucking bitch who's 24. How do you know her age? Because I asked her how old she was, and I tell her,
there's a man going around taking names,
yeah, she was being very loud.
and he decides who to treat and who to blame.
And like, there was a lot of punchline.
Everybody will be treated all the same. There'll be a golden letter reaching down
Yeah. It's horrible.
from the man who comes around.
So, it was a really fun weekend. So.
The hairs on your arm will stand up
What?
at the terror any sip and any sup.
30 plus minutes.
Will you partake of that last offered cup,
The red band just pointed out to me. 30
or
plus
disappear
minutes of it was him
into
just
the
screaming
potter's
at this
ground?
white chick in her face.
Free to receive our packets. Then, with a smile on your face, please call the show at 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952.
I love your energy, but last of the
Good evening, everybody. Here he is from Snowflake, Arizona. Actually, the place he always was. Really, Travis Walton, Travis High.
Control your bitch,
Good
dog.
evening. Good evening. It has been, I don't know, 6 years, 10 years, like forever since we have had an opportunity to talk. So it's really an honor to have you back, and I was serious about scratching out that alleged stuff. What happened to you happened. Period. That's it.
Absolutely. We're at the tipping point. Back in the day, they used to say anybody who believes in such things is a kook. Now we're actually coming to the point where the debunkers and the skeptics are the kooks. Because the definition of a kook is someone who believes things that are at odds with known facts and accepted beliefs. And that's them, not us.
That's right. That is them, and there is so much to prove it now. And I really hate taking you back to this story again, but that's what I have to do because they crucify me otherwise. You're still married, right? To Mike Rogers' sister?
Yeah, we've been separated a number of years, amicably, but definitely living apart.
Okay.
November 5th, 1975, in some ways, it's like yesterday. It seems, the emotional impact in particular, but the memories are so fresh, it's hard to believe it's been nearly 40 years.
Travis, has this thing defined your life ever since? I mean, I can't imagine that it hasn't. It's kind of defined your life.
Yeah, it has. Actually, I have to say, regrettably, that it's something I live with every day. But the negative aspect of it has shifted, and that might be surprising. I stuck it out here in Snowflake, and it used to be, people would look and whisper and point, but now, the local people come up, shake my hand, and or greet me openly, and say, I always supported you. And I'm thinking, well, I wish you'd have spoke up longer.
Back then.
But it is good, that almost every time I go out now, I get some kind of positive response. And I'll tell you what, we've come a long ways in this town.
Oh, yes. How big a town now is Snowflake?
Well, it was about 3,500 then, but I don't know, not a whole lot bigger, might be 5,000.
Okay. All right.
We have added a stoplight. We've added a McDonald's.
Oh, you have a stoplight and a McDonald's.
Yeah.
Wow. We celebrated here in Pahrump, Nevada. We got our first stoplight and our first McDonald's, so I know how you feel. All right, so your crew consisted of Mike Rogers, let's see,
Jim Peterson,
right? Is Ken Peterson or?
Ken Peterson, Kenneth Peterson,
right? John Gillette.
John Gillette, Dwayne Smith, who always gets confused with my brother Dwayne. It's a different spelling of Dwayne. And then there was Steve Pierce and Alan Dowers.
Okay.
I know.
I'm going to go to the movie for this, and I know the movie probably got an awful lot of stuff wrong, but there's something I want to ask about, and that is, well, you know what? I shouldn't ask about that yet. Tell the story as I suppose Mike might have told it that night. The movie, is it close enough for comfort, or is it far away from what actually occurred?
Well, you know, anytime Hollywood tells a real life story, they've got to simplify and abbreviate and sort of symbolize things because you're telling in 90 minutes something that spanned years. So some of that is to be expected and it's acceptable. I have two brothers, Don and Dwayne, who became one named Dan. James Garner was several investigators and lawmen rolled into one. And they actually reduced the number of the crew from 7 to 6. And, some of that's acceptable and, understandable. But the greatest amount of changes were what happened aboard the craft. And I see no reason for that except commercial conditions.
All right, well, we'll get into that. But all of this crew, you were up there cutting and clearing for, I guess, what, the U.S. Forest Service?
Yeah, it was a government contract to clear out undergrowth, damaged trees, and diseased trees, and generally clean up the forest, and also a lot of fuel reduction, which is fire reduction strips through the area that makes it easier to fight forest fires that might spring up.
It's hard work, huh?
Oh, it's definitely some of the hardest work you can do in high altitude on steep terrain, and carrying a heavy chainsaw. It's definitely not for the faint of heart.
It's for the young. And by the way, you are quite a bit older than you were then. How old were you at the time? You were 22?
I was 22, and now I'm 62.
Oh my God. I'm 70, Travis, so there you go. Wow, you're over 60 now. Holy mackerel.
I could still outrun my boys.
I don't feel it either, at all. But it happens, and those years go by. So you guys were, it started out with everybody in the truck going up there and working. And I guess that you were on your way home. It was dark. And if the movie is accurate, somebody saw something in the distance that, and I guess you were part of this, that they claimed looked at first light like fire.
Yeah, it was going on, we tried out a number of ideas of what it might be, deer hunters camped out there, a plane crash, a fire in the tree, but nothing was fitting in with what we were seeing.
Right. It was a full glow in the sky, kind of like in the movie, maybe not as reddish, but a full, and the sun had gone down, of course, in the west. So it could not have been the sun. It had to be a fire or, as you mentioned, a crash or something like that. Anyway, it was apparently pretty much directly ahead of where you were headed on that only road you were on to get out of there, right?
Right, and closer we got, I could see that there was a break in the trees ahead, and where the light was shining across the road. So Mike, hurry up, get up there and see what it is. Because by then, all of us had noticed it, and so we bounced along and went on up there. I mean, it was curious, but it wasn't a whole lot alarming at first. But burst into the clearing, man, it was bam. It just hit us right between the eyes. It was unmistakable. Alan yelled out, "It's a flying saucer!"
Oh, did he really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know that. But it obviously looked like one, certainly depicted in the movies. Did the movies have it about right the way it looked?
No, not at all.
Okay, good.
But, it was definitely not some little glowing point of light off in the distance like
the skeptics tried to say it could have been the planet Jupiter. And this was less than 90 feet away. Unmistakable metallic disc hovering there. You know, I threw open the door thinking it would just take off before I got 10 steps outside the truck. But the closer I got, the scareder everybody got. Yeah, they all stayed in the truck, right? Yeah. And in fact, they were screaming bloody murder at you to get that hell back. Yeah, they were describing me in some rather uncomplimentary language to get back in the truck so we could get the heck away from there. Okay. And I was scared too, but I was trying not to show it. So, you know, the closer I got, the slower I went. And I could hear this sound that it was making. It was a bizarre combination of highs and lows. And highs and lows. You mean pitched high, pitched low? It's a cyclic sort of a sound, and then a throbbing, real below bass sort of sound. It was really complex. I gave a talk to engineering school, and they were very interested in the types of sound that I was hearing because it would give clues about what might be driving this thing. But the closer I got, the scareder I got, and so when I got right up to it, I mean, I was awestruck too. You know, later on. Well, let me stop you and ask you, first of all, it's not your average person, Travis, that would get out of the truck and try to run under something like this. The average person would do what the guys in the truck did after, you know, something happened to you. They would take off like a bat out of hell. You know, I mean, that's scary. So, can you remember in your mind what caused you to get out of the truck and try to get under this thing? Well, that's what I was starting to say, is that Alan and Steve thought for them it looked like I was under outside control, that I was in some kind of trance. But, you know, I think we were all entranced, so to speak. It was just an incredible, awesome sight, and all the crewmen agree with that. And it was just, wow. And plus the sound, and plus there was something in the air, just this feeling. You know, Mike said it seemed like something was about to happen. And I think that we were sensing this electrical charge that was building. But, oh yes, humans can feel that. Yeah, and you know, what was making the hair rise on the back of your neck wasn't just fear, it was something kind of like a huge static charge or something. That's probably exactly what it was. You can get that same feeling. I've been under 500,000 volt lines, and you can actually get little shocks from touching the wet grass beneath it. And you can feel that in your whole body, kind of like that. Yeah. And plus the vibration, it was subsonic and ultrasonic. You know, they said they could feel it in the vibrating from the metal of the truck, you know. But, because, you know, Mike had turned the engine off, because when everybody started exclaiming, he had to lean over to see what everybody was looking at. But, when I got up to where I was looking up at about a 45-degree angle, it was just so astonishing that it was smooth as glass over the entire surface, but parts of it were glowing and parts of it were metallic, and it was giving off this glow at the same time you could see the surroundings reflected in the surface. You know, it's kind of like when you look at a television set and you can see, you know, from the window. So it was reflective, not like a mirror, but somewhat reflective. Yeah. And as I was looking up at it, those guys were, you know, pretty much in a panic, screaming at me to get back in the truck. And I decided to turn around and run, but it suddenly got louder and started to move. And so I just instinctively just jumped for cover. And there was a log in the middle of the clearing, part of this brush pile there. And so I jumped down behind it, and then, you know, immediately, you know, decided to run back to the truck. But when I stood up, my head and chest at that point became the closest point to that vehicle craft. No, I'm not. Okay. I am on a cordless hardwired line. Cordless hardwired. Okay, good. I'm getting an occasional little breakup, but nothing big. Nothing big. Fine. So you decided at the last minute, the heck with this. I'm going to run. Yeah. And again, different than the movie, right? It didn't show that in the movie. What it showed in the movie was you got thrown by this thing. So that was wrong. That is what happened. That is what happened. Oh, it is what happened. I decided to run, but I didn't. Just standing up and sat. And there was, the way it's depicted in the movie, the guy, the actor, is jerked and then was thrown back. Right. Kind of dragged out. It was just a, it's strange because Hollywood normally, wants to put on a light show, and they really missed an opportunity there because it was far more violent than they depicted. It was so violent that it was compared, by the crew that was watching to a grenade or a landmine thrown into the air. Wow. Some guy said, it threw me 10 feet. Some thought it was 20 feet, but John said that my body fell like a sack of meat, like there were no bones in it. They said that no attempt to break my fall or anything, to the point where, the violence was so powerful that they immediately started screaming it killed me. Yeah, they were convinced you were dead, and frankly, even watching the movie, I can understand that. They thought this thing had killed you, and of course, at that point, if the movie is accurate, they said, heck with this, we're getting out of here, and went tearing down some of the rest of that road as fast as they could go. That accidentally wrecked in the truck, I do not blame them. I always wanted to say that those did the right thing at that point. What was the point of risking everyone's life to save somebody they thought was already dead? So anybody that thinks that was cowardly is just wrong. Mike, had the safety of the crew, under his responsibility. When they got up the road, they said that they argued about whether it had actually disintegrated or incinerated me. And when they were unable to find some deer hunters, with guns to come back, they decided they would come back. Now in the movie, when Mike said, this truck's going back, anybody who doesn't want to can get out and wait here, nobody volunteered to stand alone in the dark like in the movie. They all said, no way, we're staying with the truck. So they all went back. Okay, so, oh man, that's really a deviation. So every one of them went back. They didn't stand in the dark as depicted in the movie. They all went back. Yeah, bless their hearts. I give them credit for that. That took courage. Yeah, it sure did. Like I was telling Steve today, courage is not the absence of fear. Courage is to keep going in the presence of fear. Yes. All right, so when they got back there, Kenny was saying the scariest thing to him, because they saw the craft leaving, the scariest thing to him, he thought would be what my charred body was going to look like later. You say they saw it leave? Yeah, as they approached the area, they saw it streak off. Wow. And obviously they were immediately looking for you, and you were not there anymore. Now, was there any trace left on the ground of either you or the presence of that craft above?
I think it was a little bit of both. So UT gives out
in long-term ongoing research, there was evidence of the craft having been there. And when the sheriff brought in the tracking dogs from the state prison, they were unable to find the trail going anywhere beyond where my body fell in the middle of that clearing. And before we get further with this story, because people are going to be going, oh, come on, when you get into the details, your entire crew was given a lie detector test. And if I have it right, in the first one, Dallas may have been a little unreadable because he was so freaked out, but everybody else passed the lie lie detector test. And then moreover, they were later given a second lie detector test, and everybody passed.
Like a gas pump.
Yeah, the second round, Alan Dallas first, because obviously he had walked out on his initial test, but this was with the same examiner. And Mike was retested. I took 2 more tests from the state police lie detector expert, which, at the time that the 6 tests had been passed, the president of the American Polygraph Association said that although polygraph on a single test is less than 100%, when you have that many people passing tests on the same issue, the odds are over 1,000,000 to 1 of there being any error.
Okay, Travis, hold on. You can relax for about 7. This is Midnight in the Desert, and I'm Art Bell.
Yeah, he does. Hi, Phil. So good call.
Amazing.
Yeah, he deserves it. So, my dad is like obsessed with honey. So he got it from like honey and then like dates, like the arrows, like dried fruit. He sells them. He doesn't like eat cakes or sugar. It's just natural sugar.
For Dark Matter News, I'm Leo Ashcraft. NASA's one-ton Curiosity rover landed on Mars 3 years ago this week. As the car-sized rover touched down on the Martian surface, it ushered in a new era of planetary exploration on Mars. But it was also the start of something else. Curiosity's sardonic Twitter alter ego, known as the Sarcastic Rover. The Sarcastic Rover parody Twitter account came into being on August 6, 2012, the night of the famous 7 Minutes of Terror landing that brought Curiosity to the Martian surface. Sarcastic Rover's brand of science-minded wit was apparent from the moment it arrived on Twitter. Sarcastic Rover acts like any of us would after being sent to Mars. It's kind of upset, a little lonely, and it wants to make fun of everything. The parody account resonated with people immediately. The account attracted some 7,000 followers during its first night online, according to Jason Philtroff, a screenwriter and the mind behind the Sarcastic Robot. Sarcastic Rover now has about 134,000 followers 3 years into Curiosity's mission. One of our listeners, Ron, ran across a photo from the winter of 2007 that he says he took right after it snowed there in Everett, Washington. He says it was around midnight or so, and the photo was taken on his back deck, which is looking northwest towards Fort Gardner Bay, which is part of the Puget Sound. You can just see the neighbor's house in the background. There appears to be a ghost image near the edge of the deck, and it seems to be looking at Ron. He says he didn't see it at the time the photo was snapped. Instead, Ron says he would be heading indoors at a quick pace and locking the door behind him. Take a look at the backyard ghost sent in from one of our listeners, Ron, at darkmatternews.com or artbell.com.
After last night's show on radio, we've had earthquakes, meteors, asteroids, UFOs, volcanic activity, and something has shaken loose. Earlier today, young Eric Waters had an experience that will change his life forever. Today, Boone Man, trying to enjoy a little bit of time in the North Carolina mountains, had a run-in with Sasquatch. His little doggy was able to chase it away. Due to some licensing issues on YouTube, we were not able to get the audio or the video for this. I am going to attempt to reenact today's video. No, Yippee! No, Yippee! No, no! Oh, okay. Oh, we're safe. That's about it. And while he was breathing heavy and saying no, Zippy, off to the right seemed to be a humanoid beast, a little shorter than normal. Might have been maybe a teenage, younger Sasquatch or Sasquai or Sagittarius. The Yeti seemed to be crouched and crawling away to the right. Seemed a little shorter than most. Yeah, that's right. Height doesn't matter. Well, this little guy was moving pretty quick for your normal Sasquatch, but hey, maybe he had to go. When nature calls, we enhanced some of the audio using our spectrometer vocalizer by subtracting the first and second tracks. Here's what we found.
Oh my God.
It continues to haunt me. E-May, no A, Cation Bay. According to our Latin specialist. He was saying when he was on vacation, Eric's memory of this is corroded and polluted by the horrible smell. He said it was somewhere between a dead, rotting flesh and the sweet, pungent smell of a freshly sprayed skunk. Bigfoot investigators and enthusiasts from all over the area have swarmed to this little North Carolina town. Hopefully we'll find out soon what they're doing. This is John G. with Dark Matter News.
Years ago, maybe months ago, maybe a couple weeks ago, anything that happened, your first fucking pull of the night, 60 seconds uninterrupted, goes to Matt Walker, everybody. Matt Walker. Oh shit, it's Matt Walker, oh my god.
The devil went down to Georgia. He was looking for a soul to steal. He was in a bind, he was way behind, he was willing to make a deal. When he came across this young man sawing on the fiddle and playing it hot, and the devil jumped up on a hickory stump and said, boy, let me tell you what. I guess you didn't know it, but I'm a fiddle player too. And if you care to take a dare, I'll make a bet with you. Now you play a pretty good fiddle, boy, but give the devil his due. I bet a fiddle of gold against the souls that think I'm better than you.
To reach Midnight in the Desert via Skype, worldwide, if on a computer, please be sure to use a headphone mic and call MITD 51. That's MITD 51. All right, everybody. Travis Walton is here. A very rare interview, and I'm trying to cover as many details as I can and see where the movie separates from the truth and what the truth really is. This is a real story, as I mentioned before the break. Everybody involved took multiple lie detector tests, and so this, it's a real thing. Listen on, I guess, at your own peril if this kind of thing scares you, and it scares me.
As of now, there are 16 past tests. I've passed 5 different tests with 3 different examiners with extensive years in law enforcement, which is considered the better, more qualified polygraph examiner.
Even in the movie, the guy came out and said, look, the truth is, these guys were telling the truth, in my opinion. So,
yeah, and the examiners stand by it to this day.
All right. So, we're going to get back to what happened to you and the craft, but the whole town went to buzzing as you were gone, and you were gone for a total of 5 days. My God, that's a long time. They had dogs out, they had people out combing, they had helicopters up, they looked for you everywhere, and of course, they began to suspect your crew of your possible, murder or something, right? And they became kind of unpopular in that small town. Are you still friends with Mike, by the way?
I haven't spoken to him in quite some time. He's kind of, threw up his hands and didn't want to talk about this anymore.
I do understand.
Yeah, that too as well.
How about the rest of them?
Yeah, well,
I'm going to have a couple of them come and speak at my conference, which we'll get to. And I'd like to get Mike to come too. His health's not what it used to be.
I do understand. All right, back to the movie for a second. One thing they never explained in the interviewing they were doing, as they thought you might have been murdered, they spoke to Alan Dallas. Now, it was referred in the movie, or referenced in the movie, that Dallas was kind of a, I don't know, what words would you use to describe
Black sheep of the group. Yeah, he had had some trouble with the law, and he was just generally, had a few run-ins with various guys on the crew, and he and I had done a little sparring.
Yeah, he didn't much like you, I guess, no?
Well, there was a little bit of antagonism over some things, It was a girl that he had been approached that I had been dating, and this was before my wife. And then he and Mike got in a fist fight in the street in front of my house, and so it was just his nature.
that's why it came out a little screwy.
Yeah, because he was pretty sure that they were going to try to pin the murder on him.
Well, it looked like they might try pretty hard for a while there. What they never explained, and Alan admitted that there had been, Alan Dallas admitted there had been an altercation with you. Now, was he referring to the tree because he had a pretty nasty cut on his hand, and they never explained that.
We get scouts got to work all the time, you know. And after I was returned, the doctor examined me, found a puncture on my arm, and you know, it was assumed that happened during my abduction, but it could have easily been, you know, being took by a thorn in the course of a work day, you know.
Well, the one on Dallas looked really, in the movie, looked really serious, like, you know, touched a chainsaw or something. Did you have a fight with him? You know,
not with Jake Claus. I mean, you know, he nearly dropped the tree on me, and I gave him a dirty look, and said some things under my breath, if he could read lips. You know, it wasn't a friendly exchange there,
but not physical?
Normal, I mean, a rough bunch of guys.
Oh, yeah, of course, alpha males, all of you. Was there an actual physical altercation with him?
When he tried to spin kick on me, Steve, a young guy on the crew, laughs about how Alan fell on his behind trying to do that, you know. It was just semi-good-natured sport, you know.
Okay. All right, so no altercation that would produce a cut like they showed?
No.
All right, now back to you, Travis, and you were, while the whole town is going nuts and they're searching for you for all these days, you're suddenly in, well, where?
Well, I woke up on board the craft. I didn't know where I was at first, but I was in a lot of pain, and I was in and out for a while. And when I finally did come to, it was in a foggy, hazy kind of way. My vision was blurred, and even double vision. It even hurt the light, even though it wasn't bright, hurt my eyes. The pain in my head and chest was incredible. And I felt it was life-threatening, you know. Something was terribly wrong inside.
Describe your environment, if you can, when you woke up. Can you? I mean, when you looked around, what do you see?
It was dimly lit, and I could hear the sounds of movement around me. And I could just barely make out the forms of what I thought were doctors. But then my vision cleared, and I could see these aliens standing close. And it just completely freaked me out. I mean, I was already scared about the way I felt, but I just completely lost my mind with fear.
Were you, describe what you were on, if you can. Were you on a slab?
I was lying on my back, and I was close enough to the ceiling before I even looked over and saw them. I figured I was on some kind of a gurney or a raised operating table, and I thought, you know, that I'd been hurt somehow and taken to the hospital. Then when I finally focused on what I thought were medical people, it was these aliens, and I just flipped out.
Okay.
A lot of people think, oh, I'm stateful, ask good questions.
Who thinks that? Not me.
You know, but you have to understand that, you know, the pain I was feeling, the feeling of something mortally wrong inside, but moreover, the most important feeling was that I felt like I couldn't get enough air. The feeling of suffocation. There's a scene in the movie of a membrane.
Yes.
When the actor's laying on the table and aliens are surrounding him, and he's struggling to scream through this membrane, struggling to breathe through it. That didn't actually happen, but I think in that case it does a better job of explaining the source of my panic, or at least the chief source, that, you know, that feeling of suffocation combined with the feeling of weakness, like you can't move when you need to move quickly to get away. And so, you know, suddenly realizing where I was gave me a shot of adrenaline, enough, a burst of strength to actually
I bumped up against this shelf behind me, I just looked real quick to see what I'd run into.
What do you do for a living?
And there was some things there, and I just grabbed the biggest thing there and started flailing in their direction. And that stopped their approach.
All right, two things to ask. One, the movie depicted a lack of gravity. You said something fell and hit the floor, so obviously there was some gravity.
Yeah, there was gravity. There was no weightlessness. And in fact, if anything, it might have been slightly heavy gravity. But to explain that feeling of weakness, although just the feeling of injury, I really think that whatever happened with that blast of energy from the craft, it did so much damage that when I came to at that point, whatever efforts had been made to revive me were not complete.
So you were in Vegas.
All right, you described aliens very close to you, and of course everybody would like to know, forget the movie, were these creatures all similar, or can you describe?
Yeah, they were very similar,
okay.
And you do have to forget the movie because they changed them. The panic that the people at Paramount had was that these aliens had been in another production immediately prior to the production, filming of Fire in the Sky,
right.
And they did not want anybody, seeing something that hadn't been seen before, so they changed their appearance. But they were what's, back in then they didn't have the term grays, but that's what people call these small, hairless, grayish-white beings with huge eyes.
And that is what you saw?
Yeah.
And what kind of car is it?
So that part of it, actually, there's a classic gray that you just described. Hairless, pretty small generally. Any idea how tall they were?
Shorter than 4 feet, for sure.
Small.
I really don't really use the term gray. I don't like that. I think that there's probably a number of similar species that are just being stuck under one name that really come from really different places. And I have a whole line of reasoning that tells me that that's the case. The variations in descriptions that you see, and also there are a number of species of animals on the Earth that look very similar, that are completely genetically unrelated. They just look similar because they live in a similar environment. And that's what I think is the case with these,
whatever they are.
Yeah.
So you pushed one, I guess, pretty hard. Did he go reeling backward or what?
Yeah, it was softer and lighter than I expected, but it fell back pretty easily.
Yeah.
And it was probably partly because it was totally unexpected. I think they were trying to maintain control of me, and it took me many years to figure out that it was probably some kind of neurological impairment due to this blast of energy from that craft that actually worked against their normal method of being able to control humans and keep them in some kind of trance or in an unconscious state. And that's why when they came around and I started flailing at them and they stopped and stared at me, that I felt that stare was so excruciating. That was my nightmares for months after the incident. That stare gave me this horrible feeling in my head. And in support of that was the EEG that I was given immediately afterwards that showed there was some kind of anomalous pattern that, I think is consistent with, some kind of burst of energy hitting me in the head. room you were in?
It was very small, dimly lit, cramped. Not at all like depicted in the movie. It was not organic looking. It was not cluttered. Very featureless, metallic surfaces. I saw no writing or symbols, but, you know, they may see in a broader spectrum of light than we do, and there may have been something
that you didn't see.
Yeah. But anyway, they left and went down this passageway to the right, so I went out and went to the left, you know, fearing that they would come back.
Of course.
Looking for a way out, just in a blind panic to just open the door, and in my back of my mind thinking, drop to the ground, be back in the woods.
Drop to the ground.
Yeah, I was thinking that it was craft was still in the woods.
You know, that could have been acceleration that you were feeling that would make you feel heavier. At this point, you couldn't even really know if you were still in the atmosphere of the Earth or way past.
Yeah, in hindsight, you know, it would have been foolish to get a door open, but that was my goal. So I was afraid because the passage was so narrow and so cramped and it turned so tightly that I couldn't see very far behind me to see if they were chasing me, and I couldn't see very far ahead of me to what was I, you know, coming to.
Actually, I can see why you would think that. You might even think that you were still hovering not all that far above the forest floor. So, yeah, of course. That makes sense. That you would look at the door.
I went into this room where there were other doors leading out of it, which later piecing together the floor plan wouldn't have led to the outside, but I thought at that point that was my best bet of escaping this place.
Makes sense to me.
And so I pushed buttons and things trying to open the door unsuccessfully, and it did cause this star pattern projection to move at one point.
What do you mean?
And
star pattern?
There was no, this room was darkened and had points of light. Now, whether it was a planetarium-like projection or some viewing method of where it was actually at in real time, I don't know, but, you know, it was very disorienting to have this pattern move.
Isn't that interesting? I don't recall hearing this before.
Well, it might have been, you know, like just a map that was moving, but when your sole points of reference are these points of light, I was already unsteady on my feet. So I decided to quit messing with that. And, you know, in hindsight, what if it was actually moving with a craft? You know, turning it upside down or something. Could have crashed it or something. I don't know.
All right.
Anyway,
one quick question before we go on, and that is, you know, from the moment you woke up, Travis, did you have any sense at all of how much time had passed, or whether a lot of time had passed while you were?
No idea.
No idea.
You know, my initial impression was, since this was the first thing I was remembering since, you know, turning to run away, I thought it was immediately afterwards. But in hindsight, it could have been a day or two, or, you know, who knows how long afterwards. And also very far away.
Okay. What is your sense of the totality of time that you spent on the craft? How long?
Well, the conscious memory that I had around that time, it was a very brief period of time. I figured it was less than an hour. But obviously 5 days and 6 hours. And everybody leaps to the question, well, what about time dilation? You travel near the speed of light and time passes more slowly for you.
Right.
Well, the thing that refutes that was when I told my brother, you know, said something immediately upon being recovered. Something he said about my mom worrying for each days. He could tell that I thought it was still the same night.
Wow.
And he said, Travis, you've been gone 5 days. Feel your face. And I had a 5-day growth of beard. And that is what overturns the time dilation idea.
All right, Travis. Travis, hold it right there. Got a quick break. Travis Walton is my guest. I'm Art Bell, and this is Midnight in the Desert. Stay right where you are.
I don't know. We did find the hookup recently, though, but I let her peg me, but it was only like reparations.
All right, Nathan Davis. There it is. Okay. Let's talk about it. Is any of that true? Is it a black? Really, you have a black, beautiful, clean neighbor?
I do. That part is true. I didn't let her peg me.
Right.
We didn't hook up, I should say.
Right. Okay. How long have you been with stand-up?
About a year and a half, year and 5 months.
All of it here in Austin?
No, I just moved here September.
From where? Oregon. Okay. Portland or out in the middle of nowhere?
Out in the middle of nowhere. I lived about an hour and a half south of Portland.
Yeah, it's the truth. Skip the internet heavy episode. So far, everyone has had some almost direct correlation in some way.
Want to take a ride from the high desert and the great American Southwest? This is Midnight in the Desert, exclusively on the Dark Matter Digital Network. To call the show, dial 1-952-CALL ART. That's 1-952-225-5278. A rare interview with Travis Walton, abductee, real abductee. This is not lessening anybody else's story. It's just there's so much cooperation for this that I feel very comfortable saying real abductee. Travis, I get questioned, and by the way, people are asking, what was the movie? My goodness, it is a long time ago. It's called Fire in the Sky, and you can still see it, and we've got updated stuff for you coming up. We'll tell you all about it in a moment.
I saw him on television night before last. Still showing out there.
It sure is.
And it was on Netflix last I heard.
There you go. Joe wants to know what the device, the medical device you thought it was, what did that look like, the one on you?
Well, it was glowing kind of a greenish glow coming from underneath it. So I don't know whether it was some kind of a treatment device designed to repair the damage that was done internally, or if it was something designed to diagnose or look inside. But I definitely think my regaining consciousness was unexpected and actually kind of put a kink in their efforts to revive me.
All right.
For many years I thought that I was taken aboard for experiments or to torture me, but it was actually probably more about reviving me.
Richard asked, did Travis get the feeling that the aliens didn't care whether you lived or died? In other words, did you feel they were caring for you, about you, or just sort of didn't?
The Richard's question is related to what I was just saying. That at the time, the complete lack of emotion, I interpreted it as hostility. But in total perspective, analyzing what happened, the way it fits in with the medical tests afterwards, and how I was returned and everything, it took me years to realize that it was probably more of an ambulance call than an abduction, that I got myself hurt, and that made it necessary to take me aboard just to avoid leaving me there as galactic roadkill.
You said you didn't feel as though you were more than about an hour in total had passed on board the craft, yes?
Yeah, a very brief period of time. Of course, in a state of complete hysteria, it seems like forever. But, when you piece together what happened and, even the waiting periods, it was less than I thought, It certainly doesn't account for the entire time. But there were little glimmers of memory, and, the hypnosis reinforces this, that there were blocked memories that happened that I'm unable to recollect even after all this time, that other than what, came out under that first hypnosis session.
What did come out under the hypnosis session? What did you find out?
Up to that point, I was so traumatized that I could hardly finish a sentence about
technique was to separate the fear from the experience. And although there was a great deal of fear in what I was remaining, but it was still enough to where I could tell them what happened.
All right, so how did you get from the craft? I mean, we last left you going down a hall, or passageway or something, and then what?
Well, my unskilled, I would say, button pushing, trying to open the door, must have attracted some attention. I don't know, maybe coincidentally, this person came in that I took to be a human being from some Earth-based space agency or military arm of from the Earth, and but I really think now that wasn't the case. He took me out of this craft, and at this point, it was parked. It was inside of this big hangar-like structure. It could have been a building somewhere, a military base or somewhere, or it could have been part of a larger craft. It had a sort of a look to the roof and wall that looked sort of like I've seen in airplane hangars, but the light coming from these panels could have been filtered sunlight through a translucent panel, or it might have been an artificial, natural light sort of light fixture. I have no idea where it was. I couldn't see out through these windows or if they were windows.
At any point, did any of these creatures communicate with you in any way, either vocally or telepathically?
But we're doing good now, so...
I think that excruciating encounter initially with the three of them was an attempt to say something telepathically. And I was curious about why it was so excruciating until I connected to possibly that I was injured and the receiver, so to speak, wasn't operating correctly. I was interviewed the same day for this new movie coming up called 701, which refers to the 701 unresolved Blue Book cases. This movie is in the works yet, but I was interviewed the same day as these school kids from Zimbabwe. And I asked the young lady what that felt like when these, I don't know if you heard about this, but if everyone heard about this thing where there's like 60 kids at recess in broad daylight, this craft came down, these aliens, like I described, came out and communicated to them through this stare. And I wanted to know if it was excruciating, like for them, like it was for me. And they said no, it was very pleasant. The message wasn't unpleasant, it was friendly. And so that convinces me all the more that it was just an attempt with extreme aggressiveness, force of the combined force of the three of them trying to get control of me before I hurt them or actually hurt myself, because I think my unscheduled regaining of consciousness interrupted some life-saving repairs, and so that's the reason for a human-looking person to come in and take me out.
Fully human?
Apparently, in most ways, there was something odd about the eyes, but again, I go back to the biology. See, Skip are really fond of saying, this is ridiculous, there are no aliens, because everybody reports bipedal, 2 hands, 2 legs, a head on top.
Right.
Oh, they're not going to look anything like that, they're going to be a tentacle octopus. Well, that's ridiculous. If you understand the principles of biology, bilateral symmetry is almost, throughout all life on Earth, no matter how diverse it. And you have many cases where animals that resemble each other very, very much are completely unrelated just because they are in a similar ecological niche, a certain similar environment.
Sure. These creatures, were they wearing helmets, or were they breathing if they were breathing?
Looking ones. They do her for a second here with a question. Yes, I've got it. Heather would like to know, she may have information. Is it true Travis was found to have radiation signatures in his blood that can only be found if a person is exposed to radiation, like in space, outside of Earth's atmosphere?
That was an untrue rumor. Unfortunately, that specific test was not performed. That kind of evidence might have been apparent had they done such a test. However, the trees nearest where the craft came down do have definite markers of having a huge radiation dose.
Wow.
And we can get into that in detail, but this accelerated growth that was generated in these trees has been duplicated in the trees. It's a Scots pine tree species near the Chernobyl nuclear accident. It's very similar to ponderosa pine, where this forest was. And the radiation at Chernobyl caused an accelerated growth there, just like it did at the clearing. Now, the trees nearest where the craft came down had the greatest accelerated growth, and then the effect faded back into the woods. And most interestingly, the most recent discovery was that the accelerated growth was primarily on the side of the tree in the direction of the craft. So in a circle of trees around where the craft came down, the thickened growth would be on the east, west, south, or north, or whatever side was facing the craft, which completely undercuts any skeptic's idea that there was some growth effect that had nothing to do with the craft.
This is all new information to me.
It's new research, yes.
When was this outed?
This was discovered in an expedition overseen by Ben Hansen. He was the host of the TV series Fact or Fake, former FBI agent. He oversaw an expedition back there, and we were able to check that this accelerated growth, which we were aware of going way back, but we didn't know it was directional until this last year, when we were able to get a complete cross-section of the trees. And this high radiation was detected with Geiger counters on the men's hard hat during the search. And also, when I exited the truck, I left the door open, and the crewman that was in the open doorway was Kim Peterson, and his right arm, the arm towards the open door, has recently been diagnosed with skin cancer, which again is a
sign of maybe radiation.
High radiation coming out. No, the blood test didn't reveal that, but unfortunately, this kind of test went around at the time.
Yes, indeed. Since the experience, have you noticed any changes in yourself? Psychic abilities, better understanding of yourself or anybody else or life itself? In other words, did it profoundly change you in some way?
All of the above, but I'm gonna not get into that stuff. I have tried very hard to stick to things that I can document,
right?
And some things became documentable later, so I was able to talk about them later.
Like the radiation, but you're trying to avoid the woo factor.
Right.
I get
But
that.
there's definitely some strange things that have become apparent.
All right, let me get again. So you were in this hangar-like place.
Yeah.
I want to know how you got back to, I don't know, Earth.
He took me to some other people who dressed similarly to him, except they didn't have helmets. And so I thought, well, maybe they can hear me. Maybe they'll answer my questions.
Right.
I was a badly idiot. I was screaming and crying, carrying on. I was basically out of my mind with fear. But they weren't responding to me. In a way, it might not have been so much secrecy or, anything covert or suspicious, but they were
gas station or something.
Well, I woke up and I was lying face down in the dark on a cold pavement. But there was I looked to see where the light was coming from. But it went off. But when I looked up, I could still see the shiny bottom of this craft hovering there, just for an instant before it shot straight up into the air. But I think probably quite a bit of time went on between the time I was put unconscious and the time I was lying there on the pavement. I could feel that my clothes were still warm, even though the pavement was very cold, the air was very cold.
Right, the movie showed you naked as a jaybird. Not true.
Not true. Not true. It was dreadful. I mean, they actually filmed a sequence where the actor portraying me came upon a couple getting busy in a car. They're naked, and he's naked, and they start screaming. He starts screaming. They said it was so bad that it was mercifully deleted from the film. But I guess the nakedness is a good metaphor for the feeling that I had in a variety of ways. That these beings, the small ones, could look into me like they could they knew what I was thinking. They could see into me. It was an intrusive, invasive kind of feeling. And then in the aftermath, the way the media microscopically analyzed my every move to an absurd extent, every childish act of bravado or whatever, motorcycle stunts or whatever was just blown out of proportion. And, they were just looking for anything that they could interpret as strange. So, the whole idea of being the bug in the jar began on board the craft and continued for months after I was returned.
All right, good. Right there, we're gonna break. Travis Walton is my guest. He's an abductee. Been there, done that, and back. I'm right back.
Are you gonna give him his big basement card, Josh? What the fuck? Josh, you have two jobs. What the fuck going on right now, man? Jesus fucking Christ, man. Turn off the shackles, man. God damn. This poor guy, he just couldn't be up here to get roasted to death. You have any idea how stupid your head is? He's just sitting there like, oh, what the fuck is that? You at least give him his head, it is.
Oh, man.
Oh my God. D-Madness is normally an absolute master of loud beats. Get him on mic. Is this mic this one here, dude, so that it makes it shut. Is that on the air? Is this mic on? Yeah, use that one. D-Madness.
Riders on the storm.
Yeah, Matt.
Into this house we're born. Into this world we're thrown. Like a dog without a bone and hacker out of home. Riders on the storm. The clock strikes 12, and Midnight in the Desert is pounding package your way on the Dark Matter Digital Network. To call the show, please direct your finger digits to dial 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952-CALL-ART. A rare interview with Travis Walton, abductee. Okay, Travis, here's one for you. You talked to us about the aliens, and then what seemed to be more human-like characters. So an obvious question would seem to be, do you think that means that we know all about the aliens, humans that we are in some way cooperating with them. You got taken because they perhaps thought you were hurt. They didn't want you. They didn't want you to wake up. And when you did, they wanted you the hell out of there. And so those humans that you say you saw may have been, well, who knows, government types. Is that possible?
Well, that's possible, and that's what I initially thought. But now, you know, going further into the skeptic's idea that no way would they even be vaguely humanoid, let alone human-looking, is preposterous when you look at the biology behind it. It's entirely possible that they're not us from the future, us from the past, or related to us, or that we were seeded here by them. It's entirely possible that they just have a particular keener interest in us because of our similarity, which is just coincidental. I predict that when we look at life on other worlds, they're not going to be astonished at how bizarre these life forms are. They're going to be amazed at the similarity of forms. They uncovered a fossil of a marsupial that is built just like a saber-toothed cat. This is a predator, and yet biologically completely unrelated, but very, very similar because of the niche that it filled in the ecology. We have javelina in the Southwest that look like pigs, have tusks, behaviors in so many ways like pigs, and they're not pigs at all. The American coniform is not even a true antelope, and it resembles so much a particular African antelope species because our American coniform evolved here on the American continent in the presence of the American cheetah, which is now extinct. And because of the similarity in the environment, it takes on a similar form and a similar ability. Every animal that winds up living in the water, whether it be a mammal, or a bird, or a reptile, or an amphibian, they all come to look very fish-like because the environment shapes the animal.
Okay, but clearly you were looking at two different species. I mean, you were looking at aliens and at something close to human.
Yeah, and I think that they were brought in, summoned, their assistance was gained because of the, I would be less combative, and they would be able to get some degree of cooperation and get me sedated to the point where they could finish the repairs, and B, they would know more and probably have more equipment and whatnot to deal with the nature of my injuries, which is why it took 5 days.
Okay. Dale asks, again, this is from Wormhole, do you still have nightmares about this event?
I did for a long time, but that gradually faded away. Now, the dreams that came back later were not so much nightmares, but actually featured the human-type people to a much greater extent, but with a much different emotional feel to it.
Fascinating. I haven't kept up on all the other guys who were on your crew, or Mike's crew. Obviously, we're going to get a pretty good feel for how you're doing these days, which thankfully is pretty good. How are the other guys doing? Do you know?
Well, come to find out, Alan Dallas had a heart attack and died here a couple years ago. And last year I found out that Dwayne Smith had also passed away from a heart attack. And, you know, I have had quite a bit of difficulty tracking Dwayne Smith down. I had a friend who was a former police officer who enlisted the help of a friend who was a private detective. Found him. I talked to him on the phone, interviewed him. Unfortunately, I taped the interview because, you know, he agreed that he would come out and speak with me. But, you know, he had some real problems with his teeth and he wanted to get them fixed before he'd appear on camera. But he passed away Thanksgiving before last.
Wow. So, many are gone, is the answer.
Yeah, 2 of them have gone. Mike's
So there is new information out there that people can get over-the-counter now. What I really would like to do is, would you mind answering a few phone calls?
Yeah, absolutely.
Good. Travis Walton is my guest. If you want to call us, the public number is area code 952-225-5278. Rare opportunity. 952-225-5278. North America, meaning America and Canada, can get us at MITD 51 on the Skype. MITD 51. If you're outside North America or Canada, you can call on Skype using MITD 55. That's MITD 55. So, if you have a question for you, and I can't imagine you don't, pick up the phone or pick up Skype and join us. Travis Walton, Midnight in the Desert.
So, Trump was elected president, right? And yet Biden is still in the White House. Like, I think this is really awkward. Like, you ever been in a relationship that ends before the lease does? One of them's on the couch, the other's in the bedroom. Every time you come out, you're just like, all right, listen. No, come on. The guy you're with is garbage.
For Dark Matter News, I'm Leo Ashcraft. The increase in availability of drones is all but certainly to cause an airplane accident, in part because it's difficult to catch people in the act of flying the small unmanned drones. CBS News aviation and safety expert Chelsea Sullenberger said Sunday that we've seen what a 6-pound or an 8-pound bird can do to bring down an airplane. She said on Face the Nation, a nod to the flock of the birds that knocked out both of the engines and forced him to land a plane in the Hudson River in 2009. Imagine what a device containing hard parts like batteries and motors can do that might weigh 25 or possibly up to 55 pounds to bring down an airplane. It's not a matter of if it will happen, it's a matter of when it will happen. There's been a dramatic increase in the number of unmanned aircraft flying near commercial planes, and in some cases pilots have had to alter their courses to avoid a collision. Sullenberger said the devices are becoming ubiquitous because they are relatively cheap and easy to procure, but that it allows people to do stupid, reckless, dangerous things with abandon. He says he's encouraged that aviation and the legal authorities have raised the penalties for doing these things, adding that the essential element that's still missing is the certainty of prosecution because it's been difficult to catch them in the act. Well, the Mars rover has been producing quite a few interesting photographs, to say the least, lately. One appears to be a ghostly woman, and another one may indicate an infestation of crabs on Mars. This recent Mars photograph seems to show a giant alien crab. Well, the mysterious object closely resembles the crustacean anyway. It's unknown exactly who found it, but it's really interesting. It does appear alive. It may be a crab-like animal, or it could also be a plant. This object has many arms, and one of them goes to the left of the picture, a very long ways. That arm is longer than all the others. Plant or animal, well, it really doesn't matter. The significance of this may be that it might show signs of life on Mars. Take a look at the photos yourself, and let us know what you see at darkmatternews.com. It's Friday, and that means open line night on Art Bell. Let us know what you think of the stories on Dark Matter News tonight. And remember, you can always submit a tip online at darkmatternews.com.
After last night's show on Bigfoot, we've had earthquakes, meteors, asteroids, UFOs, volcanic activity, and something has shaken loose. Bigfoot, Yeti, the Sasquatch, the abominable snowman. Whatever you may call it, showed up today in North Carolina. Little Eric and little dog Yippee, they caught it firsthand and on video. The recording is of a Sasquatch mating call, war scream, or greeting from some other dimension. Here it comes. It continues to haunt me. In the terrifying last few minutes of our Bell show, final caller came in with a recording that still sends chills down my spine.
I guess, do you want me to end your show with what I would think may be a Bigfoot scream that I heard out there in the woods in southeast Oklahoma?
I will miss it for the world, man. Go ahead.
And with North Korea rolling their time back 30 minutes, you may not even have heard this yet. And for those of you following politics, Fox News and Facebook will no longer be hosting GOP debates. The WWE has picked up the contract. And after Trump's rude remarks during the debate, Rosie O'Donnell fires back with this crazy tweet. It continues to haunt me. This is John G. with Dark Matter News.
You're funnier than that minute. Every time you've been on this show, it's been funnier than that.
Yeah.
You've been gone for a while, right? Like 4 or 5 months. I haven't seen you on social media doing positive shit all over my Instagram.
Is that normally what he does?
Yeah, he usually puts like this like live, laugh, love type shit. He's like, I'm sober now. He's like doing all these messages. And I actually thought about you recently, and I was like, what the fuck have you been up to? Is there something else that has happened recently? Are you not sober? Are you trying to get
No, I guess I'm just, I don't know,
Have you been living, laughing, and loving?
Actually, yes, but, yeah, it's been a struggle. I've been by myself, basically, alright, the shame thing. I've never thought I'm good enough. I don't think I'm good enough, right? So, I did the Thank you.
Yeah.
So I did the stupid, the competition in Austin thing. Fucking worse than this. Completely bombed. Didn't make it to the next round, whatever else. So
What do you think went wrong there?
Oh,
And let's
God.
go back to your next.
First of all, no one should have moved on. That was such... They began the show, the first person on the show brought, like, everybody.
The numbers by now, I hope. There is going to be an upcoming documentary. In other words, there has been a lot of information since all this happened, since the movie was made. Not everything in the movie was just so. So there's a brand new 90-minute documentary called Travis. Tell us about it.
Well, it's produced by On Wings Production. That's ONWINGES Production.com. And it interviews a lot of the prominent researchers in the fields, some who have been active since it happened originally, and some more recent to the scene, but
all about your case.
Yes, all about my case. It's a 90-minute film that's won a couple of EBE awards, and it's really a fantastic film, very thorough.
Boy, we're getting some interference on this line. I don't know if you can hear it on your end or not.
Yeah, I hear it.
You did.
We had some sabotage attempt on our local fiber optic node, and
that would account for the little breakup I hear, as well as the static. All right. So this documentary,
shotguns and various fiber optic connections.
Wonderful. I bet that's fun to do. Anyway, this documentary, where can people get it? How is it obtained?
Well, like I said, through onwingsproductions.com or through my website, traviswalpole.com.
Excellent. Also, you've got a conference coming up, right?
Yeah, this is the 40th anniversary of the event, and we've got quite a lineup of speakers. Tracy Torme, who was the original screenwriter on Last Guy, will be there, and his co-producer on 701, the movie, James Fox, will also be speaking. We've got David Childress, Ben Hansen, Lee Spiegel from the Huffington Post, UFO editor Paul Harris. Lynn Katai will be speaking about the Phoenix Lights, and I've got Robert
Morning Sky?
Uriarte and Noe Torres. They wrote a book called Cowboys and Aliens, and I think it's fascinating to go back to the prehistory of UFOs and show that the
Were you ever debriefed, it's a good question, by any government agency about the abduction experience? I would think they would be interested.
Put it that way.
You would think they would, and that's very, very curious that I have received no interest from any government agency. Now, it was widely suspected for a long time that our chief debunker for many years, Philip Glass, was acting as some kind of a covert disinformationist on behalf of some government agency. And he harassed the heck out of Mike Rogers, and he ought to, discredit it. And this bribe offer is well documented. It was carried by local deputy James Quick. And you, Art, challenged Philip Glass to take a polygraph test on the air.
I did. Yes.
And you got quite a bit of backlash over that. Well, you have been vindicated. Through the Freedom of Information Act, after Glass passed away, his FBI file revealed some very interesting stuff that I wish you had been able to get Philip Glass to take a polygraph test, because I think he would have flunked it in regards to his covert disinformation.
Well, I don't think anybody in the audience is surprised that that kind of thing is going on. All right, let's see who we've got. Richard, somewhere out in the world, you're on with Travis, huh?
Good morning, it's Richard from Northern Ireland.
Northern Ireland, okay.
Yeah. And great show as always. And big shout out to Belgam. And I have a question for Travis.
Okay.
Hey everybody, my name's Elazar.
You know the internet's like Travis. And there was a suggestion a few years ago that perhaps what you stumbled upon was some great government project, and in fact the whole alien thing was a result of hallucinogens force fed to you. Is there any truth or any possibility that's the case?
No, there's no possibility to that. That was kind of a theory that was put forth because people were desperate to explain it away. And, why does he pass a lie detector test? Well, he believes it happened, so he really hallucinated it, and it didn't really what he thinks it did. But, that theory and the transitory psychosis theory and another one involving hypnosis have no basis, because it doesn't explain how 7 people can have an identical hallucination.
All right, let's go to...
Also, medical tests show no trace of any drug in your body.
Thank you. Scott, you're on the air with Travis, huh?
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Yes.
Yeah. Travis, I have a question for you. Do you think that the spotlight on you, because now you have a celebrity status, do you think that now that you have a celebrity status, maybe the ETs are kind of backing away from you a little bit?
I don't know. If that were a security measure, then okay, but I don't know. Here at February 4 last, I was driving, leaving a MUFON meeting in LA. I was going, north up the 5 towards the 10 to come back to Arizona. I was with my girlfriend and my son, and we saw a giant triangular black craft come low overhead, undeniable, incredibly close. And I was astonished that you would have something over a city the size of LA and not have all kinds of reports. Well, we did a little research online. My son found this website called UFOstopper.com, and at that exact time and place, there were over a dozen reports of the same thing. So others saw it too.
I saw one of them, Travis, a big triangular craft. Scott, anything else?
Oh, yes. Actually, I live over here in Massachusetts. Actually, I had a sighting myself, actually, but it was more of a ring of light. Have either you, Art, or Travis, Travis, heard of like a ring of light that would float above somebody? Because that's actually what I saw above myself. It came, I don't know, about 10 feet above my vehicle, actually. And it came really close, and it floated really close, and then it just ascended right up in the sky. I was,
Okay, well, that would be a big no for me. What about you, Travis? Any rings?
I've heard of such reports, but I haven't seen such a thing myself.
I'm sure everybody comes to you now with every story. I mean, they do with me. Once they know that you're open to that kind of thing, they really come to you a lot. So let's go to, I don't know, Yorkton, is that correct? Saskatchewan, perhaps?
Yeah, yes, absolutely correct again there, Art.
Hi.
Thanks for taking my call, and hello, Travis. I actually have two questions. First one is, do you think that the aliens are here to help us? Because you always hear that there's the negative experiences, but do you think that they're here for the good or the bad? Is the first question.
Well, this is just my opinion, and it mostly speaks to the species that I encountered, and I really do not see them as malevolent. However, I think that there is something that's been kind of suggested in science fiction as the Prime Directive, the Non-Interference Directive, that it's against the rules to overtly infuse any kind of technology, because that's like giving matches to kids. We're just going to use it to hurt ourselves. So it makes sense that they're not going to do it. And I can expound on this a little further. The skeptics are fond of saying, if this was real, they'd land on the White House lawn and say, here we are, Mr. President. But I also posit that with their level of technology so far beyond ours, that they are perfectly capable of doing everything that they're doing here and remain completely undetected. There would be no ufology. There would be no sightings. They could accomplish that, I believe. So you have to explain why it's neither extreme. In my view, these glimpses, which are just barely provable enough to let this knowledge, this awareness filter through the population in a way that doesn't have the kind of overwhelming disruptive effect that this instant open disclosure would have.
Right.
That sounds great. And one more quick question, if I can. Travis, did you see any more people up there with you, or is it just you?
Well, there were some other human-looking beings, but like in the movie where there were human cadavers and or artifacts of other people having been there. No, I did not see that.
All right, off to Green Bay, Wisconsin. Hello.
That's right. Hello, how's it going?
It's going okay. Turn your radio or whatever off, please.
Yeah, we'll do it right now.
Okay. All right, proceed.
I have a question for Travis. It's kind of pop culture that aliens, when they abduct you, they stick clothes in you. Is there any truth to that?
You mean, did it happen to Travis?
Yeah.
Okay.
Travis.
Right.
Did they actually penetrate him with any clothes?
Right, okay, I've got it. They showed in the movie about the most horrible scene anybody could imagine, with this needle coming to Travis's trapped eye. Oh, God, that was awful. I'm so glad that didn't happen to you, Travis. Anything else?
There was an array of instruments there laid out. I had great apprehension about how they might have been used initially, thinking that, some bizarre effects would come out later, but I really think that they were just simply there to try to help, and so I don't think anything, I have no conscious memory of any probing or anything. I think what was done medically was just to correct a terrible accident that I brought on myself by getting too close to the
Got it. All right, let's go to Scott. Hello, Scott, on Skype. You're on the air.
Travis,
Get closer to your computer, sir. You sound like you're in a deep hall somewhere.
Okay, can you hear me now?
That's better.
Okay, Travis, it's great to talk to you both. Scott in Vancouver, I'm listening to you on TuneIn Radio, and this is one of the most fantastic stories, obviously, that I've ever heard. You know, I've heard Travis speak over the years, and the only thing a few people have touched on it. What have you, has time woken any memories up that might have been buried? Has anything come forward that might have been hidden before? Was there a message? I mean, you hear about these kids in South Africa that it was imparted to them that we have to save the planet. Was there any direct message to you? So a few questions kind of combine there, and I'll listen off there.
All right. Well, back about the time I was doing so many interviews for the movie, I started having these memories, little dreams or whatever, glimmers coming through, involving these human-looking type of people. And I went to Tracy Torme, the screenwriter on the film, and I asked him, do you think that there could be some memories returning? And he said, no. He said, it's probably just, you know, because you're doing all these interviews, that it's probably just dreams. And so I asked him the same question here recently, and he said, oh yeah, there's probably memories leaking back through. So he profoundly changed his opinion. But none of those memories, really constitute any useful information. They were just glimmers of things. It was definitely had a much more positive feeling than the earlier nightmares that I had.
You're a very lucky guy because there was so much corroboration. Lie detector tests, I mean, so many people, witnesses, the whole smear. You had it all. There are other abductees who tell stories, but without that kind of corroboration. Do you have any feelings about the whole abduction phenomenon? People who tell these stories?
I think there's a whole mix of things going on. It's a variety of things, all of the above, actually. You know, some of it is extremely vivid memory, some of it is delusion, some of it is misidentified ordinary things. But I believe there's a core reality here of other events and sightings and things that have happened. And just because someone is unable to document it doesn't mean it's not true. But, you know, in terms of trying to get the public to become aware that there is a core reality here, that's the reason I stick to documentation. It's not like that's what you have to have, but that's for it to be true, but that's what you need to have in order to bring people along and make them realize we're not alone, this is real.
You're right. You dropped a sort of a hint earlier that there have been changes in you that you don't really want to describe, and I jumped and said because of the Rule factor. And you know, I'm dying to know what they are.
All right, I'll give you what I can document. Really? I didn't want to say anything about the health effects because I couldn't document it, but I went into my employers and got the documentation that I never called in sick one time in the last 39 years.
Wow.
And so, wow. Unusual.
It's extremely unusual. Are you kidding? 39 years? You never called in sick once?
No.
So if anything, you got a health benefit.
Possibly. I mean, it could be a coincidence that I'm healthy, but, you know, I never missed a day of work except for funerals and things.
Hazelton, Pennsylvania, your turn with Travis Walton. Hi.
Hi, to both of you. Very interesting. I missed the very beginning of the show. Where did this happen?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
It happened south of Heber-Overdike, Arizona.
Okay.
Up on the Mogollon Rim, over 7,000 feet elevation, up in the Ponderosa Pines of the Sitgreaves National Forest, very near the border to the Apache reservation.
And you talked about when they left you out of the craft or whatever it was, you were in some kind of a hangar, is that it?
Yeah, apparently either a hangar or maybe possibly a larger craft.
How did you get out of that?
Well, I was rendered unconscious, but when I woke up, I was returned. So obviously they transported me to a vehicle after I was unconscious and brought me back. And in a happening, right? You didn't know when you were being transported. You didn't you have no consciousness of that at all, right? Right.
Every day.
Yeah. Wow. They kept me out. Well, memories. I do think with these little glimmers that have been coming through, that at least part of that time I wasn't in a coma or under anesthesia. That part of the time there was some kind of interaction, especially with these young-looking beings.
Okay, the documentary name again?
Is Travis. I didn't name it. That's my ego playing there. They named it Travis.
Oh, you deserve a documentary name. No problem. We'll tell everybody how to get it. Stay right there. We're up against break. It'll be a quick one, and we'll be right back. Travis Walton is my guest. His story is always the same. A few new things, but always the same.
Who's gonna tell you when? Who's gonna tell you things?
Yeah, actually, I went on a date with one of the most beautiful women I've ever met 2 weeks ago. How'd it go? Great.
Eric Grace, not a fan of the organ music on that beat there. How'd it go? What'd you guys do?
We went out to a bar with her friends and then we went dancing, which
Well,
was not
you
very
done me, you bet I felt it. I tried to put you so hot that I melted. I felt right through the cracks.
I should have taken like a
And I'm trying to get back. Before the cool don't run out, I'll be giving it my bestest. Nothing's gonna stop me but divine intervention. I reckon it's again my turn to win the song for love's song.
Take a walk on the wild side of midnight. From the kingdom of Nye, this is Midnight in the Desert with Art Bell. Please call the show at 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952-CALL-ART. Well, all right. Travis Walton is my guest. Very unusual to get the opportunity to interview Travis. He's got a new documentary coming out called Travis. And again, I guess you can go to his website and order it. How much, Travis?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I think it's 25. I think it's 25.
All right. And you also have a conference coming up called Sky Fire Summit, right?
Yes, November 5th, 6th, and 7th in Hebrew Regard, the town. Here's where it happened. And we are going to have a visit to the site on the anniversary and a really neat sky watch with some special equipment.
How is it dealing with celebrity? Somebody mentioned that earlier, and this course is going to be with you all your life. How have you dealt with it since the incident? Are you patient with people, or is it really rough? Are you eating dinner a lot of times? Somebody comes up and wants an autograph, or what happens?
Yeah, you just wash your hands and they want to shake your hand. They're immediate.
Always.
No, actually, I have total patience for that. I totally understand. You know, one thing that, Dr. Harder, right after it happened, put me on the phone with Betty Hill, and I got some advice from her about that, about not letting it change you. And I really took that to heart. I worked very hard at not letting it affect me one way or the other. I'm not going to accept the idea that I'm a crazy kook or a liar. And by the same token, I can't accept the idea that I'm some kind of a great person. What happened was an extraordinary event. That doesn't necessarily make me an extraordinary person. See?
I do, and I do understand what it's like to deal with celebrity, and you have to be patient with people because at times they do jump in at the oddest moments.
Yeah, it's fortunate I live in a very out-of-the-way place, and I'm a little bit hard to reach. But when I go out, I try to be gracious with people, understand their interest, and do my best, because that's my mission, is to educate people. And
On their behalf, thank you for that. On Skype, Jacob, you were on the air. Hi.
Good evening.
Good
I have
evening.
a question for Travis.
Yes.
If you were to encounter a UFO again, how do you think you would react? Do you think you'd feel the same kind of fear, or do you think you might perhaps try a more diplomatic approach this time around?
Yeah, that's a good question.
In other words, would I do what people say? Oh, I would stay calm and ask good questions. Well, the fear that came on was an accidental conspiracy of circumstances that made it seem far more threatening, which it actually wasn't. And I think I would handle it better, but I don't know that I'd voluntarily be so foolish as to get myself injured again. However, it would be great to have some questions answered. But the big question is, would I tell anybody? And I have to say, probably not.
When thinking now of this entire incident, are there things, not that I need to know them, that you have not made public?
Yeah, but, like I say, I just try to stick to what I can document and leave it at that, because it's important to, show people that there's a reality here, and I don't want to put anything out there that can be questioned, even though it's as real as any of it. If I can't prove it, I'm not going to talk about it.
I so understand that. Hello there. Wherever you are, you're on the air. Turn your device off or down, please.
How you doing, all? It's Grizz on TuneIn Chat. I never be on TuneIn. And my question is, what did the aliens smell like? What would it smell like? No one ever described it.
Right, you're absolutely right. It's a good question.
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, a lot of people do have a description of the smell, and that's actually a pretty common question. People wonder about that, but I don't recall the sense of smell. And normally when you have an intense emotional experience, the smell is very intimately linked with memory. But in my case, other than feeling very stale and humid, it may be that the atmosphere in there was so strange that it wasn't appropriate for a human. Obviously, because the human-looking guy that came in was wearing a helmet, and unless that was for some other reason.
You said stale and humid. So obviously, it's not like you felt air. Obviously, you were breathing air, but you didn't feel air moving at all. It was just sort of a very dank.
Yeah, very humid, and I was breathing hard time, and I just felt like I could not get enough air. So I think that either that blast of energy damaged my lungs, or maybe the neurological part of my brain responsible for breathing, or that atmosphere in there was just not right for humans. Maybe some of both.
Yeah, maybe they got as close as they could get. Chris, hello on Skype. You're on the air.
Hi, how are you doing?
Very well.
Good. I was calling up. Thank you for having me on. It's an honor to be on. Don, you described, that on the movie Fire in the Sky, that the craft wasn't what it looked like. You said, but I had my own encounter. I won't get into that, but the one we did, we had an encounter with the craft had a huge glass dome on top of it. Did you happen to notice that there was a huge glass dome on top of the craft? Did you see? You see so many.
There was a dome on top. There was a dome on top, but I did not look out from it from the inside. I never got to that part of the craft, but it did have a dome on top.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, I was just wondering. Like I said, I had my own experience, and it's fascinating. It's very fascinating. And you said that most of your memories were hit when you got back through hypnosis.
Well, no, actually, it didn't add to the memories. It just allowed me to finally say them without breaking down.
What's it like being hypnotized? Is it pretty weird? I mean, are you conscious during it and aware of your surroundings? And is it just that other memories flooding back? What was it like?
I didn't really remember when I came out of the trance. My brother was present. He told me about certain things that I didn't remember.
Oh my goodness.
I understand some people do remember, but I didn't.
Gotcha. Flagstaff, Arizona, your turn. Hello.
Hi, thanks.
Sure. Go ahead.
Hi, my name's Zach. I'm from Arizona. I taught it up north and Flagstaff. And my question for you is that I feel like earlier in what happened to you, a lot of what you were saying was like there was an attack on you by extraterrestrial life. So my question now is that just hearing you earlier in the show, do you feel like there's more of an altruistic aspect to extraterrestrial life now? Like they were trained to hurt you?
Well, yeah. You see, I interpreted it as an attack. You know, that possibly this blast of energy was even a beam that was fired, even mistakenly, as a defensive move. But now I'm thinking that it was just some kind of a side effect of the propulsion unit that, just jumped to the Earth through me. Our famous UFO skeptic even wrote a paper saying that pilots who think they see they're being circled by UFOs are actually see the result of the huge charges up to 500,000 volts that actually have been documented to build up in the surface of our aircraft, just passing at high speed through the air. So, maybe some kind of an effect like that of this saucer traveling through the air at very high speed, or maybe some side effect of the propulsion unit, or maybe they were in the process of some agricultural experiment there with the trees and some residual energy from that. I don't know. I just don't think it was a deliberate weapon. I think that because I unexpectedly closed the distance and got myself hurt, that it made it necessary for them to take me aboard to correct the mistake that I made. So I'm not saying that they were that it was a hostile act at all, as I mistakenly made thought at first.
All right.
All right. Thanks.
All right. Thank you very much. Okay, so here's a question from somebody named Big C from Marvel. Great show. Question to Travis. Was he a skeptic of the existence of ETs, UFOs, that sort of thing before this happened to you? I mean, did you have any attitude at all about this?
No, I was not that ignorant. Really, studies have shown that over 60% of the people believe in the reality of this, to the extent, and the percentage goes up with the educational level. So it's really dumb people who say this can't be, because we've reached the point now where it's a virtual certainty with accepted scientific methods. We have the Hubble telescope and Kepler, and they've actually been able to fill in the blanks on the Drake equation, that the estimation of habitable or life-supporting planets in our galaxy is far greater than they once thought. That virtually every star has about a dozen planets, and that there's always going to be those middle ones, the Goldilocks rings, that aren't so close that they're overheated or so far out that they're frozen. And life with the right chemicals is going to be inevitable in those places.
You're beginning to sound like a scientist. Of course, you've been looking at this now for a while, haven't you?
I've been studying it for 39 years.
All right, let's, I don't know, who's as anonymous, so I don't know where we're going. Hello, you're on here.
Yeah, hi, Art.
Hello.
Phoenix, Arizona.
Yes, sir.
And last year, my wife and I were at the Skyfire Summit in the Hero Red area with hosted by Travis, and he had two Navajo Rangers that were speaking at the event, and these guys were super intense. I mean, we had a conversation
and he had federal, law enforcement training, and this guy was a bright tree, a no-holds-barred kind of guy, and I was curious as to how Travis met them and if they ever teamed up together, with Travis's conviction in his story, and these two gentlemen, that they would make a powerful combination to, go on a circuit.
Okay, Travis?
Well, I had the opportunity to speak in Gallup at a film festival there on the Navajo Reservation, and spoke to nearly 1,000 Native Americans in the building. And they had some amazing stories about things that happened way back in the far reaches of the reservation. It's very remote out there, and these entities seem to have quite an attraction to more remote areas. This one story I got was of a guy's grandmother had woven a blanket depicting an encounter with these beings going way back. So, the oral tradition amongst the tribes, the Zuni, the Navajo, the Hopi, is pretty extensive, that this is not a new phenomenon. And that was the reason that I invited him to my conference, because that's a perspective that I think is very important. And that's the reason I'm having Noe Torres and Ruben Uriarte speak this year on Cowboys and Aliens topic. That this predates the early days, that even, the very, first Europeans to come to this area were experiencing and seeing things even then.
Harmony, very quickly, somewhere in the world, you're on the air with Travis. Hello?
Hi, Travis. Hi.
Okay, you're too loud. Just back away a little bit and tell us where you're calling. Where are you calling from?
I'm ringing from New Zealand.
New Zealand.
From Nelson, New Zealand, and I had a couple of encounters in the very similar time period as what Travis is, where I looked on the net and I read some of his story. But I'll tell you the second one first, because I think it'll corroborate some of what he's saying. The second one was a visual that we had in 1978. It was some sort of a craft that came across the Pacific Ocean from the distance, about 100 miles, and it covered 100 miles in about 10 seconds, went directly over our heads, flashing strobe lights, red, white, yellow, and blue. It covered that distance in 10 seconds, and that didn't make a sound, and it was within a half a mile of us when it went over our heads. There's reports in Ludington, Michigan on the 28th of July that year, 1978. A lot of other people saw it as well, including quite a few people from the Coast Guard and the Sheriff's Department, so you can look at the NICAP.org website for that. Anyway, that was a visual. The other one was around the same time in 1975. I was in Los Angeles, and I was being threatened by a biker. And instead of defending myself, I sat down in a cross-legged position and closed my eyes. And I got hit by a tractor beam or something, and it was like a billion volts of electricity. It knocked me down on the ground and shook me for a minute, almost like I was having a seizure.
You sure the biker didn't hit you, right?
Then it was over. Okay, it was over. No, the bikers, they just stood there with their jaws dropped. They couldn't believe and they walked away. The whole situation just diffused at that point. So I've been a believer ever since that we are not alone. We are not alone. And most of the news we hear is BS.
Well, you're right about that. All right, I'm sorry. We've got a break here, so everybody hold tight for a moment. Travis Walton is my guest. This is Midnight in the Desert, raging in the night from the high desert.
Entertainment podcast?
Please be sure to use a headset like that call. MITD 51. That's MITD 51. That's the way it's done. If you're outside North America, it's MITD 55. MITD 55. And of course, on Skype, it's free. Travis Watson is here, and here he is once again. Okay, Travis, sort of a short time between breaks on this one, so Nayan, is that correct?
Nayon.
Nayon, sorry.
My name's actually Nathan. It was a made-up video game name.
Okay. Where are you?
Appreciate you taking the call, by the way. Me and my brother are big fans.
Right.
You caused us a lot of sleepless nights in a good way, you know.
Oh, thank you. Where are you?
My question was, do you think the ETs that you saw are kind of like, like robots or biologically programmed, like if we see Ant Hill, we send cameras down there, or, you know what I mean? You think they're like a way to communicate, a bridge, like if they're like fourth dimensional beings, do you think that's a way they communicate with us?
Well, using Hawkins razor, I see that no necessity for that. If an advanced civilization could create a being that could stand in for an organic being to resemble in every way a living, breathing thing, it would be undetectable. So there would have been no way that I could have seen such a creation. But I also don't see the necessity of it. I think with their kind of technology, it's not that big of a leap to come here. It's just that they're being very circumspect out of respect for our level of development.
What did the ship look like?
All right, we'll get to that. Where are you calling from? I want to get to that.
Oh, Oklahoma.
All right. So, yes, as best you can describe, I guess, the shape. You've sort of already done that, but for him, if you will.
Well, a metallic disc with a dome on top. Glowing areas with non-glowing areas that are more like some kind of a more rigid part of the structure. I don't know the nature of why some of them were glowing. It didn't feel hot. I was close enough that I think that if it was glowing because of the high temperature that I would have been able to feel the heat, and I didn't feel heat.
Would you roughly describe it as a flying saucer?
Yes, like two pie pans, but lip to lip, kind of angular. But the craft that I was returned from was more rounded, but again, still a disc shape. I'm thinking that something to do with the propulsion requires a generally circular dimension.
A lot of people are sending in questions on the computer asking if you have had any experience or contact since.
That's a very common question, and I always tell them, if I did, I wouldn't tell anybody, because I stick to what I can document. I didn't talk about that giant black triangle, because I had two witnesses with me, and then went online and found that there was a dozen more.
I think you're doing a wise thing, because if you had another experience and laid that out for everybody, you're absolutely right. It would detract from your credibility, no matter how true it might be.
Exactly.
So, very, very. you know that. Wilmington, North Carolina. Hello.
Hi, Art. This is Gabrielle of Eastern Paranormal. I'll ask my question and then I'll jump off the air to listen. I just wanted to know Travis's thoughts on God before his abduction versus after his abduction, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so did you find God with the alien?
No, I found God prior to that. I believe that if you truly understand infinity in terms of time and distance, both future and past, then God is a certainty.
You were,
leave it at that.
Okay, Snowflake, you were a church-going person, yes?
Not a regular. I was an irregular, and that kind of put me on the edge of this devout community. But I see nothing about the presence of alien beings in this galaxy, in this universe, as in any way contradicting any religious principle.
You do understand, though, that for some people, that would be...
They see it as a contradiction.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, I've encountered that in ways that harmed relationships. My son was girlfriend was advised get away from him by the local Catholic priest brought in a guy that said his dad is consorting with demons, and it wasn't so long after that the Vatican came out and said no, there is absolutely nothing evil about believing that there are beings out there on other planets. And so people who say, well, if it's not in the Bible, it doesn't exist, are really pretty small-minded, in my view. Yes, they're selling God short. There's nothing in the Bible about Native Americans, and yet they exist. There's nothing in the Bible about Antarctica, but it exists. So, the idea that if it's not in the Bible, it's not true is a little bit narrow-minded.
Very quickly, Jonathan on Skype.
Oh, hi. Mr. Bell and Mr. Walton. Very nice to meet you both.
Thank you.
I'm Matthew. This is Jonathan's brother.
All right.
I have a couple of questions.
Real quick.
Please explain in very detail what the alien looks like. The gray, in great detail, like their appendages, feet, do they have irises, the color of their irises, clothing, things like that.
Okay.
Yeah, they did have irises. They did not have a black obsidian-like eye. I speculate that might be some sort of a sunglass, sort of eye protective covering, similar to sunglasses, because every creature that has oversized eyes on Earth live in a very dark environment. They're either nocturnal, live in a cave, or under the sea at great depths. So huge eyes imply low light. So the idea that they would cover it with some sort of a dark thing.
All right, we're at break, so think about it during the break, and we'll talk more about what they look like when we come back.
Everybody get really excited. If you like to rattle off some of your favorite things about Christmas, here he is, ladies and gentlemen, William Montgomery, rattling off some of his favorite Christmas things. What excites you about Christmas? Oh my gosh, I mean, you get family and friends coming together. Right? Obviously, we're starting with the letters. Yeah, gonna get more exciting as it goes. Here we go. Your favorite
For
Christmas.
Dark Matter News, I'm Leo Ashcraft. Is our universe a fake, an elaborate computer simulation? Philosopher Nick Bostrom, director of the Future of Humanity Institute of Oxford University, describes a fake universe as a richly detailed software simulation of people, including their historical predecessors. He says this fake universe was created by a very technologically advanced civilization. David Brin, sci-fi writer and space scientist, relates the Chinese parable of an emperor dreaming that he was a butterfly, dreaming that he was an emperor. In contemporary versions, Brin said it may be the year 2050. and people are living in a computer simulation of what life was like in the early 21st century, or maybe billions of years from now, and people are in the simulation of what primitive plants and people were once like. David said he began to muse. The notion that humanity might be living in an artificial reality, a simulated universe, seemed sophomoric, at best science fiction. But speaking with scientists and philosophers on Closer to the Truth, he says he realizes that the notion that everything humans see and know is a gigantic computer game of sorts. The creation of super smart hackers existing somewhere else is not a joke. Exploring a whole world simulation, he says he discovered, is a deep probe of reality. Check out the video from Closer to the Truth at darkmatternews.com and also artbell.com. Remember yesterday when NASA's Mars Curiosity rover took a photo that really looked like an alien crab monster on the surface of the red planet? Well, now they've gone one better. A new closer photo appears to show a ghost woman on Mars. It really does kind of look like a ghost woman. Take a look at the photos on artbell.com and let us know what you see. The HAARP project in Alaska, the subject of many conspiracy theories, is being blamed by some in Moscow for the failure of the wheat crop and the smoke that has been choking the city in recent weeks. The Russian government said it will suspend wheat exports until December because of the severe drought that has hit much of the country. Moscow's tabloid press has even speculated that the United States orchestrated the heat wave in order to favor its own grain exporters by blasting Russia with harmful rays from a research station in Alaska known as HAARP. But the paranoia goes beyond the comments of some newspaper editors. Andrei Irishev, the deputy director of the Strategic Culture Foundation, said the real purpose of the high-frequency active oral research project in Alaska is to build a weapon in order to destabilize environmental and agricultural systems in local countries. At the moment, climate weapons may be reaching their target capacity and may be used to provoke droughts, erase crops, and induce various anomalous phenomena in certain countries. These harsh words were published in an article written by Andrei. The article has been carried by publications throughout Russia, creating international affairs. As far as weather control goes, HAARP states on its website that its transmitter array of 180 antennas has no impact on that part of the atmosphere. They say transmitted energy at the frequency ranges that will be used by HAARP is not absorbed in either the ionosphere or the stratosphere, the two levels of the atmosphere that produce the Earth's weather. But Russia isn't alone in placing blame on the United States HAARP project. Iran has also recently blamed the U.S. HAARP project for the recent heat wave permeating the country this summer. Othana Zakin, Air Force spokesman, said HAARP is scheduled to be handed over on August 11th to the University of Alaska. A ceremony for the handover is also scheduled to take place later this month. That agreement allows access for 2 years, which will provide the university and the Air Force time to negotiate an agreement regarding the transfer of the land. They say the facility has been dormant this summer and don't expect to be operational until next spring because of Alaska's harsh weather. Russia and Italy, on the other hand, don't believe a word of that. I'm Leo Ashcraft for Dark Matter News.
Look at that. That's you, John. That's what you look like. We are going to be auctioning that off after the show. We're going to also auction off the highwayman. On the coach roads I did ride. Sword and pistol by my side. Nothing. Many a young man lost her body. How about one more time for the best damn band in the land, everybody? Many a soldier should his life up on my blade. Thank you all. Red band. Check out the Master Tom Yates rain on 25. This is your last chance to get the stream. For, you have another week. Yeah, New Year's Eve. The stream is on sale. You're going to want to see it live. December 30th and 31st. It's leaving sold out 2 arenas. We're doing it again here in Austin, Texas, the new comedy capital of the world.
In that darkest time between dusk and dawn, from behind the veil, it's Art Bell's Midnight in the Desert. Now, here's Art. Here I am. Travis Walton is here. Listen to me. I've got an announcement I want to make because I've been struggling with this. So I've received a communication from a time traveler. I consider this communication to be legitimate. And I've been trying to figure out what in the world to do. He gave me a So I would recognize this person when he calls. What I'm going to do is the following. So I want everybody to cooperate. You can make your own judgments if you wish. But I think this is the real thing. So I am going to have, when I get done with the show, perhaps in an hour or two, I'm going to send this very long email to Keith, and I'm going to have him post it. I'm going to eliminate the code word he gave me so I would recognize him when he calls. Beyond that, I'm going to post it. So those of you over the weekend will have an opportunity at your leisure to read it and make your own decision. I received it yesterday, and I've been really struggling with how to approach this, and I think this is the right way to do it. So by tomorrow morning, no later than tomorrow morning, and probably tonight, if Keith can do it, he will post this email. It's going to take you a while to read, but I think we have a legitimate source here, just like we've got a legitimate guy on the line right now, Travis Walton. Travis, again, your documentary, Travis, it's got the newer stuff in it, right?
Yes.
So if they want to catch up on your real experience, and it is real, whether they, have you noticed, Travis, that some people react to an experience like yours with anger?
Yeah, I've experienced that. And, a sort of a desperate need to just latch on to anything to help them dismiss it for some reason.
That's exactly right. Many of my programs have been met with the same kind of anger, and I guess it's fear-based. I'm not really sure.
It is fear-based. And some of the blasts that I get every, year and a half, 2 years from somebody online,
right.
I say, look, don't be afraid. It's not going to happen to you. And you would not believe how often that turns them around and they're apologetic. The extreme reaction is just fear-based.
All right, let's go to Thornhill, Ontario, I think it is. Hello.
It's Michael from Toronto, Canada.
Okay. I'm sorry, it says Thornhill.
That's right. I'm right on the border of 10 minutes.
Okay.
I have a question for your guest, Travis, and for you, Art, and for your whole audience.
Sure.
I'm with Newfound Canada. I've had an experience with a UFO, and very similar to what the crew seen as what was described as streaking away. And what I'm asking about is the light. I'm actually very interested in the type of light. I don't believe it's normal light. Travis has already answered one of my questions when he said that the light is actually shining through the trees and onto the road. I've had an experience, I met other people that say, yes, they've seen a bright light, but it did not affect the area. My question is, sir, to both of you and to your audience, has anybody, or does anybody know about such a thing, where a light is there but does not affect the atmosphere around it?
Okay, Travis.
Well, it lit up the area with a very strange sort of ethereal kind of glow. It was a very soft light, and but it was still visible from back down the road. The reason it was washing across the road at that point was because there was a break in the trees. But it was a very strange light that made the foliage and surroundings look very odd.
All right. Before the break, the caller asked for the best description of the alien creatures that you could give. In other words, hands, legs, digits, fingers, color of eyes, anything you can come up with at all.
Well, the hands had the normal number of digits and, looked like 4 fingers and a thumb. Extended towards me, they seemed to lack fingernails and creases at the bend points. Now, there is a possibility that was actually a surgical glove,
as far as the eyes are concerned, now that's the reason I say, people that are lumping them together as grays. The ones I saw had a pupil, an iris, and eyelids that blinked. No eyelashes, but definitely a very large iris, a very large pupil. Even in that dim lighting, the pupil was fairly constricted.
Almond shape, as we see depicted?
No, there wasn't a huge slant to the eye, but, like I said, I really do think that a lot of these descriptions are accurate. They just are different beings that just happen to look that way. I think it might be common that either the daytime radiation of the planet they're from is so intense that they're nocturnal, or the atmosphere is so thick that not a whole lot of light reaches during their daylight hours.
Your story in totality, to me, sounds like you were the accidental abductee. In other words,
that's my favorite theory now.
Really?
Yeah, Alan and Steve and some of I think Kenny, they think it was all planned, like they were laying for us. But I don't know, I did something very unexpected.
Yes, indeed. Some might say stupid. I mean,
I felt like this was my own irrational impulse. They say, well, if they can control you, they can make you think it's your idea. I guess they got a point there, too.
Claude, you're on the air with Travis Wolf.
Thank you, Art and Travis. It's a great show tonight. I can just tell you one thing, Travis, is that people who have never seen a UFO themselves are going to be deniers. But as for myself, the UFO I saw, or should I say UFOs, two of them, were no more than 50 and 60 feet away from me in my backyard of my house in Gurley, Alabama. So I pretty much believe what you're telling me.
Yeah, once you've seen, it changes your life. Simple as that.
All right, I have a little saying. For those who have seen them, no more evidence is necessary. For those who have never seen it and don't want to believe, no amount of proof will ever be enough.
That's right. That's exactly right. Okay, we've got somebody calling named AA on Skype. AA, hello.
Hi, Art.
Yes.
I've got a question for
Travis.
For you and Travis. Thank you.
Okay.
I was wondering if you could have Clyde Lewis on sometime, and Travis to you. I was wondering if they spoke to you telepathically.
I think they were attempting to do so, and it wasn't working because of the brain injury. Now, the brainwave scan, the EEG I underwent, was at a very, very prestigious brain trauma center, the Barrows Neurological Institute. It's world famous. And I was put in under an assumed name, which made the test double blind. The technician did not know the nature of my injury. He was just told to look for injury, and he found it. So that brainwave pattern, that report, those scans are going to be reinterpreted with some new neuroscientists, and hopefully follow-up to see if there's any remaining evidence of that pattern.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you, Paul.
Right, thank you very much for the call. Let's see. You actually touched one of them, and somebody wants to know, again, through the wormhole, if you can describe what their skin felt like.
Well, it was really just the back of my arm. It was a kind of a sweeping sort of knocking of the waist kind of a thing. And they were, it wasn't against their skin, it was against the chest.
Right.
And he or it fell back very easily. It was much lighter and softer than I expected.
Okay. Let's see. You're on the air on the phone line. Don't know where you are, but you're on the air.
Montreal, Canada.
Okay, excellent.
Can I ask a quick question? There's been many reports of
people who've been abducted want to come back in pieces or not at all? That's my first question. Second question, how have your psychic abilities been enhanced by this contact? Afterwards, have they contacted you again psychically? I'll listen up here.
Okay, well, I think that we would acknowledge your first statement about people, some of them coming back in pieces or not at all. And I think for the second part of your call, I don't think he's going to answer that, but
you got it.
I didn't think you were. On to another call. Hi, you're on the air.
Hi, Art?
Yes, sir.
Okay, yeah, question for Travis?
Right.
Can I speak it now?
Yes, you can speak it now. He's right here.
Yeah, when, if you could describe what the jumpsuits looked like, and if there was any type of identifying patches or anything like that on it, and then secondly, with the human type of person you saw, did that look like any type of a terrestrial type of spacesuit, or was it something that was just something beyond what we have here on Earth?
All right. First, my apologies to the previous caller that, I'm just sticking to what I can document. As far as the suits, it was just a sort of a loose, billowy, soft material, a cover. I wouldn't call it a spacesuit at all. It was clothing. They were alike. It was orangish brown under that lighting. That's the way it looked to me. And the human-looking individual, it was again much more close-fitting over the, it wasn't like a leotard, but it was closer fitting. Just a blue, sort of a velour or soft, weaveless sort of a fabric. And no, there were no insignia of rank or, origin at all.
All right. Several people wanting to confirm you were taken aboard one craft and returned to Earth, or returned to the ground, whatever the case may be, on a second craft, in your opinion.
Right, yeah, of a different configuration. The more rounded, more polished one was the one that brought me back, and I did see 2, possibly 3 of those in that big hangar-like structure, whether it was a larger craft or a building. He was pulling me along pretty rapidly. I was having a lot of trouble just keeping my footing, and he was in quite a bit of hurry, and it might have been to my own benefit that it was kind of a medical emergency, rather than trying to keep me from seeing too much.
Got it. All right, we're coming toward the end. Sushi Dog or somebody like that, you're on Skype and on the air. Yes, hello, go ahead.
Yeah, this is for Travis. I'm curious about food and drink. From what I understand, he was gone for 5 days.
That's right.
When was the last time he had anything to eat or drink prior to the abduction? And B, has he ever thought about how he was sustained for 5 days?
Awfully good questions. Travis?
Yeah, good question. I've heard it before. Obviously, been a lot of years. Since I was only conscious for that brief, hysterical period of time, I obviously wasn't sitting down to a meal. However, medical tests did show that there had to have been some kind of nourishment, according to, their indicators, which is the presence of something they call ketones, which is a sign that you've been breaking down your own body stores to stay alive. And that was absent. But,
and they would have tested you for dehydration, of course.
Yeah, and there was considerable dehydration, so they were either underestimating my fluid requirements or had another reason to minimize that as part of my treatment or something. But other than being somewhat dehydrated, and the evidence for that was 10 or 11 pound weight loss. Wow. Very quickly recovered just by slaking my thirst, which was pretty intense.
My goodness.
Whatever means of sustenance
let's do it quickly. The documentary, simply called Travis, is available on your website. Or where else?
TravisWalton.com or on Wings. And the Wings with a GES on the end. On Wings.
And you've got a conference coming up, a conference called Sky Fire Summit. And it's Sky.
That's the website, skyfiresummit.com.
Okay, so they can, I guess, get tickets or join you there. Nothing like seeing somebody really in the flesh. Well, Travis, it's been a long time since we talked. Thank you so much for coming on the program.
Great to be with you again. Doing a great show. I love the bumper music. The whole show is great.
Thank you, my friend. Good night.
Good night.
All right. I'm going to do that. I'm going to get this email that I mentioned posted on the at artbell.com. So don't look for it immediately. I'm going to have to get back there and get it to Keith. It's going to take some doing to get it posted. But I want you to digest this over the weekend. It's really something, let me tell you. Really something. Email from a time traveler, and it's a serious one. Good night, everybody. Have a great weekend. I'm Art Bell. To the world, all of you, have a great one.
After extensive research, I've come to the conclusion that theory is correct. My life was so big, I might as well be fucking pretty sure I'm not a homosexual, but I can't keep all the walls lost. That is the stalemate time with all the laws of the straightest motherfucker that can ever live. I know the gay exhausted. So tired of living on it. So thankful.
There it is. Sperm worm, everybody. He was basically trying to just talk about being gay. No real specific jokes throughout the entire thing. Just kind of
Midnight in the desert, and there's wisdom in the air.
Yeah, really good. You got a lap dance from a guy doing that kind of like.
I've been looking for the answer.
I did a bigger thing, I did a minor thing, like it was as lame as every book I've ever had. Like it was exhausting.
And we lost our
This is like 2.5 years ago.
Are we running out of time? Midnight in the desert, and we
Nobody cares about that.
Trust me, it's bigger than
So they're making people be sperm worm. Please do not promote your podcast. Stop. Relax. Let's get back to this becoming gay all of a sudden thing because it sounds full of Okay, you go ahead.
Pick up our friend William.
Okay, so let's stick with it here. So where did you get this lap dance from? Then I couldn't possibly.
I went to gay club.
Okay. Where were you at?
Jersey.
Jersey.
Yeah.
Okay. What was the name of the gay club? Did it have a cool gay name?
I don't know whether this will be good out. I don't want to like get out the name.
You don't want to get in trouble with your local gay club.
Welcome to
right?
No, like, I
Questions
don't know whether
Answered
that's
with Father
supposed to
Miller.
go
I'm John Valeri,
A lap
and this
dance?
is a program in which Father Miller answers questions that you send in. You can send them in via email. The email address is questions@thefatimacenter.com. We've been dealing with a lot of questions regarding Fatima. We do have other questions regarding other aspects of the Catholic faith that we will get to in the future. But right now, we're answering a series of questions regarding the consecration of Russia. The fact it's very clear that this consecration has not been done. And of course, a number of people wrote in and said, it's just a 5-minute prayer. Why don't the popes do it? Why has no pope done this simple ritual? Still the simple rituals that are in the
Like, I didn't even get lost.
It's a very valid question. I've asked that question myself, and I still ask the question myself ultimately. But let's first of all understand that there's a reason that everyone can understand. It's not a good reason, but it's a reason because the devil knows when this consecration is done, his empire will hurt.
They weren't not coming.
The devil knows because of the confusion in the minds of popes and bishops and cardinals, and lay people the devil is not the only trick diabolical can do, but certainly one of his tricks has been very effective up to now. I'm not saying this is the only reason, but the devil certainly wants to stop you because he knows it's going to lose.
It's kind of like how you point out there's the supernatural, the preternatural, and then there's the ones who are bodily on earth.
Yeah. So we have to take it. Our fight, as St. Paul tells us, is not against flesh and blood, but against spiritual powers. That is, against spiritual powers of the darkness of the devil. So we have to keep. We can't lose sight of that because if we do, we're going to find it. So that's why prayer and sacrifice is so important, so that the Pope takes the grace he needs, so the bishop takes the grace he needs, so the faithful, so the journalists, so the leaders of apostles take the grace they need to be on the side of the angels instead of working for the devil. They think they're working for the devil. They think they're working for God. They're working for the devil often. But so first reason is the devil is resistant. I remember asking Father Kimball that day when I was in Scotland, and he said, "That's the truth. The devil exists. After all, they got everything to gain and nothing to lose, and they won't do it. While we're at mine, is we're spending over $1 trillion. The American government is not that they're the only ones, but they're all bankrupt, and they're spending $1 trillion in war on armaments and defense for the year. They can stop this. Their families are separated. They can bring their boys home and their girls home, and they can be at peace. And same thing, and go the other way. People, they've got their armies in 140 nations.
But don't the popes do this? Why don't they do it? I mean, that's the why not do it?
Well, I mean, but I see that's the diabolical disorientation. The second thing is this. I know that I think it's a great article. In fact, Catherine Pearson wrote 2 articles for the Crusader. And her second article, which was her presentation at our Panama Challenge 2010, she explained that there are 6 possible reasons, and she gives reasons why the Pope would not do the consecration. And she continues, she goes through the 6 reasons, and she eliminates 5 of them. She says, well, this really is not a reason, and she explains why. And she goes through, there are apparent reasons that we can go through each one of them. She comes to 6 reasons, and she says, I don't have an answer to this one. This one, let's just move on. He's been threatened in a way which is hard for any people to understand. It takes a very evil kind of person to make such a threat. So, I give you an example. It's not a threat about his person that is going to threat him. I'm not saying that such a thing couldn't exist, but the kind of threat we're talking about is a threat of magnitude of, say, putting to death millions of people. I'd like to explain how that could be. For example, Joseph Reddy, who was a priest of the prophets from 1963 to 1987, he told me that the KGB officer in charge of the Colonel told him that he was released sometime in 87, but the Chernobyl took place in 86, and what happened in Chernobyl is that thousands, if not millions of people died with this nuclear reactor going off, and the KGB colonel explained to him that we put these reactors among the populated areas, and why we did that, this high Congress official, why would he say this to understand? Because he knew that when he was supposed to be put in prison, the sentence of death was pronounced and killed him. They had already sentenced death to only one. So he didn't mind paying. He thought they would tell him what he did. But it turns out that George Reddy was released sometime after that. But this KGB colonel said, we're put up the reactors in populated areas. We could put them all up here and wire them from this to that. We didn't do that. We put them in populated areas so we can control the population. If they get out of hand,
You guys ready for another
that helps
comedian?
explain part of it. I understand some things.
60 seconds uninterrupted going to Sam Henderson, everybody. Looks like a new name, Sam Henderson.
Well, I can remember, for example, in Cuba, and this book is by Raimundo Valladares. He's a poet laureate from Cuba. He's in prison, and after the Bay of Pigs invasion or whatever, the Cuban government at the time, Fidel, had all the political prisoners in prisons that were wired for being, so they had a wireless or dynamite. If they just had a bomb, go down and pull the switch, the whole prison would blow up, and tens of thousands of people would die. They said, if Americans ever commit again like that, we're going to blow you right off. Like that. That's the taking. Now this is a witness. He said we were there. We saw it. We knew it. And it's in his book. He's a well-known writer. I read that in his book. So that's the thinking. They're going to blow up tens of thousands of innocent people as hostages to whatever they're sending.
Well, what we're grateful is it's focused on us, as you said, but Our Lady is more powerful than all that. And,
yes.
And with the consecration, we'll bring about blessings and not retaliation. So that's all for this installment, and we'll be back tomorrow with another episode of Your Questions Answered.
Thank you, guys. There you go. Sam Henderson getting a joke there. Again. Hello, Sam. How long have you been on stand-up?
Putting in there like a year and a half.
Okay, where at? What have you been doing?
Lexington, Kentucky.
Tooele woman now raising awareness for missing Indigenous women with a plan to walk dozens and dozens of miles through Arizona to the Four Corners.
Fox 13's Lauren Steinbrecher explains how it stems from searching for her own missing family member.
Seraphine Warren has been leaving her home here in Tooele to head down to Arizona every weekend and search for her Aunt Ella Mae Begay. But 3 months later, the family still doesn't have any answers.
Within these woven rugs is a scene, the Monument Valley Monument, with a story created by Seraphine's Aunt Ella Mae Begay.
She was very talented as far as actually putting action into her rugs.
Textiles Seraphine now holds on to. It's all she's got.
It's just getting harder to have anyone hope that she's still alive.
Ella Mae disappeared from her home June 15th in the middle of the night in Sweetwater, Arizona, Seraphine says. Navajo Nation police and the FBI have been investigating and searching. The only real info they released.
Our focus was in Peru, New Mexico, where we did make contact with our person of interest.
Seraphine says the family launched their own search, following leads, including in Montezuma Creek in southeast Utah. But still, nothing.
I just want to find her.
I was in a gas station once where I got robbed. You got robbed?
We just need closure of some sort.
What?
I'm trying to do whatever I can to get help.
Seraphine now plans to walk more than 150 miles in honor of her aunt's birthday next week to send a message.
We can't just leave them out there. We have to find them.
She wants people to know Ella Mae and so many other Indigenous women are missing, that they matter, that they deserve to be found.
I can't show her respect while she's laying out there when I know what talent she has and what she meant to us. I cannot not bring her home.
In Tooele, Lauren Steinbrecher, Fox 13 News, Utah.
Right now, Utah has dozens of open missing persons cases. The Department of Public Safety has a list with photos and information for the cases they've been authorized to share by family or law enforcement. However, this is not all the people missing in Utah. For more information on any of these particular cases or to contribute photos and information for your missing loved one, we have a link at fox13now.com.
That's absolutely incredible. Can you give us a little example?
It's one word or two words, money and power. Now, when you're talking about, most of us think, gee, money, do I have enough money to put my kids through college? These guys that's not the issue. It's massive macroeconomic geopolitical power. Because now we're talking hundreds of trillions of dollars in assets. Now, keep in mind the entire U.S. government budget, whatever it is, $5 trillion. It's a rounding error. And most of that's not discretionary spending. That's entitlements, Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security. So when you're looking at these interests that want to maintain the status quo of the world financial, macroeconomic, and energy system, they will do almost anything to maintain that, even if it kills the planet, keeps, right now there's 3 billion souls on the planet that don't have any way to cook their food. They're chucking down rainforests and shrub in the desert in Africa. They don't have any electricity or gas. 3 billion. This just came out in The Economist, mainstream economic journal. So how do we, and that of course builds into the extreme poverty that leads to radicalization, terrorists, resentment of the West. I mean, there are huge implications for this mistake that was made almost a century ago. Now, and this is known by a number of people, what a huge mistake this is. So when you're talking about the motivation here, I mean, people have killed for a lot more than $900 trillion, And the level of corruption is worrisome. Now, in '92, General Albert Stubblebine III, Burt, who had been head of Special Forces and Army Intelligence, Fort Huachuca, he intercepted me after we had this major contact event out in Florida, in Pensacola. And he subsequently, about a month later, personally offered me $2 billion to not pursue what I was doing and become part of his team. $2 billion in '92. And I thought it was a joke, and it wasn't. And he described to me sort of a black fund that they had gotten from the collapse of the Soviet Union in Eastern Europe, and that I would have complete access and control over it. But I have to be on their sort of team. But they were trying to neutralize what I was doing. And as many people know, the CIA and some of those organizations have removed viewers who use consciousness to see remote places in the future.
Yeah, they've done studies with the Monroe Institute.
Oh yeah, I knew Bob Monroe, all those guys. And Ingo Swann was a friend of mine. But, so they knew what kind of trouble this could make, I could make. So people have to also get their mind around the kind of just sheer, bribery, corruption that happens on top of threats, Oppo research, make up deep fake photos and videos to defame you. I've been called everything you can be. And then they try to buy you off, and if they have to, they'll try to kill you. If you're doing things at this level, I've been like such a troublemaker.
I mean, I think it's not so hard to believe anymore.
Well, anyone who's done your work can see the kind of things that you have.
I can see it, but I think a lot of the U.S. population can't see it. But, unfortunately, I think but fortunately, the Epstein trials, and then everything that happened around that, it's, the judge there was a assassination attempt on the judge. Epstein didn't kill himself. All these things, and so it's becoming more. I hate to say accepted. Yeah, I hate to say accepted, but it's out there, and it's becoming more common.
Well, and I think that, so imagine the stakes of something like you just mentioned, which I had no knowledge of, and it's just whatever, weird. Imagine something a million-fold in terms of its implications for the stakeholders who want to maintain their hegemony and control of the global military, industrial, financial sector. That's the level we're talking about. We're not talking about the boots on the ground, the guys who are the colonels who manage. I just brought a lieutenant colonel to D.C. who had been involved with these projects, and he had been watching what I'd been doing for 20 years and was waiting for this law to pass. So what I'm saying is that we really need to have people come forward now. I'm actually begging people. We worked so hard to get it to this point, and it really is. I know that most people who have come forward, they were involved for a brief period of time, or they were in an office here, or at a skiff there, or at a military facility, or a corporate research project, and they don't know necessarily this whole picture. And so they're not culpable. They're not guilty of having done anything improper. They were doing as they were told. And they thought it was all being run properly, legally. It wasn't. So they were used. And I think that that's very important. And so they have no liability. And now they're protected by the law, and they're protected, if we have to, tactically, security, which I have. But I think at this point, that sort of thing, it can't happen because the profile on this is so high. I can reach, I have a bunch of celebrities who like what we're doing. Something like that happens that I know about in my team, there would be 1 billion people who know about it.
You want to talk a little bit about the suppression of all this stuff in Project Mockingbird? Go into that.
Well, Mockingbird was one project, but it's an ongoing process that started really in full bore in the 50s. That was to have major media people who were dual agents. They were in the media, but they were also on the payroll of the agency, the CIA, or others. And I have a document we published from I believe it was 92, where it says, it's a CIA document, we have people in every major news organization, it says it flat out, that are there to control, stop, alter stories at our request. So here's, I mentioned one myth, and that is that we have a free market and a free economy. We don't. It's managed. There's no way we have a free market economy when the most important sciences and technologies of the last 100 years have been ruthlessly suppressed. But the other myth that Americans buy into is that we have a free press, and a fourth estate, as it's called, a check and balance against excesses. But the major media, and also now the major tech companies, are actually actively involved in suppressing the story or spinning it. Now, what do I mean? When you see people on CNN or CBS 60 Minutes, the folks that they will allow to talk about it are people that have been cherry-picked by this cabal, this secret government group, to say what they're told to say is scripted.
Do you have any examples of those?
Yes, of course. Nick Pope, Lou Elizondo, Chris Mellon, all those guys.
Okay.
And they have been, I know for a fact, been told what to say. And so they say, number one, first big lie, these are a threat to the national security, inferring that from outer space there's a threat. If civilizations that are hundreds of thousands to millions of years more advanced than we are, if they were a threat, we'd be a charcoal floating through space about 1945 August with the atomic bomb. Number two, we'll get to that in a moment. Number two, they will say that we don't know what these are. Maybe they're from China. Maybe they're, and even senior members of the Senate Intelligence Community have said that. We don't know. Because some of those guys have gone up there and whispered in their ear all this disinformation and spin. I know who they are. When in reality, we know what they are, where they come from, which ones are man-made, and which ones are extraterrestrial. We absolutely have that data. But see, someone like myself saying that, that's going to get cut out of any show. For example, I was on a show that had 22 million people listening back some years ago. And I started talking about some of the senior membership of this committee that's running these fifth covert programs. And I got to one name. I talked about Admiral Bobby Ray Inman. He's been involved for decades. And then he went to the Board of Science Applications International Corporation, SAIC, one of the crown jewels of contracting, all these exotic propulsion and energy systems. And then, I think it was during the election, the second election for W, I mentioned that one of the most senior people is Dick Cheney. And we went to an unscheduled commercial break. The Voice broke in, and the host had no idea. And it said, Dr. Greer, change the direction of this conversation now, or we will dump this show live. I said, with 22 million people listening. Yes. Don't talk about this. And the host was so saying, the host to this day will say, oh, we can talk about anything. As It's like when Joe Rogan says, "Oh yes, I'm telling you, free speech." To make his deal with Spotify, the show I did with Joe Rogan, forcibly by the corporate entity, had to be taken out. It is not in the lineup. You have to find it elsewhere. So anyone who thinks that the media doesn't purge whistleblowers of someone of what we're doing is naive. So Mockingbird, there have been a lot of code names for this, but we have a Air Force Intelligence, AFOSI, that I have on tape, and it's in the unacknowledged documentary. People should look at it. It's for free. You can see it for free on all these sites. And he was at Kirkland Air Force Base, and he admitted, and I'm quoting, taking bags of cash to people both in the local and national media, reporters, to secure their cooperation with telling stories or altering or putting a spin on them. So that corruption and rot reaches very firmly into the Fourth Estate and now big tech. And where it's been proven now through files released that people are shadow banned, algorithms are changed. We had a whistleblower that we put his interview, he was willing to do it posthumously. So I did the interview with him. He died. His wife sent me his death certificate, and then I uploaded it on our YouTube channel, which I have. You can go to it. And his name was Powell, P-A-W-E-L-L-C. And he had been involved in the development of the embeddable radio frequency chips.
Really?
Yeah, and he knew of their use in simulating alien abductions that were being done by the CIA and military. We'll get into this in a moment, how deep the deception goes. So we put this up. In a few days, it hit 675,000 views. And then overnight, we checked, and the counter is down to 6,700. They went in and chopped off those numbers so it would take it out of the algorithms as a trending video.
I've seen that.
Yeah. And so people who think that doesn't happen, I just want to say, I got a bridge to sell you to nowhere, or swampland to sell you, because they're just simply naive. And this is another reason why we have to find creative strategies to do this, because the corporate, if you look at the major media, there's a handful of individuals and corporations that control all of them. And that becomes a problem when there's this collusion between these covert operations and corporate. Now, to give a little history lesson, late 1800s, early 20th century, something developed called fascism. Of course, now anyone that you disagree with, you call them fascist. But the definition of fascism were large financial and corporate interests controlling government policy and what the government would do against the interest of the people. That's what fascism is. So look it up. Thomas Jefferson warned of it. He actually wrote warned of the unchecked power of the corporations corrupting government. That's where we are, but on a massive scale globally. So that's happened with the media. It's happened with the government programs, and it's happened in other sectors, financial, what have you. So the interests of we, the people, have gotten run over by the interests of a relatively handful of extraordinarily powerful corporate and individuals.
How many people do you think are involved at that level?
There are 200 or 300 people on this committee. And one branch of it is called MAGIC, the Majority Intelligence Committee, M-A-J-I, but the committee is the MAGIC. Well, I have a document that lists it. So this is in my book, Unacknowledged. That document's in there. It's a secret document that I acquired and published. They can't punish me because I declared the project's illegal. A lot of people say, how have they not pursued you? I said they can't. Because this, I had an FBI guy say, I said, let's put the handcuffs on right now and get on the dance floor. Because this is going to go to the, even if it goes in camera, it's going to go to a court, and I will be able to prove. Because what are we going to do? We're going to subpoena the CI director that I briefed. We're going to subpoena the senators I briefed. We're going to subpoena the head of the Defense Intelligence. All these people will have to tell the truth or lie under oath. That in fact they were left out. And so I said, I don't think you want a court case like that. Now, people say, man, this guy's a son of a bitch. Well, I'm sort of a fighter. And I'm not intimidated.
There he goes.
Hey everybody, I'm Sean Ryan. Click here to subscribe to the Sean Ryan Show
Let's get one
YouTube
more
channel
bucket
for the
full up
hottest
here.
and most compelling
Then we'll
interviews that you
get a
will not
regular.
see anywhere else.
All right,
Also made a
ladies and
playlist
gentlemen, this
of
looks like
all
another
the
new
previous
name.
SRS
Exciting stuff.
episodes so
60
that you
seconds
can find
uninterrupted for
that
Simon
right here.
Perkovich. Simon Perkovich. How you feeling, guys? Are you feeling, guys?
The wind howled through the trees, carrying the scent of pine and something else, something cold. I felt it in my bones long before I saw anything. They were out there watching, waiting. I wasn't sure how to explain it, but there was a presence in these woods, something ancient, something that knew the land better than I ever would. My name's Jack Carter. I've been a hunter in New Mexico for over 20 years, tracking game through some of the roughest terrain the West has to offer. But this was different. I thought I knew the wilderness. I thought I understood the creatures that roamed it. That was before I came across the things I saw last week, things that aren't supposed to exist. The first time I noticed something strange was a few miles outside of Albuquerque. It was late afternoon, the sun barely peeking over the mountain peaks, casting long shadows on the ground. I was setting up camp for the night when I heard it, heavy footsteps, like something massive was moving through the forest. It wasn't a bear. Bears don't walk like that, dragging their feet across the earth. I thought maybe it was a moose or a bull elk. They're big, sure. But I've encountered them before. I wasn't scared. But then the sound stopped, just like that. No rustling, no movement, a dead silence. I've spent enough time in the woods to know when something's wrong. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and I grabbed my rifle, ready for whatever might come through the trees. That's when I saw it. A pair of glowing eyes from the darkness. At first I thought it was a trick of the light, or maybe a reflection off a rock or a puddle. But as I stared, the eyes didn't move. They didn't blink. They just watched me. A chill ran through me. This wasn't some ordinary creature. I could feel it in my gut. It was something different. Something otherworldly. I wasn't sure if it was a cryptid or something the government had let loose. But I knew one thing. It wasn't afraid of me. I had to get out of there. But I wasn't the only one who had seen it. Other hunters were talking. They said the same thing. Strange footprints, figures in the trees, and the feeling of being watched. The worst part, the government's involvement. No one knew what was going on, but rumors spread like wildfire. People said they'd seen government vehicles moving through the forests in the dead of night, and that the other hunters I've met over the years, this felt too surreal, too dangerous to be just another wild animal. My mind raced, wondering what the hell was going on out there. What was the government hiding, and why were they so determined to keep us all in the dark? The next night I decided to go back. I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever I had encountered, whatever was out there, wasn't going to leave me alone until I got answers. I packed my gear, grabbed my rifle, and set out into the wilderness, determined to find the truth. But what I didn't know was that I wasn't the only one investigating. As I made my way through the dense undergrowth, I came across a familiar face, Nathan Brooks. He's one of the best hunters in these parts, a man who knows the land like the back of his hand. We'd crossed paths countless times before, but this time, there was something different about him. His eyes were dark, and there was a nervous energy about him that I hadn't seen before. Jack, Nathan said, his voice low, almost hesitant, you shouldn't be here. It's not safe. I frowned. What do you mean? I thought you were looking into this too. Nathan glanced around, his eyes darting nervously toward the trees. I've been tracking them for weeks, but it's not just creatures. It's something else. They're not just out there hunting. They're hunting us. And I think the government's involved, maybe even the side. We're being watched, all of us. My stomach churned. What are you talking about? He shook his head, his hand trembling slightly. I've seen them, Jack. I've seen what they're capable of. They move faster than anything I've ever hunted. They know where we are before we even know they're there. They're smart. They're not afraid of us. And worse,
They seem to know what we're up to. I tried to steady my breath, but the realization hit me like a cold slap to the face. These creatures were no ordinary predators. They were something more. They were thinking, strategizing, hunting us not just for food, but for something else. I thought about the government vehicles, the strange sounds, and the rumors of experiments in the woods. It was all starting to make sense. Nathan lowered his voice even further. I've seen them with my own eyes. They look like Bigfoot, but they're different. They're stronger, faster, and they move in packs. It's like they're being trained or controlled. And the worst part, I think they've been tracking us for years, watching us, learning from us. I felt a shiver run down my spine. And you think the CIA is behind all of this? Nathan nodded grimly. I don't know for sure, but I've seen their trucks. I've heard their voices on the radio. They've been here longer than we realize, and they've been studying these creatures. I'm sure of it. The words hung in the air like a dark cloud. Something big is happening out here. Something far bigger than just a few creatures in the woods. Whatever the government was doing, it wasn't for our benefit. And now I was in the middle of it. We decided to team up, Nathan and I. If these creatures were as smart and dangerous as he said, then we needed to approach this carefully. We couldn't afford to be reckless, not with something so far outside our understanding. But as the days passed, the tension between us grew. We were constantly on edge, unable to shake the feeling that something or someone was watching us. I couldn't sleep at night, not with the whispers of wind brushing through the trees, not with the crackling branches that seemed to be closer than they should have been. There was something unnatural about the way the forest had come alive. It was as if the land itself had become a trap, ready to spring shut at the first sign of weakness. We tried to set up camp as usual, but no matter how carefully we planned, creatures always seemed to be one step ahead. One night, while Nathan was checking his traps, I caught a glimpse of them. I'd heard rumors from other hunters, but nothing could have prepared me for what I saw. They weren't just giant shadows in the trees. They were massive, towering figures, humanoid but distinctly wrong. Their eyes glowed with an unnatural light, a sickly yellow that burned in the darkness. Their bodies were covered in thick, matted fur, and their movements were jerky, almost mechanical. They didn't move like animals. They moved like soldiers. They're not like anything we've ever seen, I said, my voice hoarse with disbelief. They're organized. Nathan nodded, his face grim. I told you. They're not wild. They're not just roaming the woods for food. There's something else going on. Something we're not seeing. We both knew what it meant. These creatures weren't here by accident. They had been placed here, and the people behind it were far more dangerous than the creatures themselves. I couldn't shake the thought this was no longer just a hunting trip gone wrong. It was something bigger, something controlled. These things were being experimented on, shaped, maybe even weaponized. We need to get out of here, I said, my heart pounding in my chest. We're not going to be able to hunt these things without getting ourselves killed. We need to get answers. We need to go to the source. Nathan hesitated, his eyes narrowed. You don't know what you're asking, Jack. You think we can just walk away from this. They're already tracking us. They're already tracking us. If we try to leave, they'll make sure we never get out of these woods. I felt the weight of his words. It wasn't just the creatures that were a threat. Whoever was behind this had eyes everywhere. They had the power to control these monsters, and they would do whatever it took to make sure their experiments stayed secret. I knew Nathan was right, but something inside me, something deep down, refused to let go. I couldn't walk away from this. I couldn't let it go until I knew the truth. What was the government doing in these woods? What were they hiding? And why were these creatures being used as tools, like some twisted weapon? Nathan and I made the decision to press on, but we knew we were running out of time. The deeper we ventured into the wilderness, the more we began to feel the eyes of the creatures on us. Just beyond the tree line, watching our every move, it was like being stalked by a shadow, a presence that had no intention letting us leave. But I had to know. I had to find out what was happening in these woods, even if it cost me my life. We kept moving, taking extra precautions to cover our tracks and avoid the traps the creatures had likely set for us. But it wasn't enough. The forest felt like a cave, one that was slowly closing in on us with each step we took. And then one night we saw something that would change everything. We had just set up camp in a small clearing, a place we hoped would be safe for the night. But as the moon rose high above us, something caught my eye. Far in the distance, near an abandoned cabin we had passed earlier in the day, there was a flicker of movement. I squinted through the darkness, trying to make out what it was. It wasn't one of the creatures. It was something else. "Do you see that?" I asked Nathan, my voice barely above a whisper. He looked in the direction I was pointing. "Yeah, something's out there. But that's not the worst of it." I turned to him, confused. "What do you mean?" Nathan was already packing his gear, his eyes wide with fear. "I've seen that cabin before. There's a bunker beneath it. I didn't tell you this before, but I've been out here long enough to know the land. And that cabin, it's not just some abandoned shack. It's where they're keeping me." I could feel the air shift around me, heavy with the weight of his words. If what Nathan was saying was true, then we had been walking straight into the heart of whatever twisted operation the government had set up in these woods. The creatures were only a small part of it. The real threat was hidden beneath our feet, deep underground. "We need to go there," I said, a sense of urgency flooding my chest. "We have to find out what's inside." Nathan shook his head, panic rising in his voice. "You don't understand, Jack. You think you're ready to face whatever's in there. I've seen it. The place is a nightmare. And those creatures, they're guarding it. They're not just watching us. They're protecting something. They're part of something much bigger than we can even imagine." But it was too late. The decision had been made. We were going in. We trekked through the dense forest, our hearts racing with each step. The trees seemed to close in around us. Their branches twisted like fingers reaching for the sky. The closer we got to the cabin, the more the air seemed to crackle with tension. It was as if the land itself was holding its breath, waiting for us to make a move. We weren't alone anymore. The creatures were there, just beyond the trees. Their glowing eyes watching us like predatory beasts. But this time they didn't make a sound. They were waiting. I could feel the walls closing in. We reached the cabin by dawn, the light dim and pale against the thick blanket of trees surrounding it. The place looked like something straight out of a ghost story. Its wooden planks weathered and cracked. The windows shattered and boarded up. It stood in stark contrast to the wilderness around it, as though it had been deliberately placed there, an intrusion on the natural landscape. And under that cabin, I shuddered at the thought. We approached carefully, moving along the edge of the clearing and keeping low. I could feel the weight of the creature's eyes on us, as though they were silently tracking every movement, waiting for us to make a wrong turn. Nathan was leading, his rifle steady in his hand, his eyes darting from the shadows to the cabin and back again. "Listen, Jack," he whispered, his voice tight. "Once we go in, there's no turning back. I'm not sure what's in that bunker, but I know we're not supposed to be here." I nodded, understanding the gravity of his words, but I had already made up my mind. There was no other choice. We needed answers. Whatever was buried beneath that cabin could explain everything. The creatures, the government's involvement, the strange experiments. I wasn't leaving until I knew what was going on. We moved into position behind the cabin, where a hidden door lay in the dirt, its edges barely visible beneath the overgrown vegetation. It was sealed tight. There were signs of recent activity. Drag marks in the dirt, faint but enough to tell me someone or something had been coming and going. Nathan crouched low beside the door and pulled out a crowbar. "This is it. We break in, find out what they're hiding. But we do it quickly. We don't want to stay here any longer than we have to." I followed his lead, heart hammering in my chest. We had no idea what we were about to face. For all we knew, this was a trap, creatures would close in on us the moment we disturbed the earth beneath that door. But I'd already made my peace with the risks. There was no turning back. With a grunt, Nathan pried the door open. The air that rushed up from the hose smelled dank and stale, like a tomb long forgotten. Below, the faint outline of a staircase led into the darkness. Without a word, we descended, each step creaking beneath our weight. The further we went, the colder the air became, like stepping into the belly of a beast. At the bottom of the stairs, we found a heavy metal door. No windows, no signs of light, only a dull red light glowing from underneath. I could hear faint humming noises from inside, like machines whirring to life. Nathan reached for the door handle, his hand trembling. This is it, whatever's behind this door. It's bigger than anything we imagined. He opened it, and what we found inside almost broke me. Rows of cables, in each something, inhuman, mutated. The creatures we had seen in the woods were just the beginning. They were experiments, twisted and altered. Some had humanoid features, but their skin was thin, stretched over muscle, as though they were mere shells of their original form. Others, some far worse, were barely recognizable as living beings. They looked. There were men in white lab coats moving around the room, their faces hidden behind masks. They weren't soldiers. They weren't hunters. They were scientists. They were working with the creatures. And then I understood. The creatures in the woods weren't natural. They weren't legends. They were part of something much darker, something that had been planned. The Saya, or whoever was in charge, had been using these woods as a testing ground. The creatures weren't wild. They were experiments. And we had stumbled into the middle of it all. Before I could take it all in, a voice echoed through the room. Get them! The door slammed shut behind us with a deafening crash, sealing us inside the sterile coded room. The men in lab coats began to advance toward us, their faces still hidden behind their masks, their eyes betraying no emotion. But it wasn't just the scientists who were after us. From the shadows came the unmistakable sound of footsteps, heavy and deliberate. The creatures were closing in. The very beings we'd been hunting had become the hunted, had become the hunters. And they weren't going to let us escape. Get to the exit. Nathan hissed, shoving me toward the narrow corridor we'd come through. We don't have time to fight. Go! But the creatures were faster than we were. They surged out of the darkness, their towering forms moving with terrifying speed. One of them lunged at Nathan, its claws swiping through the air like knives. He dodged, but just barely. And I could see the fear in his eyes for the first time. He wasn't invincible. He wasn't prepared for this. We ran, our footsteps echoing down the metal hallways. But the sound of pursuit was relentless. The creatures were right behind us. Their growls reverberating through the walls. I glanced back just in time to see one of them spring from the shadows, its monstrous form barreling toward us with terrifying force. I barely managed to dodge, but Nathan wasn't so lucky. The creature grabbed him by the leg and pulled him into the darkness, his screams echoing in the stillness. I froze for a moment, horror gripping my chest, but there was no time to move. I had to keep moving. I couldn't afford to die down here. Not when I was so close to the truth. I pushed myself harder, my legs burning with each step as I raced toward the exit. I had no idea where the scientists had gone, but I knew one thing for sure. This was a nightmare far beyond my comprehension. This wasn't just a hunting expedition gone wrong. This was a secret project, a conspiracy so vast that the lives of hunters, civilians, and creatures were all expendable. The government had done this to us, to them, and they had no intention of letting anyone walk away with the truth. I reached the bottom of the staircase just as the ground above me began to shake. The whole building trembled as if something massive was waking beneath the surface. And then, as the lights flickered and went out, I heard it, the low growl of a creature far bigger than the others. I turned, but the shadow swallowed everything. I didn't look back as I bolted through the trees, adrenaline coursing through my veins. The forest outside was cold and silent. as if nothing had ever happened. The creatures were gone, but I knew they were still out there watching, waiting. I stumbled to my truck, my hands shaking as I fumbled with the keys. I barely made it inside before the sound of something crashing through the woods reached my ears. The creatures were closing in, but I had no intention of going back. I had seen enough. I had uncovered the truth, and it was more horrifying than I could have ever imagined. As I drove away, I couldn't shake the feeling that this wasn't over. Whatever had been unleashed in those woods wasn't finished. It was still out there, and sooner or later, someone else would find it. And when they did, they would face the same nightmare I had. The government's secret was buried deep in the woods of New Mexico, and I was the only one who knew. But I wasn't sure if that made me lucky or cursed. And as I looked back one last time, I could have sworn I saw them watching from the tree.
Oh, it sucked. Yeah. It was terrible. I mean, I did it it was in Baltimore, so it was just chaos.
This happened back in '92. I only told a few people about this, and they look at me like I'm crazy. I had a regular place. I would stop and pick up pop or, soda or water or whatever. I went to the cooler, got a water, walked and got in line behind this guy. I never smelled anything so much like gutted deer. I'm a hunter. It didn't compare to this. It was close, but it didn't compare to this. You know, if you got a kid or whatever, you know when the kid is really sick, you can feel the fever coming off of him. That is what I felt. And I was like, surely the guy knows that other people can smell this. I looked, and there was 3 or 4 other people in line behind me, and they are all nonchalant, fiddling with their purchases or whatever they are doing. I looked at the guy behind the counter. I looked at him. He looked like nothing was going on. The guy in front of me steps up. He got a pack of cigarettes. They were Marlboros in the box. I remember that. He got a pack, and I'm almost gagging. Okay, like I said, I gutted a deer before, and it didn't. It's close, but not quite smell the same. And the heat was like you were standing in front of one of those heat lamps at Burger King or something. And I'm thinking I'm sure everyone can smell this. Right then he turned. I'm facing the counter. I guess you'd call it quartering. His right shoulder was kind of lined up with my left, and I'm standing about 2 feet behind him. I'm 6'1", so he was probably 6'4". As he turned, have you ever had a joke? Like a private joke between you and a friend? You give each other that look? He did that out of the corner of his eye. He kind of just sort of turned his head, cocked his lips, and he was looking at me out of the corner of his eye like he was smiling at me. And I didn't tell your screener this, but he is talking about Clyde Lewis call screener. It looked like his mouth didn't fit his teeth. Now they weren't pointy or jagged, but it was like the skin was stretched. He turned, kind of, sort of, cocked his head at me and gave me this sort of weird, half-lit grin and walked away. Wise tells the caller that he believes that he encountered the grinning man. It scared me. To this day, this was '92. I mean, I even had nightmares about it. I never smelled anything like that. As I got closer to it, the heat was like an infection. And I looked at the lady behind me, and she was messing with whatever she had in her hand. Thought I knew she was winch, but I don't know. It was the most bizarre thing. To this day, I still think about that. He was wearing Levi's, a pair of cowboy boots, a black braided leather belt, a nice Oxford shirt that was tucked in. He had really short hair for '92. I remember that.
Wow. So being raised in Baltimore, you were around a lot.
When I was hunting with my father, I encountered something not human. It was around 9 or 10 p.m., and we were making our way back through the forest. We practiced proper gun safety, but we always kept our guns loaded in case of an animal attack. As we walked, I felt a strange sensation, like we were being watched from the trees. I thought it was just my imagination until my father looked at me and asked, "Do you feel that too?" His question rattled me to the core. We both sensed something was off, but we decided to keep moving towards our trailer. The path we were on was relatively flat, and we heard something behind us. We turned around and saw a figure standing in the overgrown area off the path. It looked like a man, naked, with his arms crossed, holding his shoulders. My father reacted quickly, grabbing his rifle off his back, but he didn't point it at the figure. He kept it pointed down, paralyzed with fear. We stood there in silence for about 70 seconds before we both had the same idea. Run. We sprinted for about 2 minutes until we reached our camp area. My father didn't say anything at first. Then he looked at me and asked, "Are you okay?" We decided to end our trip early and get back home. On the way back, my dad said things like this happened, and there's nothing we can do about it. It's better just not to talk about it. I'll never forget that day. I always questioned who or what was there and why I had to see it.
So we're going to call him Morrison Jones. This is a real book. So pretty much,
I went hunting with one of my younger relatives, only by obligation, because my grandma said it's his 18th birthday. The kid wasn't very experienced out in the bush, couldn't keep quiet much either. He hated taking tips on how to improve at firing his bow Tyson. I told him to stop fidgeting his rifle barrel around while he's tapping his finger on the side of the trigger. The kid took an unprepared shot at a massive elk. Mind you, I told him to aim for the closest one towards us, yet he chose the furthest out of the bunch. That little figure missed the vital spots of the elk. It charged our direction, whipping its head left, right viciously. Small trees were getting snapped over. The thick bushes didn't seem to have slowed it down either. I slapped the stupid boy and told him to just leave everything. Just run and don't stop. Don't look back, no matter how much he wanted to. He didn't listen to me. Again, just like every other time. He got rammed by the antlers. He was lucky it charged after me the moment it happened. I don't know far of a distance, but that boy flung like a rag doll, and I thought he was done for good there. I tried my best not to fall or slip running down the mountainside. I rolled down close to the field. Hearing someone calling out to me, I crawled into the tall grass because I felt I had nowhere else to go. I heard that massive animal rushing by. The ground rumbled in a way I've never felt before. Then it just stopped and pretty much started dying after it slowed down. So I had to finish it off and start searching for the boy along with the other hunter that witnessed me hiding. That stubborn boy survived. He'd never wanted to go hunting again. Nor am I hunting with any more kids by obligation any further.
All right. Another one-word name, back to back. Make some noise for Taicha or Taicha. Taicha.
When I was around 9, I was climbing Mount Phoenix in southern central British Columbia. We lived beside it, had no electricity, and my parents encouraged us to do whatever we wanted as long as we were away from the home. It was winter, and there was about 4 feet of snow on the ground, but the snow had formed a nice hard crust that I could walk on. I came across what looked a lot like huge human footprints, one of which had blood around the heel, just big bare footprints in the deep snow. I followed them for a while and eventually saw what looked like a light brown, big, hairy person walking in the distance, maybe a quarter-mile away. I watched it for a while, trying to decide if it was a Sasquatch or a brown bear walking upright, which they do. And then went home and told my dad I saw a Sasquatch.
He looked like you, nigga. I ain't gonna lie. Nah, man, I am biracial. I grew up with a white dad, and it's crazy. He used to make me do yard work all the time. Some shit just don't
We're
feel
all big into hunting in eastern Kentucky with the Minute family. Dad was 20 at the time. Grandpa, uncle, and great uncle. They find some wooded farmland to hunt on. And they go out there with a small camper with 4 bunk beds the night before. Before daybreak, 4:50 a.m., they went into the woods where they all had 12-foot tall deer stands to climb up and hunt on at several different locations. By 9 a.m., nobody has fired a shot, so everyone is walking back to the camp to make breakfast except for figured he might have a doe near his stand. He didn't want to scare them away in case a big buck was nearby looking to mate. The men eat and then go back out in the early afternoon till dark. After dark, they meet back up for dinner and a campfire. But still no sight or sound from Dad. It's now 11 p.m. and alarmed that something is wrong. The guys go out and search for him, fearing he may have gotten lost in the woods. They find him in his deer stand, scared and sitting quietly. During his morning hunt, he saw what appeared to be a 9 to 10 foot tall animal walking on two legs, covered in brown hair. It walked within 50 yards of him. He had a view of it for almost 2 minutes. Dad didn't believe in any Bigfoot legend, but he figured he'd be safer hiding up in a tree than on the ground trying to get out of the woods when that thing could still be in the area. He waited in that deer stand for 16 hours until help came, with more guys and more guns.
She's a crazy bitch, but she's crazy. I love her, but she's crazy. I love it. Tell me more about your crazy black mama. She got multiple sclerosis.
My best friend's niece went out to a catatonic state out in southern Alberta, small town in the bush. When she started talking 3 days later, she said she saw a dog man, taller than her brother, 6'5", and walked on 2 legs. She said it walked straight at her. Her mother found her after she screamed like all hell. It wasn't until 3 days later in the hospital that little 5-year-old uttered those words.
Yeah, white guy? Yeah, really white. He kind of looked like Red Band, just a little bit. I swear to God, y'all think I'm bullshit, nigga. No cap, no cap, no cap on
There was
God.
probably 8 or so, and my church would always do a family camp. Basically, you would have 20 or so families all camping out in the woods at the same time. It was always the highlight of my summers. This particular year, though, there had been an abundance of bear sightings where we usually went camping. Apparently, they had become more courageous and started wandering into camps regularly, so they needed to be relocated. In order to do this, they had to set up very large traps. The one nearest us was massive and was in a small clearing near the bathroom. Inside was a dead deer hanging upside down. It always struck me as odd that they would have this in the middle of a campsite, and for the longest time I thought my friends and I must have imagined it. Years later, though, someone who was an adult at the time confirmed the events. My friends and I all stayed in one tent together, and in the middle of the night we all woke up to a clanging sound. It sounded like something was clashing against the trap. After a small amount of clanging, it was completely quiet. We figured the trap must have snapped shut, caught the bear. A few hours later, I really needed to use the bathroom, and no scary bear in a trap was going to keep me from doing so. I pulled open the zipper and headed to the bathroom, but the trap caught my eye on the way. It was just starting to get light out, and I could clearly see there was nothing in the trap. The deer had been taken out, and the trap hadn't shut. Later, we all looked at the trap from a safe distance and saw no footprints and nothing that would indicate the deer had been dragged out by an animal. To this day, I can't figure out what happened.
To put my shoes on. I must have them on already. I'm just like you, Tasia.
Tajay, yeah.
Tajay.
Me and a group of my friends went camping one spring break. We stayed for 5 days in a primitive spot. Overall, it was very fun. One day, my friend found a rock that looked like it had an eye carved into it. The eye was very clear indeed, not sure how he got there, but he decided to keep it, and we pretty much forgot about it. Well, that night, he had terrible sleep paralysis. He heard children giggling outside our tent, felt something sit on his chest, breath into his face. Later, we learned from my fiance's co-worker, the park we stayed at is apparently haunted, and she said she refused to stay there anymore because she saw the ghost. I'm not sure if it is, but it's definitely strange that happened right after finding that strange rock.
Black people in porn lose their socks and sometimes their shoes. Sometimes their shoes. You ever watch porno with blacks, Red Man?
Yeah, only the black.
My grandfather, who lives in northeastern Pennsylvania, saw something weird one time while hunting. He said from his vantage point, this might have been about 45 yards away in the woods. He says he swears he saw a huge black panther, or what looked like a panther. He said it moved very cat, like with a slinking gait. It saw him and crouched super low as if to hide. He said he raised his gun, and the creature took off up the hill and was taking long strides like what a mountain lion would do. Then it was gone. That was about 12 years ago. My aunt owns a horse farm up in those parts, and she had a beautiful black stallion that was her pride and joy. She said she found him one day with huge puncture wounds around the back of his neck, claw marks running down the length of his shoulder. There were rumors that bobcats were attacking cattle in the area, but she was certain that these weren't bobcat claw marks. The horse was in really bad shape and almost died. And I've seen an enormous black dog in the front yard of our cabin up there. It was at night, and I was looking out the window before heading to bed. That's when I saw this thing, this enormous black creature. It had to have been at least the size of a wolf. It saw me looking at it and ran straight for me. I jumped away from the window, which made the curtain I had pulled back fall back across the glass. I thought for sure I was going to hear barking and snarling at the window, but I heard nothing, so I slowly peered out and the creature was gone. It was one of the spookiest things I've ever witnessed up there.
Yeah, I play a little bit of guitar, small bit of guitar. Really? Yeah, that's my wife's one. Really? It comes out.
When's the last time you played guitar? Do you own a guitar?
2 weeks ago, I owned 3 guitars.
I managed to lock myself out of my house on my birthday during a tornado while trying to bring my cats to the basement for safety. I later found out that the tornado was approximately a couple miles west from me at that exact time. The sky was green and it got weirdly calm. Then I could hear what sounded like a train coming before I found an unlocked window to climb through. Wild times.
They give them a hairpin. How does that not get a bigger? Do you guys have any black friends out there? Can I get a hairpin?
My daughter and I regularly saw a hide behind from my kitchen window. We were living in northeastern Iowa near the Mississippi River. What we saw was 7, 8 feet tall bipedal with muscular arms and legs and humanoid. It was pale and hairless. It would lean out from behind a tree in the forest behind our house. If you moved about, it would hop back behind the tree. We never saw more than one at a time, but there seemed to be more than one. Its height varied. We sometimes saw it multiple times a day, but the behavior was always the same. It seemed wary of us. But if we stayed out of sight, it would lean out into view for a few seconds at a time. When we sent the dog out, it would run off into the forest after it, but never chased it into view, so that told us nothing. I viewed it through a rifle scope and got a good long look at it, silhouetted against the snow behind the trees. It was really creepy, like a Slenderman or something. I could determine the height by going out and measuring the trees we saw it next to it. I, of course, did not shoot it, since you should not shoot what you cannot identify, and the only large bipeds hereabouts are people, though nothing human is that tall or narrow. We knew the local legends, and this matched the description and behavior. We dug out our trail camera, but the mysterious being was never recorded. I tried to take photographs of it, but when I thought that I captured it on my camera or on my phone, nothing was ever there. That was 5 years ago. We have since moved away and now live in Alabama.
She getting dirty pussy out there. You gotta be able to keep your spirits high.
She keeps her shoes on the whole time.
Here and there.
All right, gotcha. Very fun stuff.
This happened to me a few months ago. I'm a freshman in college here in South Carolina. When my spring break started, instead of going to some crazy beach during the COVID-19 scare, I spent my week off at home. Because winter ended so early, I found myself mowing lawns about a month earlier than usual. I drove to an elderly woman's house to mow. I had mowed for her for 4 years now. I used to live down the street from her, but I had since moved away. I kept the job because mowing is great money for little work. She had been diagnosed with cancer and has not been doing well. myself in the garage through the back to open the garage door. I did it once, over around the outside of the house, picking up sticks and lifting downspouts. I even threw a Nerf football back into the neighbor's yard. I went back into the front yard. It was just a beautiful day outside. I had lived here for my whole childhood, so I stood out in the driveway, taking it all in. There was a couple in their backyard, and a few people walking, and everything else was so peaceful and quiet. Because of COVID-19, very few people were out and about. A perfect afternoon. I didn't think anything like this would happen. I saw my old next-door neighbors outside, and being the socially awkward person that I am, I wanted to avoid conversation because adhere to social distancing. I put my face mask on, and then started the mower, popped my headphones in, and pushed it into the backyard. It was a big backyard, with 3 trees, 2 gardens, and an oddly shaped bench that was extremely hard to maneuver around. I was at least used to these things, having dealt with them for years, and I was just getting into my groove when I saw a kid out of the corner of my eye. He was just standing in the backyard. I don't know how long he had been there, or how he'd even made his way without me seeing him. I jumped, as I was not used to ever being disturbed while mowing. I pulled my headphones out, and he just looked at me from across the yard. He looked pretty normal from where I was standing. It seemed a little hot to be wearing jeans and a sweatshirt, but I didn't think anything of it. He was a male and looked to be about 13 years old, but I'm horrible at guessing ages. I looked at him for a couple seconds before I realized he wasn't going to say anything this far away. So I reluctantly turned off the mower. My senses were already working overtime, besides the ringing in my ears. When the kid asked, "Can you help us?" Us? I think to myself, there's more than one. I get the butterflies in my stomach because my keys, my wallet, and my cell phone were left out in the garage. I wanted to reduce my pocket weight. I hurried to the front, and there was a second boy there, younger than the first by a few years. He didn't move his feet and just kept his eyes on me. I honestly didn't care about how they were standing or looking. I made a beeline for my valuables, and I made sure nothing was taken. I turned around with everything sorted out in my pockets, and I almost jumped again. They had closed in on me and were looking up at me. That's when I saw that they had those black eyes. I felt so small, so normal, those eyes. That's all it took for me to realize I wasn't as in charge as I thought I was. "Can you help us?" the older boy asks. "We're thirsty, and our dad wants to know where we are." My head is just spinning. I've read the stories before. I know what they're up to, but I can't hide. It isn't my house. There's a water fountain just across the street. I already know what they're going to say. "Just please let us inside. We've been outside all day. We are very thirsty. You need to let us in." I said no. I was trying so hard not to look at them in the eye. I knew I shouldn't, but I wanted to learn more. I wanted to describe them, so I just caught a glimpse of the little ones. It's black, unblinking. I immediately thought I could hear his voice in my head, even though I had never heard it. It was almost as if I was arguing with myself. I was fighting the voice as I was slowly taking steps back in the garage. The kids didn't move forward. They didn't say anything else. They just stared, and I kept walking, a foot at a time. Finally, I was close enough to hit the button to close the garage door. I could still see their feet, unmoving, as the door slowly closed down completely, forcing me into darkness. For about 3 seconds, I was relieved that I escaped. Then I realized I was trapped. I can't get into the main part of the lady's house, and I can't go back out the front. The only option is to leave through the back door that is always left unlocked, the one I came in through. I quickly checked for what I came with when I realized that my keys, which I clearly remember stuffing into my pocket earlier, are now in the palm of my hand. It dawns on me that I can't even remember, but I almost gave them my keys. This is too much for me to handle, and the darkness of the garage isn't helping, so I open the door and the sunlight washes over me. I felt so happy. It left me unprepared for what happened next. I closed the door and turned the corner to make my way to the front, and the oldest was alone, blocking my path. He screamed at me, I asked nicely, let us in. I spun around and bolted into the backyard. I didn't look back to see if I was being chased. I ran past the tree, past the mower I'd left out, and I knew that the little one would be ready to meet me around the corner. Sure enough, he was there, and this side yard was more narrow than the first. I put on a burst of speed, and I knocked the kid down. I was about to feel bad until he tried to bite my hand as I pushed him. The little fucker tried to bite me. I ran for a few more strides, so close to my car parked on the street when I stopped. There was no traffic. Nobody had called my name. There was no reason for me to stop, except I did. The little boy was crying. I had never heard somebody cry like that. It was crystal clear, like it was coming from my headphones. I turned around, and he was sitting up sobbing. I wanted to walk back and help him, apologize. I wanted to open the garage and find a way in the house to let him use the phone. I wanted to do everything in my power to help him. Let us in. We need the house, he said through tears. Almost brainwashed a second time by an 8-year-old. I couldn't believe it. I shook it off one last time and ran into my car. I locked the doors and I didn't look back until I was onto a different street. I had hand sanitizer in the car and spread that crap all over myself. I didn't know if those 2 kids were infected or what. I called the lady's house to tell her I hadn't finished, that I could be back tomorrow. Thankfully, she must not have been home. At least, she didn't answer.
I asked anything interesting about you. A quick answer, yes. I'm one of the 9
So quite a number of years ago, my cousin and I were on summer break at her house, playing 007 on the game cube and passing the time, when we heard what sounded like broken glass on top. The TV was up pretty loud, so we paused it, tensely waiting for another sound. Then we heard the sound of flip-flop sandals walking around in the kitchen area. So, my cousin called her mom or my aunt. She asked my aunt, who was a nurse, if she was home from work yet. My aunt was not home and, of course, wanted to know why we were asking. Once we told her, she told us to crawl out the window and run to the neighbors as quickly as we could while she called the cops. The bedroom window luckily led to the backyard just next to the gate, so we got out there. Fast forward an hour or so, and the cops informed my aunt that there had been an obvious break-in. The window on the back door had been broken, and there was a note left for my aunt. Now my aunt had recently gotten into a serious relationship with this super nice guy. We'll call him Josh. Well, Josh's ex-wife, however, was not so nice. She had, at some point, followed my aunt home and found where she lived. She then proceeded to break in through the back door, rummage through a bunch of stuff, and leave a horrible note for my aunt. I can imagine what it said. From what I heard, she was arrested. I'm not sure if any charges were pressed, but she later committed self-kill, leaving behind a daughter and son whom I both went to school with. I also later found out that she suffered from severe bipolar disorder and a couple other things. Tragic, but I'm glad me and my cousin weren't caught up in her psychotic episode more than what we were.
There you go.
Still freaks me out to think about it.
Not even yeah. I wanted to get a woman out of the bucket, so I pulled until I found a woman. Great RFD Junior said
my mom was on a routine night shift at the hospital, and I knew I wouldn't see her till the next morning, probably in a deep sleep on her bed, likely still in her uniform. I always made her breakfast before I would leave for school in the morning, so she could wake up to a nice meal. I use the word nice loosely. It's the best I could do, considering I'm 16 and failed my home economics class last year. But my mom never minded the toast, scrambled eggs, and turkey bacon platter left on her nightstand. We had said our goodbyes around 10:15, and I got myself comfortable on the couch. With my dog to watch some TV, I turned the lights off over us to set the scene and make it feel more immersive. I got through one Dateline episode when I decided that I could enjoy the experience a little more if I grabbed my phone. So I went upstairs and down the long, narrow hallway that led to my wing of the house. I was the only occupied room side of the house. The other rooms were my dad's old office, the guest room. No, that room hasn't had a guest in it for years. Ever since my dad passing, my mom and I haven't even wanted to host other people here. Instead, it hosts the overload of clutter I find at the end of every school year. Clothes that I no longer want and plan on selling or donating, paintings I worked months on but never hang up, and other miscellaneous items that aren't used but can't seem to be let go of either. I opened my bedroom door and grabbed a piece off my nightstand. It was almost a sculpture rather than a cheesy bomb you might imagine when thinking of a stoner. It was about 16 inches tall and made completely out of this blue hand-blown glass that resembled the color the ocean looks after a series of rough waves. The glass swirled in an upward motion towards the mouthpiece that made it look like it was water, frozen in time. My favorite feature of this prized possession is its ability to glow in the dark. After letting it sit in the sun for a bit, flecks in the glass would glow a bright green at night. I walked back down the hallway with it, then back down the stairs until I was sitting down on the couch next to my dog, Pete. He was sound asleep as I started to grind up the green, sticky plant matter, which was genuinely what the name was, plant matter. It was this new strain I'd just bought from a regular plug from the next town over. He had told me he just recently got a limited supply of this stuff and asked me if I could be one of his test subjects to see if he should buy more. Without hesitation, I agreed. Discounted weed to just give my feedback. I'd be a fool not to take that offer, so I did. Holding it in my hand, I saw a multitude of colors that reflected off its crystal. It's common to see colors like purple and orange, but this stuff had shades of red, blue, and pink. Odd, I thought. But I was taken over by more intrigue than suspicion, so I continued to put some in the bowl and pack it down with my lighter. After the first inhale, I got the taste of ordinary weed, soon followed by a slight trace of citrus. It was pleasant. I was paying extra attention to the experience so I could give a good, detailed report back to the plug like he had asked. About 15 minutes went by. Dateline was still playing, and this specific episode seemed to be extra interesting to me in my new hazy state. The cushions beneath me started to almost mold to my body. I felt as though I was sinking, yet weighed as light as a feather at the same time. My eyes started to get dry. Trying to keep them open became a task more so than a natural ability at this point. As I slowly started to move my eyes behind my lids, I realized that I had fallen asleep. It must have been for quite a while, because I felt so sluggish, like it used all the strength within me just to be able to fully open my eyes. The lights above the living room were still off, like I had left them, but the all others on the downstairs floor were too, something I had not done. It was now pitch black everywhere except for the surrounding area where the light emitting on the TV could reach, which was not very far. The second thing I noticed was what sent a cold chill running through my body and caused my heart to stop momentarily. I was paralyzed. I was physically unable to move any part of my body other than my eyes, tips of fingers, and toes. I was only able to produce slight twitches, but it took so much strength out of me to do so. So there I was, almost completely paralyzed, unable to move or scream for help while the TV continued the program, like I was still an attentive, consenting viewer. Pete was still soundly asleep beside me, blissfully unaware of the living hell I was experiencing just inches away from his sleeping little head. I tried reaching for him. Maybe he would wake up and sense my distress. And then what? I thought to myself. What the hell could happen next that would possibly help me in this situation? The answer was nothing. I felt as though Keith Morrison was now mocking me, and the couch cushion below that once felt made for me was now stiff and cold, as if every fiber in the fabric was rejecting contact to my body. I reasonably started to panic, not because the realization of my situation was settling in, but because I heard a creak from upstairs. I knew this house like the back of my hand. It's the only house I have ever lived in, so I knew that each floorboard had its own distinct creak. And this one I recognized as the top of the stairs. Someone was in my home, and they were standing at the top of the staircase that led down directly to the room I was in. Each crack that followed the last made my eyes water. The fear I felt distorted each sound to resemble what I might imagine a rib being snapped in half would make. Hearing the footsteps slowly descend the stairs made my stomach turn. Body want to writhe in pain from the inside out. Staring at the one visible stair from my position on the couch made me want to retreat backwards and find security on the couch. I did not want to see the intruder, the person who would be able to have their way with me in such a vulnerable state. But I could not rip my eyes from the stair. I knew danger was coming, but I just couldn't look away. If someone was going to do whatever evil they intended, I was going to see it approaching whether or not I truly wanted to. Seconds felt like minutes. My heart raced so fast that each beat felt moments apart. I was dripping in sweat, even though my body couldn't move. The sound from the TV gradually faded away and was replaced with a long, piercing ringing in its place. The creaks that belonged to the stairs near me echoed as the unidentified subject's weight pressed down on me. Through the dim lighting, I made out what seemed to be a shadowed hand gripping the side of the wall that obstructed my view of the stairs and the person on them. What broke the moment of silence was the faint, muffled scream coming from the back of my throat. It was the only amount of sound I could muster up in my frozen state. I was a deer in headlights, the perfect victim for any predator. It was hard to say whether I was still paralyzed or if it was the sheer terror I felt in that moment that was responsible for my immobilization. The hand methodically lifted its fingers and slowly tapped each one of them back down, creating a sickening drumming sound. Once, then twice. Then 3 times the lone hand strummed before the rest of the body became slightly illuminated when it moved to the last and final stair. As its entire form was revealed, my wide eyes trailed up to about 8 feet in the air. It was gigantic. Its arms were as long as its height. The creature's face had a mouth that stretched from side to side. It wore a gut-wrenching expression that could only be described as a smile due to the fact that it had no teeth, just a huge mouth stretched agape with bleeding gums that dripped down to my wood floors. To me, it was an indication that this was not a figment of imagination, but a real dangerous threat, and I needed to step into action immediately. The thing let me soak in its disgusting appearance fully so that its next performance was all the more terrifying. It produced a series of gravelly, horrid sounds that could only be described as its laugh. It witnessed me using every ounce of energy I had in my body to just cry out or move, finding amusement in my distress. All I could do was cry silently. My eyes streamed with tears while I stared unblinking at the creature that slowly approached me like a lion with their wounded prey. It was just feet away now. Its long arms dangled behind its moving legs, dragging along the floor, still drumming its fingers to that nightmarish beat. The creature moved at a slow pace, taking advantage of my paralysis. It knew that dragging out this hellish scene would make the kill all the more satisfying for its demented desire. At this short distance, I was able to see its face fully illuminated now, and it was awful. Still smiling with its red gums, its small eyes were as wide as its anatomy allowed. Gaze never left mine. It had a nose, but it was just 2 holes that looked like they were hand-pulled by whoever created this god-awful being. It was almost as if it were human, but the devil seemed to have poisoned this one. It was now close enough to smell my fear and see the glint of hope for survival fading in my eyes. I had to do something, anything, that would make me feel like I at least tried to fight for my life. That's when I saw it in the corner of my eye, this faint green glow just inches away from my frozen hand. My bomb Amongst all the chaos, I forgot about it, but something within me screamed at me, try to move again. So I did. I focused all of my energy toward moving my hand, grabbing my newly chosen weapon, and by luck, only created by a miracle, it worked. I was able to grab it, and within moments I had swung the thick glass over the creature's head, again and again and again. Its blood wasn't red like the color dripping from its toothless smile. Instead, it was dark black. The tar-like goo was everywhere. I felt it hit my face, go into my mouth. I saw it cover the couch, floors, and walls. The scene was brutal. The once terrifying creature was now smashed and bent in a multitude of ways, now left somewhere between the state of solid and liquid. Its face was no longer distinguishable from the other battered parts of its body, and I smiled. I smiled now that the thing no longer had his. I stood over its body with a mix of shock, adrenaline, and morbid joy that I had almost laughed if it were not for my intense panic. I could not stop breathing, gasping for air as a rush of blood flowed to my brain. I woke to the comforting feeling of bedsheets, pillow under my head. The relief that this was all a dream showered over my body as I slowly opened my eyes and went to stretch my limbs. But I couldn't. My arms were prevented from moving further than at my hips. The sound of metal hitting against itself brought my attention to the handcuffs around my wrists. They were connected to the bed's rails. Then the slow and continuous beeping that was once hidden in the background got drawn forward as I began to scan my surroundings. I was in a hospital room, still covered in that sticky, metallic-smelling substance, though it was not a deep black like I had previously witnessed, but crimson red. The unfamiliar voice of a man brought me to the present, out of the fog. Miss, the officer started in a low and careful tone. Do you remember anything from last night? The question made my face turn in an almost offended expression after a second of recollection. Of course I did. I don't think I will ever be able to scratch that disgusting smile out of my memory. The immense fear I felt can still be there. I just closed my eyes. Yes, it was the first time I heard my own voice in hours. There was this thing. The officer gave an unamused look to his colleague as he let out a deep breath and laid a stack of images on my lap. My mother lay violently killed on our living room floor. If it weren't for her nursing uniform, I wouldn't have been able to tell that it was even human due to the unnatural state of anatomy she was left in. Before I was able to even process what the officers were insinuating, I screamed. I screamed so loud that I felt my dry vocal cords rubbing against each other and let out a flood of tears that assisted the sobs, confusion, sadness, and anger. Out of my harsh cries, I recognized a hauntingly familiar sound. I looked up to see the officer drumming his fingers on his notepad and watched as his mouth started to stretch into that distinct, disgusting, and unforgettable toothless smile.
Great best friend. Thank you. Very good. It's Michael Renaud, everybody. And now, with that said, it's time to get back to comedy, ladies and gentlemen.
I was in my college apartment and my roommate had just moved out. Her room was directly across from mine with the living room between us. I had cleaned out her room and then closed the door. I left my bedroom door open when I went to take a shower one night. My bathroom was connected to my bedroom. I also happened to leave the bathroom door open. While I was in the shower, I thought I heard a woman talking. I had never been able to hear my neighbors talking before, but figured they just happened to be talking in their bathroom, which shared a wall or something. When I got out of the shower, I was surprised to see a black void. It should have been the bright white closed door of my old roommate's door, reflecting in the moonlight. I figured I just forgot to close the door and went and closed it. The next night, I once again went to take a shower and left my room and the bathroom door open. But this time, I checked to make sure the other door was latched. The front door was double locked. When I came back out, I once again saw the void with the door wide open. I slammed my door closed and locked that shit so fast. Like convinced myself there was a logical explanation. So the next night I once again checked all of the doors and then closed my bedroom door. This time I came out of the shower and my bedroom door was open along with the other door. I showered and slept with my bedroom door locked from that point on. I guess this took place over several nights home alone, and I may not have even been alone. Still the creepiest thing that ever happened thought.
I was at home like, I guess I'm a toilet. I don't give a fuck.
This happened when I was 14, and I'm 17 at the moment, and still linger on the memory. I was home alone that night as my mom was working an overnight shift, and my older brother didn't live at home at the time. So therefore I had the house to myself. I'd say it was maybe 9 or 9:30 p.m., and I was in my room working on homework and listening to music with my headphones in, loud enough to where I really couldn't hear things. I remember for a fact that all of the doors were locked, and I'm staying home alone pretty often, so I didn't have a reason to worry. Maybe an hour later, I decided to take my headphones out and take a break from homework. I heard noises in my kitchen and footsteps walking around downstairs, which was odd because my mom wasn't supposed to be home until 7 a.m. the next morning. But she could have taken an early night for whatever reason. But just to make sure, I locked my bedroom door and texted her asking if she came home. It took her about 10 minutes to respond, but when she did, she said no. She was still at work, and why I asked. At that point, I was freaking out because my mom and brother are the only ones with keys into the house, and myself, of course. So I decided to text my brother. Sure enough, he said no. He wasn't in the house, so I told both him and my mom about the situation. And my brother wasn't far from the house, so he said he would be there soon to call the cops. As I was trying to find a hiding spot in my room with my phone to call the police, I heard my name called from downstairs. It got me thinking, did whoever was in the house know me personally? A family friend, maybe. I didn't respond out of fear of who knew my name during the call, and I didn't recognize the voice. I called the cops and was on the phone with them when my name was called again, followed by, I know you're up there. And I heard someone starting to walk up the stairs. Again, I didn't respond, but I was pure terrified. The police assured me they were on the way to stay put. I was still texting my brother while this was all happening. He informed me he was 5 minutes away. That's when I heard the front door slam. After I heard the door slam, about 5 minutes later, the police arrived and assured me it was them and that I could come out shortly after my brother arrived back home. The police looked around the property and all over the house, but there was no trace of whomever was once here. However, there was damage on the door and lock being forged open, and looked to be done by some sort of tool to pick the lock. Everything turned out okay because nothing was taken, oddly enough, but the upsetting part is whomever was in my house wasn't found. From that night forward, though, we got cameras installed and got a better lock.
I talk about how great burritos are in San Francisco. At the same time, I also say that the Mexican food.
As the leader of the Special Forces team, I'm known by the call sign Phoenix. My team and I have faced countless dangerous missions, but this one was different. We were dispatched to a remote Arctic research station that had gone dark during a deadly snowstorm. As we arrived at the desolate research station, the biting cold seeped into our bones, and the deafening silence of the Arctic wilderness surrounded us. The heavy snowfall had blanketed the area, making it difficult to discern anything beyond a few feet. With our senses heightened and weapons at the ready, we cautiously entered the station. Inside, we found a scene of unimaginable horror. The bodies of at least 50 scientists were frozen, some even partially eaten. The brutality of what had occurred sent chills down our spine. Undeterred by the grisly sight, we knew we had to uncover the truth behind this tragedy. As we inspected around the base, the mist outside the windows obscured our vision. But then, through the haze, we caught a glimpse of something both terrifying and enigmatic. The creature unlike anything we had ever encountered before, stood just beyond the research station. Its face was completely covered in white fur, with only a hint of a mouth barely visible from the distance of our cameras, which were surprisingly close, despite the treacherous conditions. The creature's entire body seemed to be shrouded in fur, resembling the backside of a snow bear at first glance. But as it turned, the profile of its head revealed a distinct dome-shaped cranium and a sloping forehead, reminiscent of both gorillas and legendary big-clawed creatures of lore. Our hearts raced as the creature disappeared into the howling Arctic storms. Its screech pierced the air, so high-pitched that we instinctively covered our ears to protect ourselves from its eerie call. Determined to unravel the mystery behind this elusive being, we set out to find and eliminate the creature. But as we combed the treacherous terrain, it became evident that this was no ordinary adversary. It moved with an agility and stealth that defied logic, evading our pursuit at every turn. Each time we thought we had it cornered, it would vanish into the unforgiving Arctic landscape, leaving us with nothing but unanswered questions and a growing sense of dread. As the relentless Arctic storms raged around us, we knew our time was running out. The creature, with its mysterious origins and uncanny abilities, remained one step ahead, eluding our every attempt to capture or neutralize it. With heavy hearts and a profound sense of awe, we finally made the difficult decision to abort the mission and retreat. The Arctic wilderness had revealed a secret beyond comprehension, and we were left to grapple with the knowledge that there were forces in this world that defied explanation.
Other than the fucking whiny lady that was mad about it isn't a pig. This red band just...
Now, my dad was in the Army. He just retired last October, so we moved around a lot. Went from Washington State to Texas to Anchorage, Alaska, and it was there that my fear resurfaced, haunted me. We lived in a two-story house with a basement and an attic on Fort Richardson, just between Anchorage and a little town called Eagle River. The entrance to the attic was in the ceiling of the hallway, right at the top of the stairs. I'd never been up there, and in the 2 years we lived in that house, I never did, so it was a total mystery what was up there. I don't even think we stored anything up there. We put it all in the basement or the garage. Anyway, I always had this strange thought that, like the Goosebumps episode, there was a sarcophagus with a mummy up there just waiting to come out and attack us. This was always just a strange fantasy to me until one day I was passing under the entrance to go to our computer room, back when those were a thing. When I looked up, the square door was completely sealed, stuck in one side, poking out into the hall, with something brown, almost like a stained white something. It looked astonishingly like a bandage, like a centuries-old, dirty, grimy, blood-stained bandage, exactly like a nightmarish mummy might be wrapped in. We moved out that Christmas into a newer, bigger house across base. My dad was high rank, and we'd originally just been eager to have a house. I'd tried not to think about the bandage or what it might actually be, and avoided looking up in the hallway. I never found out, and I never asked if anyone else had seen it. Of course, it certainly couldn't have been a bandage, especially not a mummy bandage. What would an ancient Egyptian mummy be doing stowed away in an attic in Alaska? But I was like 10 years old and didn't know any better. Always scared the crap out of me staying up at night, wondering if he was up there sleeping, waiting, biding his time.
Oh my god, is that little baby Tony? No, baby Tony! Oh my god! Oh my, that's adorable!
I live in the suburbs of Southern California, San Diego County area. On several occasions, when letting my dog out, I would see odd, silent, flying craft with spotlights shining and scanning around. My dog would growl and drop back inside. He would not leave my side for the rest of the night. You know, there are nights when my insomnia view kicks in, I don't fall asleep till about 4 a.m. During the summer nights, I leave my window open to cool down since I don't have air conditioning. Around 2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning, I hear a screeching sound that sounds like no animal I know that lives around me. coyotes, and then suddenly the sounds turned extremely violent. Heard at least 4 coyotes yelping in pain, only to be silenced moments later. Seeing and hearing this shit makes me want to be home, or a place where I'm sleeping at by 2:30. If I am out later for any reason, I start watching the skies and turn down my music so I can hear. If I hear or see anything that is out of the ordinary, I pull over and lay as low and as quiet as I can. I get scared even more when my radio goes to random static in places that normally doesn't have any problems. I start moving again when the static clears and the screeching sounds far enough. My boyfriend and I were on a hike in the mountains of Colorado, and were unaware it was a secluded place until we got there. Our car was the only one parked at the trailhead, and after 3 miles on the trail, one set of footprints appeared in the snow going the same direction as us. There were no footprints coming back out. We even yelled and clapped a bit to make sure whomever it wasn't hurt or stuck, but got no response.
Snuggle up, stay warm, December 30th and 31st with completely uncensored films.
We were in the car on the back roads where I live, and it was nighttime. We were the only car around, no city lights. But as we were driving, I hear my mom say, "Oh shit," I look up to see some type of creature that didn't move in a forward motion, but sideways, and it darted in the cornfield. It had 4 legs. It almost looked like a man, but I don't want to call it that due to its rapid side movement. Think of a crab. I was out in the woods in Bedford, Pennsylvania, the first day of deer season. Heard what sounded like something running around to my right. It really sounded like a dog running. I take out a flashlight and shine it where the noise is, and there's nothing in sight. I put the flashlight away, and around 5 minutes later, I hear the noise again. I shine the light in again. Nothing there. I periodically heard the noise after that, but I didn't bother shining a light again. I figured it was a coyote, but still kind of creepy.
Hey, this is Frederick coming live from the comedy mothership here in Austin, Texas, for a brand new episode of Kill
Quinn and I were 13 years old and way back in the woods building deer stands before bow hunting season. A solid 3 miles from anything. We're heading home late as the sun is setting, carrying backpacks and tools, talking and laughing. We're walking along a fire road, and immediately to our right, about 20 yards away, someone shoots a shotgun directly over our heads. You could hear the shot hitting the trees on the opposite side of the road. We hit the deck with ears ringing, didn't move a muscle. The shots came from out of a large area of bramble and tall grass, so it was impossible to see anyone. We started whispering our plan to each other, which consisted of yelling, "Hey, there's someone here," thinking maybe it was an idiot poacher thinking we were deer. Believe it or not, it happens a lot. Then the scariest part was there was zero response, no movement or anything. So plan B was to count to 3 and haul ass with backpacks, pulled up to try and protect the back of our heads. We were both fast on a normal day, but we were never faster than when we were running down that road. We decided not to tell our parents or the cops, since we didn't technically have permission to be on the land and pay to be building deer stands on it. Our theory is it was some crazy-ass poacher who didn't want 2 kids in his territory and thought scaring them would do the trick. He was right. Was on a solo hike or camp. Popped my tent up around dusk in a hydrocut in wood and settled in for the night. I have a tarp I use as a footprint for my tent just to smooth out the rocks or the roots or whatever all else is on the ground. It's only slightly larger than my tent itself. Maybe an extra 16 feet on one side I use for a shoe mat. Anyway, bedding down and a few hours into sleep when I start hearing a chorus of coyotes yipping from a little ways off. Over a course of 20 or so minutes, maybe a little shorter, the calls start getting louder and I realize they're getting closer to me. Calls at this point are loud and numerous, so I figured there was a few of them around. At the point where it sounds like they can't get louder, they all simultaneously shut up. It's quiet for 15 or so seconds, felt about a year, and then I hear paw steps on the tarp directly outside my door, right next to my head. I'm usually a pretty calm guy and generally good with animals, but I totally filled my pants at that point. The coyote sniffed a few times at my tent and then walked off the tarp. They didn't make a peep after that. Next morning, I packed up and was hiking down the hydro cut towards the initial yipping. Saw a portion of thickety woods that had scratch marks on some of the trees. Figured it was near their den. Whoops. I'd been told of a good fishing spot on the Roaring River by a friend. My buddy and I left the car at the Roaring River campground and drove up the little North Fork, skirting the ridge above the river. We drove to the end and walked a trail down to the river, about 1.5 miles. We figured we were 6, 7 miles from the campground. We got to the river at about 9 a.m. while walking down the river for about 4 or 5 hours fishing. My buddy and I came across a wide bend in the river, fairly deep, 15 feet or so. There was a mud trail coming out of the water, as if we had scared someone, I think. When we arrived at the site, there was a trail of wet sand and footprints leaving the water and into heavy brush. We looked at the prints and were stunned at their length. They were a size 17, 18. 2 of the prints were extremely clear. At the time, we thought we were close to the campground, so we didn't think much of it. We didn't reach the campground until nearly dark. A few months later, there was an article in the Oregonian by Phil Sanford, who wrote a column regularly about a sighting by 2 women from Oregon City at the Roaring River campground area. It's late at night at around 12, so close to an hour ago as it posted. I live in Arkansas and outside city limits, but not too far into the woods. I still have neighbors. I was playing on my phone when I heard the sound of a primate outside my house. From inside my room, years ago my dad had told me he heard something similar, like he heard what sounded like an ape in the woods one day. I never believed him. I'm not sure what kinds of animals could make sounds similar to that type of animal. This is an account of what myself and a friend witnessed on May 15, 1997. We were sitting at the river's edge on the Molalla River, near the logging ridge, which is near the train trestle on the old Molalla Forest Road. There were a bunch of young people partying just before we got there, and it left a big mess. 2 nice people stayed behind. We chatted with them for a while and started hearing small noises in the woods about 50 yards behind us. The 4 of us figured it was the police checking things out, so it was about 9:30 p.m. this time, and the 2 people who stayed behind decided to leave because it was getting late. About 1 minute after they left, I was taking a leak over by the bridge and heard a large threshing sound going through the water. Needless to say, I did not stick around and know it was in no way a deer, elk, or bear, because I have been an avid hunter for years. My friend, however, is a little fearless at times, so he decided to go take a look. This is what he saw, following the sound going across the water. My eyes focused on an area about 10 feet from the far bank of the river. The area was a swift moving rapid that was about 5 feet deep. In the moonlight, I saw a figure crossing the river as it lunged through the water that was only waist deep on it. The figure was a person because of the immense size of it. It was about as wide as 2 good-sized men, and the 5-foot deep water only rose slightly over its waist. As it disappeared into the woods, we could hear the sound of large limbs being snapped like twigs. It was about then that we decided to leave the scene.
Pfizer is about to release a new version of the COVID vaccine.
I was 9 and my brother was 10. My family was coming back from a cross-country trip. My dad was asleep and my mom was driving. My brother was asleep and had just started to wake up. The sun had just came up and light was pouring through the valley. We came around a bend, slowing down a little, and I heard my mom curse. We thought it was was a hitchhiker at first, crouched down by the side of the road. But as we got closer, it turned and looked at us, stood up, and with one stride disappeared into the forest. It was big, easy 8.5 to 9 feet, covered in light brown hair. The eyes were so big and dark, I just cried. I was terrified. One speeding ticket later, we're home. We lived in Mill City at the time.
It's so nice to be here, and I think just love it after I tell you. It's literally, this is, Tony, my 6-year anniversary of being a regular one.
As I was watching up in the runoff creek, I noticed my dog quickly became startled. I noticed my dog getting up and putting his nose into the wind. I saw him become scared as his hair was on his back raised. Instead of barking or growling, he quickly backtracked, never losing sight of what he was tracking. When I looked in the direction he was looking, I realized why he was scared. There was a large creature coming out of the woods about 40-50 yards ahead, downstream, downwind from me. The creature leisurely walked out from the trees and stopped at the riverbank. At first, I thought it was a person. Then I looked closer and noticed it was all in black, head to toe. I noticed its big arms covered in a thick black coat and its hands all black as well. By this time, my dog was looking extremely concerned. My dog was on edge and acting erratic. Then I caught a glimpse of the creature's profile and noticed his face was all black as well, with sharp features, strong cheekbones, and black lips. The creature never turned to look at me. I don't think it even noticed me or my dog. It never looked at us, I realized, because we were upwind from it. At that point, I wasn't sure what I was looking at, though I knew I had never seen anything like it before. I instinctively ducked below the riverbank and calmly and slowly moved away upstream. I signaled my dog to follow, and he instinctively understood. When I was far enough away, I raised my head up to see if I could still see it. It wasn't where I last spotted it, and that alerted me to leave. I made my way back to camp, only 100 feet further from the stream, and I told my girlfriend what I saw. We both became startled since we were deep in the woods, far from the main road. We immediately packed up our camp and left the site within 10 minutes. I never thought that what I had seen was a Bigfoot. I didn't know what I had seen, actually. I couldn't explain it until we drove into Portland the next night. That night, we ate at a local diner, and I picked up the local paper. One of the main stories was in regards to Bigfoot sightings. I read it thinking the topic was of interest, and realized many people had sighted Bigfoot around the area where I saw the creature. Also, all the sightings were of an all-black creature. This really caught my attention because all my life I thought Bigfoot was brown. That is when I first realized that what I had seen might have been a Bigfoot sighting.
At the end of this episode to say that she enjoyed herself. It's going to be great. It's what she makes monthly. Yeah.
I grew up around the country. I grew up looking for Bigfoot. My grandmother had about 100 acres or so out between Jasper, Oregon, and Lowell. She had cattle, and we were driving out to look after them most every day, not just on the weekend. And I always had an eye open for something, but never once did I ever see or hear anything. And then I see something along I-5 on a rainy night, and it saw me. It knew I was staring at it. The hair on it wasn't pretty, kind of uneven. All these years later, I'm still a little in disbelief, but it sat like an ape with long arms and legs. And it stood up, and there was no mistaking that this thing was exceedingly tall. I don't know what else I can offer. My apologies for reporting something that happened in 1997. It's funny, like I said, I grew up looking for Bigfoot or Sasquatch, more or less because of where I live, and then I see it, whatever I saw, and I almost wish I hadn't. Kind of shook me up. Still does a little.
Get him to come to Memphis. Come on, Red Man.
Is anybody in your family allergic to cats by any chance? Because I don't know if you know this, but Red Man...
My friends and I were way into Frisbee golf for a while. So after we graduated high school, we decided to go camping down in Moab, Utah. We were lucky enough to find a really cool course a bit away from Moab. When we got there, an old man said we needed to pay $10 a night. We did. Then we slept in our tent inside a yurt. That night we went to sleep with our backpacks in the tent. The morning we woke up and saw all our backpacks were outside the tent in the yurt's doorway. In my friend's camera, there were pictures on his camera that showed all of us sleeping. I don't know how the old man could have done that without waking us up. I have never, ever been able to sleep in a private campsite since. Backpacking alone in the woods of Missouri, I was woken in the middle of the night by a blood-curdling scream in the dark. This was miles and miles from any town or houses. I thought it must have been a bird or something and settled back down to sleep. Before I could drift off again, I heard another scream, only this time closer. Definitely not a bird, not a bug or anything I could think of that would habitat those woods. It repeated again and again, coming ever closer until it sounded like it was right outside of my tent. I was too terrified to look outside, too terrified to move. All of a sudden it stopped. I spent the rest of the night terrified and alone, completely bewildered by the screams. Once I got back to civilization, I found out it had been a red fox making their cries in the night. They make a crazy howl scream that sounds totally unreal. I had never heard the noise they make, so you can imagine how scared it made me that night.
We got a new mattress down in the bedroom I grew up in, so she's going to be really comfortable, but we don't even...
It was elk season 2020, 1 October, about 6 p.m., and on the upper Aberglaw, Ori and two others were driving slowly along the north-south road. Ori in the passenger seat when he saw a 12-15-foot creature walking, swinging its arms, crouched, walking in the same direction they were driving. It all of a sudden shot straight out very rapidly and was gone. It was black, very broad, and very stout, like a big tree. Asked how he knew the size, and Ori said he was a carpenter and a good judge of height. Later, Roy took some very good tape recordings of the creatures, a barking, drawn-out howl, similar to many other tapes I've heard, only a much better quality and no barking dogs.
They could. I'm not going to do my name out right now because I was trying to play with my brother the other night. Random people from the city.
I am a police officer in a large city. There are housing projects in my sector that house low-income residents and also some suffering from mental health issues. There's an elderly Haitian woman who calls late at night and swears she can hear ghosts and voodoo spirits in her residence. The first time I showed up with my partner, I told her I would go in and speak with the ghost and close the bedroom for about 5 minutes, then opened it, and she hesitantly entered with me. I told her I asked them to leave and they need her permission to come back. She celebrated and said she can no longer see them and thanked us. This woman is otherwise quite articulate and intelligent and always refuses medical help. She will call 911 periodically every 3-4 months for similar reasons, and I'll go in with a water bottle with no label and go in and have her point the location where she saw them, and I sprinkle some holy water in the area, and she thanks us and offers us food. We always politely decline and exit the residence.
Good Lord, covered in sorghum. That's a fucking funny bit.
I was a caregiver in a retirement home for 6 months at the beginning of the pandemic. We had one patient, let's call him Robert, that was mute so when they called us because they needed something. Of course, we would just hang up and go to their rooms. I had been on vacation for a week and my coworkers didn't have the chance to go over what had happened while I was away. We had 24 patients for 2 caregivers, so we would split the unit in half, 12 residents for each caregiver, and we would help the other if needed. So, the first shift after my vacation, I was taking care of Robert's unit. 10 minutes after I arrived, I got a call from Robert's room. So I hang up, finish with my current patient, and calmly walk to the room. When I arrived, the door was locked, which was really unusual since Robert usually leaves the door open. I knock, unlock the door, and open. To my surprise, the room was pitch black except for the television that was turned on. It took me a few minutes to realize that Roberts wasn't in the room. So I called my coworker and asked, "Have you seen Roberts?" And that's when they told me, "Oh, yeah, He passed away 2 days ago. All right, weird, but not the first time that our system glitches like that and we get a phone call and empty room. I go on with my shift like nothing happened. I had left the door open. When I was helping another patient walk to the kitchen, when we passed Robert's room, they said, "Hi, Robert. I thought you were at the hospital. Welcome back." I was 100% convinced that the room was haunted now. We would get a call from that room a few times a week until Roberts was buried, and after that, nothing else happened in that room. We've also had another patient calling us because there was Mike sitting in his chair every night. Mike was the name of the patient that passed away in that room. They had never met. My brother and I have this campsite about 2 hours drive out of the eastern side of Melbourne, Australia. A quick run on a Friday night after work to a really, really secluded spot. Up a logging trail off the main road. The road is good enough for a standard car to handle, and on many occasions, a whole convoy of us would make the trip up for the weekend. This is a really quiet spot, and it would be extremely rare to even have another car come up the road. Other people would use the same spot from time to time, however. You would see the remains of old campfires and occasionally rubbish left behind. But then one time we found a couple of graves, new ones, 2 plots side by side, maybe 10 meters away from what you would call the main thoroughfare, about 7 foot by 3 feet wide. All the sod had been carefully picked up and then put back in over the top, but there was no mistaking what they looked like. So we started digging with the small camp spade we had. The ground had most definitely been dug up. We dug down maybe 2 feet on one hole and gave up, I guess. Made a stop by the police station in town on the way home. They went digging, but I don't know if they found anything. They left mounds of dirt up there, so they went looking. Perfect spot to make someone disappear up there. If you wander 50 yards out of the main camp, you're in some thick bush. Only way to move around is to follow a wombat trail.
Doesn't seem a day over 1 year.
First off, I've lived and hunted and hiked in these woods most of my life. Born and raised here by folks that trace our land back to the Meeks Party Blue Bucket wagon train. So I have studied plenty of animals that have lived here. What I heard on that late fall evening made the hair stand straight up. The month was September, the weather was warm. My husband had returned to Redmond to go bowling on his leave. I stayed behind as some friends were to come up later that evening and join us. The state was doing a lot of road work and were blasting parts along the highway to clear space for wider road. I was putting more wood on the fire when I looked at my watch. Our friends were late as usual. It was 10:30 of Friday. You could hear the trucks and the blasting going on along the road. Then there was this real loud blast. It shook the ground under the stump I was sitting on. Further away from the road, you could hear a rock slide started from the blast. Then the woods came to life. I could hear running of a very large animal going through everything in his way. Underbrush was snapping. Small trees could be heard crashing to the ground. As the rocks in the canyon stopped sliding, the woods became quiet again. Then, just across the lake from where my tent was pitched, the hoeing and screaming started. These sounds went on for at least half hour. I, being bum at this time, became rather unnerved and decided that my tent would be a better place to wait for my friends from. I crawled inside and found my rifle loaded shell into the barrel and sat there in the dark. The sounds across the lake had all but vanished. I could still hear something moving over there, and it wasn't deer, elk, bear, cougars, cattle, people, lynx, badgers, wild dogs, or wolverines. At 11:30 p.m., my friends finally made up to the camp. They could tell that something had made a very bad impression on me and asked what had happened. I told them. We waited till my mate got back from town, but no more noise was heard that night. As this is about more than just what I saw, it would be nice for it to be keep unlisted. Thank you.
It's like you have helmet head.
Right?
This story isn't mine. It's actually my dad's. Every other summer, him and a few of his friends go over to Maine and do some bass fishing. The encounter happened at around 2 to 3 in the morning. My dad got out of his tent because he had to take a piss. As he was draining himself, he heard a snap about 25 feet away. He looked up and saw nothing. To make sure it wasn't a predator, he shone his flashlight over in the general direction. The woods were really thick, so he really didn't see much at all, except for a pair of eyes. He really couldn't tell how high up off the ground they were, so being the person he is, he walked towards it. As he did so, whatever the thing was ran away, and my dad got a better look at it. He says that it was around 8 feet and smelled pretty bad, like trash. He told his friends the next day, but they decided to stay the rest of the week due to the fact that my dad didn't feel that the Bigfoot wanted to hurt them, but was just more curious. He came home and told me, and now, a few years later, I'm telling you, I really hope that one day I can see what he saw, so I can fully believe that this world is actually a strange one.
Like, I have really pretty feet, so I've been...
It's your feet?
Well, that's the part that I do. And then he does the...
I've had a lot of paranormal encounters, but this is not my story. This is my mother's. My mom and my uncle had to go pick up my grandmother. She worked in a small town called the Red River. The blizzard was so bad that my grandmother's car wasn't turning on. So she told my mom to pick her up and be safe because the roads were very slippery. My mom told my uncle to go with her, and they were at a cuesta in New Mexico, and they drove slowly because the storm was so bad. While driving, a large creature started walking across the road. It was about 9 feet tall, and the creature had white fur and large teeth, and it just stared at my mother and uncle, and then it turned away and ran to the woods. They started talking about it, and they both agreed that it was a Bigfoot. The next day, my uncle went to the area. He found footprints and even took a picture of it. In the mountains of New Mexico, creepy stuff happens every day.
Time for Red Man to pretend like he doesn't know what that is.
I've got lots of stories. Large parts of my childhood were spent on a reservation, and I swear every house there has something spooky in it. I will just quickly tell a few notable ones. When I was about 8 years old, my cousin and I were playing hide and seek while the adults were gone. I walked through the kitchen and right by a bunch of food on the table. I've never been very observant and completely didn't realize that he was hiding in the fridge. I walked to the hallway, and as I'm gazing down, I can see a little bit through the doorway. A small black figure went running across one of the rooms at the end and dives under their bunk bed. I thought I caught my cousin, so I ran into the room to check under the bed, but nothing was there. A lot of people had seen this figure in the house. Apparently, their uncle had turned the corner and bumped right into it, and that it was solid, but he couldn't see through it. Just darkness. Different story. I was left alone at 16 in my mother's house when I started to hear a baby cry in the wall. At first, I brushed it off. Gotta just be the neighbors in the other apartment. That's when I realized my mom no longer lived in a fourplex, and that our nearest neighbors were too far to hear. I told her about it, and she had heard it too. We later found out that a traditional funeral for a baby had been held in the house. So we smudged it and left a plate of food outside.
It's just like angry ants in the background, like, throw your fucking feet away.
This probably isn't going to be the most spooky story, just something happened to me recently that's kept me paranoid. My parents got ready for bed. I was staying up late on my computer, as always. We said our good nights, and they went upstairs. Not too soon after, I heard a sound from the dining room window. It was as if someone took their hand and went down the entire length of the window with purpose and pressure, like nails on a chalkboard. And the window was too high up for any of the animals in the forest outside our house to do it. Nor do any animals of that size even come close to the house. I don't think any human could possibly be that tall to be able to do it either. My dad can't even reach the top of the window, and he's around 6 feet. I paused everything and tried to listen to see if I could hear anything else, footsteps, breathing, etc., because I was too scared to go into the dining room to investigate. I wouldn't be able to see anything in that darkness anyways, but I heard nothing. just the hand down the window. It was petrifying, and I still have no idea what happened. It's been a few days since then, but no sound has happened since. I worry one day I will stare through a window and see something staring back at me and promptly have a heart attack. Yeah, I do believe this isn't a natural thing, as it was a very odd sound, like it was a bigger than usual hand rubbing my window. I don't see any other plausible explanation for it other than the paranormal.
Okay, well, let's get that started. Ladies and gentlemen, yeah? Okay.
It was a night I'll never forget. About 10 years ago, my friends and I were driving in Jackson, New Jersey, headed to Sonic or someplace similar for a late-night snack. We were all laughing and joking, enjoying the freedom of our youth and the open road ahead of us. As we continued down the highway, the atmosphere suddenly shifted. The night air grew thick with fog, swallowing the landscape and reducing our visibility to almost nothing. We slowed down, trying to navigate through the dense mist. Out of nowhere, a tall, ragged-looking man appeared in the road, only 5 feet in front of our car. It was as if he had materialized from the fog itself. My friends and I all saw him, and we screamed in terror, fearing the inevitable impact. Our driver slammed on the brakes, but we knew it was too late to avoid hitting the mysterious figure. We braced for the collision, but the impact never came. Our car continued to glide forward, and the man seemed to vanish as suddenly as he had appeared. Confused and frightened, I quickly turned around to see what had happened to him. But the fog had disappeared completely, leaving no trace of the eerie figure we had just encountered. We drove to Sonic in stunned silence, each of us trying to process what had just happened. We couldn't find a rational explanation for the sudden fall of the ragged man and his disappearance. To this day, we still talk about that night, wondering if we had somehow crossed paths with a ghost or a supernatural being. Despite the passing of time, the memory of that night remains vivid and chilling. The experience taught us that there are things in this world that defy explanation, and sometimes those mysteries reveal themselves when we least expect it. When I was around 5 years old, I started praying to Satan alongside my regular prayers, believing that he was protecting and loving me. My family was very religious, and we attended church frequently, so I prayed often. Over time, Satan started to communicate with me, although it's possible that it was just my overactive imagination as a child. I remember these experiences vividly, including dreams where I talked to Satan. One dream in particular stands out in my memory. In a dream, I found myself in a grassy field with a man who had no discernible features, but seemed normal in appearance. We talked about my future, but in the clouds he pointed out a hand, reaching down. A powerful voice boomed, asking me to take the hand and renounce evil to come into the light. I felt compelled to take the hand, and I woke up feeling scared and hid under my sheets. After a while, something gently poked my solar plexus as I'm writing this. I still get goosebumps because this had me scared shitless the entire night. Sorry for the sudden change in tone, LOL. The following night, I had a sleepover with my sisters in the basement, and we prayed together before bed. After finishing my regular prayers, I started to pray to Satan again, but my sisters heard me and yelled at me, explaining why I should never pray to him, and that I needed to repent. Later on in life, after I had stopped, I had my first confession, and I confessed my experiences with Satan along with other things to the priest. I wish there was more to this story, but there really isn't. I'm not sure if this was just a kid's overactive imagination, or if I really spoke to the devil. I have similar stories I can share, but they require a lot more context, and I don't really feel like writing them out just to have people not believe me. Share your opinion on this or similar experiences you might have. Use ChatGPT to revise this. So if some parts sound weird, that's why. I'll try to make it short, but when I was younger, I was in bed with my mother, and we were just jokingly trying to scare each other by telling different scenarios. Suddenly, we both heard loud stomps right above us on the roof, and we literally both froze in fear. It quite frankly sounded like a large man walking in circles on our roof with heavy combat boots. The thing is, we were in a very secluded native reservation, and the closest people to our house lived about 6 kilometers away. Also, mind you, it was wintertime, so I seriously doubt anyone would come to our house just to walk on our roof in 17 weather at 11:30 p.m. at night. My mother could tell that I was very frightened by what we were hearing, so she made up an excuse for the noise, saying, "Oh, it's probably some dog tail hitting the walls of our house." But it was definitely not that at all. She even later told me that she only said that to help calm me down. This walking noise continued for about 10 minutes, and it abruptly stopped. It didn't continue on after that. We did make sure to lock all doors and windows that night, but we both definitely knew it wasn't a physical intruder that was making those noises, but still better safe than sorry. In the end, we both don't know what the hell was walking on our roof that night. Like I said, it was also winter, so the next morning my mother went out to check for any tracks, and there were simply none to be seen. Even on the roof, I have a lot more similar experiences like this, but none have stopped my heart like that night did. We also live in Ontario, so I frankly believe nothing here can make the heavy stomps we heard, let alone even get on the roof.
Were you a smoker?
As a park ranger, you become immune to many weird things. Strange figures in the woods, unnatural-looking animals, or even the downright paranormal. After a point, you kind of just live with it. The rule is, if you don't interfere in matters that don't concern you, you'll be safer for the most part. I hope the rule works, because sometimes situations get far too real and scary. They get far, far too real. Granted, not every ranger experiences the paranormal. While most of us lead somewhat adventurous lives, some more than others, there's also a category of rangers who wouldn't consider their job anything but mundane. To this day, I belong in the middle of this spectrum. But something happened last week, and while I would have liked to ignore it, as I usually do, I don't think I can. My partner, who we'll call Carlos, had patrol duty for the night. We have both been relocated and recently moved into this cabin somewhere in the corner of the park where several other rangers have stayed in the past. It's a decent little space, 2 adjoining rooms and a tiny little bath. Not very spacious, but who am I to demand? Luxury in the middle of nowhere, and a job like this anyway. Around 7 p.m. we had some tea, read some news, and put on our gear, leaving the cabin. There aren't many other rangers stationed nearby at the moment, so we had a lot of ground to cover. I didn't mind. I liked walking in the dark. Sure, it had been scary for my initial years as a ranger, but over time I found it to be very peaceful. This is weird, I know, but the peace for me is very real. We walked for an hour straight in silence before finally getting bored and making some small talk. Carlos started by cracking some pathetically lame jokes, which somehow transitioned into horror stories. He belonged to an Orthodox home and strongly believed in the paranormal. For a guy from New Jersey, he definitely has some good scares up his sleeve. Around what I guess was 2 or 3 in the morning, we sat down on a tree that had fallen nearby. I took out some Jews I brought with me and handed him one. They had felt unnaturally cold for the weather then, and there was actual condensation on the outside. In hindsight, that should have been a major flag. As we drank, Carlos shared more stories. He was telling me about some flying vinegar, dipped vampire from the Philippines when I heard him groan. My instinct told me it was an injured creature, but it didn't feel like the groan of an animal. It felt human, like that of an older woman grunting in pain. It was very distinct. Carlos and I jumped up from the log at the same time. He had heard it too. I nodded at him, and he pointed his flashlight in the direction of the sound. It came again, albeit a little more distant this time. I called out, but there was no response. With my right hand on my firearm and my flashlight in the left, I followed the direction of the voice, calling out repeatedly. The groan came yet again. We increased our pace. I was in front while Carlos quickly trailed behind, calling out a series of hellos and is anybody there? Like a broken record. After a minute or so of walking, we discovered the source of the voice. In front of us was a short, pale old woman in a black cape facing towards us, but looking straight down, mumbling something. She was bald and her cape was very baggy and tight. I instantly sensed something unnatural. It creeped the heck out of me. However, in the off chance that this was a human, we were obligated to help her. Carlos approached the woman, asking if she was hurt. When she looked up, her face was wrong. In the dim light, I could see the manifestation of the unnaturalness I felt a second ago. Her eyes were pitch black, as if nothing was there. And she looked at Carlos with those alien eyes. Even her skin was dead, looking a dark blue. He froze in his tracks. Her mouth was basically a huge gash in her face that went ear to ear. This lady, or whatever this thing was, put on her hood and shifted her gaze towards me, speaking something telepathically before just vanishing in the middle of nowhere, almost like she disintegrated. I staggered, fell backward, unsure of what to even think. Her movements were even unnatural and inhuman, just like her appearance. I don't know how to describe it, but was this an alien or demon? I looked over at Carlos, his face whiter than it had ever been, and he knelt down, saying an audible prayer. It was only after a while that I found the strength to get up, my legs still shaking violently, but they still worked. They felt extremely cold and empty, but somehow I found the strength and helped Carlos up. We made our way straight back to the cabin, following the markers on the trees. I poured some hot tea while he sat at the table with his head in his hands. Now it was about 5 a.m., and God knows how much time we had spent sitting there on the ground, too weak to get up. I tried discussing what we had seen, but he wouldn't respond, so I left it alone. Around 9 a.m., I called my superior and told him what had happened. He told me to get back to the job, asked me if we had been drinking while at work. They weren't much help, so I hung up on him. We had somehow, again, almost broken the rule and interfered. As long as we didn't do it again, we would be safe. The incident was very traumatizing. No sane person would believe me when I say we went back to the forest every night after and still do. The rule is supposed to protect us, and we had faith in it. At least I hope it does. This job has meant everything to me, and I don't have a plan B. So, I'm hoping I don't encounter this stuff anymore. I tried to look around and see if there's anything I could use as a reference before posting this, so when you read it, you would understand. It kind of reminded me of the witch I think they call La Llorona, if I'm remembering correctly. But whatever this was, it was either a demon or a supernatural entity. It felt evil. It looked evil. Why it was there, I don't know, and I don't care. I just don't want to see it again.
I've never seen a sadder, more positive guy in my life.
Yeah, it's amazing.
My name is Aaron, and I'm a police officer who often works with park rangers to maintain the safety and beauty of our local parks. One summer, I was partnered with Carl, a ranger from the Sierra Club, and we were assigned to clear barbed wire at Squaw Meadows, south of Squaw Mountain in Oregon. We camped overnight on July 15th, eager to begin our work the next day. As night fell, the forest around us came alive with the sounds of nocturnal creatures. I'd always been intrigued by the local legends of the Wendigo, a mysterious and fearsome creature said to inhabit these woods. As we sat around the campfire, I decided to try tapping on a piece of wood, hoping to communicate with the elusive creature. To my surprise, I heard a reply. A very loud rap coming from the roaring river valley below our campsite. Carl and I exchanged glances, our interest peaked. The next day, we continued our work, clearing the barbed wire that marred the pristine landscape. Our peaceful work was suddenly interrupted by the roar of a herd of motorcycles. The riders sped by at a higher elevation, their engines echoing through the valley. As the noise from the motorcycles faded, a strange sound reached my ears. It was a loud, monkey-like whoop that seemed to come from the same direction as the Wendigos' rap the night before. Carl looked at me, his eyes wide with astonishment. Did you hear that? he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Yeah, I did, I replied, my heart pounding in my chest. It sounded like it came from the valley. We decided to investigate, cautiously making our way down to the roaring river valley. As we ventured deeper into the woods, the whooping sound grew louder, but we could not pinpoint its source. The forest seemed to close in around us, as if it were hiding a secret that it did not want to share. Despite our efforts, we never found the source of the strange sound. We continued our work clearing the barbed wire and ensuring the safety of the park for its visitors. Yet the memory of the Wendigo's reply and the eerie whooping sound stayed with me, a haunting reminder of the mysteries that still lurk in the depths of the forest. Though I may never know for certain whether I truly heard the Wendigo or not, the experience taught me to respect and appreciate the unknown. The wilderness holds secrets that may never be revealed, and I am grateful for the opportunity to experience its mysteries firsthand.
Being a magician made me hate the kids. Kids don't suspend the disbelief. You know, like, they see something.
My name is Sean Kerr. I've always been drawn to the mysteries of the night. On July 12th, I found myself near the Willamette River. Town of Willamette, Oregon, at midnight. My trusty dog, Max, was with me, and we were exploring an area off the freeway where a sewage stream flowed through the brambles and swamp. The arc street lights cast eerie shadows on the ground as we wandered through the darkness. As we walked along the stream, I suddenly noticed a large white creature moving around. It was about 100, 200 feet away, bobbing up and down in different locations. I couldn't shake the feeling that it was watching me, studying my every move. It seemed to be about 7 feet tall, with 3-inch long white dirty hair and a head shaped like a massive dome. My heart pounded in my chest as I realized that this might be the dogman, a creature that had been reported in the area before. There were a lot of nutria living in the area, and I wondered if the dogman was attracted to their presence. Strangely, Max didn't seem concerned about the creature at all. He just sniffed the air, seemingly unbothered by the eerie presence. I decided to cautiously approach the creature, hoping to get a better look and perhaps even capture some evidence of its existence. As I moved closer, the dogman continued to bob and weave through the shadows, never staying in one place for long. It seemed almost curious, as if it was trying to get a better look at me without revealing itself completely. I remembered hearing about white werewolf tracks that had been reported upstream on a tributary of the Tualatin River last year. Could this creature be related to those sightings? My curiosity and fascination only grew as I continued to observe the dogman. Unfortunately, as I tried to get closer, the creature seemed to sense my intentions and suddenly vanished into the darkness. I searched the area for any signs of its presence, hoping to find tracks or some other evidence that would prove what I had seen, but there was nothing. No tracks, no disturbed foliage, nothing. Feeling both exhilarated and disappointed, I returned to Max, who was still sniffing the air, seemingly unfazed by the entire encounter. I couldn't help but wonder why he hadn't reacted more strongly to the dogman's presence. Did he sense something about the creature that I couldn't? That night, I returned home with more questions than answers. My encounter with the dogman near the Willamette River was a strange and unsettling experience, but it only fueled my desire to uncover the truth about the mysterious creatures that lurk in the shadows of our world.
Anyway, we get trashed, and we have him and any other magicians around.
Growing up, I had always been a curious and imaginative child. I was about 6 or 7 years old at the time, and like most kids, I would occasionally wake up in the middle of the night feeling scared or uneasy. This particular night was no different. I found myself wide awake, the darkness of my room feeling heavier than usual. Seeking comfort, I decided to head to my parents' room. Their door was shut, and for reasons I couldn't explain, I didn't dare open it. Instead, I sat down in the hallway on my beloved Garfield pillow, feeling a strange sense of unease in the dimly lit corridor. As I sat there trying to make sense of my sudden fear, I saw something that sent chills down my spine. A figure emerged from the darkness, walking into the middle of the hallway. It was black darker than anything I had ever seen, as if it were made of an impossibly deep abyss. The figure was mostly humanoid, but its head was elongated, resembling the bird-like plague masks from centuries past. Frozen in terror, I watched as the figure stopped in the middle of the hall, and then, to my utter horror, turned to look directly at me. Its eyes were large, a haunting greenish-yellow color that seemed to pierce my very soul. The world around us seemed to stand still, the air thick with an almost tangible sense of dread. And then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, the figure was gone. The darkness of the hallway swallowed it whole, leaving me alone and trembling with fear. I bolted back to my bed and hid under the covers, hoping that whatever that thing was, it wouldn't return. To this day, I can still vividly recall the chilling encounter, the image of those haunting eyes forever etched in my memory. I don't know what it was that I saw that night, but it remains one of the most terrifying experiences of my life.
Where do you live? Riverville or Riverside?
Security here is so busy
Not me, but my father experienced it. It was last summer in the evening, and we last pretty secluded. He came back later that evening and told me that he saw S-56 light balls flying in formation near his location, away from him. While doing so, they changed their formation regularly, and even though he couldn't estimate how fast they really were, at least from his view, they started out slow and accelerated a lot till he lost sight. He asked me if this could have been some natural occurrence, because he said he never saw something like that before. My X-Files trained brain screamed UFOs after I told my father that, with a smirk grin in my face, he made me promise not to tell anybody about this, to prevent his buddies making fun of him. Man, I'm so jealous they got to see it and not me.
Here we go.
You like that, don't you, Ari?
Wow.
My husband has always been an avid outdoorsman and loves to swap stories with his friends about their adventures in the wild. I remember one evening when we were sitting by the fire and he shared a chilling tale that had been passed down to him by a close friend. As a pregnant woman with a foggy memory, I'll try my best to recount the story as it was told to me. His friend, let's call him Mark, had been an experienced hunter and was no stranger to spending nights alone in the wilderness. One autumn day, he ventured deep into the woods, hoping to bag a deer from his tree stand, a hideout spot nestled high up in the branches. As the sun began to set, Mark settled into his tree stand, waiting patiently for his prey. But as night fell, an eerie stillness settled over the forest, broken only by the occasional rustle of leaves. It wasn't long before Mark realized that he wasn't alone. From the darkness, he could hear strange noises, unlike anything he had ever encountered in his years of hunting. The sounds were guttural and menacing, sending a shiver down his spine, paralyzed with fear. Mark could only sit there, praying that whatever was stalking him would lose interest and move on. But the creature, whatever it was, didn't leave. Instead, it stayed throughout the entire night. Its chilling presence a constant source of terror for Mark. The once brave hunter was reduced to a quivering mist, his mind racing with thoughts of what might happen if the creature decided to strike. Finally, morning arrived, and with it, a renewed sense of courage. Seizing the opportunity, Mark climbed down from his tree stand and sprinted back to his car, not daring to look back. He never did find out what had stalked him that night, but the experience left a lasting impression on him. As my husband finished recounting the story, I couldn't help but feel a chill run down my spine. I knew that the woods held many mysteries and unknown dangers, but this tale was a stark reminder that sometimes the most terrifying encounters are those that I cannot explain.
We're having fun here.
Thanks for listening. Hope to see you tomorrow, son.
Unbelievable set, so much so that we had him back in an arena.
Watching the testimony from the National Quest Club, there were witnesses that mentioned seeing objects on radar moving very high speeds and on angles, which to me means that they must be dematerialized. If they had any life forms on board, otherwise they would have been swept. Does that have any implications in terms of like the soul that might be in the person? Because how can a being dematerialize
question about objects that are moving like at 100,000 miles an hour or 20,000 miles an hour make a right turn. Actually, they do not have to be dematerialized. What they do is that they can create, if you will, an energy field around the craft that is kind of like controlled from one gravity. And so even if you, and it moves with the object. So this is field control. All right. So it can be moving at 100,000 or 200,000 miles an hour and stop and make a right-hand turn. Now, if you were in a jet aircraft, your brains would be coming out of your nose, literally. I mean, it would kill you. But if you have the ability to control what's called gravity control and mass control, and remember, it's a misnomer to say anti-gravity. It's actually, if you will, a mass attenuation, a reduction of mass. So using certain resonant frequencies electromagnetically, you can cause an object to become lighter and then completely massless. Now, at the point that it's massless, it's out of this dimension. But it can be 99% massless, and you will see some aspect of it. You see what I'm saying? And this has to do with spin theory and physics and altering the angular momentum of the atoms and subatomic particles. I'm not going to go into the arcana of this because people will be bored. But, you know, we understand how this works. But basically, the whole craft and everyone on it is, and around this object, is a field that's created. So that's how it can move. And they can still be fully materialized and move. Now, it may also be that they're not materialized, and all you're seeing is sort of an energy form or a plasma effect. Such as when Stoney Campbell, who was an Air Force security officer at the Air Force Base in Oklahoma back in the 60s, and there was a cobalt blue sort of a chevron, a triangular craft that came over the hot nuclear-armed aircraft that we had there. And he and the other security guards could see it, but it wasn't solid. It literally could go straight through the aircraft. But it was enough in this dimension that it set off all the alarms. So all the pilots had to go into the hot area and take off. This is in the disposable, in the material. So, but in that case, they were like, what are we seeing? It was almost like an apparition. Because what they were doing, they were checking out our nuclear weapons, but in a form that wasn't fully solid. And to understand that, you have to begin to understand how you can sort of change mass to where it crosses over into just energy, pure energy, which all mass really is energy, but that's all that's left and represented, and then turn it, tweak it a little more, and it's still there. And all you may do is pick up an electromagnetic signal, which is why learning how to make contact and how the phenomenon comes is really useful on one of these expeditions that I run.
You know, if it's a semi-transitional thing that we're seeing, like maybe it's semi-transdimensional versus dematerialized, like how do we know which really is what's happening when you see just that glow? But it may not be there. We just see like the light that's being emitted from the object, but maybe it's not physical. Is it dematerialized, or is it like transitioning between dimensions? Do we know?
Yes, we do. He's asking, how do you know if it's dematerialized? If it's really completely out of this dimension, you're not going to see it. You may remote view it, and there may be an electromagnetic field effect. But visually, you can see. Remember, your eyes only see a very limited spectrum. If you are seeing it, and it may be only transiently, it may only be like a heat wave effect, and you see this thing shimmering. It comes in and out of this dimension. What it's doing is phasing in and out. And it can, at that point, fully materialize in an instant, fully dematerialize in an instant. And this is actually what Corso described in his book there, and I saw it in his papers when I went to his house. He had a stack of papers this big. And Colonel Corso had this encounter at White Sands where this craft materialized in broad daylight, and then it would dematerialize. And when it would dematerialize, there was this, it looked like a heat wave, you know, like a mirage in the desert, and then it would initiate the shift, and then it would go click and be fully materialized again. And it did this back and forth, showing
What did you say dimension is? Because it says it's transitioning between dimensions as it does.
That's what I'm saying. It's going from 3D into other D. Okay. But, you know, it's like a radio wave. if you imagine, the old tuners where you can turn, sometimes you will hear two stations at once on the old AM radio dials, where you turn. They can sometimes be in multiple dimensions simultaneously.
What do you do for a living?
But that, this is really advanced discussion of technologies. But yes, we do understand how they do it, and classified programs are also still the same thing.
I had a relative that died, and I just
we have time for probably what time do you guys have? 5:58. We have 2 minutes before we're supposed to take a break. Is that right?
How much was your actual inheritance? Like, I don't know, man. It's
So
not like
let's see. I'll take someone who hasn't asked a question yet. Yes, sir.
a couple years and just
I think it was in Conrad the Transformation. He would relate a story about how you met the ET named Kindness, and at least yours came with her life story.
Yeah, the night Sherry Adamek passed away is when I was introduced to the CT I call Kindness.
My question is, do you continue to have encounters with Kindness and with Sherry? And also, is it common for to encounter people who pass away when you have encounters?
Yes, it's common to have encounters with people who are passed away also when you're having encounters with ETs. I don't know if it's common, but it does happen. And remember, it can go beyond the speed of light, what I would call the crossing point of light. You go into an energy field and begin to approximate what the mystics used to call the astral, which is closely approximated to, if you will, the afterlife. That astral aspect of the body. So the night that Sherry Adamek passed away, I had this awakening, this lucid state, and she was there introducing me to this ET with a perfectly round head. I mean, exactly round, not elongated at all, and completely hairless, and very, very kind. And I call her Kindness because she just emitted this kindness. And in almost every expedition under the stars we've had since 1998, she has shown up in what looks like sometimes it's cobalt blue, sometimes it's diamond blue-like ship. And often it'll come in and make a curve and then go back out and dematerialize. It's that distinctive, it's very distinctive. So yes, we have. And my understanding is that she's a very senior diplomat with an interstellar coalition, very enlightened. And it's sort of like the Bijou, when we had this experience in Joshua Tree. The amount of just the development of consciousness of these life forms that have explored the cosmos for thousands, some of them millions of years.
No, it was a blood clot.
It's just stunning. And the intelligence.
It kind of made like something went on.
So yeah, that continues to happen. And it's very unusual that we're out on one of these week expeditions where we don't see that shit. Yeah, I mean, I'll have dreams.
It's too much, and then it cancels
And
itself
by
out.
the way, the lucid dream is an amazing tool because it's, buried within everyone.
It's like when you take a bunch of different kinds of drugs and let them find them out.
The entire, it's like this old saying from the Sufi, I think Sufi tradition. Thinkest thyself a puny form, and within thee the universe is formed. In other words, it's a rhetorical question. You're not just some little thing. Through the structure of consciousness and mind, the entire cosmos is folded within every single person, like a quantum conscious hologram. So we're all conscious quantum holograms, and the entirety of the cosmos and creation is folded within every single one of us. So that's why you can have a lucid dream or be in a meditative state and see other worlds and see other places or even other dimensions where people are passed on. And it's quite beautiful. Now, trying to prove that scientifically, but it's a global experience. I mean, there's so many people who had lucid dreams of something that happened the next day. I mean, so there's empirical evidence, but you can't prove it. But ultimately, I think in the future we will have the ability technologically to pull those things, and until then we can use, what God gave us, our own consciousness and thought and mind, and create a new world. Well, with that, I think it's a great place to end. It's a little after 6. I want to thank all of you for coming. We'll have time to hang here for a little while. And I just want to say in closing, really is people stepping into their own power and not waiting for other people to do it. Because if you wait for others to do it, it will never happen. This is something that has to be a grassroots, mass consciousness event. And the next phase of disclosure is going to be exactly that. And the more that people understand that and actually do it, instead of just thinking about it, the more rapidly we're going to get to this next level of our civilization, the future of which is beautiful if we get it right. Because it's a future of free energy, abundance, and unbelievable prosperity on this planet. Peace, universal peace, and interstellar travel. That is what we're right at the point of being able to create that reality. That is the future for Earth and humanity if we choose to make it that. But it isn't going to happen by people sitting doing nothing. It's going to happen because you actually, kind of walk that talk to make it happen. And so empowerment of yourself and learning to do this, and also helping us identify the people who can be this next wave of disclosure movement. Just by sharing the disclosure book and the videos of what we've already put together with people will come up to you and say, oh, well, I know someone who was in the Navy, who was on a ship that had this hour, someone who's worked for Lockheed Martin at the Cube in Edwards. We need to get a whole new wave of people to come forward that will just end forever the question of secrecy. But that's only the beginning of the work, because the real work is then after that, where we have to find a way of creating a world on this planet that is worthy of becoming part of the interstellar family of planets, which means a peaceful world.
Yeah.
That is a big deal.
That's one big Tony. It's been a little bit rough.
It's true.
It's been a little bit rough on the therapy and this, it happens.
It's been rough on the bones and joints, too.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm not a doctor, my wife is. I'm just going to tell you should avoid wicker furniture.
Yeah. Honestly, fuck it. It should avoid me.
If it was sentient, it would.
Then that's that fucking problem,
Yeah, no patio parties for you. No hammocks for sure.
No.
Is there some type of physical activity that you think you could get into?
Breathing
if
heavy?
someone helped you or something? If you had some kind of support, is there something? Perhaps, Michael Gonzalez works out every day at Onnit Gym. How would you like to have a little buddy, Michael? Would you want to take a buddy to Onnit with you?
Would you like to take me on as an anchor to your progress?
How does that sound? You want to take him working out?
Yeah, let's go.
There you go. You're working out with Michael Gonzalez. Here's the big joke, folks.
I'd love to have you on the secret show. So.
Whoa. Someone wants to fucking eat some Thai food with you.
I think I say Thai people, by the way.
There's a lot of
well, he is into both ladies and boys. So.
He's got charisma, this guy, though.
A lot of
pretty
charisma.
fun.
Yeah.
A lot of charisma.
It's called Crisco, but
Crisco.
We love you, JP. You're the man. You're very, very likable.
I love you too, man. Thank you.
JP Hinsdale, ladies and gentlemen. There he goes.
All right. See ya.
On to the next one we go. We're going to go with somebody a lot more fit. One of the regulars of the show, ladies and gentlemen. An absolute phenom. Not easy to write and perform a brand new minute every single week in front of millions of people. But somehow, this young buck does it week after week after week. I present to you one of the true top young rising comedians in the world, the one and only, the great and powerful. This is Cam Patterson.
Yeah, man. Smile, bitch, please. Goddamn. Bitch look evil in the front row. That's evil as fuck. I just changed my profession. I am now a magician. Somebody give me a purse. Somebody please give me a purse. I'm magic now, nigga. I do magic shit. That was easy as fuck. I do magic to get a purse. That was easy as fuck. That guy was mad as hell. Back to this minute, that's not gonna work. Here we go. I went to the Black History Museum in DC. What's so fucking funny? It's not funny. I went there. I saw a lot of history, and it was dope. I liked it a lot. My favorite part about the whole museum was I met this thick So I whistled at her, because times have changed. If you so sad for the nigga, bitch, make it up to me. That's my time. Jesus Christ.
Fuck yes, Cam Patterson. It was amazing. I didn't realize until you acknowledged it how many women offered up their purse to a white Canadian guy wearing nothing but denim.
So bad.
Every woman was like, I have a purse.
Look, he take mine, huh?
All of the same women put theirs under their chair when you came out.
I never had a purse, nigga. Please go back behind that curtain, nigga. It's good, man.
Very fun. Did you really go to the Black History Museum?
Hell yeah.
What was that like?
It was dope, man. My little cousin, but that, I fucking hate you, Red, man. That's some bullshit. Nah, you know what's bad about it? It was really bad. They had, so the whole thing was dope. It was cool as shit to see all of them. But the worst part is that after my whole family was there, my mom's birthday was this bullshit, and my grandma came, her little cousin came, and,
were you guys part of the exhibit, or were you just going there to check things out?
My grandma was, but, my grandma was like, I knew that bitch. But she old. But, nah, it was dope. The worst part about it, the worst part is that there's like a cafeteria there, and all they sold was fried chicken and collard greens. And I thought that was some bullshit, nigga. Yeah. I did not like that at all. But the rest of it was pretty decent, man.
So is it mostly black people going there? Like, man, I can't believe they did this to us.
No, it was white people.
It's white people going, God, I'm glad I'm white.
It was white as fuck. A lot of white people. That's why I told you, thick ass white bitch in there. She was thick as hell, bro.
Now, did they have the
so
same stuff as like a normal building? Is it like fire sprinklers, or do they just have big hoses and stuff? Like, what exactly? Black History Museum jokes, ladies and gentlemen. A rare treat on this show.
Nigga, that's hilarious.
Thank you.
That's funny as fuck.
Thank you. Hey, Madness is looking down. I can't get a read on him.
Who put it again with these hats? Yeah.
No, what do you mean? That's a beautiful hat. That's a Gucci hat he's wearing.
He don't know what he got on. That's what I'm upset about. He don't know. What is it? Nigga, I ain't touch your hat. Nigga, it was him.
No, that was John Deere.
I'm all the way over here.
That was John Deere. That was the other one.
I'm all the way over here. I swear to God.
It was the other one.
It's like we're at the museum.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit.
Wait, it was John Deere, man. Wait. That was John Deere, man.
Even G. Madness.
What are you going to say?
Even G. Madness can't tell them apart.
It's true. It's true. All their hands smell the same. Cocoa butter scented hand was the...
Cocoa butter and black And she didn't give a fuck about none of them. She like I was like, look, that's Harriet Tubman. She's like, Harriet Tubman, and then walked away. Yeah. She don't give a fuck about none of that shit. But she had a good. But the funny shit, you know, I do a vlog and shit on the road. And my auntie was like, cause she a thug. That's like my best friend. And she called me and she was like, that's my daughter. She was like, you see my daughter? And I want to tell you something. Put that bitch on camera, she'll starve. Usually when people call about their kid, they go, don't put my kid on camera. My auntie like, put that bitch on camera, she'll starve. And we did. I'm on the star in this family, nigga.
Damn right. Damn right. And it continues. The great and powerful Cam Patterson, ladies and gentlemen, has done it again. Make some goddamn noise for Cam Patterson. Alright, back to the bucket we go. This is another new name. Make some noise for Peter Grant, everybody. We're going to meet them all together now. Peter Grant.
Hang on. Fuck yeah. You guys can probably tell by my accent that I'm an alcoholic. So, yeah, fuck yeah, cheers. I have one for you. Yeah, fuck yeah. Good to see ya. As rock is my theme, I get it. My day job, I work with people with special needs. Thank you, one person. Fuck yeah. I work in construction. Yeah, so everyone that I work with has special needs. Fuck yeah. Any blue collar boys in here? Not enough. Fuck yeah, dude. I'm a carpenter. I hear you guys need a wall built. Not by an immigrant. Hell yeah. I only have myself to blame for getting into construction as well, because I took career advice from a man named Benny Benassi. Couple familiarities. Fuck yeah. If you don't know the song, the music video came out when I was 12 years old, and it was just a bunch of hot chicks doing construction work in slow motion. I was 12. So, all right, Captain, sign me up, right? It was just... Yeah. Now I just get called weird for a living. Fuck yeah, I'm Peter Grant. Thank you, guys.
All right. Peter Grant. Welcome, welcome.
Hey, Tony Hinchcliffe.
Hello, how are you, Peter Grant? How long have you been doing stand-up?
Just over 6 years now.
Where at?
Mostly up in Vancouver, Canada.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the accent originates from?
Australia.
Which part?
Melbourne. Outside Melbourne in the country. Yeah. Yeah, I'm a little small town boy. Hey, Sam, how you going?
And you really work in construction?
I do. I'm a carpenter. Yeah.
Right.
Carpenter, sorry.
Good. It's good. Look, you don't have to do it. You can sound like a great human
I used to have long hair.
You used to have long hair?
Yeah, Jesus was my inspiration for a while.
Okay.
And then I found out that was bullshit, right, Texas?
What does that mean to you exactly?
I grew up Catholic, and then started smoking weed, and I like conspiracies more than God, I think.
Now you believe in conspiracies and you don't believe in God?
Yeah.
What do you think created the universe?
The Anunnaki.
Wow. Okay.
Sorry, I'm one of those fuckers.
It's okay.
Said he was built on that.
Yeah. Some sense.
You're part of that bloodline, right?
The Anunnaki?
Yeah, we came a long time before official recorded.
All right, Peter. So now you live in Vancouver or what?
I just got married this year to an American woman, so I'm legally down here, married, spousal visa.
Where does she live?
She's from West Virginia, but she lives with me now, Tony.
Where at?
Austin, Texas for now.
Okay, for now. Are you planning on moving?
Yes, we've got a house up in Canada that needs to get off our mortgage, so we're down here.
So you're going to move back up to Canada and then
sell the house and then back down to Austin. Yeah.
Okay. What does she do?
She's a retired chef.
She's a retarded chef.
Yeah. Fuck.
Can't imagine
so many
delicious. My food must be. I know a 470-pound man that would love to be married to a retarded chef. Yeah.
What gave it away? Yeah.
The fact I won't be able to say it.
Yeah. Is he still walking down?
Yeah.
Do the stairs still exist?
If the stroke guy in a race
Thank you, Red Band.
Just look at
What do you mean exactly?
Just look at Brian right now.
I don't need to look at Brian. I've worked with him for over a decade. Why don't you describe using your artistic capabilities exactly what you mean?
I only have two heroes in life. One is Melania Trump, and I've already accomplished that. And my second guy, I'm married. Really important to accomplish that. I'm married to get into the country.
Oh, Jesus.
What?
Got a horny.
My wife's American. Sorry.
You were doing really well for a minute.
No, we're deeply loved. Like, I love my wife. That's not a question.
I wasn't asking that.
Yeah. No, I feel like I have to retort what I said before.
Sure.
Okay, the most interesting thing about your entire life, Peter, you seem kind of like, you have like construction guy vibes, but just really hilarious. You seem like a normal guy that's like shy about people. Maybe you're nervous.
A little bit nervous, I'd say, for sure.
Something crazy. Something nuts. You ever seen almost die or something?
Yeah, I was the first responder on a guy that jumped off a bridge a couple of years ago.
Did he land on JP?
He wouldn't be the first responder then.
He'd be fine, yeah.
No, yeah, I held a man while he was dying, and yeah.
What did you say to him? You're gonna be okay. You're gonna be just fine. I know you can tell by my accent that you don't mind the didgeridoo. I just have a little Australian gas. As you can tell by my accent, I'm an alcoholic. Looks like you need some special needs that I cannot take care of. What did you say to him? I'm sorry, mate. It's not looking so good. You jumped off a fucking bridge.
He already had the hospital tag on, so he still had hospital.
Oh, wow. Ready to go.
Yeah, so he was out of a mental institution? I believe so, and then jumped off the bridge, and then I was just telling him to keep breathing because I didn't know what else to say.
Breathe. Good work, bro.
Yeah.
That's excellent work.
Wow. If someone say that to me now.
Keep breathing. All right.
This country's lucky to have you.
Thank you, Sam Bell. I appreciate it.
Your wife is for a living is a retired chef.
Yeah, so she picks and chooses her job. She doesn't really work full on anymore. She does expedition chef all around the world. So she gets to pick and choose where she goes now.
Retired has a different meaning in this country. Yeah. She's a part-time chef.
Part-time, there you go.
She's a chef who's on Smoko.
That's good to me. I get it. Yes, I like it.
What do you miss most about Australia?
I was just back there, and Texas has a lot of it, but it's just easy. It feels like here there's a lot of stuff going on in the cities. I know that sounds like oh fuck, it's hard to take back there, but it's just everything's calm, and I miss the calm. It's a lot more here. I'm from a small country town. I'm not used to the cities, so been living in Vancouver. It's not much of a city.
What do you hate most about Australia?
The people.
What do you miss most about Canada?
Not much.
What do you hate the most about Canada?
Oh, Trudeau, probably.
Okay.
I've lived there and watched him.
What do you love most about America?
I love your amendments. I think that it's good to have a structure in place. Oh, how's that when you got? I like to give a
Finally
structure
got the
in
crowd
place.
on your side. Ride the wave. Ride the wave. You still have a chance. Final question. What do you hate most about America?
Well, how hard it was to get in, but I guess that's a good thing.
I think we need stronger fucking, what's the word? Borders. Yes, thank you, Red Band. Red Band helping me for a change. Look at this. What's happening here? Little joke book. There he goes.
Thank you,
Peter Grant.
All right.
Peter Grant. Peter Grant. He's a normal guy. All right. We having fun out there still? All right. Make some noise for your next bucket full. We're going to meet them all together. It's Lino Rodriguez. 60 seconds uninterrupted for Lino Rodriguez. Been on this show before. Here we go. All right, guys. Lately I've been trying to be a good boy because I've been a nasty boy. I've been a nasty boy. I'm trying to be sober. I'm trying to smoke cigarettes and drink coffee and the occasional cocaine and prostitute. I call it New York sober. New York sober. Yeah. So I'm just joshing guys. I fucking hate coffee.
Yeah, cigarettes are cool. I'd rather I'd rather die early than be bored for 7 minutes, you know? Everyone thinks they look cool when they smoke a cigarette. I think you have to look cool before the cigarette ever enters the equation. Yeah, some people look like James Bond, 007. But when I smoke a cigarette, I look like I belong outside of a Waffle House. They call me double eggs over easy. I don't know, guys. Lately, I've been listening to house music in my studio apartment because I'm optimistic, you know? That's the same reason why I listen to yacht rock on my canoe. Anybody else?
There you go.
All right.
Jesus Christ, I thought it was never going to end. Lino Rodriguez, it seems like you had a lot of fun up there. You got some laughs proving that this audience isn't perfect. You know what I mean? It's just some people are just laughing at the space in which it seemed like there should have been laughter. There's no real reason for laughter at all at almost any point throughout the entire thing. Is that how it's been going? All right, Shakir, what do you think about that?
Yeah, you have like a Mitch Hedberg delivery, but like a fat Mark Norman face.
Yeah.
I thought his delivery was like Mitch Hedberg now. I'm like Mitch Hedberg just on the inside, you know?
Yeah, Mitch Redberg. You fat guy. So,
yeah, you fat fuck.
How much do you think you weigh, Lino?
I'm like 170, 180.
No, you're not!
What?
How much do you actually think you weigh?
Like 200.
Get that fucking scale out there. Even
Don't step on it yet. Don't step on it. Quickly, don't step on it.
Alright, no, don't step on it. Lino, take fucking direction. Lino!
I'm listening, sir.
Lino! Alright. What do you really think you weigh, Lino? He started sweating all of a sudden, by the way, out of nowhere. Not during his set.
Alright, if I'll be honest with
Lino,
you,
look over here. You seem to be getting lost in the light. You have like an inordinate amount of confidence. I don't know where it comes from. You're just like a fucking rock star with no fucking instrument or talent in the world.
Yeah.
Focus.
Yes, sir.
What do you truly think that you weigh?
Probably like 260.
Okay, there you go. That's a real guess.
I was gonna get 260.
I think we all about agree. Go ahead, step on the scale.
You said 170.
I love how Sam's putting the mic up to the... What do we got there, Sam?
265.
Wow. Oh my goodness. Oh my god.
170, bro.
You had so much fucking confidence when you said that.
I've been eating my vegetables. I don't know. I'm sorry.
Yo, you haven't.
I thought I looked good.
Alright.
You didn't believe it. That would happen. What a nightmare.
You know what will curb your appetite, Lino, is specific nicotine toothpicks. Have you gotten that small joke book before?
I have gotten that before, yes.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
Lino Rodriguez, everybody. There he goes. There goes Lino. Yeah, you're done. We're going to fly through some bucketfuls here as they get
Oh my goodness.
worse and worse. Ooh. The horn players love a fellow Rodriguez. Your next bucketful, 60 seconds, uninterrupted, goes by the name of Eric Gallegos, everybody. Eric Gallegos or Gallegos. Here he is.
You guys, I recently matched with a girl on Tinder, and her bio says fun and down to earth. Yeah, I wish I knew that was code for living in a tent. Yeah, I was walking down 6th Street earlier, and I saw someone with a shirt that said "End Alzheimer's." That's like with what? A shotgun? Dude, y'all ever notice how potholes and crackheads are really similar? Yeah, you know, it's like they go spend all their time in the street. All they do is annoy people. And when you run one over, you're like, ugh. I blame the city. Anyway, the election's finally over, right? You know, some are really excited. Some are really sad. I mean, I'm worried because pretty sure I'm getting kicked out of women's basketball next year. Oh yeah, that's one time, guys. Thank you.
A solid set.
That was
That's
good.
how it's done.
That
He
was
had the
good.
same confidence
Shit,
as the
Jeff
last
Allen,
comedians that
what's up,
tricked
dude?
a lot of you into laughing. But he had actual jokes on this one. Some smart, witty things.
Oh yeah.
Good work, man.
Thanks.
I like the homeless pothole thing.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Thanks.
How long you been doing stand-up?
I'm about to hit 2 years this January.
You've been on this show before.
Yeah, I was on in June.
Right. And how did that go?
It went okay.
Not as good as this, though.
No, not at all.
You've been working hard. You've gotten a lot better.
Dude, I'm fucking trying, man. Austin's awesome. The opportunity's here, so.
Do you think it helps to follow the thin zero?
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit.
Yeah. It's a lot easier to go up after a human nothing.
Right.
Yeah.
We're like lean? No.
Yeah.
Oh, it was Lino. Yeah, it was Lino.
Not lean. Okay. Eric, tell us about what it's like being a young comic here in Austin that's working and progressing. So you've been doing it for 2 years.
Dude, you're just trying to fucking stay happy.
Yeah. Good luck. Tell us about that. What's that process like for you?
Man, I just started. I try to take it really seriously. Try to just every free moment. I don't work as much as I used to. Like I work part time. So
What's that job?
I fix cell phones.
You look like a falconer. Yeah.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah. You should have gauntlet on.
Put your arm out. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, yeah.
Put your arm. There you go. Red Band has no comedic timing whatsoever. Great. Red Band.
I really
have to
believe
look to see if he would do that.
I wouldn't be surprised if they had a bunch of training
The
nerds.
Deep Madness approach to the sound effect board over here. The old no-look Red Band sentiment. The bird landed before you put your arm out. That's how great of a falconer you are. It's incredible.
Have you made any friends out here? Are there other warlocks in town?
Yeah. Couple. Yeah, a couple guys under bridges. Couple trolls.
If we had to guess which of these comedians was the up-close magician, it would have for sure been you.
Yeah, no doubt about it. No doubt about it. Do you know any magic tricks?
I know how to make a girl disappear.
That's frightening. Very crazy answer there, but it's a comedy show, so we'll just let it ride.
You look like you kill women, is what he's saying.
Yeah, I'm pretty good at it.
If you're lucky, all you do is kill them. Great.
So, Eric, what is your love life like? You go on dates?
I've been on a couple dates here in Austin. I never go on a second.
Which is what? Let them put them in your trunk?
The best date you've had in Austin. How did that go for you?
I took a girl to see Casey Rock.
Okay.
It was pretty good. She said she'd never seen a comedy show.
Okay, how did that night end?
Should she just avoid your advances by rolling? It was a show, right? It wasn't through a telescope?
No, it was an actual show.
Okay.
No, it went pretty well. She was pretty cool. It was cool though. She was very interested in my black comedy. She got very black all of a sudden.
Wow.
Ooh, I love Dose. I was like, where'd this come from?
Oh, wow.
What do they call that? Code change?
Code switch.
Code switch.
Yeah.
That one.
These are just called a switch.
Okay, so she went and fucked a black guy that night. Let's go to your worst date in Austin, Texas. How was that gone? Did it start by her fucking a black guy? I'll be right out.
I drove like, there's like a town 30 minutes south of
Sugar,
Austin.
you gotta be cool about this.
Oh, don't you dare be nothing in my pussy before I go on this date. Hey, get that bitch ass falcon out of here. Hey, whose bitch ass falcon it is? He ain't even got his arm up. Who's that?
He's gonna steal my damn wig.
Alright,
I let them laugh and stare at you. It was pretty evil. He was like, Keep it up, fat man. I'll be wearing you soon.
roll down your eyes?
Yeah.
Like a lot of tears, or like an Indian that's just one.
Only when the doors close.
I cry in movies too. Schindler's List makes me cry. It does. I hate the ending. Fuck you, man. That's fucking bullshit. What the fuck?
Alright, Eric, well, you have a big joke book already? A little joke book?
Sir, I got a big one.
Okay, well, there he goes, Eric. Gallegos, everyone. Alright. Another bucket full. Ladies and gentlemen, this looks like a new name. Make some noise for Judah Z. Judah Z.
What's going on, Austin? Doing good. I'm feeling pretty good. I'm having my birthday come up soon. I'm turning 41. People tell me I look great for 41, but that's not fair, because people look like shit. Getting in my middle age is not all that bad, you know, like all middle-aged men. I always know the 7-day AccuWeather forecast. That's right, I always know the weather, but that's because I'm Jewish. And it's easy to know it when you control it. Right? I'm actually in an interfaith marriage. I'm Jewish. My wife's anti-Semitic. Can't blame how we raise the kids, you know? Growing up Jewish, I actually always thought I was going to marry a Jewish girl. But then I decided to marry an attractive one instead. My sister hates that joke. Yeah, her and her ugly kids. People think because I'm... That's it. All right, thank you guys. I'm Judah Z.
Okay. Abrupt ending there. Normally a true Jew would make the most of their time.
I thought I'd cut it a little short. Give you that was a Jewish minute, 56 seconds.
Yeah, wait till you get paid. Then for the whole time.
So Judah. Judah Day.
I saw the name and I'm like, oh, fuck.
So I didn't put my last name because it's even more Jewish.
What is it? I knew it was short for something.
Jewenstein.
No, what?
No, that's not.
Very
It's
good.
Hirsch.
Hirsch?
Yeah, but I know my Judah
Hirsch
Z
to
is
Z?
It's less Jewish.
Why not H?
Zev is my middle name.
Oh, okay.
Or even more Jewish.
Wow, Judah Zev Hirsch.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
I know.
You're really making it easy on the comment section right now.
Yeah. We're spamming it away.
Yeah. Right.
Because you guys can have spam, right? It's not real important.
I'm a good Jew, so I eat bacon every day, but only great value bacon.
Okay.
What do you think is the most Jewish thing about you?
I'm offensively Jewish.
Right?
Yeah, I'm okay in business, and you know, my name's Judah. That's pretty Jewish enough.
That's it?
Yeah, that's kind of it.
Nothing else.
I'm circumcised.
Would you like to see what happens when I ask Ari Shafir the same question?
He's King Jew.
No, that's Jesus Christ.
Ari?
Yeah, what's the question?
What's some Jewish stuff about you? You Jewish at all?
Apparently I paid $13 in taxes last year. Not happy about that. That's a waste of 13. Still kind of bothers me. I guess that'd be the most Jewish thing about it. It still bothers me the $13 I paid in combined federal and state taxes last year. Yes. I'm upset you brought that up because I kind of buried that.
That is more Jewish than me. Yeah, that is. You beat me. That's why he's the King Jew.
I wonder which one of you would last longest in a gas chamber. That's what
I smoke a lot.
He's already holding his breath. Here we go. Oh, I got Ari all the way on this one.
Judah's shorter. The gas won't get him.
All right, Judah, what do you do for a living?
I don't do too much now, but I used to.
Bro.
Yeah.
I know.
What are these answers? So why don't you just answer the fucking question? I don't do too much. You're going to be interested to know when I come around to answering the question that you asked. What the fuck do you do?
I don't work now, but
What did you do?
I used to work for James Bond.
Okay, what did you do for James Bond?
It was like a henchman.
What? Okay, what does that mean?
You know, like if you're a James Bond, you're like, hey, I need someone to find me like a nuclear sub. You gotta ask somebody to go do it. That or like 7 missiles.
What's riffing, man?
No, this is a
jam or floating glass box?
They got him in federal penitentiary here. Yeah, so he was like an international criminal. Yeah. There's like a few books about him, like a documentary or two. His name's Paul LaRue.
Okay.
Paul LaRue. Yeah, you can Google him. Yeah, you see him.
And what exactly did you do for him instead of such fraud? I was his henchman.
So he set up a very large criminal empire in the Philippines, and I was living.
Oh no!
I know. That's
I know what that means.
No prostitutes.
No, they
weren't
drugs. Yeah, they weren't prostitutes, but they can't consent.
They can't speak. They could be consenting. They don't speak English. So
yeah, but 14 is still too young. All right.
Yeah.
It's legal there.
How do you spell that? Okay. How do you spell that, LaRue?
LeRous.
Oh, Frenchie.
Oh yeah, look at him. Did you like hang out with him?
Yeah, I had to meet him every day at like 5 p.m. at his house. Whole crazy guy. Yeah.
How long did you do that?
Like 2 years.
What's the craziest thing you made him do?
I mean, I had to go to Papua New Guinea and like bribe some tourist ministers and stuff like that. But he was into crazy stuff. He was like selling missiles to the Iranians and
no,
crazy
that's
stuff.
really?
Yeah.
Yep.
His Wikipedia is hardened.
Well, look at Wikipedia.
Nice. So, yeah. It was a good time though. You know, I was in my early 20s. We had a good time. You know.
Did he pay you well?
Yeah, I got paid pretty well.
What's pretty well?
What's the hourly wage for a henchman?
Yeah.
You don't really work by the hour. You work on like success of a project. You know, so you get
okay. So how much money did you make when he sold missiles to Iran?
I didn't do that. No.
Sure. Okay.
Like I said, I'm Jewish. I'm doing all right. But yeah.
You would think as a Jew you would want to sell them to Iran.
He's not a Jewish. He's South African. He's Rhodesian. Yeah, he's a kind of crazy.
Rhodesian, that's the worst one.
Yeah, he's like there when his worst. Yeah, before they turned into this Zimbabwe.
Yeah.
He was kind of crazy.
No way, your last name is C now because of all the genocide you committed.
Alleged genocide.
Okay, yeah, you sound like this guy.
Disputed it.
Like 5 Gazans.
Yeah. Come on, who isn't committing genocide?
They just keep showing it from different angles. Look at the shadows.
Where's the teeth, you know? Did you work with him until what, 2019, 2020?
Yeah, I stopped around 2011, and then he got arrested in like 2012, and then he just got sentenced
you ratted on
like
him?
2 years ago. No, I'm not a Jew rat. Don't point those Jew rat fingers at me. No, I didn't rat on him.
You guys call each other Jew rats?
Yeah. Isn't that a double entendre?
It's redundant. Yeah. You could just say rat.
Yeah. Or Jew. They're kind of interchangeable. Yeah, they both
a Jew rat is like saying an Italian dago. All right.
Are you scared that you just admitted this to millions of people?
No, I wrote a TV show about it. I'm trying to.
What's it called?
It's called Henchman.
Oh, Henchman.
What? Yeah. It's a comedy. It's true crime comedy.
Oh, you wrote a comedy for Henchman.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
Tony.
We're having
anti-Semitic jokes landed.
We're having fun here. Okay, so you really married? You really have an anti-Semitic wife?
Yeah, my wife doesn't like Jews too much. I can't blame her. I mean,
is she Palestinian?
No, she's Swiss.
She's Swiss?
Swiss, yeah.
Supposed to be neutral.
Yeah.
No. Definitely not neutral this one, yeah. Definitely does not like Jews. Can't blame her.
Well, you keep saying you can't blame her.
Ari, when you meet an anti-Semite, can you blame them? Or you're like, I get it.
Remember that show?
I understand.
Okay. I'm going to give you a little joke, but there you go, buddy. There he goes. Judah Z. All right, last bucket full of the night. Make some noise for your final bucket full of the night. Corinne Aaliyah, everybody. 60 seconds uninterrupted for Corinne Aaliyah.
Sparkling water? That's basically just trans water. Thank you. It's not real. Thank you. Michael Gonzalez has a nickname at our gym. Yeah, they call him Big Mike. It's really crazy because I never knew he had the same nickname as Michelle Obama. Thank you.
like it?
Yeah.
You think it works as well?
Yep.
See, extraction is good.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You're very welcome. It plays well in a minute.
What time do you have to be back in the home?
Oh, yeah. What time is it?
Thank you.
It works. It works. What ethnicity are you again?
Kyrgyzstani.
That's right.
Yep.
Explain to Ari Shafir what that is.
Yeah, let him know if he...
What is it, Dagestani?
No, so I'm half Cajun. My mom is from Louisiana, and my dad is Pakistani. Yeah. Yeah.
I got nothing, fellas.
That means you can't read and you're not allowed to read.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Ari, thank you.
That's amazing. Is it true that you go to the same gym as Michael Gonzalez?
Yes.
This was a big reveal. Did they really call him Big Mike?
I think, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I saw his name when he signed up for something. I was like, who the hell is this? And then it was like Michael Gonzalez. I was like, oh, no.
You signed up for something as Big Mike? Oh.
Oh.
My goodness.
Wow.
Oh.
I can't believe you're signing up for things as Big Mike. This is amazing.
Is the gym just for petite brown people?
No.
I said petite.
Oh my
gosh.
goodness.
Thank you.
I didn't actually know that. I thought it was you. Oh.
It's for sure you.
Yeah. I didn't know that.
Big Mike Gonzalez. A new nickname on this show, everybody. Big Mike. Join the
You're
fray.
welcome.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
I appreciate that.
Okay.
Big Mike.
Sign up as Big Mike.
So what's been going on with you since the last time you were on the show, Corinne, Aaliyah?
A lot of things.
Okay, Michael, stop talking to the rest of the band. You can talk to them after the show. He's literally in the in-ear microphone for the rest of the band going, she literally made this shit up, guys.
Yeah.
I did not sign up as Big Mike.
Yeah.
We're 15 minutes away. You can rationalize you calling yourself Big Mike after this.
Yeah. As soon as I started the joke, he was like, oh, God. And I was like, yeah. I told him I was going to say it before it goes.
Yeah. She's like, you'll thank me later.
Yeah. Yep.
So...
Nothing much, just training, just working out, doing Muay Thai. I still do that a lot, 3 times a week.
There was a guy up here who was eating more Thai earlier.
Yeah. No doubt about it. No doubt about it.
I love Thai food too.
Yeah. We are the same.
And you really have a boyfriend that you work out with?
Yes.
And you guys all work out at the same gym as Big Mike over here?
Yes.
Who's stronger, your boyfriend or Big Mike? Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Tell the truth now, Big Mike says. Big Mike, Big Mike, Big Mike, Big Mike. Oh, he loves it. He loves this new nickname.
Oh my God.
I think we know the answer. Oh, wow. He wants to take off his shirt so badly, ladies and gentlemen. He's going to reveal why they call him Big Mike. You want to take it off? Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Wow. Oh, my God. Wow.
Hell yeah.
Why do you encourage him?
85 pounds of shredded beef.
Yep.
Absolutely crazy. Wow.
Hey, Big Mike, thank you.
Oh my goodness.
What are you doing?
Wow. That is one of the most ripped quesadillas I've ever seen.
Sure.
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
Jesus. Jesus. Jesus.
Oh, it's Josh. Is that true?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Now who's taking wow, Jesus, Josh, the guy that helps D Madness.
Good job, Josh.
Wow, that's incredible. I can't believe. I would not have guessed that about.
I thought he was
innocent little Josh. Where'd he go? He went into hiding. Where'd he go? He walked off. Very shy. He can't believe. Does he come up, Josh? Do you want to pop your head out here?
What?
Wow, yeah, he does. Oh, there he is. Whoa! Oh my God! Wow! Whoa! Oh my God! He almost fell over. The guy in charge of making sure D Madness is safe at all times just almost fell over.
Who put that hat on D Madness? I did. Oh, okay.
You Pakistanis. I love it when D gets a little mad. He gets defensive sometimes. This guy drinks all evening long. The time the sound check starts.
His norm.
A lot of people don't know that D Madness, as well as being a great musician and famously homophobic, loves having a few cocktails at night. Towards the end of the show, he could get a little wild.
Hell yeah.
That was your boyfriend?
Yeah.
Have you always been attracted to much older men?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okie dokie.
Yeah.
Did you get a big joke book last time you were on?
I got a big one and a little one.
There you go. There she goes. Corinne Aaliyah, everybody. On to the next one we go. Your final comedian of the night. You got to ask yourself, a show that starts with William Montgomery, well, how can you possibly end it? Well, there's only one way to end a show that starts with William Montgomery, and that is with the future American citizen. Yes, indeed. It is the Estonian assassin, Ari Messi.
I love America. Life is so good in America that you guys create your own problems. That's how cancel culture started. Bitches with blue hair with nothing to lose. Can you believe what Tony Hinchcliffe said? Kill yourself, you miserable bitch. Life is good! Even me, a couple of nights ago, I'm at home. It's 3 a.m. on Sunday. By the way, this is how men look like when we jack off. It's fucking dark, dude. Don't ever walk in on your man masturbating. It's fucking... Like, I don't know how women do it, but I imagine it's a bit, you know, like... It's a bit more feng shui, you know. Maybe there's a scandal or something. Atmosphere. Dudes are just fucking on the shitter, pants by our ankles, fucking. Must get the poison out. I have to make rational decisions. Holy fuck, I almost bought a BMW. And there I was, 3 a.m., I was doing my thing, and only in America can you do this. All of a sudden, I feel my tummy, want a little bit of yummy. You get that Uber Eats? What? 3 a.m.? There could be a hurricane outside, Pablo. It's coming, dude. On a bicycle with my burger. I pay $5 extra, Pablo will parachute in, fucking. 3:25, I had a belly full of burger, belly button full of cum. What a country!
Absolutely ridiculously amazing. 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
Thank you.
With 5 times get on the shitter and pull your pants down to your ankles.
Yes.
You can't even look back at it. I love it. Look at that.
Fucking corn-fed titties, you know what I'm saying?
They really are.
In Estonia, we have them all malnourished. We just have the nipple. We're like, oh my god! I found one with a bug.
Calling your friends over. We had a little Christmas party here last night.
Christmas party was great. Every chick here was in a relationship. Amazing.
Yeah.
That's always a fun party.
It was. Everyone had a +1 with them. It was a real fucking.
Oh no.
Don't touch.
I have been actually, speaking of Estonia, I'm actually like incredible. Like I'm, see, I got too deep into the pornography for a while. I was down bad. Also, in Texas, you know, they're like, no Pornhub, h2porno.com, not sponsored, recommended. High definition, curated by a pervert.
Wow. High definition.
High definition, 8K. You see the bad childhood. And it was going so, for a while, I went off the rails, you know, like, just like my tabs started getting fucking shorter and shorter. You know when you go so deep that there's no more words, it's just fucking scribbles. So what I did now is like, I cut porn out of my life. No more. No more. And now I just do it, dude. Sam, today in the shower from memory, bro.
You thought of me?
Not.
He was trying to not come back.
Yeah. Titties. Sam. No, I like did it literally in the shower, eyes closed, dude, like fucking, like a meal, dude. I'm so fucking powerful, dude.
Congratulations.
It's crazy, no porn needed, just fucking instinct. I know hard work, that's what I'm saying.
Oh, you're listening to Big Mike over there.
Big Mike.
Big Mike knows all about that.
I don't think you have a lot of cum inside of you.
The tiny amount.
Michael comes like this.
Old Big Mike, big little loads over there.
This is how you get Mike's cum. You're like,
Meaty Gonzalez. Oh, you're so fucking funny, man.
Yeah, you're the man.
thank you, Ari. Thank you. You're
All
so
the
nice.
time.
Yeah.
This fucking guy. On airplanes, on restaurants, backstage, at the bar, all the time.
Always.
It's unbelievable.
I've never done this before, but it was a show. I've been on at least a dozen times, probably more. But how would you like to open for me in San Antonio in February?
Let's do it. Yes.
Boom.
Look at that. Somebody hook me up.
There you go.
That's off the book money, so.
Oh, I love off the book money. Fuck Palestine.
We're just having a show.
The good news is he's going to pay you what he paid in all of taxes last year. Imagine. Ari, you are the absolute fucking man.
Thank you so much. Thank you,
You're
Tony.
watching
Bye.
a shooting star in real time with the stylings of the future American Ari Mazzi. And we did it. How about a hand for our fucking amazing guests, Ari Shaffir and Sam Talent. They're on tour. Buy their tickets. You know where to find them. The drawing for Brian J. Ebelt is in. Ari Shaffir has a brand audience.
Wow.
How about one more time for the great Sam Talent with 2 L's, huh?
Thank you.
2 of the best guests to ever do it. The drawing from Ryan J. Ebelt is in. It's incredible. Let's see what Chris Rogers drew tonight. Is that Baby Red Band? Oh my God. Baby Red Band with a Tony haircut. Look at that. Oh my God. He already had fat tits all the way back then, folks. How about one more time for the best damn band in the land, huh? Red Band.
Check out the Sunset Strip, atx.com. Love you guys.
There you go. We love you guys. Thank you, everybody. Did you guys have a good time tonight? God bless you all. And God bless the United States of America. Thank you. Good night, everybody.
Hey, this is Brendan coming to you live from the Comedy Mothership here in Austin, Texas, for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Get up with Tony Hinchcliffe!
Who's ready for the best fucking night of their lives, huh? Make some noise for the great Brian Red Band! And the best damn band in the land, am I right, people? You are in the live music capital of the world. That is the Kill Tony Band. On the horns, Carlos Sosa, Raul Vallejo, Fernando Castillo, Nachos Belgrande. On the drums, that is Big Mike, Michael Gonzalez. He is here. Matt Muelling on the electric guitar. John D's on the keys. And that is indeed the one and only D Madness on the bass guitar. Live, in the flesh, the real deal. How about a hand for Max Frost on the pre-show music? What a star. God, you gotta love Austin, Texas. You never know what musician and comedian you will find here. This episode is brought to you by Blue Chew, Blue Nile, and Prize Picks. And life is good. Before we start tonight's episode, here's a little bit more from the amazing sponsors that made it all possible for you right here, right now.
The Sunset Strip Comedy Club in Austin, Texas is now open. Check out Red Van's secret show every Thursday. Go to sunsetstripatx.com for tickets.
Are you guys ready to start tonight's episode? Every single week, I book the show, and what a great way to do it tonight. Two of the funniest human beings that have ever been guests on this show. Literally, one of them is the guest with the record, I do believe. We have to double check it, but I do believe he passed the late, great Brody Stevens for appearances on this show. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for your guests, two of the best. It's Louis J. Gomez and Joe List. Yeah, baby. Louis J. Gomez from the Legion of Skanks. Joe List is here. The birds are flying. This is fun. What a perfect little duo. Two great friends from the city of New York. A beautiful, beautiful place if you don't count illegal immigrants lighting innocent women on fire on subways. But other than that, a stunning city that we visit 2 nights a year, exclusively to do your biggest arena. And I'm glad you guys could make it to a city with law and order.
You call this city a city with law and order? Are you out of your fucking mind? The homeless people should light themselves on fire here. You are clean up this shithole. Are you out of your minds?
I've never been here and not run from a homeless person on this street.
Well, in defense, you do look like their perfect prey, Joe List. I mean, I'm not even homeless, and I want to chase you sometimes when I see you.
I really, last time I was sprinting away from 2 homeless people screaming at me, and as I was running away, 2 like hipsters in skinny jeans and fedoras were walking the opposite direction, and it was the most humiliating experience of my life.
That is. I was out in Texas. That was a Austin parade. That's our annual parade. The homeless go one way, hipsters go the other way. It's true chaos. You guys have done this show before. You know how it works. A lot of the open micers are out of town. A record for the least sign-ups we've had since being here at the mothership. 185 people are across the street, stacked on top of one another in a bar called Poor Choices. And if I pull their name out of this bucket, they get 60 seconds uninterrupted. You know their time is up, and you hear the sound of a kitten. That means they have to wrap it up then, or else they bring out the angry West Hollywood bear, which brutally interrupts their set. And then I conduct an interview. We laugh about what could possibly have happened during their set, or what else they could possibly talk about, or what else is interesting in their lives. My friend with the Kill Tony hat, I'm going to let you do the honor of picking the first name. The Bucket of Destiny has spoken. And that is indeed a legible written name. And that person will be wrangled, and they will be the first bucket full of the night. But while we wrangle that person, we're going to get a golden ticket winner up here who is fun to watch. And you know what I like about this guy? This isn't one of our big blast out superstars. What I like about this guy is that the plan is to hopefully watch him grow in real time over a long period of time on this show. He has gone through traumatic brain injury, ladies and gentlemen. He has the record for most appearances on one episode of a show. This is a brand new minute from the one and only Drew Nickens.
Me and my boys like to watch special Olympic highlights to feel better about ourselves. And we were watching women's field hockey for feminism when he came in and he said, "Would you hit that?" I said, "I can't." And it's because if you have sex with a special needs person, you will be looked at as a predator, as someone who's taking advantage of someone who's being involved. If I have sex with a special needs girl, oh, true family found love! And I deserve to be cared. Because I drive a car, and I pay my bills. I shouldn't be on a date with someone who needs a chaperone.
Drew Nickens, I don't know if I mentioned this before his set, but he's suffered from a traumatic brain injury before. How you doing, Drew?
I'm great. How are you, Mr. Tony?
Hell yeah, you got a lot of energy. How did that feel for you?
It felt okay. I felt a little tongue-tied at the end, but I'm getting my paces down. I'm not just yelling, Reddit.
Oh, talking directly. Someone's been reading the internet. Not good, Drew.
No, my mom told me that. She's like, you need to stop yelling. Reddit is hammering you.
Your mom reads Reddit. Your mom told you that the internet is hammering you?
Yes.
That is hilarious. Where's mom at? She's in Washington.
Washington State.
Yep, absolutely. What does she do?
She is an elementary school teacher.
Wow. Oh my goodness. Has she always done that?
Yeah, for about 20 years. She's almost ready to retire.
Okay. So what level is she teaching exactly?
So she fluctuates. She'll go from 3rd grade to 5th grade. She'll loop, which means stays with the same school for 6 years. Like, it just depends.
Right. And what level are you at?
Level enough to fuck your mom.
Whoa! What the fuck was that? What the fuck was that? People, you can't try. All I do is help this fucking guy. All I do is help him. My mom told me that you suck too on the internet. And meanwhile, what do? I go, Drew, you got another minute? Let's try. Take your time. Enunciate. Fucking pace yourself. And then you come out and you say, oh, fuck your mom, don't it? What kind of fucking bullshit is everyone? Just take the knives out of my back.
I can read between the lines and your mom plays.
What the fuck is going on? What is going on? Are you threatening to fuck my 78-year-old mother?
Joy is upset with you.
Yeah, Joy liked you before this, Drew.
We can go to...
There's one more person posting on Reddit after this. There's a 78-year-old out of Youngstown, Ohio. Guys, what do you think about Drew Nickens?
I'm
not asking you. Are you guys insane? No. Louis J.
I think Drew is the sweetest fucking man on earth. He's naturally a very funny guy. He has a speech impediment. He might be retarded, but beyond that, I think he's fucking truly great. I really like you, Drew. You know that.
Thank you.
Jesus. Joe?
This is my first time meeting or seeing Drew. At first I thought you had a traumatic injury of the funny bone, but then you hit us with the fuck your mother stuff, and now I'm like, okay, all right, now I can get on board. But no, it was good.
Hey, so you were watching the Special Olympics. Are you sure the TV wasn't off and you're just looking at the reflection in the black screen?
There were females there, so...
There you go. All right, Drew. Well, way to get it started. You did it. We'll see you. We'll see you some other time. There goes Drew Nickens. There goes Drew. Drew. Whoa, the lovely Heidi, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my goodness. Drew scared her out of her slumber there. Don't want to be backstage with Drew. How about a hand for Heidi, everybody? Okay, let the games begin, ladies and gentlemen. This is the bread and butter of the show where we meet people. They have no idea. These people had no idea that they were even going on stage just minutes ago. And now, the pressure of millions of people watching them is upon them. 1 minute uninterrupted and then an interview going to your first bucket poll that goes by the name of Ike Gazarian, everybody. Ike Gazarian.
I was born in Soviet Union. My family moved to the United States from Russia in 1998. And out of all the cities in the U.S., my homophobic father picked San Francisco. There are only 3 types of people that live in San Francisco. It's gays, Asians, and gay Asians. My family moved there in 98, but in 2010 I moved back to Russia to do stand-up comedy there. Moving from the United States to Russia to do comedy is a lot like moving from Canada to Afghanistan to play hockey. It's a fucking terrible idea. But I gotta tell you, Russian comics are as tough as Russian soldiers. They prefer bombing. Russian comedy are very different, but we do have one thing in common. No one likes female comics. Thank you guys so much. My name is Ike Kazarian.
Ike Kazarian. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Thank you for having me, guys.
How we feeling? Welcome to America. How are you?
Very good.
How long have you been here?
Since 1998.
Okay.
But I keep going back and forth to Russia a lot for comedy.
Why do you say for comedy like that? I was suspicious there. You go there specifically to do comedy?
To help the Russia fight.
Yeah, what it felt like.
I voted for Trump. I have a reason.
You did vote for Trump?
Fuck yeah.
That is so interesting. I love it. Okay.
Are we letting them vote?
I guess so.
I'm from California. I voted twice the same day. Fuck yeah.
Absolutely.
Thank you, guys.
How old are you, Ike?
I'm 41.
41. How long have you been doing stand-up?
I started doing Russian comedy in 2010. Moved back in 13. I own a Russian restaurant in San Diego. Yeah, business is not doing very well after the war started. Fucking Americans stopped coming. And
what do you serve, like pierogies and stuff?
Pierogies, borscht. You guys come over to Pushkin, I'll take care of you.
Got an applause break for pierogies from Brian Redman. Nobody loves dough filled with shit more than dough filled with shit. Unbelievable. Incredible. So what's the name of your Russian restaurant in San Diego?
It's called Pushkin.
Pushkin.
Almost like Putin, but
yeah, it's close. It's close.
Yeah.
What else is going on there? You got like hot Russian waitresses or anything?
Oh my God. My wife hires all the most beautiful girls to work there. It's really tough.
It's tough for you.
Somebody, yeah.
Hell yeah.
The business is not doing so well after the war, and my Ukrainian employees hung a huge Ukrainian flag on the window, and the Russians stopped coming also, so I need some more customers, goddammit.
Is it a hookah bar also? Like a restaurant?
Yeah, it's hookah bar, lounge, I had to make it into a hookah bar because people stopped coming in. I think Russian hookah bar is fair because smoking is also bad for your health, just like Russia.
I'm starting to think that he's not a comic and he's just trying to advertise his restaurant.
Yeah, I think so.
Come to Pushkin, please.
Come to Pushkin.
It's got great reviews.
Wow, it really does. You're sitting at a 4.3 with 1,109 reviews.
9 years, baby.
Find me one of the 1-star reviews. There's a lot of 5 stars, but I like to read the 1 stars.
Yeah, the Ukrainians leave a 1-star review.
Strategically go for the worst customer service, very rude workers, not a welcoming environment, would not recommend.
We're Russian.
And then Ike G responded, "I'm sorry, but your review is a lie." You were smoking the same hookah for 3 hours. There was nothing left in it. My hookah chef asked you if you'd like a refill. You refused. You know, coals can't save a hookah that's been smoked for hours. I'm sorry you feel this way, but you should learn how hookah works. You can't smoke ashes. Wow. This is incredible. Let's read another review of Pushkin.
Please, let's do it.
Came here to smoke hookah. Worst customer service from the hookah server. Not friendly at all. He stated they have a rule that we have to change the hookah and make a refill after 1 hour because they have this rule and it's not true. He would not change the charcoal for us, and when he did, he only added 1 charcoal. I would not recommend anyone to come here. You feel very unwelcome. I will never come back again. Ike G responded. I'm sorry, but your review is lie. You were smoking same hookah for 3 hours. There was nothing left in it. My hookah chef asked if you'd like a refill. You refused. You know, coals can't save a hookah. That's
My coffee case.
I'm sorry you feel this way, but you should learn how hookah works. looking at their Yelp reviews as we were in San Diego for celebrating our anniversary. The pictures of the reviews are all so deceiving. I wonder how they got all these nice reviews. Let's start with the ambiance. Nothing looks like the pictures. We get such a negative energy from the moment we met the people at the entrance. They were not welcoming at all. Still, we went in, because again, the Yelp reviews looked so good. Went upstairs and got seated. The entire time we were there, it literally felt like people. All these people were here for a different reason. You know what I mean? Felt super uncomfortable. The vibe was absolutely dead, and the music selection is awful. Still out of courtesy, we ordered 2 drinks and wanted a water with it. Well, guess what? You have to buy your water.
Yeah, it's California.
IG responded. Everything you wrote here is a lie. Including prices for water. Managers do not yell. This looks like an ad for werewolf. You wrote that?
Fuck yeah. Fuck werewolf.
I love that you respond. I love that you respond. I'm going to read just a couple more of these reviews. Even though it looks like I could go, stop scrolling. I could do this all night. We could just keep you up here. This could be Ike Gazarian's episode. Here's the review. Small place, small portion, very expensive. Not recommend this place. Hookah smoke confuses appetite. My friends,
did you write your own review?
G responded. 3,200 square feet of small place. Large portion. Hookah confuses at hookah lounge? Very interesting. Oh, this is the greatest shit ever in the history of the show. I think we just found a new spinoff where we just have business owners come on and we read their...
Okay. This is a complete lie, by the way, everybody.
Oh, it is not. Pushkin is spelled Pushkin, lounge and bar in San Diego. Oh, and we know. I mean, we read. Your Yelp is thousands of reviews of strong, almost a super solid 5. It was very hard to find the ones. There's very few ones, and your responses are unbelievable.
Thank you, Mr. Tony.
So, one last one. 7 months ago, 1 star. The hookah server is horrible. No manners and no customer service. He is rude and asked us to change the hookah head after 1 hour of smoking or he won't bring charcoal. He said it's a rule here, but after speaking with the other server, he denied what he said. It feels... Wow. It feels that he is forced to work there. I will never go back to that place.
These whole captains, they're Russians. They're used to that shit.
Ike G responded. I'm sorry, you and your friend felt the need to leave 2 reviews. You were smoking the same hookah for 3 hours. There was nothing left in it. My hookah chef asked if you like refill your reviews. You know, cold can't save a hookah that's been smoked for hours. I'm sorry you feel this way, but you should learn how hookah works. You can't smoke ashes.
You can't smoke ashes!
Wow. Wow. I mean, so interesting. A wildly successful restaurant, it seems.
Yes. I do stand-up comedy, you know.
And you lit the stage on fire.
Thank you, sir.
To the point where we might need to change the charcoals, but being told we're not allowed for another hour. And unfortunately, we can't smoke ashes. Do you ever smoke Ukrainian ashes?
Only before I go to sleep.
I love it. Ike, what else do you do for fun? What else about you? You seem like an lick my face all the...
That's how I get the pussy, by the way.
Oh, okay.
No, honey, of course not.
Oh, hell yeah. You got 99 problems, but abortion one. I love it.
I toured doing Russian comedy, American comedy. I own the restaurant, and I just try to do as many mics, as many shows as possibly can, and I do fucking well. I mean,
yeah.
And I'm lucky to be here. Thank you so much for this opportunity. This is amazing.
No doubt about it, Ike. And I'll tell you, you're getting a big joke book. Congratulations. You did it. There's nothing in it you have to write in it. I don't know what you're looking for. It's blank pages. It's for you to write jokes in.
I appreciate that.
Did you think there was Yelp reviews in there?
I thought I had to write my name in it or something.
Ike, you did it. That's what the show's all about. Different people, different shapes and sizes and accents and everything, and you were very fun. Congratulations and thank you.
Thank you guys so much.
And everybody.
Thank you guys so much.
Pushkin. Go to Pushkin in San Diego. Show your support. Eat pierogi, smoke hookah. Don't stay too long, or else it will burn out. This podcast is sponsored by ExpressVPN. You know what's not fair? The fact that all those streaming services hide thousands of shows and movies from you based on your location and has the nerve to just keep increasing their prices on you. You could just cancel your subscription in protest, or you could be smart about it and make sure you're getting your full money's worth, like we do, by using ExpressVPN. They hide their content from you based on your location, but ExpressVPN lets you change your online location so you can control where you want Netflix, Hulu, or any of the other ones to think you're located. They have servers in over 100 countries so you can gain access to thousands of new shows and never run out of stuff to watch. This works with many other streaming services too, Disney+, BBC iPlayer, and more. Red Band.
Tony, ExpressVPN is the best. It's so easy to use. Just fire up the app and click one button to change locations. It works on all my devices, phones, laptops, tablets, and smart TVs, and more. Plus, it has blazing fast speeds. I can stream in HD with zero buffering. I just watched Sherlock and The Cycle, which are not available currently in the U.S. All I had to do is open up ExpressVPN, select England, tap one button to connect, refresh, and boom, there it was.
Wow, Sherlock and The Cycle.
Yeah, you know me.
So be smart. Stop paying full price for streaming services and only getting access to a fraction of their content. Get your money's worth at expressvpn.com/QuiltTony. Don't forget to use our link at expressvpn.com/QuiltTony to get an extra 3 months of ExpressVPN for free. All right, your next bucket full, ladies and gentlemen, goes by the name 1 Minute Uninterrupted for Matt Banwart. Matt Banwart.
I have hand tremors. It's a medical condition. For me, every weight's a shake weight. I want to go to California, experience an earthquake just so I can be steady, you know? Everyone's like, what's happening? I'm like, I don't know, sun clarity? This sucks. Dude, I can't go blind. I'd read Braille with a stutter, you know? I would love to be deaf, man. I'd be the first guy doing sign language in a serif font, you know? Just... Can you imagine getting bullied by the ASL community for your accent? I don't want that. I don't want to... It sucks, dude. I shake all the time. It's been really bad the last 3 years. I used to love soup. I used to love chili. Now I just... Yeah, now I just love chili, you know? Yeah, man, I don't know. I hate shaking, but my ex loves it. Thank you guys. That's my time.
Matt Banwart. Am I saying that right? Banwart?
Man, you're nailing it, dude.
Absolutely. I was wondering, because you kind of had bad handwriting.
Yeah,
and now I see why. It makes perfect sense.
It's like a third grader with palsy. It's bad.
Yeah. When you've always had that?
I noticed it like junior year in high school, and it's just gotten kind of worse the last 3 years. It's gotten pretty bad. So
maybe you should stop doing really nerve-wracking activities like porn in front of large groups of people.
You know, I think that's contributing factor. I think that is part of it. But yeah, I shake all the time. It's rough. Soup, sushi, my big two enemies.
Yeah, hard to operate chopstick, that's what you're saying.
I just got sushi the other day. I was doing it with both hands, and just getting bullied by the staff was embarrassing.
Yeah.
I was like, give me a fork, I don't care.
Right. What did they say?
I couldn't understand them.
Right. You disrespect us. You thought you chopped it right.
I was just thrilled to be there.
Alright. Were you on a date or something?
No, I was out with my friends.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
My love life's not exciting.
Really?
A little bit. I don't know.
Huh. Interesting. Alright. Edward Vibrator Hands. I thought it would be good. I thought you'd be like Michael J. Fox or something. You know what I mean?
No, I got a quick one. I was seeing this girl. We went on like 4 or 5 days. We weren't exclusive yet. She was like, you should come see me at this bar. She texted me. I was like, I'll be there in 5 minutes. She goes, all right. See you soon. I walk in and she's like making out with another guy. And I was like, that's okay. I'm fine. And I took a photo of it and I sent it to her and I was like, well, I think you're good. And she goes, that wasn't me. And I was like, you have a cast on. And you sent me your outfit before you went out. That would be crazy if it wasn't you.
Was it a clear picture or was it all shaky?
You make a great point.
Yeah. I'd imagine you're one of the worst photographers in the history of human civilization. What else? Lewis?
We should have him go fight the Ukrainians in Russia.
You never know when I'm going to throw one, you know? It's kind of...
Oh, hell yeah. All right.
Yeah, swing and a miss.
Yeah, absolutely. So what else do you do?
I just stand-up comedy.
That's what you do for a living?
It is, yeah.
Okay. How long you been doing it?
Today is actually my 9-year anniversary. Today is my 9 years today.
Where have you been doing it at for 9 years?
The first 4 were in Iowa. My first open mic was in Cedar Rapids, Iowa, and then Chicago for like 4 years, and here for the last year.
Okay. When you were in Chicago, did you ever visit the Bean?
Tony, how could I not know about the Bean?
Oh, yeah. Okay. It's unbelievable. I know.
Tony, it's a phenomenal landmark, dude. Huge fan of the Bean.
Okie dokie. Right there, shaky hands, Jenkins. Let's just keep this interview going. What did you do for work before being able to depend completely on stand-up comedy?
Yeah, I did a...
You made martinis at a bar? Spoiler alert, not stirred.
No, I briefly did digital marketing. I did digital marketing.
You did that on a keyboard with a computer? Just XR, XR, T, 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 L, 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 L. Fuck. This job fucking sucks.
Dude, I have to I use voice to text people, and it fucking sucks. Yeah, I can't swear. It's just 4. It's like, I'll be like, fuck, and it's just 4 star.
Yeah.
I just swear like a 3rd grader on the phone. It's bad.
Right. Are you done being serious? Great, man. Okay.
Is your favorite band the Alabama Shakes?
No, Shaky Graves.
There you go. All right.
Have you considered being a hands in the pocket comedian?
No.
Well, what would he have to possibly talk about if he did that?
I've got more. I can talk about other stuff.
Oh, I know. I'm just kidding around. How about hobbies? What do you do when you're not doing stand-up?
Well, I'm a wicked good sprinter.
Really?
Yeah, dude. I'll race anyone. My 40-meter dash is like unparalleled.
What is it?
Whatever you want it to be.
No, I don't think that's how it works.
I think I ran a 4.3.
Oh, really?
No, that's a lie. If I ran a 4.3, I'd be in the NFL right now. I would not be doing this.
That's a weird thing to lie about. You said you're really great at something.
I'm a good sprinter. I've never timed my 40.
It's hilarious that you think you can just be fast and be in the NFL.
Yeah. You're this super fast kicker that can't kick. But it is a good thing to have when you're being chased by homeless people in Austin, Texas. So Matt, other than sprinting, do you have any other hobbies or anything else that you do other than stand-up comedy?
I collect football cards. I'm a huge Iowa State sports fan. There's not a lot of us. And I collect Hakeem Butler rookie cards. He's my favorite player in the league, and he's not in the league. He got drafted but never played. So I collect all of his rookie cards because they don't cost anything. He's the only guy I can afford. So I'm his biggest fan.
All right, Matt. Red Band.
Does silencing your phone work?
What do you mean by that?
Like if he silences his phone, does he do it?
If I put it on vibrate, it just balances out.
Right. Yeah, that's a reach. I don't know why I checked in with you there. Jeez. Okay, Matt. I feel like there's probably something more interesting about your life. Do you have any siblings that have this shaky disorder? Your family? Is it genetic? What do doctors actually say to you? Have you gotten it checked out?
Yeah, I've got MRIs, I've had medication for it. Doesn't really work. It kind of.
What kind of medication do they give you?
It's propranolol. I don't know. That's the stuff. It doesn't really do anything though. It just kind of makes me tired. It's like a beta blocker, so it just makes me not feel happy. Yeah, it's kind of a downer, isn't it?
Yeah. Alcohol help? That's Red Band's answer to everything. Does alcohol help?
I wish, dude. It does not. I drink a lot. It might actually be a contributing factor.
That makes sense. Yeah, you might just really need a drink.
Yeah, have one. I'd love one.
Alright, well. I'm gonna have to go buy one after this. Matt, I like your style. You're getting a big joke book.
Thank you, man.
If you catch it, that is. The moment of truth. Wow, amazing. Matt, Ban Ward, ladies and gentlemen. Wow. First shaky hands comedian that wasn't made a golden ticket winner in the history of the show. Alright, your next bucket pull goes by the name of Jeffrey Lee, everyone. 60 seconds, uninterrupted. Make some noise for Jeffrey Lee, everyone.
Yeah, I'm doing van life, ladies and gentlemen, and it's going pretty good. But one downside is sometimes you get woken up by the police, and that's unfortunate, you know. And it went kind of like this: knock, knock. There. It's the police. It's the police too. What are you, homeless? That wakes me up. Well, you had to knock, didn't you? That's my one defense of not being homeless, ladies and gentlemen. I'm a high-functioning homeless. Got a gym membership. I mean, what do you want from me, people? All right.
Okay. Jeffrey Lee. Homeless, with a gym membership, living in a van. It's pretty much everybody's interview.
Oh.
Not usually their minute. You just stated a bunch of obvious facts that we already knew. Have you been on this show before?
Yeah, one time.
Yeah, I remember you.
No, dude.
Oh, Dean's leaving. You see it
sorry,
now.
Dean.
Dude, you made Dean leave.
Yeah. Okay. So, Joe List, what do you think about this guy?
Well, you enter your set with "What do you want from me?" and I think I speak for everyone when I say a punchline.
Yeah, you're really. Have you been doing stand-up?
Yeah,
Where?
well, I'm actually a little rusty. I've only been hitting a couple mics here and there sparingly. I started a new job, but
What's the new job?
I'm doing a door guy thing, so I'm just making an adjustment.
What's the door guy? Where are you a door guy?
On 6th Street here.
Yeah.
At the bar.
Okay.
I'm just letting people in.
Right.
With all of that charisma.
Yeah, sorry.
You're a bouncer?
Don't go. Huh?
You're a bouncer?
I don't really have to do that part. I work day shift on purpose.
You work day shift at a bar on purpose, and you still aren't doing stand-up at night.
I'm doing a little bit, but not enough.
You're definitely not doing it.
same homeless people over and over again, and that gets a little depressing, to be honest. I wish I weren't brought up working, having a job before.
Okay. You're really bumming me out, dude.
I know, that's okay.
I mean, Jesus Christ, I have to say it.
You ever get a girl back to your band?
In Austin? No.
Where were you before Austin?
Well, Ohio, Illinois, Wisconsin a little bit.
Were things going better for you there?
I got a warrant there.
Now we're talking. Who would guess a guy looking like that being persecuted? Unbelievable.
Hey, just for some cannabis.
No, we know. We know. You're stating a lot of obvious things.
You got a warrant for a burning bush?
All right, well, Jeffrey, here's a little joke book, dude. Wait, you probably got one last time, right?
I got a big joke book last time.
No way. How the fuck did that happen?
I mean, I can be pretty funny.
What was the joke that you did last time you were on? Do it again. Just do it with confidence. Look out there to the crowd and do it. For the love of God, Jeffrey, fucking do something. You've done nothing. It's been 4 minutes and 45 seconds of, wow, this guy looks like fucking Jesus a little bit. Just fucking do it, Jeffrey, for the love of goddamn God. Your father. For the love of your father.
Well, folks, to get a little personal, I suffer from extreme European depiction.
Is that it? Are you waiting? Are you, like, pausing? Are you thinking? Are you writing it right now? What is happening? What did you do before this?
You see, you gotta give him a little time, Tony.
Oh, didn't mean to break up your brilliant comedic pacing. Watching people put guns in their mouths in the crowd. Little did we know the punchline is right around the corner. How silly of me to think that you ran out of gas there.
I was doing something else.
Here we go. Are you still back?
Show. No.
Okay, there he goes, everybody. Jeffrey Lee. Jesus fucking Christ. All right. Yeah, put that mic stand back on the X. Thank you. There he goes. Jeffrey Lee. There he goes. Jesus Christ almighty.
Did he get a big joke book?
Oh, no idea. I must have been in a hell of a good mood that night. Hello there. This podcast is sponsored by ZipRecruiter. Guys, it's a new year, and I need to hire a few new roles. I need a new producer, sound editor, sales director, and co-host. And if you need to hire for your business and want an easier way to find qualified candidates, head to ZipRecruiter. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony. Redman.
Tony, I love ZipRecruiter. It's the best hiring site out there. Did you know ZipRecruiter is the hiring site employers prefer most based on G2? ZipRecruiter's powerful matching technology works fast to find top talent so you don't waste time or money.
Wow, you did that so good. You know what? I'm not going to hire a new co-host now. Here's to a new year of hiring made easier with ZipRecruiter. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. See for yourself. Go to this exclusive web address and try ZipRecruiter for free. ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony. Again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/KILLTONY. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. All right, your next bucket full has been on the show numerous times before. This is the return of Ali Musa, everybody. Ali Musa is back.
Oh, yeah. So, I love downtown Austin, you guys. It's amazing. I see the most wild shit. Like, the other week, I saw a homeless boy band, you guys. I'm serious. No, it was a group of homeless dudes all singing a song together like a boy band, like really fucking well. So I walked up to him and I was like, holy shit, it's the Fentanyl 5. Kick ass. Then one of them corrected me. He was like, actually, we're the Crack Street Boys. I was like, fair enough. We started heating up a spoon to exactly 98 degrees. I was like, what the fuck?
Then I got flashed by the same homeless lady 3 times in the same night. At first it was funny, but by the 3rd time I was pissed off, so we locked eyes and she just starts laughing at me. She kind of sounded like Beavis. She's like, yeah, got him again. Something about her laugh just triggered me, so I saw a cop and I waved him over. And I was like, excuse me, officer, you see that lady right there? She won't stop flashing me. And I swear to God, you guys, he just looks at me and goes, yeah, that's Denise. And then he walked away. All right, thank you.
Ali Musa, solid set. Laughs the whole way through. Almost made us completely forget about Jeffrey Lee, who was just up here minutes ago. It's incredible. We went from Jesus to the devil that fast. Here he is, everybody. 100%. The Dark Lord Lucifer has arrived. Yeah. Speaking of darkness, D. Madness is back. Right on, Q. You are what you see. Pure darkness. The great D. Madness. Ali, that was a great set, great, especially for what we've seen before, I feel like, right? Feel like that was your best set?
Yeah, it was one of the best sets. This is like my 6th time on
You've been working hard?
Yeah, get up almost every night.
You look like it.
Yeah?
You look like you're exhausted.
Yeah.
You're a very funny looking guy, you're aware
of
this.
Yeah.
Incredible. How's life been going?
It's been good, interesting. I mean, I'm just trying to work my way up the ranks of Austin comedy. Definitely.
Tell us what that's like. Give us an example for the people watching at home.
I mean,
how many years you been doing it?
13 years.
And how many years here in Austin?
3 years.
Right. So go ahead.
I mean, there's stage time everywhere. You can go to any open mic. I've done the Mothership mic numerous times. Sunset Strip I do all the time. Red Bands Club is amazing. Yeah. I do that Punchline at the Pole show all the time. I probably get on stage 8 to 12 times a week. Travel back to Arizona, headline some bars, and here we are.
And that's where you're from, Arizona?
I'm from Arizona, yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And your ethnicity, remind us again exactly what you have to have running through your veins to have a face like that.
Yeah. Libyan. Yeah. Cue the Gaddafi jokes, the Back to the Future terrorists, all that good shit.
We've already done all that.
Yeah.
This is your 6th time on the show. So what's changed in your life recently, Ali? Anything different since the last time you were on?
No, I'm boring as shit. I just stand up every single day, just trying to make it in this business. That's about it, I know you wish I had some wild story.
What time do you wake up?
Like 10 or 11.
And what do you do when you first wake up?
I do Uber Eats delivery.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So that's all I do is stand up and Uber Eats and barely get by.
Yeah. But you love it.
I do love it, yeah.
You're very happy.
I don't know about that, but let's take it easy there.
Lewis?
I feel like the big issue today is that everyone here is so unlikable, their families didn't want them home for the holidays. That's what's happening. So everyone back there is just some fucking boring fucking asshole. Like, all right, dude, another person we don't want to spend time with.
Yeah?
I feel like your family doesn't celebrate Christmas, though. More like 9/11, am I correct?
100%. Well, I'm actually half white, so I was raised Muslim because of my father, so we would secretly celebrate Christmas.
How would you do it in secret?
Like, my dad would, hide the Christmas tree when the Muslim family would come over.
They could only sing Silent Night.
Yeah. Yeah, so it was interesting.
Okay. What's your love life like, Ali?
I was seeing a girl for a while, but she lived all the way in Big Spring, so it was too far of a commute to do it all the time. I met her at a comedy show. I headlined a Mexican restaurant where I bombed, and she was the only person enjoying it in the crowd, so we connected that way, and then here we are.
So tell us about that night. You bomb in a Mexican restaurant.
Yeah.
She's laughing the whole time. How do you get to say hello to her? You go right up to her and go, Jesus, thank you for laughing.
Yeah, well, I was doing the crowd work shit, just talking to her the whole time, fuck everyone else, it's just me and you here, and then we exchanged numbers, started talking, started hanging out. She's come to Austin a few times.
No wonder you bombed. You did a date.
Yeah.
On stage.
Yeah.
Incredible.
100%. I said, fuck the show, let's do this.
What's your living situation being an Uber Eats delivery driver?
I'm proud to say I actually live by myself, which is shocking for comedians.
Yeah.
They all have 17 roommates. I live in a real fucked up apartment complex. We talked about that before.
Yeah.
Where I've almost been
shot by the police there. It's almost burned down twice.
That makes sense.
Yeah, it's pretty wild.
Alright. Well, Allie, you've been on the show numerous
You know
times
I'd love to
before.
have you back on the Secret Show.
Oh, hell yeah.
There you go. Much
Thank
like
you.
Christmas,
Thank
you're
you.
a secret show.
There goes Allie Musa, everybody. Let's get some new names on here. Let's see what happens here. Maybe, I don't know if this is new or not. Make some noise, a minute uninterrupted for Anthony Walton, everybody. Anthony Walton. We've seen Anthony before.
Howdy. I don't have any kids, so to make sure that happens, I like to practice extra safe sex. That's when I pull out and come in a dude. That was just a joke. To any gays in the audience, sorry for the stolen valor. My parents had me at an old age where the doctor told my mom that she should get an abortion. So I was going to come out blind, deaf, and retarded. His words. Instead, I came out half blind, half deaf, and I'm pretty sure I'm autistic. I can't afford the test, so I'm taking everyone else's word for it. Oh, yeah. I got called out recently by my cousin. He was like, man, you cry harder over celebrity deaths than you do for grandma. I was like, well, did grandma put out 7 platinum albums? I don't think so. Grandma just called me gay.
Anthony Walton. Been on this show before. Seemed like a good set for you.
Yeah, it was pretty fun. It was great.
Yeah. How long you been on stand-up?
7 years.
Wow.
Yeah, thanks to you, man.
Why thanks to me?
You're the first headliner I saw at like 2019 at Dallas Hyenas.
Yeah.
And he gave me like the best advice when I asked like I wanted to start stand-up comedy, and he was just like, just go out and do the mic. Just go do it. That's the advice I give like everyone else who does it.
Wow.
So it's been fucking chill.
One of the funniest Mexican chipmunks I've ever seen. Chill this.
Well, now I'm mad at Tony for getting this guy into stand-up.
Yeah.
And,
yeah.
Just kidding.
It's what I do.
Right.
It happens. It happens. I tell everybody the same thing. Go do it. It's pretty easy. The fact that open mics are free is an unbelievable blessing that no other industry has. Louis J. Gomez.
Like, he said go do it over with. That's not, like, good advice. That's just like, get out of my face.
Yeah. Yeah. I was like, go do an open mic right now.
Yeah. If you're annoying me, stop talking to me.
Yeah.
Nah, you supposed to be my friends out, and I was like,
I did. I was so nice in 2019. You remember those days? I was like a real human being. Okay. That's fun. Oh yeah, near the staircase there, at the Hyenas.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know what you're talking about. I used to do that. There's really nowhere else to go. They don't have an actual green room at that Hyenas, or else
well, they
never
built
would
one.
have met me.
Yeah.
One of the only comedy clubs in the country without a green room. They have one now. I was informed. I don't know. They built one. But yeah, the owner told me when I was at a theater in Dallas just a few months ago.
So did you just have a stroke? What was that?
No, I blanked out. I forgot Randy's name. Randy is the owner of the Hyenas in Dallas. So do you still live in Dallas, or you live there?
I moved down here in May.
What do you love about Austin, Texas?
The fucking comedy scene, man. It's fucking beautiful. Love it.
What's something crazy that's happened to you here in Austin? Wild town. It's very alive.
Doing the open mic in the small room, but like the homeless are pretty crazy out here too. That's just at a lady.
Seems to be a theme here tonight where I'm asking people what's crazy about their lives. They go, just doing comedy. There's homeless people.
Well, it's like a lady
Like,
popped
is there
up.
anything else other than tonight? Like what you saw outside, homeless, and comedy inside?
Yeah, some lady taking a shit in the street.
Oh,
That's
okay.
normal.
So pretty much the same thing.
Yeah.
All right. Terrific. Anthony. What do you do for fun?
Oh man, I love going to like concerts, like wrestling shows.
Okay. Done that recently here?
Yeah, there was like a metal show at one called like Animals as Leaders. So,
oh, Michael, you know about animals? Big Mike knows about animals as leaders. Big Mike, as last week is his new name. All right. You ever do any music yourself?
Oh man, I tried to like I played decent guitar and I tried to do like metal vocals. Like I wanted to be a vocalist.
You do? Well, great. Let's play some metal music. Let's hear some vocals. Anthony Walton, 1, 2.
show doesn't pick up, I'm gonna bring Ike Azarian back here. We're gonna read Yelp reviews for the rest of the fucking night. There he goes. Did you get a big joke book before? Never before? There you go, buddy. Congratulations. There he goes, Anthony Walton. I'm barely kidding, by the way. I swear to God, 2 more bad comedians in a row. Go track down Ike Azarian. Have him on deck. Your next bucket full goes by the name of Davy Jackson.
What's up, y'all? It's good to be here looking like a disgraced youth pastor. I'm happy to be here. I just got back from Atlanta, y'all. Weird place, a lot of black people. Yeah, I did find out that all the black men in Atlanta are gay, which was weird. Yeah, but also all the white people are on drugs in Atlanta. So it's like this weird racist Freaky Friday. Like, what the fuck did Tyler Perry do to that town is what I want to know. But all those gay black dudes are still gangsters. They're gangsters. Fuck, boy. They stole my car and my heart in Atlanta. They got me. Yeah. A lot of people say once you go black, you never go back. All right. I like Mexican women. Yeah. I like to say once you go Mexican, you never rest again. Because you have to sleep with one eye open because they will stab you. They'll do that. Once you go Latina, you're gonna get a subpoena. You will end up in court. That's just kind of how that works. I'm Davy Jackson. Thank y'all.
Davy Jackson, good set. Great stuff. We know for a fact from your appearances on this show before that you indeed have been stabbed by a Mexican woman.
I have. Yeah. I've also gone black before. Yeah.
How did that go for you?
I got gonorrhea, so that was pretty fucking cool.
Wow.
Yeah.
Was that her name, or... Hooked up with good old Chlamydia Jenkins?
Yeah, there we go.
I believe she plays for one of the WNBA teams.
That's a man, baby.
There you go. Davy Jackson, welcome back to the show. What's been going on?
So much. I actually just met Kyle Rittenhouse.
Okay.
That was pretty cool. Yeah. Actually, a really sweet guy.
Yeah.
Damn right. Such a nice dude.
Where did you meet him at?
I met him at a party. I was talking about having a breeding.
Was it a Republican party?
Yeah. A lot of guns and skateboards involved. Pretty fucking cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. That seems safe. Yep. I mean, there's less safe ways to meet Kyle Rittenhouse from what I've heard.
Yeah.
Yeah, you fuck with his town.
That's right. Yeah, it was pretty cool though. He apparently also has a breeding kink, so that was fun. We just talked about feminine ladies, so that was
really
cool. Yeah, it was cool. Yeah, he was a nice guy.
Tell us more about that. How does a conversation like that start and go down?
I was really just talking to some buddies about how I was worried that I have a breeding kink, and I heard a young voice behind me go, "Me too."
Yeah.
And Kyle Rittenhouse walked around my left side, and I was like, "Oh fuck."
And he had a little like golden retriever with him.
He did actually.
Yeah. No, he has a very skinny golden retriever. He's friends with David Lucas.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay. That makes sense actually for David. Yeah.
Yeah.
That tracks. Checks out.
He does love hanging around white bitches.
Oh, not my boy Kyle.
No, he's all right. He's okay.
Yeah.
Rogan did make fun of his dog in the green room one night.
Why was that so steep?
Because as Rogan called out, he goes, you got your dog neutered, huh? And he's like, yeah. He goes, I can tell.
Yeah, Marshall
which is, by the way, if you're wondering, for me, a roaster or whatever, right? That is just one of the coldest disses that I've ever seen a human land on another human. Just I can tell.
Your dog's a pussy.
Yeah. So, it really kind of is. Like it's a kind of like an underdeveloped golden retriever, very skinny. It looks very, very.
He's anemic. Leave him alone.
Yeah, it's a sad dog. You would think if someone was going to put him down, it would be Kyle Rittenhouse. But obviously,
execute the golden retriever.
Incredible.
Just incredible. Joe Liz doesn't know me, but I'm actually familiar with Joe.
Okay.
Yeah, you and Mark Norman talked about me on your podcast one time.
Really?
Yeah.
In what capacity?
Well, Mark secured some Xanax one time.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. And
For you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That also tracks.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, y'all talked about it on Tuesdays with Stories.
What did I say anything bad? You look mad at me.
Oh, no, I'm not mad.
All right. I don't really know you.
I'm just gonna, Kyle, come out here real quick. No.
Huh?
No. No, you rightfully called me a piece of shit for giving him Xanax.
Yeah, that sounds right.
No. He was telling you the story, and you said that they were probably laced with fentanyl. Which,
did I say that?
Yeah. Well, maybe something along those lines.
I don't think I said that.
Well, we can go back and listen.
Wow.
But,
Pull off my podcast.
Let's review the tape. To view the tape. 1 star, you cannot smoke hash. Let's go back to breeding kink for a second, because I've never even heard of such a verbiage of something before. I think everybody isn't it just human to want to come inside of something?
I mean, yeah, probably, but I like.
One guy over there who's never thought about it. What the fuck? Wait, you can do that, dude? Fucking unbelievable. Meanwhile, the Puerto Rican guy with a Puerto Rican of himself on a Puerto Rican shirt of himself is like, I don't even know what the fuck pulling out is, dude. This fucking guy. Never
Christ,
pulled
is
out.
that Walmart riffraff? What the fuck is happening?
Holy shit. It is unbelievable.
But the breeding kink, is that you want them to be pregnant, or you just want to come in them? That's what I'm confused by.
It's a little bit of both, but I mean, I've fucked Mexican women, so they're gonna get pregnant. They're immune to Plan B,
So
apparently.
when you say you have a breeding kink, does that mean like, can you help us understand?
I like the idea of getting a woman pregnant.
Okay.
Right, yeah.
Right.
But that's very dangerous in Texas, as we know.
Have you done it before? Have you gotten women pregnant? How many abortions are under your belt, or her belt, or
Abortion? Like an even half dozen.
abortion? You went overtime. Do you put holes in your own condom?
Me? No, absolutely not. I have had a woman like poke holes in one before, though.
Right.
Yeah,
Those
that's
Mexican women will stab anything. Okay, so if you had to guess, how many abortions you have under your belt?
Oh God, I'm so sorry, Mom. It's gonna be at least 3 that I know of.
Wow, 3 that you know of.
I'm a piece of shit. You were right, Joe.
I feel terrible. I don't even know who you are. Seems like a nice guy. I mean, you're giving out drugs. You're paying for abortions.
If you had to guess how many abortions you don't know of and totaled them up, how big would this family of fallen angels be?
I mean, honestly, not enough, because I've gotta have at least 1 or 2 kids out there. So.
Wow. Okay. Incredible. Do we have an abortion sound effect? What do we got here? Oh.
That's a very late term abortion.
There it is. It has arrived to the heavens. Oh, and a fart. Wow. I guess that's a side effect of whatever they give you for abortion. Oh, Red Band. Red Band, that's too much. It's too much, Red Band. Oh, the crowd goes wild. Red Band is on fire. An incredible set of noises for the abortion.
true journey.
Have you ever taken a woman to get an abortion?
Yeah. Yeah.
And what is that drive like for you exactly?
Not funny. Well, yeah, it's very quiet, typically speaking. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not a fun time. I mean, it's a great time. Internally, I'm celebrating, obviously, but externally, you have to look sad. Like, you just have to kind of maintain that.
Yeah, you have to play it cool, right?
Absolutely.
Do any moments stand out to you, pre or post abortion?
One of them happened literally right after I had a threesome. Yeah.
You got a double abortion.
Oh, no, oh, fuck, that would have been so expensive. Holy shit.
Well,
No.
it would have been twice as expensive as one abortion.
Yeah, but it was kind of like a high moment for me, and then a really low moment right after. So it was just a roller coaster, an emotional roller coaster.
If you would have put the girl on a roller coaster, she would have given you an abortion.
That's so true.
That's
You're right about
true.
that. In retrospect, I should have just...
That is a good point. So, you had a threesome, and you came inside of one of the girls?
Right, yeah.
And would you have come inside of the other girl if you would have been inside of her at the time?
Oh. No, she didn't seem like mom material, if I'm being real.
So, okay, now we're getting somewhere. This is what I look for every episode, is a moment of an interview where it's like, finally, some fresh meat, something new. So, this breeding camp, where you want to get a woman pregnant, part of it is based on the fact that she might make a good mother, even though you don't want her to actually have the baby. The part that turns you on is that she seems like she would be a good mother.
Absolutely.
And sometimes you do this with a woman that you met that night.
This feels like an SAT question.
More like an STD question.
There it is.
But sometimes it's a one-night stand. Oh, this woman, who's obviously had many abortions, can't take any more of this. She's crying and leaving, stumbling her way out. I think I just saw a baby fall out of her pocket. Okay.
She's pretty hot. I'd pay for one for her.
Oh my goodness. That is the sound of, oh my God. That is the sound of an angry woman that's had many abortions leaving. What? Where did Santa come from? Oh my goodness. Another baby down the chimney.
There they go.
All right. Okay. What was my question? Oh yeah.
I don't even remember anymore.
So okay. So sometimes you'll meet a woman, right? And you'll like hook up with her that night. And if she seems, what makes a woman seem maternal to you? A guy who obviously didn't have a real mom in your life.
Whoa! Holy shit.
You did?
Yeah, no.
Loving mother.
Very much so. She homeschooled me all the way through high school.
He alluded
to his mother watching the show.
You see this? Okay. Wow. We are finding out a lot right now. So, a very close connection with your mother.
Some would say, I still kiss her on the lips, it's fine.
You do?
We all do.
Okay.
Thank you, yeah. Because we're good sons.
No, he's saying that he kisses your mom on the lips. Yeah.
I misunderstood that. Fuck you. That was a think piece of a joke.
Okay. Wow, this is just incredible to me. So, did your mom know that you love coming inside of Mexican women?
Fuck, I hope not.
Do you think she would still kiss you directly on the lips?
I mean, I'm not coming in my own mouth, Tony, so yeah, she would still kiss me on the lips, I feel like. That could be fun.
Okay.
Just kidding.
Davey Jackson, very fun interview. Great stuff. You already have a big joke book.
Yes, sir.
On to the next one. There he goes, Davey Jackson. A lot of returns of people that have been on this show before. A lot. Let's see what happens here. This looks like a newer name. Oh, the lovely Heidi. All this talk of breeding. Here comes Heidi, right on cue. All right, your next bucket pool. This looks like a new name, which is very exciting to me at this point. Make some noise for Toddy Tyndall, everybody. Toddy Tyndall.
So I was man at the door at his house in our picture with a fatty guitar system in place. And as I stood at the bottom of the stairs, towards him, they told me with those spaghetti straps, some
found myself gazing upon her undercarriage. It held my gaze a little longer than anticipated, and it was 20 seconds. I can tell you without certainty that she is not one of those butthole bitches, and also that she has a dynamite pussy. I see the little white fuse stick out of her panties. And a week later, is choking everything with 50 pounds of food but stuffed into a mini skirt and coax is too small. Besides, she's going to stop halfway up the stairs and throw the ass back for the world to see. It was fucking horrendous. She had no panties on. I thought I was looking at a bulldog eating bologna. It was fucking, gross. Somebody obviously had lit her fuse.
Oh, you were looking at me. You were done. I'm directing things, making the whole show happen. Toddy Tyndall, everybody. Okay. Well, let's just jump right into it, Joe Liz.
Did you eat a bee's nest right before you came out? What?
You do have somewhat of what one would almost call some kind of accent or impediment or something. Do you know about this?
I need a drink.
You need it. Your mouth is dry.
Yes, sir.
I haven't drank this one yet. No, wait.
Give him a little sip of that water there.
Thank you.
This guy's mouth is... Wow. Absolutely incredible. So you were working a door at a bar, and a woman went up the stairs with no underwear on and had a big vagina.
Oh.
That's basically what you were saying
It
there.
was ugly, yes, sir.
Wow, you sound totally fine now. Amazing. Okay, so let's get right into it, Toddy. How long have you been attempting stand-up comedy?
3 months.
3 months. All of it here in Austin, Texas?
Yes, sir.
Is this where you're from?
All on 6th Street. No, sir. I moved from Carlsbad, New Mexico.
Moved from Carlsbad, New Mexico. How long ago did you move?
September, Labor Day.
Okay, so you came to Austin to start stand-up.
Yes, sir.
And how's that? How old are you?
47.
47. 47. Yeah. Louis J. Gomez.
Speaking of which, Labor Day is the last comic's favorite holiday.
That is true because women go into labor. I would have said his least favorite holiday because he has nothing but abortions. But it works out. Either way, obviously, it was not funny.
I'm trying up here, folks.
Okay, so I love it. Toddy Tyndall, what made you want to start stand-up comedy at the sweet age of 47?
I had just been wanting to forever, and I had just lost my job right as a good friend of mine had a room for rent. And I said, what the hell?
I love it. What was your job?
I was working oil field.
Okay, and how did you lose that job?
The company I was working for lost the contract.
Okay, but you were good? You were good at working in oil?
No, I didn't like it.
Why didn't you like it?
Oh my God, it just sucked. I spent 15 out of 15 years, 10 years of my life on a boat over offshore for a long time.
Oh, okay. Jesus.
I hope that company finds the contract. So he gets the job back and stops doing stand-up. It's the joke I was going for. There we go. Explain it. Who's got to explain it?
So, Toddy Tyndall, is that your real name?
My name's Todd.
I love it. I love it. Your real last name Tyndall?
Yes, sir.
Todd Tyndall. Look at you. Okay, so let's talk about it. What have you been doing your whole life other than working in the oil field? Do you have any kids? Are you gay?
I am not gay.
Your S's are... You sound like a real man until you hit those S's.
Oh, my
On 47.
No, I don't know.
I was working in the oil field. You don't notice that little fucking gas leak you got going on in there? You don't notice that little fucking...
I don't play for that team, but they love me. Oh my God, I'm not husband getting hit on by men. That's exhausting.
What? Did you just say your husband gets hit on by men? Have another sip of that fucking water, Todd. Have another sip of that water. You're getting gayer and gayer. Your mouth dries up and you're fucking... This guy gets gay by the second. Absolutely incredible. Hell yeah. Okay. So the gay men love you. How do you know the gay men love you? Do they tell you this after you fuck them in the ass?
No, I was called a beautiful man just a few days ago by another man.
Where were you called a beautiful mind?
balls busted on kids.
Yeah. I bet you wish they would. Just out here getting my balls buzzed. Incredible, Todd. So what do you do for fun? You seem like a man with many hobbies. Like, yeah, I bet you have your own little train set or something like that.
No, I'm a reptile, not erection aficionado.
You're a what?
A reptile. I like reptiles.
Okay.
I've bred pythons for a decade. I sold my reptile business and moved here.
You had a reptile business.
I did.
Incredible. So, do you ever put a snake in your bed?
Oh, yeah. Plenty of times.
No, but seriously.
No, not like that, no.
Right. What's the craziest thing that's happened to you with these reptiles?
Getting bit by a big snake, screaming like a little girl was in me. Yeah.
Dude, I know it must be weird coming from me, but bro, I got news for you, dude. You're gay, bro. We are gonna figure this out tonight, Toddy. I got news for you, dude. This is a very special talent that I have.
Your gaydar is strong.
It is unbelievable. I have to be on the defense at all times. I cannot drop my keys or anything around people like you. You just said that you got bit by I mean, it is just blatant. It is blatant. Have you ever tried being with a man?
No, I have not.
Chill this.
Have you ever dealt with a reptile dysfunction?
That's not a new one, buddy. I've heard that many times.
Oh, yeah, I bet you've heard all the reptile jokes. Why don't you do some for us?
Oh, no, just that one.
Oh, okay.
That's about it.
Thought you'd have more in the tank, or...
No, I do not, no.
All right.
So I have 5 kids from 4 different women.
Whoa, all right, David Lucas, slow down.
So I am not gay.
You have 5 kids from 4 different women. You have a breeding kink. It's the breeding kink theme show all of a sudden. There are dudes just blasting, just raw dogging it. Wow.
My pull-out game is trash.
Incredible. Incredible. So, okay. All these kids are in Arizona?
Oh, no. I've never lived in Arizona. I'm from New Mexico.
Oh, that's what I meant. Yeah, it's all the same.
Yeah, they're the state of shadow.
Right. Okay. So, they're all there?
No, sir. I have 3 in Louisiana, 1 in Texas, 1 in New Mexico.
Wow. Yeah. Oh, my goodness.
What kind of risk?
Absolutely incredible. And how about now? What are you doing nowadays? What are you...
I'm playing the field. I'm single for the first time in a decade, and I'm trying to be a fucking cops, but not down 6th Street.
How's that working out for you?
My standards are on a sliding scale, and at the moment I'm kind of broke, so I'm...
You said he's fucking with us?
He's fucking with us.
You think he's gay too?
He's like, I'm 6th Street coxing or whatever the fuck he's fucking sucking cock on 6th Street, whatever he's doing. I did just take a photo of the transvestite and send to my baby brother to fuck with him. Told him she wanted to take me home tonight, and she's obviously not. She don't have the factory fuck stick. Sorry, factory fuck hole, rather.
Oh, wait a second. The flag on the flag. You just said fuck stick. And we all heard it.
This girl was born with a factory fuck stick.
What does that mean?
So she did. Born without the fucking regular fuck hole.
Girl had to Absolutely. All right, Toddy. Well, I gotta tell you, it's a hell of a Kill Tony debut. Your minute was, what was it? It was just
Fabulous.
It was.
It was a gay old time.
Yeah. It's hard out there to be a gay man with a dry mouth. Nobody likes getting their dick sucked by a sandpaper vacuum. Wow, you have a sound effect for that? That's incredible. Fredman's been waiting 13 and a half years to do his dry mouth gay blowjob sound. Oh, I need an ambulance for my dick. All right. So the set was terrible, barely understandable with the dry mouth. I mean, it really was. It was, and you need to get that mic a little bit closer to your mouth when you're trying to. I know that'll be easy for you. But I'll tell you what, the interview was so good that instead of a little joke book, we're gonna go with a medium joke book. And there he goes.
All right, thank you.
Toddy Tyndall, everybody, making his Kill Tony debut. Congratulations, Toddy. Oh, Jesus.
Get out of here, man.
Oh, my God, I almost slipped and fell at the end. I can't believe it. I almost slipped and fell right on. Fuck yeah. Nothing better than Heidi to ungay the room after that. Woo. We're all thinking about dry blowjobs and shit. So, you're not going to believe this. The bucket has such an unbelievable sense of humor. That was Toddy Tyndall's first time on the show. And his name, again, is Toddy Tyndall. This next comedian's name is Tommy Tickles. Again, that was Toddy Tyndall, and this, Jesus, I thought I was the only one with that name. Son of a bitch, people are gonna get us confused. I have 17 kids. I can't possibly be gay.
You don't have assholes.
I butt-fucked my way into a bunch of kids. And I sent them all Walmart gift cards. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm introducing, after Toddy Tyndall, this is Tommy Tickles, everybody.
I'm 4% Nigerian. That means I can say the N-word every 50 days or so. I'm married. I do most of my own laundry. I do all the cooking. I do most of the cleaning, and I pay most of the bills. The only reason I'm still married is because of the sex. The wonderful sex I'm having with her sister. I don't want to screw that up. I've got a real... She's not even that hot. I've got a real creepy uncle. My mom hoped that he wouldn't rub off on me. But he did it anyway. I don't like to text her. I don't like to text and drive. It makes it way too difficult to watch porn and masturbate. You will never catch me drinking and driving because I'm that fucking fast.
There he is. You cannot make it up. Tommy Tickles following Toddy Tyndall. Both of them look ridiculously straight. And then they begin to talk. And in a stunning turn of events, again, the odds of this happening in the history of the show, that a Toddy Tyndall would look like a real man from the oil field. And then this guy comes out, literally, me and Redman jokes, because we both thought the same thing. As soon as he walks out, we go, oh, straightest guy ever.
Yeah, straight guy.
And then all of a sudden, you're like, I had sex with my wife's sister. Okay, let's get into it. Tommy, welcome to the show. You're not responsible for what happened before you, but you are kind of. All right. Here we go. Tommy, how long you been doing stand-up? again. This interview shall be golden. There's nothing that can stop my momentum at this point with you. I can tell you got a lot of stories. I can tell there's a lot of things in the cup holder of your truck right now. We're going to get into it. There's a lot going on. What is in the cup holder of your truck before I even get started with the rest of it?
I heard some of the questions you asked the other guy. The gayest thing I've ever done, I won a skipping contest.
Really?
Yeah, like in the 5th grade, I was awesome. I was fast.
That is amazing. That is amazing. I now know you are straight as fuck. Because that is a true answer of a true straight man.
Yeah.
I as well won a skipping contest.
Maybe later on.
I did it on my way here tonight, actually. I won the
Let's see who's the gayest.
Okay, very good. All right, turns out he is gay after all. Toddy Tyndall, then Tommy Tickles. That's your real name?
No.
Oh, you made that up.
Well, I had to change it from Mecticles to Tickles.
Spectacles.
No, that's not true either. My real name's Sean.
Oh, okay. Well, that's crazy. You're kind of crazy. Why would you change your name? You have warrants?
No, just don't want people to know me as Tommy Tickles.
How many DUIs have you gotten?
Ha! Yeah, never been caught. I have never been caught. Never.
You pled not guilty.
No contest.
Absolutely. Okay, so how old are you, Tommy? What is going on here tonight? Some of these strobes are shooting gay lasers wherever the mic stand is right now.
I'm 50. I just turned 50.
Just turned 50. Wait,
Yeah,
the crowd is absolutely shocked. You are the same exact age as Ryan Redband. Incredible. What has happened in your life to where you look like you fought in every war that America's had?
I've seen a lot of shit, yeah.
Yeah, what have you seen?
Oh, I've been everywhere. I've been all over the world. You see it all.
Yeah.
I've been on the extreme shit. Some lady tried to sell me a scooter for like $50.
It sounds like a pretty good deal, honestly.
I know, that's what I did. I couldn't figure out how to put the gas in the motherfucker, but I've got a scooter now.
So you bought it?
Yeah.
Amazing.
I'm from the country.
Yeah, where?
Outside of Fredericksburg, about 2.5 hours from here.
Okay.
Out in the middle of nowhere.
All right, that's where you were born and raised.
Yeah, I was raised there.
Okay.
My dad was in the Navy. I was born on the Corpus Christi Naval Base, and then after all that, I ended up out on the farm and ranch out in Fredericksburg.
Okay, and then you were a farmer for many years. Is that what you're saying?
That's what I'm doing right now. I'm a farmer, rancher, and construction manager.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what exactly does that job entail exactly?
It's like 16, 20 fucking hours a day milking goats and sheep and fucking cows getting in the neighbor's pasture. And then you do all that during the nighttime, farming, plowing fields and planting oats. And then in the daytime, I go fill up the fence and fucking barns. And
honest question here.
Yeah, that was
honest answer I'm looking for, Tommy. You ready for it? What is the most sexual thing you've ever done with any of those farm animals? You ever just...
Like I'm some kind of sheep fucker.
No, I'm just curious. Maybe you patted a cow on the butt or something, like good game or something like that.
Everybody knows that goats wiggle around more and have bigger tits.
Name the second closest vagina to a human vagina.
I can do a cesarean. I can perform a C-section on a goat or a sheep or cow. Yeah, that's not very sexual, but I can stick my hand into what's in there.
And you've done that before?
Heck yeah, you got to. If you got big old hands and
you have big old hands. They're old. They're definitely old.
Goats and sheep.
That's why they call him Tommy Tickles.
Okay, so Tommy, let's talk about your love life a little bit. What have you have kids? Have you been married? What have you been doing out there?
I've been married for 13 years.
That's right, yep. What does she do for a living?
Fishing.
Okay, Redman, relax.
She cleans bed breakfasts, housekeeper, and then also she takes care of the ranch. I mean, it's a full-time job.
we have 12 bottle babies right now, and goats and sheep, and she has to bottle feed them 3 times a day. So it really is it profitable? No, no, no. You gotta love it. You know, I love it. You love it. Well, kind of. I'd rather make some money, but you wake up to like what wakes you up? Like chickens or something like that? Chickens and geese, and we got 15 guinea hens that live above our house. So it's like a Italian people. Yeah.
Hey, wake up down there!
Hey, oh fuck. No, it's hard to fall asleep, and it's not hard to wake up. Okay. All right. What are you into? When you log on to the internet and you go to a porn website and your wife is out there bottle feeding goats and you have a couple minutes to yourself, what do you search for? Threesomes, free use, gorgeous, you know. What was that last one? Before gorgeous, what was the one? Free use. Free use? Yeah, you know, you're just wandering around and there's some chick there and she's like, you can do whatever you want. Never heard of that.
Sometimes I'm hosting the show and I have no idea what's going on. And I sometimes wonder, maybe I'm the only one that doesn't know what the fuck anything means or makes sense. And it gets scary. In everybody else's podcast, you're in a room, you can't fuck up the audio, everybody can hear what they're saying, you got headphones on. This show is so crazy. What the fuck are you talking about?
Hey, it's your question. You know, you wanted to have it.
Son of a bitch. I just got bodied. Is that free use? Red Band's looking up free use porn.
That's my ex-girlfriend.
Even he's like, I gotta get this shit off my screen. With that, thank God for ExpressVPN. My goodness. Tommy. So what kind of car did you drive here today? What kind of pickup truck?
Chevy 2500.
So what is, for some reason, my first thing that I said when I began this interview, I picture there being stuff, right? There's stuff underneath your like radio, the knobs and everything. What is in your cup holders and your little holder areas? Is there a lot of stuff there? Receipts and coins, am I correct?
Yeah, broken tools and shit I need to fix and receipts and
like what? What do you need to fix exactly?
Hydraulic connection on a hydraulic hose goes to my skid steer, and I've got
hydraulic hose is actually one of the things I search on.
Creamy, yeah.
Alright, okay. Red Band is killing on the soundboard tonight. Okay.
Can I try roasting?
Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean? What's going on here? Who do you want to roast? You trying to roast me? Oh, you son of a bitch. Sure, try roasting.
Hey, you've got a gorgeous face. You've got extremely big teeth. I bet horses love you. Maybe they don't love you. Maybe they're scared you're going to eat their corn.
That is true.
Your face should be at the end of a conveyor belt in a James Bond movie. It's just like chomp, 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 chomp.
Yeah. These are all very good.
And if I said right turn 5, would you know what to do?
Now, is that barnyard material?
Same generation from a Clint Eastwood movie. He goes right turn 5 and some chimpanzee would go stick out his arm and knock somebody out.
Okay. You have that on like VHS or something somewhere.
Yeah. Probably.
Do you have a VCR?
No.
Do you have a DVD player?
Yes.
And you use it?
Oh yeah. I've got stacks of movies. There's nothing else, to do with that.
Absolutely incredible.
Oh.
Do you have Wi-Fi on your farm?
Yes.
Okay. So you have actual Wi-Fi, not dial-up.
Internet, smartphone, fucking smart TV nowadays.
What's
no moisturizer?
Funny.
What's the last thing you bought yourself, like as a special treat for yourself?
This sweatshirt.
Okay. All right.
My nephew talked me into getting some earbuds. So now I got earbuds on. Out there on the tractor, I can listen to my earbuds.
Listen to music and stuff.
Can't figure out the
phone though. People call and I'm stabbing myself in the ear. Now I have a fucking earache.
Wow, look at that. So, 50 years old, and what made you want to start stand-up comedy? Did I already ask you this?
No, you haven't. 50 years old. I've always wanted to do this. Love comedy. But I've just been, stuck out on a farm and ranch, and then all of a sudden I find out about your show. It's only like 2.5 hours away, and I'm like, why the fuck not?
How many times have you signed up for this show?
This is number 5.
This is your 5th time. You got up. How did it feel?
I can't hardly see anybody, so I'm fucking fine. I'm a little nervous. My legs are a little shaky, but, I got a few laughs.
Yeah.
That's what I wanted.
Yeah.
That, yeah.
First time, especially for a first time, it was fucking great, Tommy Pickles. Congratulations. Very, very interesting human being. Thanks for taking a break from the farm. Here's the big joke book, made from the great bonsai. That's real Texas leather, just like your skin, you son of a bitch. All right. This looks like a new name for sure. Let's see how this goes. Make some noise for A-Bomb, everybody. A-Bomb. Come on, make some noise for A-Bomb, everyone.
Hey, it's cool to be here, but a lot of people hype Austin though, like it's the promised land. Like, as soon as you get off the highway, you run into packs of motherfuckers sleeping together, drugged out, begging for money, and them just the comedians. Don't get me started on the homeless people. I'm sure there are good people on both sides. This is Texas, alright? This should be a safe space. Is it just me or trans women getting a little too powerful? Hear me out. They're kicking women asses in sports and dating apps. In a short amount of time, we went from "Yes, ma'am" to "Will you suck my lady penis?" Like, bro, hey, man. But you see these trans women on these dating apps, and it's like what Elon Musk has been innovating trans technology. Where the alphabet people hiding them? Him, her, one of them. Should have put his ass in the vaccine. I probably would have got it. He has a good track record. But you see these. Fuck it, bro. Everybody.
A-Bomb. Welcome to the show, A-Bomb. This is your first time here, correct?
This is my first time here. This is my 5th time doing comedy.
Okay.
This shit's dope, bro.
Yeah, it's a fun thing.
Yes, sir.
Absolutely. How old are you?
I'm 31.
What made you want to start stand-up comedy?
Going through a rough time, man. Had to laugh and keep it fun.
I love it. Tell us about it.
Shit, a breakup. I don't want to get exactly into it. Like,
no, you're good. Get into it. That's what's interesting. What's real is what's interesting.
Nobody watches this.
Yeah.
It's a safe space. Alright.
It's what people can relate to. It's what got almost everyone around you started in what we're doing.
Yes, sir.
That's how artists are made. Trauma and life creates art. So go ahead, tell us about this terrible situation.
Alright, so just between me and y'all, man, it was a while back. It was a long time ago now that I think about it. Back in Memphis, Tennessee, I met this girl, lovely girl, Christian girl, and thought we'd be together forever. We moved out here, seeking better opportunities and whatnot, and it was good. COVID hit, we made it through. But then I guess real shit happens, because you know that all you have to do is work out. You know what I'm saying? It was affecting fat people more than the rest of us, so it wasn't as deadly as they say. I love fat people. I love people out fat. There's nothing wrong with that. But anyway, so we moved out here, you know what I'm saying, trying to work with animals. That's what we heard Texas was about. Thought all y'all had a horse and a dog, you know what I'm saying? It's not that at all. Y'all disappointed. So then, man, we just going through a lot of shit. No more than I think, a lot of horse shit, you know what I'm saying? But we wiped our feet. We kept on going. You know what I'm saying? We held our nose, all right? Get it off in the mud. We walked through it long enough to trade it. But yeah, so seeking jobs with animals, we found that. But I guess we didn't find the peace that we were looking for.
much. Too much for her. So, I don't know what the sound was, but I'm sure it worked. So it became too much, and she went her own way. I didn't have to say so on what happened. I begged, I pleaded, baby, what you doing? What's going on? When you coming back to me? Turn them headlights around. She was like, fuck that. No, no. You mean nothing, bro. So that's what it was. So last evening crime, man, I was just like, I was in a bad place, you know. A person promised you like, I'm gonna be with you forever, and then forever you find out it's only like 365 days. Like, goddamn. To make a long story short, what? Okay.
Okay.
All right. So she left. I was in my head a lot. It was just me and the dogs. I train dogs. I love my animals.
How many dogs do you have?
I own 7 dogs.
7 dogs. Oh my goodness.
With 4 different women.
It was one woman, and since I'm sorry, Tony, I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
It was one woman, and since she put out so many, that thing is loose. Sorry for the next dude.
Hell yeah. You got her. There's your revenge. Those headlights definitely ain't turning around now. Incredible. She never gave you a reason on why she went back to Memphis and left you here in Austin with 7 does?
Man, so the fucked up part, she didn't go back to Memphis. She has family here. I have no family here.
Okay.
And so that's why I said, all right, I'm just gonna go to a room where she has somewhere to go to. So I'm like, God brought me here for a reason, bro. It's nothing but opportunity. This is wild that this is happening.
Yeah.
So it's like since I moved here, like my favorite like pop culture YouTubers, they're in Texas. I got to meet up with them. Kill Tony, a homie of mine, a YouTube homie, put me onto the show. I knew about you guys, but I didn't know about the show for some reason. And 2 months ago, he showed me, and I was like, bro, I fucking love this shit. So I binged it and watched it nonstop. And I was like, oh shit,
you were in Austin.
like, bro, that's a fucking hour away. I live in San Antonio. I don't know if I said that. And I was like, bro, I can get here. I can do it. And here we are.
Here we are.
Thank you, God. Thank you.
It's true.
Thank you.
No doubt about it. We are your dogs now. And you know what, my friend? All dogs go to heaven. So you do dog fighting is what really happens. Am I correct? This is what I've heard about your people.
That's what some of us do.
Is John asleep? Oh my God. You were asleep. Fun fact, sometimes John Dees falls asleep and that's why he wears sunglasses. He smokes so much weed and he raises multiple children. Alright. He was asleep. You were dead asleep just then. Oh my goodness. I have 2 musicians with their eyes closed. That's right. You're still awake, Dees. That was implied. All right. Okay. All right. Thank you, Dees. Okay. Dees. All right. Famous homophobe D Madness is here. I love your style, A-Bomb. I mean, you seem so well spoken, and I like
Speaking for
That was actual racism, folks.
that was racist. Of all the things I've done this year, that was actually racist. That might have been my most racist moment.
Is A-Bomb your real name? I'm kidding.
Okay.
It's Sean.
Tyrone Tindleberry. But the Tommy Tindle, the Tommy Tickles, the Tyrone Tindleberry. We had a bunch of TT comedians before you.
I saw it.
Okay. You did?
Yeah.
You were back there. All right. Okay. So, A-Bomb, what else about your life?
shouted out to U.S. His resume.
It's all good.
So that was me and her business, and I guess it just became a lot that added to like the mental stress.
Right.
So
what exactly is the business? What is Pariah Path?
I train dogs, so boarding dogs. So now I'm just doing mostly training. But it's good. Just working with the animals, trying to better the relationship between the human and the animal.
I love that. Okay, and this is all based out of San Antonio.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do people Yelp review your business at all? How do you spell Pariah Path?
P-H-E-P-A-R-I-A-H-P-A-C-K.
Wait. Slow down. You got me there. So what is it? How do you spell it?
The P-H-E.
Uh-huh.
Pariah. P-A-R-I-A-H.
Yep.
Path. P-A-C-K.
Okay. Red Band typed it in all one word there. The Pariah Path. The Pariah Path. Okay. Now, there are no Yelp reviews, which is good for you. We've been reading Yelp reviews of people's businesses today.
No, there's reviews on Google and like your Facebook.
Okay. Okay, this guy's asking for it. Let's see what happens here. There are 9 Google reviews. Go up there. Yep. We are so happy with the service. First time boarding here, and I recommend. The guy that runs the place, I think, stole my wallet. Oh, wait a second. No, I'm kidding. I made that one up. That was me. No, these are all good. It's all 5 stars all the way. Absolutely incredible. What else? What else are you into when you're not working with the dogs?
The dogs. Man. People always say this, but hiking.
Wow.
Jiu-jitsu.
Wow.
Rock climbing.
Incredible. You are a white man. What else do you want in like Avon?
One was traditional artist. So I draw stuff like cartoons, illustration.
Where can people find your work?
Abomination AJ. So that's what Avon is. It's short for Abomination AJ, and that's like my YouTube like little look.
Okay, perfect. Find him at Abomination AJ. Here's a big joke book. I like your style. There he goes. Avon. All right. We didn't have a woman up tonight, so your final bucket full of the night. I pulled until I found a woman, and ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Your final bucket full of the night goes by the name of Jenny Rodriguez. Put your hands together one more time for Jenny Rodriguez.
If you have a miscarriage when you're married, does that make it a Mrs. Carriage? I'm gay. How gay are you? You guys want to do that? We'll do that. I'm gay. I'm so gay that I love conking my ass. I am gay. I'm a bisexual woman. I celebrate my bisexuality the best way that I know how. That's, of course, by having a boyfriend. I love my boyfriend, but he hates me. The other night we were having sex, and it was getting pretty hot. So I was like, fuck me like a whore. And then he just kept fucking me the same exact way. Thank you, Evan Jenny Rodriguez.
Jenny Rodriguez. Welcome. Is this your first time on the show?
Second time.
Heck yeah, welcome back. You look different.
A little different. My hair was split dye, now it's this.
Okay. Something crazy happened last time you were on, right?
My boyfriend got picked